And to those who bleed orange and black, it is here. Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
Yeah, that guy says good morning to you every morning. So what the heck? I'll say good morning to you too, Marcus. It is a good morning unless, here's the following. How can I be negative right out of the gate? Come on, I'm a happy guy. It's a good morning unless you're the Warriors looking to get out of the 10 seed.
Oh.
It's a good morning unless you're the 49ers thinking you had Eric Kendricks. And it's a good morning unless you're the Giants looking to acquire a big-name pitcher on the trade market.
Oh, Murph.
Good morning, Marcus.
That's a nice little holy trifecta to start us on a Thursday morning. Good morning, Murph. Or maybe it's a bad morning here in the Bay Area.
It's Thursday. We love Thursdays.
It's a baby Friday.
You and Overnight Dave have made Thursdays iconic with Matthew McConaughey.
Because at Thursdays, we drink at noon, Murph.
Or as we found out, if you're playing golf with young Tone, maybe you drink on a Wednesday at noon.
I mean, Murph, you never know.
That's an inside story.
I'm pro day drinking any day of the week.
Day drinking, very rest in peace, very Jimmy Buffett type thing to do. Yeah, rest in peace. Anyway, yeah, it's all bad in the Bay Area, guys. Other than, we're alive and well and happy and smiling, and it's Thursday, and we have a great weekend ahead, and the weather's getting good, and St. Patrick's Day is this weekend. That's big for the likes of you guys.
Oh, Murph.
You youngsters who might be out on the town.
Oh, I'm going to go on a St. Patrick's bender this weekend. I'm going to be looking like Tony's boy in the T-box.
John Joe will be at the parade if you need him.
What is he, the Grand Marshal?
He could be. Just the slacks, like a big float of slacks
John
going down
Joe
Market
Curley,
Street.
the face of Ireland in San Francisco.
Just a big, giant, paper mache slacks and loafers going down Market Street. But yeah, so good luck to everybody this week and have some fun. I imagine that would start tomorrow night, huh? Something like that.
Murph, it might start tonight, if we're being completely honest.
Yeah, because tonight the Warriors are off, right? They'll play again until Saturday night. We should probably start there with the Warriors because that was the most recent event in our lives. And how about this news? Right before the game, no Draymond Green.
Where is he?
And that's it, right there.
Draymond disappears.
No Steph, no Draymond.
Uh-oh.
Lower back soreness? Lower back stiffness?
Yeah. I don't want to call BS on Draymond Green, but we have had Draymond be accused multiple times of sitting out of games or maybe being thrown out of games that Steph Curry's not playing in.
Interesting.
Here I am throwing out accusations at 6:02 in the morning.
Wow. So you're saying he literally... That's a pretty strong accusation.
Stop running from the truth. Stop running from the people.
So he
Stop running from the Dallas Mavericks.
He literally said, I'm not going to play because Steph's not playing.
I don't know. It just seemed like a weird injury to pop up, to flare up an hour or two before the game started when we didn't have any news or any inkling that this was going to be an injury for Draymond.
And as a result, the Warriors lost.
Yeah.
109-99. They had a 15-point second quarter. The Mavericks packed the paint and knew that the Warriors just really couldn't get him. Kuminga went for 27, and that was about it. How about your boy Klay Thompson? He played 3 for 13 from the field.
Yeah, the Warriors did not shoot the ball well, even on a night where the Dallas Mavericks really didn't shoot the ball well.
The Mavs, 6 of 27 from 3, and you couldn't beat them.
They started the game 1 for 17 from three-point range.
Yeah, they held Doncic. They held Doncic. They held Luka, I should just say. They held Luka to 21. That's a win.
I mean, at least they stopped the streak. We talked about it yesterday. He had 7 straight triple-doubles. That came to an end yesterday.
By the way, speaking of injuries, he left with a hamstring heater, so Maverick got to watch that. Guys, it's all bad. The Warriors have now hit a stretch where their losses to the Bulls, Spurs, and Mavs last night were critical losses in this playoff chase. And, bro, I got news for you. You're looking like the 10 seed.
Yeah.
You're looking like the 10 seed. Or as we said right before we came on the air, best case, 9. I think you can – I don't want to say you can write it off because there's 17 games left, and they could go 13-4 or 14-3. But really – are they going to go 13-4, 14-3 down the stretch?
Not without Steph Curry, I can tell you that.
No. And by the way, here's I wrote down some of their schedule in that. If you want a miracle finish, you got the Lakers twice.
Do you believe in miracles, Murph?
You got Dallas twice. You got at Miami. Shout out Jaime Jaquez. You're at Minnesota. You're at Orlando. You're playing the Pelicans. I mean, those are 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are 8 really tough games that they'd do well to go 4-4 in those games. So, what does that leave you with? That leaves you with, if you are a 10 seed playing almost certainly down in L.A. and where Steph can't shoot.
Yeah, the crypto curse, which might pop up again this weekend. But yeah, when you mention those teams that's in front of them, New Orleans Pelicans are one of the hottest teams in basketball now. I think they won 4 or 5 in a row. Zion's healthy. He's going to set a career high for games played this year. Take a look at a team like the Phoenix Suns, what Kevin Durant and Devin Booker are doing. Shout out to the Sacramento Kings lighting the beam last night, taking down the Lakers with a little bit of help of the Warriors, but they're not running down any of those teams.
No, they're not. And in fact, here's another stat for you. The Warriors have lost the tiebreaker now with Dallas, Phoenix, and Sacramento. Yeah. So they would have to pass all those teams. They can't finish with a tie in any of those teams.
Yeah, but going back to the Steph crypto curse, his kryptonite playing down in L.A.
Crypto night.
I know. There it is, Murph. I guess that is one thing to play for because you would obviously want to play that first play-in game at Chase Center versus down at Crypto.
Yeah. So that starts Saturday. Saturday gets you a chance to host that game at Chase. And then if you win that game, then you got to play the loser of the 7-8 game. And all that would just earn you the 8 seed to play.
Just to get in.
To play the 8 seed. And by the way, Denver has quietly surged to the top of the West.
Yeah, they're number one. Minnesota's falling down without Cat.
So all of a sudden you would fight your way through the 10-9. You would fight your way through the 7-8 to go play the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah.
Hey now.
Just the team that's beat you 7 straight times.
Hey now. Well, listen.
No, it's fun.
Mike Dunleavy tried. He tried with Chris Paul. I wonder if when we do the autopsy on this season, I suppose we should let it play out. Do the autopsy on this season. It wasn't Jordan Poole. They weren't missing. It wasn't. You can't say that if Poole stayed, they'd be in the playoffs right now.
No, I wouldn't say that, but it's something that we did bring up when Steph first went down with this injury. When Steph hurt his hand in the championship season, Jordan Poole carried the team during the regular season. Go back and look at his stats, averaging like 20-something points a night. And that's what I wanted to see from Jonathan Kuminga. Now, Kuminga still put up
seeing it, brother.
27 last night.
Yeah.
He scored 20 points in 7 out of his last 9 games.
Yeah.
So he's being productive.
Definitely.
They're just not getting any help anywhere else.
No, Clay and obviously Wiggins has been a huge mystery spot this year. So tough one for the Warriors. They lose. No call in from Bruce Frazier to Adam Silver today. 109-99 loss. And then the other part was the Kendricks story. And it was so weird because the Kendricks story was odd to begin with, and it was reported at 3 a.m. We had our jokes with Rolling Stones Undercover of the Night, and the Satins and the 5 Satins and the Still of the Night.
We had the UCLA 2 a.m. Angel riffs. Yeah.
Looks like somebody came in and took the 2 a.m. Shout out when you were out Saturday night at Irish Times. Weren't there some guys trying to take gals from other guys?
Hey now. You're saying the Dallas Cowboys are Mr. Steal Your Girl.
So the Cowboys took them of all people. And it's kind of funny because the Cowboys have been a national screaming point for not doing anything in free agency. I was driving in listening to the national guys screaming. They didn't do anything. Jerry said the other argument was they already are stacked. They didn't need to do anything, which is interesting. You could apply that to the 49ers too. Mm-hmm. Although the Niners definitely needed an edge rusher. And by the way, do you see Kevin Givens is back?
He's back, dude. They're starting to stack up defensive linemen.
I quietly am a Kevin Givens guy. He's one of the guys I have a little tiny baby junior crush on.
Oh.
I always like him. He'll make a play. He'll stop a run play.
He's got a little twinkle in your eye.
I'm glad he's back. I really am. When I was looking at the unrestricted free agents, I was like, I'll take Givens back, and he's back. Mm-hmm. He's a great depth piece. So, God, look at that D-line. This is all they're doing is just stacking D linemen, man. It's like Kendricks is like, I don't want to go there because I'm not a D lineman. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So, does that hurt the Niners? Yeah, because without, the Drake Greenlaw question mark going into the season remains.
Correct. And now there's a gap at middle linebacker. What's going to happen if it's going to be one of the young guys like Oren Burks filling in? We saw what happened in the Super Bowl when he filled in and Travis Kelce went off in the second half. So maybe that's still a position of need that they're going to address in free agency or in the draft.
And they have those 2 that they drafted last year that they got to continue to try to develop, right? Yeah. Jalen Graham out of Purdue and Winters, D. Winters, right?
Yeah.
Hey, man, draft and develop, baby. Draft D&D, draft and develop. Not Dungeons and Dragons, young Tony. Did you play that growing up?
I was never a Dungeons and Dragons guy.
You know who was old Pat, was a big 20-sided die guy.
20-sided die.
There's a 20-sided die in 20-sided dice or die. The individual of dice, I guess, is die.
Do you always play with the 20-sided die?
I think.
Or do you get to pick tonight we're going 16 sides?
No, I think it's the 20-sided die.
I don't know.
So, how are things in the hood, man? I always like to check in on your San Francisco experience.
Things are going good in the hood. I told you today was one of my fastest commutes to work. Got to work in less than 10 minutes, but it also was the first time I got a parking ticket in the city of San Francisco.
Damn.
Should I say in my new neighborhood?
Damn. Hey.
They got me. The street sweepers got me.
You have influence. You have 50,000 watts. Is there somebody at DPT who can take care of our boy?
Take care of your boy.
Somebody can take care of it. Just scratch this. You know what? If you just issue a sincere apology, so listen, I'm sorry. I'm sorry it happened. And then, Marcus, it won't happen again.
That's it.
Hit him with that.
Murph, I've had to say it a few times this year. It won't happen again, I swear.
It won't happen again. I feel you, buddy.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about. Damn, the street sweepers. Well, I mean,
Well, look.
at least the good news is the tickets are cheap.
Yeah. Only $90.
God, I'm surprised they kept you under three digits.
Yeah, right.
$90, that hurts, man.
Oh, dude.
That hurts.
You're telling me.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
All because I'm not allowed to park on the street from midnight to 3 a.m. on Tuesdays and Thursday mornings. I'm an idiot. Obviously, last night was Wednesday night when I parked, not realizing it was going to be Thursday
late
morning.
Or mid-afternoon?
It was like mid-afternoon. But
So you
it's
weren't
like
even thinking about Thursday morning.
I wasn't even
Yeah.
thinking about Thursday morning. I was like, oh, it's Wednesday. The sign says Thursday. What it's got to do with today?
When it comes to a brutal parking like that, ticket like that, can we say next pitch?
Next day?
Next park?
Yeah, next parking spot. Turns out Thursday does come after Wednesday,
man.
Tony.
All right.
I figured that one out.
We didn't even mention the Giants not getting the big trade piece. We'll get into that. We'll get the guest list. Say good morning to young Tony. Thursday style. We're trying to be optimistic on a Thursday, but we got bad sports news and a parking ticket. We'll try to go up from here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
So we're very average.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
The Athletics' David Lombardi stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to talk about Eric Kendricks pulling out of his deal with the San Francisco 49ers. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the-sports-leader.
Dylan Cease. 2 years ago, he was a Cy Young candidate. I mean, it's dominant stuff. It's a unique delivery.
Swing and a miss. He got him.
Dylan Cease has been masterful.
I think the White Sox are going to move. I mean, I definitely think they're going to try to get value this winter for him. I don't think they'll take him into the season.
He definitely has the tools necessary to get back to what he did in 2022.
Called strike three. Just clipped the corner. Look at that dot. There's a dot on the back of it, a dot on the front of it.
Strikeout number 11 for Dylan.
Dylan has looked as good as we have seen this season in this ballgame.
There it is, man. It's a glowing MLB network package on Dylan Cease. By the way, before we get into Dylan Cease, buddy, I just want to remind everybody, another $100 Michi's gift card coming your way. Yesterday's winner, Jeremy Ingles from San Carlos. I wanted to get that out there. By the way, is this Larry? Is this our guy?
No, this right here is MF Doom.
Okay.
Doomsday.
Because as I told you, one of the great developments of my parenting life, Tam High School sophomore Big Deck Murphy, Big D Murph, is in a nonfiction composition class, and they had to write a review of a piece of art, like a music or a TV show or a movie. He chose a music, and Waterboy, your uncle Waterboy, your uncle Marcus, because with your heavy influence, he chose to write a review of Larry June's new album.
Dude, he did a whole essay on Uncle Larry himself.
Uncle Larry, including quoting lyrics with the H word to describe a derogatory word for ladies, and the S word for the four-letter S word, and all sorts of asterisks in the piece. When June says, quote, driving down to Half Moon Bay and S, unquote, he is reaching to the Bay Area listener and his sense of connection.
Oh,
hilarious, dude.
This makes me
Hilarious.
so happy, too, because obviously I put you guys on game on Larry June, but I only play the instrumentals as rejoins. So diving into the actual lyrics of Larry June is a whole nother ballpark. That's why I'm surprised Big Deck was even approved to do this essay on Larry June.
Well, I don't know. We'll see what the grade is. Right?
Exactly.
The grade is.
Next thing you know, Murph's going to come in and say, Waterboy, you got my kid kicked out of school. He's expelled because of you.
It could be.
What kind of poison did you
It could be.
invade his brain with?
He's quoting the lyrics like it's like an academic piece, like he was analyzing Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, but he's talking about driving to Half Moon Bay and S. Anyway, dude, you should be proud.
Yeah,
You should be proud.
Shout out to everybody who's up at 6 a.m. in Sausalito right now.
Well, he did say the lead is Larry, native San Franciscan and current Sausalito resident, Larry June.
Larry June reps the Bay hard.
Okay, so anyway, does Dylan Cease rep the Bay hard? No, he reps Mission Bay hard. San Diego's Mission Bay, which, by the way, is a lovely bay, as is San Diego Bay. If you want to go boating, I did that last summer in San Diego.
Is there a bad bay?
Good question.
Green Bay?
Yeah, there's got to be a bay that's like heavily polluted. Like, wasn't the Boston Back Bay heavily polluted? So polluted, it was like disgusting. Hence the song "Dirty Water."
Ooh.
By that song, but
Yeah.
you hate that song because it's what they play when they beat the Yankees.
Yeah, I don't want to hear no dirty water.
Love that dirty water.
I don't know what's worse.
Oh, Boston, you're my home.
That song and Sweet Caroline. I hate them both, Murph. I can't stand them.
Sweet Caroline gave us a sweet moment in 2007 when the show went to Boston.
Did it?
Yes.
I don't know. That was pre-Waterboy.
Because there was like an elderly grandma sitting next to me, and during Sweet Caroline, we looked at each other and we held hands and we swayed back and forth. Yes, we did.
Murph will do that. He'll get the crowd involved. We were at the Rusty Spur, and you had some older ladies singing some songs with you.
That's right, I did. That's right. It was David Allen Coe's, of course, You Never Even Call Me By My Name, which is one of the great all-time country songs.
Why do we drink to get drunk?
Why don't Farhan trade to not trade?
To lose games.
He just won't make a trade.
No.
That's just, he just will. You want the polar opposite of Farhan Zaidi in like the bizarro world they call it in Seinfeld or in Superman? It's AJ Preller. AJ Preller is the bizarro Farhan. Farhan is the bizarro AJ Preller because all Preller does is put him out there.
Oh, he's wheeling and dealing, bringing in guys left and right.
I mean, which do you prefer? 808 KNBR. Do you want the calm, cautious guy who says we're going to protect our prospects? Or do you want the guy say, I'm throwing him on the table, Kenny Rogers the gambler, you got to know when to hold him, know when to fold him, know when to walk away, know when to run. I'm on the table. I'm pushing it all in. Look what this guy's done. I mean, Juan Soto, right?
Xander Bogaerts.
Yu Darvish. What? Go on and on and on.
Like, he'll bring names in.
It started with Hosmer, right? Wasn't that the big one?
That's right. Eric Hosmer, who was originally drafted by the Padres, then traded out to the Kansas City Royals, and then made his way back to the Padres.
And then, obviously, they drafted and developed Fernando Tatis. Manny freaking Machado.
That's another
right?
one, yeah.
We
stole him away from the Dodgers.
He's gone out there, and he does it. Now, people would say, well, he's never won a championship, and that's true, and maybe that's a fair criticism. Or would you rather be in the mix with these exciting big moves? Because if you missed it, Dylan Cease, who is an intriguing case, which we'll get into in just a second, is now a San Diego Padre. And you're like, damn, the Padres just added to Yu Darvish and Joe Musgrove at the top of the rotation.
Correct.
They also have your former Yankee, Michael King.
Michael King, who came over in the Juan Soto trade
Do you
package.
like King?
I liked him, but not enough to not get Juan Soto.
No, I know, but I'm saying, did the Padres get a good arm there?
Yeah, he's a good arm. He'll be your third guy in your rotation. But getting back to your question about what would fans rather want, well, I think the fans have spoken. And I'm not out here to take any shots at Giants Fan Fest or anything like that, but we've seen the pictures over the last couple of years from the Fan Fest down in San Diego.
Yeah.
It looks like a modern-day Day on the Green.
You are correct.
Like, they're packed like damn near 100,000 people. So they're speaking by showing up. I mean, you were down in Petco last year talking about how Petco is popping.
I've been 2 summers in a row, Young Tone, and I came back and I said to Marcus and the whole show, I said, guys, Petco's popping.
Yeah.
That became a slogan for us over the last couple summers. In fact, good time to say good morning to Young Tony here as he's nodding his head. We like to say good morning to Young Tony in the second segment. This is our board op. We're nursing him along, Young Tony, giving him small bits of airtime.
We're trying to put him on game like Declan and Larry doing.
Good morning, Tone. How are you, brother?
Good morning.
You're nodding away. Have you been to Petco Park?
I have not. I've heard great things. Rave reviews.
Well, a guy like you, 25 years old,
yeah,
single,
yeah,
you should head on down there.
Let's go take a trip. I've never been down there either.
The two of you guys would knock that place dead.
Oh, dude, I'd have a good time down in San Diego.
As long as you don't bring a guy who boots on the fourth tee box. All right,
I also hear the downtown area around the ballpark is tremendous.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you that. I mean, it is. It has a little bit of Market Street feel to it. Like it gets seedy pretty quickly. I would say the park itself. Now, I probably should temper that remark. There are some great places. There are. But there are also some mildly sketchy places, too. Point is that Dylan Cease is going to be down there giving his own reviews. Yeah. All right, dude? Okay, so here's the catch. The Giants did not trade for Corbin Burns.
No.
I was a little miffed at that. I said, go get him. Dylan Cease, you could argue, is a more attractive trade prospect for this gigantic reason. He's under club control for 2 years.
Correct.
2 years is a lifetime these days when you're looking for a win.
And
right?
this year, he's on the book for $8 million.
$8 million.
For a guy that was the runner-up for the Cy Young 2 years ago.
Okay, so immediately I look down. The first text I see, it says, the Giants are not in a position to divest assets. Okay, are they or are they not? I mean, are they trying to win or are they trying not to win?
See, that was my breakdown this morning with John Curley.
Yes.
Because I looked at the Giants and the lack of action on the trade market. Whether we're talking Corbin Burns, whether we're talking Dylan Cease, whether we're talking about a guy like Tyler Glasnow, who the Dodgers picked up this offseason.
That was a trade, not a free act.
That was a trade.
That was a trade.
They give up Ryan Pepois, one of their pitching prospects.
Wait, say that again.
I think it's Pepois.
I love that.
Pepoit. I think it's French.
One more time. What's his name?
Pepois.
Well, here we go. Bochy, Pepois.
Exactly. Add him to the family. I might be pronouncing that wrong. I might be doing an over-exaggerated French accent.
Well, did somebody dunk on him in front of Fitz?
That's it. Me, Bochy, and Pepois got put in a basket. So they traded him in an outfield prospect for Tyler Glasnow. They also got Manuel Margot in that trade. So I thought that was a trade that the Giants could have made. But pretty much the point I'm trying to make is this, to me, is Farhan Zaidi telling Giants fans that he doesn't believe that the Giants are one piece away from competing for a World Series. Because if you need an ace in your rotation, it's the same reason why I don't think he's gone out and signed Blake Snell yet. To me, that's not the difference between competing and actually trying to win a World Series. He wants to keep his prospects. He wants to develop at the core level, and that's why I think he's hesitant to pull the trigger on these trades.
It's so many mixed messages, too. I mean, it's like, they will never call it a rebuild. And Larry Bear has said to me on multiple occasions, we try to win every year. So that puts you in a tough position. Because when you're trying to win every year, are you drafting and developing, or are you going and getting guys like Matt Chapman on 1-year opt-outs? Are you going and getting Jung-Hoo Lee on 3-year opt-outs? Are you going and getting, who was the other, Jorge Soler? Well, he's actually locked in for 3. But a lot of opt-out deals they signed, which indicate they're not building for the future. But at the same time, they don't want to trade their prospects, which say they are building for the future, but they just never want to call it what it is, which is a full rebuild. If it's a full rebuild, then you'd play Casey Schmidt at third, Luciano at short, Mason Black, Carson Wisenhunt, Hayden Birdsong, all these guys. But they're kind of betwixt and between. They're kind of straddling the line. They want people like me, the season ticket holders, to say, I want to go see Jorge Soler or Matt Chapman or Jung-Hoo Lee. At the same time, they don't want to bring in Dylan Cease or Corbin Burns or, as you mentioned, Tyler Glasnow. I don't know, man. 2 years of control is a big freaking deal. That's like signing a guy for 2 years, and the price is nothing. Okay, prospects, right? So the White Sox traded, or the Padres traded their number 6, 7, and 9 prospects. Okay, sounds dramatic. So just by way of comp, and I know it's not position to position because maybe the White Sox would want a different position. I don't know, but this is just a general comp. The Giants' 6th-rated this is by Keith Law too, by the way, guys. The Giants' 6th-rated prospect is the shortstop Walker Martin, right? He was a high draft pick.
Yeah, 2nd-round draft pick.
Mason Black, who might be in the opening day rotation.
Correct.
And Grant McCray, who's a speedy outfielder we've heard about for a while, who hasn't gotten above Double-A, I believe. Was he in Triple-A last year?
I think he might have been Double-A. I remember he was a 2020 guy down in San Jose.
Here's the entire point, and this is just depends on your philosophy of life. As the great Ed DeBartolo Jr. once said, you got to bring ass to get at. You're not getting everything for freaking free, and not every prospect turns into an all-star. Dylan Cease was 2 years ago the runner-up. Now, the argument, if you want to say to me Dylan Cease backslid last year, that's a fair argument. He did backslide last year. But also, the Padres just once again going for the exciting move, going for something to juice up their fan base, going for something to juice up their rotation, and once again, sort of, I would say, outfoxing Farhan, or just out-ballsing Farhan. How's that?
And I'll say this about Dylan Cease. You can look at the drop-off in numbers last year. Still had one of the nastiest sliders in all of baseball. I wouldn't be surprised if he marches into San Francisco and has a couple 7 strikeout performances. Like, he's that kind of pitcher. He's got swing and miss stuff.
Listen, we got to get the guest list. I'm trying to be a clock guy now.
Yeah, I know.
So let's go.
Felt like I was rushing my take to get to the clock.
I know. I was rushing my take, too, on the prospects. I got to the prospects. I looked up. It was 6:27. I'm like, I shouldn't have gone into this. My explanation has now even taken more time. Go ahead, Marcus.
You've gone too deep, and we got to hurry up because at 7 a.m. this morning, the guest list starts with 2-time World Series champion Jake Peavy joining the program, talking some pitching. We'll get his breakdown on the Giants' lack of movement and lack of action in the trade market.
Talking about a guy who knows the market, knows San Francisco, knows San Diego, Stone Cold, and he's coming to town to jam with Tim Flannery at Sweetwater. We'll talk about it.
Perfect. We'll talk to Peavy at 7 a.m. Mike Krukow, 7:35. Get our big hit cooler of content in on the Power Hour, and then wrap up our Thursday guest list with Matt Maiocco at 8:50.
All right, 808 KNBR is the phone number if you want to continue on this Farhan thing. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line on the Sports Leader. Petco's popping.
Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Pena gone. Another strikeout. Dylan Cease.
Rhythm, baby.
Cease is
That's
right.
rhythm. It's hard to come get him right now.
Pedro Grifal signals to the bullpen. Dylan Cease, if this were Chicago, would get a massive standing ovation. But Cease joins Logan Webb and Garrett Cole with opening day 10 strikeout games.
There it is, man. Dylan Cease remains the hot topic because Farhan Zaidi remains the polarizing figure here in the Bay Area because, yes, credit for Matt Chapman and Jorge Soler and Jung-Hoo Lee. Those are all legit exciting additions to the team. And it's funny because Scott Ostler has a column in the Chronicle this morning saying, will the A's be more exciting than the Giants?
Who?
Yeah.
The Oakland A's? More exciting than the San Francisco Giants?
Did you go Mike McDaniel?
Dude, I did. That was legit, too. Like, that was a serious column. No disrespect to Ostler, but...
Who's on first?
Who?
Yes, because of the Zach Geloff and Esteri Ruiz and that crew.
And Brent Rooker?
Yes, that crew.
I'm a Mason Miller guy. He does excite me.
Well, see?
He throws gas.
See, you're starting to buy in.
Yeah, but also Camilo Duvall throws cheese.
I know. And I said, I was looking at it, and I say, I get it, and Scott was looking for an interesting angle. But I was thinking to myself, well, wait, isn't literally the point, like Matt Chapman is the definition of an exciting player, what he does at third base. Like baseball, it's hard for baseball to be quote unquote exciting, right? It's a slow paced sport, right? So you need guys with flair. Chapman has flair.
I feel like Jung-Hoo Lee brings that a little bit. I mean, he's got, a dozen Korean reporters follow him around everywhere he goes?
Yeah, so here I am going to say I'm giving him credit for Chapman and Soler, but when I was thinking about the Dylan Cease trade last night, I was a little miffed because I keep waiting for that big trade, And I said, you know what? Does Chapman really go more in the Bob Melvin column than the Farhan Zaidi column? And I think he does. That's my take, is that it is. That's a Bob Melvin signing.
Would Matt Chapman be in town if Bob Melvin was not the skipper?
The answer is no.
I would probably agree with that.
The answer is no.
Yeah.
So let's just credit that to Bob Melvin, then does Farhan get credit for hiring Bob Melvin?
Yeah, that's the question.
He certainly doesn't get credit for hiring Gabe Kapler. Yeah. I still can't get over the fact that he had the entire industry of baseball to choose from, and he surgically plucked Gabe Kapler as his guy.
Well, that's the big question that we were just talking about off air. Does Farhan and Gabe Kapler even get credit for the 107-win season? Because a lot of it had to do with Buster Posey.
They wear the Marlins hats.
Can't get over that bite. It's one of my all-time favorites. But anyway, back to this. Okay, so, in life, are you a trade prospects for short-term pitcher guy? I mean, that's like it's a philosophy. I'm getting to the point where the Giants need to acquire talent and they need to understand that you have to give up something to get something, and understanding that trading 3 prospects is a steep price. But believe me, other than Brian Reynolds and Zach Wheeler, which are 2 big other thans, it happened. Lots of prospects go. The Giants traded Tommy Joseph and Nate Shearholtz for Hunter Pence. I mean, we can go on and on and on about the number of trades that were prospects who don't perform. And even if they don't perform, even if they do perform, it doesn't matter. What did you get in return? What if Dylan Cease becomes that dude, and then you've gotten value in return for those prospects? I mean, go forth and prosper, prospects, and Dylan Cease, come here and prosper.
Mm-hmm. And I get it. Everybody loves prospects in baseball. I've been talking about the spring breakout game that's going to have all the top prospects between the A's and the Giants airing tomorrow on NBC Sports California. I love watching the Futures game every year. I love going down to San Jose and watching the Giants and getting a couple beer batters with Kyle Harrison. But there's no guarantee that these guys play out like you just said.
Yeah.
A perfect example is a guy that's sitting on the roster right now kind of in purgatory. Joey Bart.
Yeah.
Like we talk about not moving top prospects. Joey Bart was a top prospect, first-round draft pick.
Yeah.
He's not going to get cut because as a catcher, he's got too much value on the waiver. How has there still not been a trade to get Joey Bart off the roster for one of these starting pitchers?
Right. Well, they couldn't trade J.D. Davis. Teams knew, though, that they could. Teams knew the Giants were in a pickle, and they knew the Giants were going to have to.
And I think the value is different there. J.D. Davis improved defensively last year, but as much as people rip on Joey Bart, he had one of the best frame rates if you want to get into the advanced analytics. Like, he's a pretty good defensive catcher, has a good arm, has shown some pop, showed some power. We were talking, what was it, yesterday or 2 days ago with Mike Krukow, how he didn't think that he would go through the waiver wire process like JD did unclaimed. So that tells you he has some value somewhere with the Major League Club. But here we are, still sitting with Joey Bart on the roster. And by the way, he's got the second most hits on the team in spring training.
All right. Hey, the guy who has the most hits got optioned down, Wade Meckler.
Yeah, see you, Wade. So I guess technically Joey Bart leads the team in hits
There it
now.
is there. 707 with a great text on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Not about Dylan Cease is, hey, stop spreading slander on Nate Shearholtz. Best right field arm I've ever seen. Howitzer 707. I'm with you, baby. No slander on Nate.
Shout out Chabot Junior College,
no
right?
slander. San Ramon Valley High School in Danville, the Danville Flash. No slander. I was just, you know that Hunter Pence's impact was larger than Nate's. And I want to bring this up just so I can go off on a digression about Nate's dad, Vi, being a man north of 50 and becoming an accomplished skateboarder, featured in Thrasher magazine and all those other. And he won some sort of award as like one of the top senior skaters in the country or something. And there's video of him. And we talk about those guys over 50 who wear the knee-high white socks and the Vans.
Yeah, me in about 20 years.
Exactly. The Quicksilver tees and the Stussy shorts.
With my Thrasher hoodie on, my Santa Cruz hoodies.
Vi Shearholtz. How's your skate game?
I'm a longboard guy now. So I grew up skateboarding, but I had every baseball coach, every football coach said, you need to get the hell off that skateboard. You're going to hurt yourself.
Yeah.
So once I stopped playing ball, I went back to longboarding, but I'm not doing tricks.
By the way, how was the skate park situation? Because we have a skate park now in town, and it definitely attracts an element. Definitely attracts an element.
I was going to say a skate park in Mill Valley. I can only imagine.
Well, there are some, every town has its ruffians and scruffs, and it just seems kind of like they opened once they like cut the ribbon on the park, these guys started coming out of the weeds and just showing up at the skate park. You're like, I've never seen that kid before.
Skate or die, Murph. Skate or die. What are the odds of a Brian Murphy hopping on a skateboard?
You know me and should we say my inner ear balance, not top notch.
Your inner ear balance.
But isn't that where you get your balance, from the inner ear?
Maybe.
I think it is.
I don't know. I'm not a doctor.
808 KNBR. Do you get your balance from the inner ear? But I do want to shout out, and I do this probably every 6 or 7 years, because I grew up in a big skate town. Well, all California towns are big skate towns, but we are big skate culture in Mill Valley. And in the early 80s, shout out my classmate David Urban, who's a great artist, who made a T-shirt of a skater being frisked up against a cop car, and he was getting unduly frisked, and with the slogan, "Stop Skate Harassment." Very popular T-shirt and bumper sticker that went around on the black market on high school.
Nice.
So you would like to wear one of those. I
was going to say, I'll take one of those
1983 Stop Skate Harassment David Urban specials. Anyway, back to Dylan Cease.
Stop the Farhan harassment.
As 831 says on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials sex line, you have to give something to get something. Or as the New Radicals saying, you only get what you give, right? And so, 2 years of Dylan Cease to me was so appealing. And so trading, let's say it's Walker Martin, Mason Block, and Grant McRae. If you're asking me would I do it, the answer is yes. I would do it because I'm looking for a big piece. I'm looking for a splash. I'm looking for a guy who's a mainstay in the rotation for the next 2 years. No, by the way, doesn't mean you can't re-sign him to more. Also, by the way, if you need to move him next year at the trade deadline, he's a piece that can get you a prospect or two back, right?
Yeah, and this
is all part of the game.
And we're talking about a 28-year-old pitcher who, again, was just a runner-up in the Cy Young conversation 2 seasons ago. Now, we got into the numbers last year. His ERA did balloon up a little bit, but that should be a case for even buying lower, that you wouldn't have to give up a Wisdom Hunt or a Bryce Eldridge or some of your top prospects. Again, Mason Black is a guy that I'm hoping turns out for this rotation. Got rocked a little bit yesterday by the Cincinnati Reds, has a mid-6 ERA so far in spring training.
Yeah.
We just don't know if these prospects are going to play out.
I'm hopeful for Mason Black like you are, but here's the deal. You trade Mason Black and you get Dylan Cease. Now you don't have to be hopeful about Mason Black anymore. You have Dylan Cease.
And you get Dylan Cease in his age 28 and 29 season. Yeah. This is not like Farhan saying, I don't want players over 30. Like, this is a guy that's in his prime right now.
You are confident in your pitching development analytics department to find the right pitch for him, to find the right shape for him, all that stuff that you've been bragging about. We get guys and we make them better because we are the best organization with data. So you get Dylan Cease and you say, hey, here's what you did in 2022 when you were dominant. Here's what you were doing in 2023 and you were not dominant. So that, and again, you have him for 2 years and you have him for $8 million this year. So anyway, let's put it this way. I'm not going to cry and bitch and moan all morning, although that is sports talk radio, crying and bitching and moan. But I'm just saying I would have liked to have done the deal. That's all.
I mean, whether we're talking about the Dylan Cease trade, whether we're talking about the Corbin Burns trade, whether we're talking about that Tyler Glasnow trade that we were talking about last segment, I would have been in on all three of those guys.
Even me more Cease for the 2 years. Burns was only one. So, I
understand that.
Yeah,
Murph.
yeah.
But here we are this morning going full Jeff Kent.
KNBR, that's all you guys do all day long. Bitch about the game. Enjoy the game more.
Great text from the 408 says, Farhan with his prospects reminds me of my buddy who's selling his Honda but acting like it's a Ferrari. Guy coming in going, hey, man, I'm selling this thing for, $10,500. They're like, guy, I'll give you $9,500. No, man, no. Get out of here. Get out of here.
His prize position, because that's the thing. It's like, yes, we talk so much about Kyle Harrison, Carson Wisenhunt, Mason Black, Hayden Birdsong, Landon Roop.
Yeah.
The list goes on and on and on and on. I don't know if all 5 of those guys are going to turn out to be quality major league pitchers, so you're going to have to pick 1 or 2 to give up if you want to get one of these prize free agents.
Exactly. 831 says, I'm not mad about Farhan not selling the farm for one guy because the Giants are not even close to being one piece away. But when they're losing out on these trades and signings for established players to division rivals, it's what's frustrating.
That's what hurts. And again, I agree with that take. I think Farhan is telling us the same thing, that the Giants are not one piece away. But then why are you holding on to Jock Peterson at the trade deadline last year? Why are you holding on to Alex Cobb? Why are you holding on to Wilmer Flores? But that's that middle ground that they don't want to be in, where they're not rebuilding. They're trying to compete for that 6th wild card spot. But again, big picture, are you playing for the wild card or are you playing for the World Series?
Exactly. What are they playing for? Are they playing for the World Series?
I think they're playing for a wild card spot.
They're playing for a wild card spot.
And they're trying to maybe just get in like the Arizona Diamondbacks.
And then they feel like
run.
From that point on, you can make a run at the World Series.
Because in baseball, if you get into the tournament,
and if you get into the tournament and you have Logan Webb, Kyle Harrison, Dylan Cease, and Alex Cobb, or then you're looking pretty good.
Then you have a chance.
Exactly. So there you go, guys. It was frustrating to see who else is frustrated this morning is Bochy, because the Rangers were the runner-up, apparently. The Rangers were the runner-up. It's funny because, Pat Villers sent out a tweet or something saying the Giants said there wasn't a match. The match wasn't good. I sent you guys on the text thread that there's a gif of a guy pulling out a cabinet labeled excuses, and he's just filing through it, just kind of fingers walking through the excuse file.
You're telling me Dylan Cease was on Tinder and swiped left on Farhan?
Yes, pretty much. Hey, Gary St. Jean, George Papa in London at 11:30 this morning to talk Warrior basketball. But we have a real special one coming up, man. One of the great personalities in baseball in the last 20 years who came through San Francisco and was part of a championship, Jake Peavy. Padre legend, Giant contributor to a World Series. Don't forget him running out and nearly tackling Travis Ishikawa between second and third base because he thought it was a double, not a bomb, on 2014. And Jake's coming to town on Saturday, April 6th at Sweetwater with Tim Flannery and a host of icons to play a charity benefit for musicians who are hurting. And that is a gig you should be at, and you should be at Young Tone, and you should, John Joe, to get out there. So anyway, we'll talk about that. We'll talk about baseball. Dylan Cease. Wasn't Peavy a White Sox too? He was.
I believe he was.
So this is all coming together. Giant, Padre, White Sox, Dylan Cease, Jake Peavy. It's coming up at 7 a.m. on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
As long as we win baseball games, we'll be in the playoffs.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
1 ball and 2 strikes. And the pitch to Peavy. Swinging a high drive to left. On the move is Schumacher. It is out of here. Peavy's got another one. And the Giants lead 4-0.
There it is. Jake Peavy home run. How about that? Young Tone found in the files. Not a Peavy strikeout, a Peavy bomb at the plate.
Yeah, you won't hear those no more. Pitcher home runs.
Where are you right now? 2 years into like the DH officially taking over and missing pitchers hitting. I'll go first. I miss it. I do. I just liked the game. DHs, people say, oh, he's so I was like, have you looked at DH numbers? It's not exactly, we're not getting freaking Frank Thomas in his prime out there, guys. And we're not getting Jose Canseco in 1989 out there. There's some dreadfully dull DHs out there.
Well, it's funny, especially with Giants, both of us being from different generations. Like, my whole life, there has been a DH in baseball. Now, going back to pre-DH, it seemed like it was always a question for me.
Pause right there. DH came in 73. I was 5 years old. So I've lived my whole life with the DH in the American League.
Okay.
So it's always been in the American League my entire life.
Okay, so my kind of viewpoint as a kid is I never understood why you had different rules for different leagues. And I always thought they should go one way or the other.
Dude, they're playing the World Series with different rules.
That's what was crazy to me, which I always thought gave a huge advantage to National League teams because their pitchers actually knew how to lay down a bunt, maybe go a little station to station.
You know what? It worked the other way, though. It worked against the Giants in 2002. They did not have a DH on the roster. So National League roster, usually, I mean, your point is accurate. Pitchers can bunt. But the bigger miss was National League teams in American League parks did not have a roster constructed to have a DH. So they were playing with one less hitter than the other team.
Now, do you like that both leagues have DHs now? Because my argument as a kid was get rid of DHs and play just 9 guys in both leagues. Let the pitchers hit.
There you go, buddy. 9 guys, 9 gloves. Your boy Copes in the afternoon, he'll tell you, you got to bring a glove to the yard. You got to bring
that used to frustrate me as a kid watching David Ortiz as a DH every single day. And then they'd go play National League teams and they'd put him at first base and he would just boot the ball all over the place.
I'll love to Edgar Martinez, nice guy, and they named a street after him in Seattle. But, bro, you got to bring a glove to the yard, man. So, anyway, but that's just me. Who used to finish his rants? But that's just my opinion. I could be wrong. Who is that? Was it Dennis Miller, I think, who used to end his rants like that? Huge, long rant and say at the end, but that's just my opinion. I could be wrong.
Yeah, but also I understand the counter argument of people saying, yeah, when pitchers come to bat, I go to the bathroom. Now, me personally, I love watching pitchers and Bartolo Colon and Madison Bumgarner and guys like Jake Peavy go deep. But that was a rare occasion.
It was a rare
occasion.
These
were guys that were hitting low 100s, if even that. So I understand why they moved forward with the game. But yeah, it's part of the game.
You also had light hitting defensive shortstops forever. You know what I mean? Guys like that. So anyway, we'll talk to Jake Peavy at 7 a.m. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So good morning. If you're just joining us, Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph, Marcus. You got young Tony behind the glass. We got John Joe Curley in the slacks. Guy continues to wear the slacks and the loafers every day.
I don't think he's ever going to get out of those slacks.
He doesn't break character.
I think he might sleep in those slacks.
If he's at the St. Patrick's Day Parade Saturday in Market Street, will he be in the slacks and loafers? Or does he go like shorts and like like dad shorts and like dad sneakers on the weekend.
See, that's the thing. Copes told me he went out for a beer with Curly, and he came in like a San Francisco Giants hoodie and like some blue jeans, and like didn't recognize the guy.
Be a good look for him, I think. The jeans and the hoodie. Get a little sunset eye, get a little, what do they call it? STI out there? Can we talk about that? We're not talking about that. I know. He's like, I'm not. I just went to a place I shouldn't have gone.
Yeah, probably not.
It's should we just say a gang of street toughs? Should we say?
I don't want any 3-letter acronyms that start with S and T's.
I want SDI to know that I'm an ally. All right, I'm an ally. All right, so there you go. Okay, guys. So,
I understand, Murph.
Jake Peavy's going to join us in just a couple minutes.
I'm an ally of Jake Peavy.
All right, we're going to talk about the gig that he's got going. And, of course, he does a lot of work for MLB Network. Have you watched him?
Oh, yeah, he's got great takes.
He'll get into the weeds with pitchers on grips, and sliders, and cutters, and all that. And talk about a sinker slider guy, Jake Peavy, or cutter, fastball, sinker cutter, right?
Are you sure he wasn't throwing a sweeper, Murph?
Well, you want to ask about that?
We should, because it's funny. We asked Sergio Romo about that. We've asked him about it a million times, but we were talking about it at FanFest about how he had a nasty slider his entire career, and all of a sudden he comes back to baseball, and now they're telling him that he's throwing a sweeper instead of a slider.
Well, you remember when Logan Webb tweeted out, nobody wants 91 in sync anymore? I think Peavy had like 97 in sync. He threw hard when he was young. He won the Cy Young, won the Triple Crown, which is wins, strikeouts, and ERA, I think. Is that it?
That is correct.
I mean, he was a dominant dude. And the story was, did he lay one in for Barry Bonds down the stretch in 2007? In his last, because he knew it was Bonds' last run. The story is they laid one in for him.
You know, I thought about asking that to our 650 guest yesterday, Mike Bassick, who allowed the 756 home run, because when I went back and watched that footage, dude, he piped an 89-mile-per-hour fastball, belt high, right down the middle.
Is that what they call the BP fastball? I've never understood the BP fastball.
I hate the BP fastball.
Well, what is it?
Well, it's basically if you can't throw a changeup, your coach will tell you to throw a BP fastball.
Just take something off it?
Which I hate, because you should never change arm speeds.
Yeah.
Like, the velocity of a pitch should be determined by the grip of your pitch. But yeah, basically a BP fastball is just trying to change velocities, take it off. I hated it, Murph. I threw it a couple times in batting practice, and it was not a good result.
How was your changeup?
I'm anti. I can never really get a good grip on a circle change. I went more like Vulcan split change like Tim Lincecum.
Okay.
So I would just drop out of the zone, but not as
Vulcan
consistent.
Split change. So just to get you guys going here for Jake, he will be with Tim Flannery and other talented musicians at Sweetwater. Come on. You guys know Sweetwater is an exalted place in our lives. Once again, for the 12th, 13th straight year sponsoring my Little League team, we have the coolest sponsor in town, no question. We got all these guys with like dad's venture capital funds on their backs. We're rolling in with Sweetwater. We're like, hey, man, you guys are here. You guys are out here manipulating the market for money for rich people. We're out here rocking and boozing. All right, that's what we're doing, man. You guys are all like, if we get this, we can get this house in the Caymans if we work this margin here. We're like, no, man. We're gonna give me a whiskey and turn up the bass, because we're playing some tunes here. So Sweetwater is a great place in Mill Valley. And on April 6th, special benefit concert in support of Sweet Relief Musicians Funds. So you got Jake Peavy and Tim Flannery headlining it. Hey, for you deadheads, Big Steve Parrish is emceeing it. That's Jerry's guy, of course. Ben Jerrigan, Jeremy Plog, Owen Finley, Greg DeLuca, Roger McNamee, Sam Bush, who's won Grammys, are all going to be there. So you can get tickets at sweetwatermusichall.com. But right now, the man who will be shredding on stage Saturday, April 6th, and talking baseball with us right now, our great friend, the World Series champ himself, on the UMA guest line, Jake Peavy. Jake, it is so awesome to have you back home on KNBR in San Francisco. You got your boy Brian Murphy here. To my left is Marcus Boucher. You got Murph, you got Marcus. Good morning, Jake.
Hey, morning, Jake.
Murph, it's great to be with you, Marcus. I look forward to many more of these, buddy.
How you doing, Jake? How's life, man?
Buddy, life couldn't be any better. I'm 5 minutes away from Fairfield, Alabama, the home and birthplace of Willie Mays. I'm with Michael Mays, Harold Reynolds, Bob Kendrick of the Negro League Museums, and we're filming some stuff for MLB in advance for the game in June here at Rickwood Field. So, I just texted with Melissa over at Sweetwater, and she was saying, gosh, the serendipity of the moment coming on with you guys and getting to do what I have been doing the last few days is perfect.
Are you with Bob right now in a car?
I'm not. I'm following him.
Okay.
I'm following a van, but in a couple minutes I will be out. But I tell you what, guys. Go ahead.
Jake, he's a great friend of ours. Please pass on our warm greetings. We've had him out. You came to Sweetwater in Mill Valley. We had him out to Mill Valley Little League because we had a bunch of teams named after the Negro Leagues. We flew Bob in from Kansas City, and he gave an incredible speech to the town. This guy's gold, man.
Murph, he just went on and on. I told him I was coming on with you guys, and he went on and on about how great of friends you were. He credits you for introducing him in the time that he's got to spend with Willie. He gives you tons of credit for that. So you guys know what Willie Mays is to the game of baseball, what he's meant to the Bay Area. The highlight of my life was coming back out. People know the story of me reuniting with Bochy and Flannery. But I wore 44 my entire career. My hometown, Mobile, Alabama, has 5 Hall of Famers. They're all black, African-American. Willie McCovey, number 44. Willie Mays, certainly from Alabama. But Hank Aaron, 44. I wore that number until I got to San Francisco, and it was retired. So getting a chance to meet Willie McCovey in the last few years of his life and the same, having a relationship with Willie Mays, I get chills over my body saying these things out loud.
Oh, that's awesome breakdown, Jake. And it's cool that it's the year 2024. The city of San Francisco actually just made February 24th Willie Mays Day earlier this year, and it all kind of comes together with the Giants playing out at Rickwood Field this season. What does that all mean for a Giants fan, for someone like you? And, like, how big of a moment is this for baseball?
Well, I think it's a huge moment. For me, Willie Mays is the greatest player that I think has ever played. I told you about my Hall of Famers from our hometown. I did not mention Satchel Paige, where I think he's the best pitcher to ever pitch. And the majority of his work was done in the Negro Leagues. And when you talk about being from the South and the history of baseball, you can't talk about that history without getting into the Negro Leagues heavily. And so for me to be included, in some of this coverage, watching the San Francisco Giants come back as the Sea Lions and St. Louis going to come back as the Stars, and pay respect to so many of these players who have forgotten about. Their stories have never been told. So some validation for some of the guys who are living. And look, let's send all our positive thoughts and energy to the Willie Mays household, because if he's able to get out and walk on this field, I think the fans and the people will see what it truly means.
Oh, man. You just gave me I got to talk about chills, man. If that happens, Willie's definitely want to take care of his health, but if he can do it, man, wow. I'm talking about Rickwood Field in June, Giants and the Cardinals, and wearing their Negro League uniforms. And Jake Peavy is the voice you hear. It's great to talk to Jake. We want to make sure, Jake, before we get any further and talk baseball, that we talk a little music, man, because how about you guys adding your buddy Tim Flannery, too? Melissa's doing a great job assembling this lineup. Big Steve Parrish is going to be emceeing it, man. Come on, it doesn't get any more mystical than that, right? So you're coming to town. You'll be at Sweetwater on April 6th, and you're doing a Sweet Relief Musicians Fund for musicians who need some help, man. And what's the plan that night, right, Jake, besides rocking out and getting in touch with the people?
Well, look, I think you know that I love music equally as much as I love baseball. And being in the Bay Area, I had never been able to tie the two quite together like we did out there, and getting a chance to go through things at Slim's and the Fillmore. And our buddy Flannery drugged me all off into this world as it is. But to come back to be a part of opening day, 10 years since the last time we touched the championship, to celebrate that, commemorate, and bring some of that energy back to the ballpark on opening day, and then to turn around and go to Mill Valley and be with the Sweetwater people, to play music with some of our favorite people on planet Earth. Tim Flannery, certainly. Sam Bush is coming out, my local friends, and we're certainly going to have a couple surprise guests, I'm sure, that'll make their way.
Oh, yeah.
Steve Parrish, I had no better time in the Bay Area than going out to Steve's house and seeing memorabilia and sitting around, maybe having a left-handed smoke and hearing stories of back in the day. It's going to be a special night. And like you said, since COVID, I think there's been a glaring need in what could happen to some of these artists' careers and lives at the drop of a hat. So to raise money, in such a great night, it's just lining up to be a perfect weekend.
Yeah, I'm going to play it out there because we're raising money for charity for people in need. So it's a $100 ticket to buy in. It's a charity gig. If you want to go a little extra and get a little VIP, $250. If you have the means, $250. You get a little me and Pete. Go hang out and talk a little ball with Flan and Peeve. All right, dude? So, take Peavy.
that's the thing is I understand, and it's tough for me because I would do all this for free. And I promise you this, this money is going right back into the community. I understand a $100 ticket is steep and even a $250. But, again, everybody who shows up, when you play music and it's around charity, and everybody from the fans who come and pay their money, from the artists who give their time and energy, the Sweetwater Music Hall certainly waiving so many fees and stuff like that to be a part. Everybody has a charitable heart in this, and it ends up just bringing the best out in a night. And then you combine that with music and good music.
Great music. Can't wait, man. We'll be talking about this for all the weeks leading up to it, Jake. We'll make sure the house is packed for sure, man. And I'll be there for sure, man. So I can't wait to see you, buddy. But, hey, while we have you for a couple minutes, we've got a little baseball, man.
That's right.
Let's go. I mean, I do want to ask you about the Giants, but I do want to start with the news from yesterday. And that's a guy. This is 3 teams that are all in your history. Dylan Cease from the Chicago White Sox, where you played for Ozzie Guillen and Robin Ventura, I believe, is traded to the Padres, where you played for Bruce Bochy, of course, and Bud Black. Now, the third connection is that the Giants fans were wondering if the Giants would be in on that because the Giants pitching staff right now behind Kyle Harrison and Logan Webb first. Logan Webb and Kyle Harrison, then maybe Cobb when he comes back and Robbie Ray when he comes back. The fans were thinking the Giants needed another arm. Jordan Hicks is there too. So can you give me a breakdown of that trade? I mean, the Padres gave up 3 prospects, but they got a guy. And should the Giants have gone and gotten that guy also?
Well, look, I wish – this is tough for me because I like the move for the Padres. The Padres have – they certainly depleted their foreign system a little bit. They didn't give up any of their top 5 prospects in this move. They did give up a reliever who's going to play critical parts. But Dylan Cease is now going to slot into like a number 3 spot for the Padres. Michael King is now in that 4th spot with Brito. I do love what A.J. Preller has been able to do in tough situations with cutting payroll and still putting a team out. I think the NL West is as strong as any division out there. The San Francisco Giants, I love the Soler and the Chapman move. We have solidified a really good position player group that has some youth and has some experience that I think is going to play. The pitching staff is where my concerns are. We're going to have Hicks step up in a big way. I think Kyle Harrison is ready to take that next move. And I think we have the best starting pitcher, or as good as anybody in the West. I know we love Yamamoto and some of these guys. Logan Webb can go toe-to-toe with anybody. And so I think that's a question mark. How is the pitching going to hold up until some of those reinforcements get back? And you just got to stay around. And here's what I'll tell San Francisco fans. We never quite beat the Dodgers when I was out there. It stinks not winning the division. But most of those title runs didn't happen that way, So you just get in and you can make that run. Look at Arizona. Look at Philadelphia the past couple years. Neither one of these teams are winning divisions. They're getting in the playoffs. They have the talent to win a championship. It's about time. It's been 10 years. We've got to get that feeling back and start talking about what it takes to get in the playoffs and punch through and make this place title town again.
And, Jake, I think that's the question about the rotation, especially in the beginning of the season while the Giants are still waiting for Alex Cobb and Robbie Ray to eventually make those returns. You brought up Jordan Hicks and his transition from the bullpen to the starting rotation. It seems like they are going to rely on the youth movement to start the year, whether we're talking about Kyle Harrison, Keaton Wind, maybe a Mason Black, a Landon Roop, Carson Wisenhunt. These are prospects that we talk about all the time. Is there anybody in the Giants farm system that stands out to you that maybe could make an impact in this rotation?
I wish that I had seen – I just heard stuff. I haven't put my eyes on – I was just in camp and got to go over, but I didn't see any of the guys in game action. And it's so hard to really put something on somebody if you haven't really seen them in game action. You can read and hear about it. All of those names, Wisenhunt, I got to see him throw. They all have the ability to show up. And what I will what I think is going to be better than it has been in years past, and what was huge in my time there, was young players coming up and being able to help immediately. We had guys like Joe Panik in the roster. Matt Duffy was playing critical parts. Andrew Susak. They were all rookies in 2014 playing critical roles. Now, it wasn't any pitchers in that mix, but if you go back to those championships, Bumgardners and those guys were coming on the scene, winning World Series games in their first years up. We're going to have that, and what I believe is with the new regime of Bob Melvin and Matty Williams and some of the stuff that I know now is there's going to be an emphasis on, I believe we have a better chance of blending that all together and kind of having a good plan to go forward. So I wish I had a better answer for you. I tell you this, we've just got to stay around. You've got to hold the fort down. Everything happens in the second half. You just can't be out of it by the second half. And I think a lot has to do with us as fans and the people who are surrounding the team. We've got to be positive and try to find ways. We're in the best division, as good a divisions in baseball. The AL East is stacked, but the NL West is stacked. The Dodgers, the Diamondbacks, the Padres are really good teams, and the Giants certainly are one as well. You just got to fight and scratch and claw like we've always done.
Jake, man, we can keep you on forever. I know we got to let you go. It's incredible to hear Jake Peavy in Alabama doing a piece for MLB Network with Bob Kendrick from the Negro Leagues Museum and Harold Reynolds about the Giants of the Cup. I mean, that's particles now, Jake, that we got you right here on the road with Kendrick and the crew, man. So just in terms of warm energy and particles, just a thought on last year's World Series champ when old Bochy rode that horse. That horse Lonesome Dove style one more time into Texas and won a championship, man. I know you're an emotional guy, man. I almost think you should have picked up a guitar and wrote a song about him, Jake. What was your reaction, man?
My reaction is coincidence? I think not. I think we understand what got away in the Bay Area. Bochy was certainly a critical piece, and it was no fluke that he was turning out title after title with the teams that we were. And Chris Young certainly realized that from afar. Chris Young played for Bruce Bochy back in our San Diego days and went and put the right man in charge with a talented team. Golly, I just hope that people, older experienced managers who have some say-so haven't been the favorite picks of these front office staffs. They kind of wanted yes men for the last 10 years to just do what they've told them and let the analytics kind of do that. I think when you match a baseball lifer with crazy experience and you give him all the analytical stuff, but still let him mix and match. And you look what Bruce Bochy did with that bullpen. Last year, that Texas bullpen was not very strong. Leclerc came on in a big way. Araldis was hit or miss. But him being able to pull the right strings at the right time was no different than what I watched him do 3 out of 5 years there in San Francisco. And we just, as San Francisco fans, we certainly now, if we didn't know who we had and what we did have there for a while, we know now.
Jake, man, like I said, we could go on and on and on. We're done. By the way, I just want you to know, we get reaction on the text line. Bro, it's like our producer, John, it's like a slot machine. They love you, bro. Boom, boom, boom. Jake. I
tell you this, my love for the Bay Area, it goes so deep you can't imagine. The fact that I know that in a few weeks I'm coming out, I get to see my good friends, at Comcast, Devin Fox.
Yeah, good old Devin, yeah.
I'm going to do some TV, going to go to opening day, and then be at Sweetwater on Saturday.
Oh, yeah. There's two texts.
I cannot wait.
Two texts I wanted to leave you with. 707 said, Jake isn't even from the Bay, but he's so damn Bay. Okay, that's number one. And number two, 831 wrote in and said, Peavy makes me want to run through a brick wall and roll one up all at the same time.
What a combination.
The same, pal. We'll run through a brick wall and then we'll light one up.
Oh, count me in. Put me in the rotation, Jake.
Jake, I will continue to promote this show as long, and I can't wait to see you. All right, brother?
Thanks, Jake.
Boys, I appreciate both of you very much.
There he is, Jake. He's so good at the text line.
Dude, the text line was lighting up.
We'll do both. We'll roll through a wall, and then we'll
light one. I mean, Jake Peavy was dropping gold right there. Whether he's talking about the rotation or whether he's talking about Bruce Bochy, and to follow along the theme of us talking about Pixar movies, he dropped a line from The Incredibles. Coincidence? I think not.
Oh, God. We'll get to it in a second. I want to repeat, everybody. Jake Peavy and Friends at Sweetwater on April 6th in Mill Valley, California. Tickets are available right now at sweetwatermusichall.com. It is a charity benefit for musicians who are hurting. It's for guys who are down and out from COVID and all that, guys who play music for you who now are struggling. And it's also, by the way, just a great time. And it's $100 in for the charity. If you do have a little extra money in your pocket, a $250 VIP party gets you a meet and greet pregame, signed baseball, food, wine, and beer, and hanging out with that guy you just heard right there.
Running through walls and rolling one up.
And we blew the clock up for Peavy. And he's down in Mobile doing the piece.
Dude, that's awesome. In a car behind Bob Kendricks.
All right. That's fantastic. We'll put the wheels back on and get back to the Warriors and Niners next on the Sports Leader.
Coincidence? I think not.
Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, El Cerrito's sports leader.
All right, let's say hello to our good friend Steve Moskowitz. And Steve, you want to talk to us about what happens with unfiled tax returns?
You know, it hits a lot of people. They didn't file a tax return last year. Maybe it was 2 years, or 5 years, or 10 years. It becomes a lifestyle. And the number one reason people don't file returns, just plain old simple, they didn't have the money in year one, so they didn't file. They made a mistake. Then year two comes around, and they say, well, how can they file year two when they didn't file year one? And by the way, they still don't have the money. Folks, there's a good solution. Before all these new IRS agents that are looking for you come pounding on your door or your office, don't let them ruin your life, your business, your marriage. There's so many good options. You have so many rights. We have a free attorney-client privilege consultation. We'll tell you everything. We'll file all the returns you need to file. We want to make a sweetheart deal with the IRS so you don't have to deal with them. And then we want to ask you, give us your tax problems. We want to give you back a normal life.
Well, that sounds pretty darn good, Steve. And when you want more information, the phone number to call is 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. You know what today is? 3/14. My kid at school, they had a pie contest. You had to memorize as many numbers after pi. This kid on my basketball team, Caden, memorized 101 numbers and won the contest. How about that? Why don't we give him a pizza then? Because it's Pi Day. 3.14 Pi Day is the Greek letter, of course. Waterboy, you know that it means the mathematical constant that is the ratio of the circumference of a circle to its diameter.
I did not know that.
Yes, you did. It has 3.14 I don't even know. It's Pi Day, 314, all right? So what we're going to do is have fun. So all day, get $5 off any medium pizza for dine-in or takeout. Nice. $5 off any medium pizza for dine-in or takeout. Just mention you heard the promo on KNBR. If you're dining in or use the code Pi Day when ordering for takeout at Amici's.com. And that promotion includes $5 off half-baked pizzas that are already 20% off. So win, 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 win. All right, $5 off any freshly made medium pizza for dine-in or takeout today. Just mention the promo code or use Pi Day at Amici's.com. Amici's delivers.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
You've got to stay around. You've got to hold the fort down. Everything happens in the second half. You just can't be out of it by the second half. And I think a lot has to do with us as fans and the people who are surrounding the team. We've got to be positive and try to find ways. We're in the best division, as good as divisions in baseball. The AL East is stacked, but the NL West is stacked. The Dodgers, the Diamondbacks, the Padres are really good teams, and the Giants certainly are one as well. You just got to fight and scratch and claw like we've always done.
That's Jake Blanken Peavy, and I told young Tone to find some Sturgill Simpson here. That's some chill Sturgill. When he gets thumping here, turn that up a little bit, baby. I would highly recommend you guys dive into Sturgill Simpson, one of the great, fresh, new American sounds of the last 10, 15 years out of Kentucky. So 2014 World Series, Giants win it. Game 7, Bumgarner. We're in the post-game clubhouse, champagne spraying everywhere. And not this tune, because this is his later album when he gets a little more chill. But a big old honking, stomping Kentucky jug band is playing from some speaker, and Peavy and his people are all stomping and pouring, and we're like, what the hell is going on? We're in some hoedown. We're in the backwoods of Alabama. Yeah. What's going on
You're
here?
a long ways away from San Francisco.
So I whipped out my phone, and I Shazammed it.
Nice.
And it was Sturgill. It was the first I'd ever heard of Sturgill Simpson. He was new then. It was like his first album. But Peavy, knowing everything cool, was blasting it in the postgame. So go back and find his first album, too. That's when he got a little more artistic there, that Turtles All the Way Down stuff. But anyway, we wanted to play that for Jake Peavy, who you just heard talking about the Giants. He said you got to be positive and find a way.
Hell, I'd be a lot more positive if Jake Peavy was in that rotation.
Well, just to give you guys some taste of what's going on out there on the text line. And by the way, he will be at Sweetwater on April 6th with Tim Flannery and Big Steve Parrish. By the way, I've lived a long time, and I've been around a lot of stoners in my life. I've never heard left-handed cigarette.
Oh, welcome to the community,
That's
Murph.
new for me. I didn't know that. It's a great one.
Yeah, rolling up that devil's lettuce.
He said, well, that one I know. He said, he goes, yeah, Big Steve and I will smoke a left-handed cigarette. And when he said that, I thought he was making reference to Jerry Garcia's left hand because Jerry's middle finger was missing. I was like, is that a Jerry reference? No. It's a left-handed cigarette.
Yeah, Me and my friends will sometimes call it a southpaw swisher.
Nice. Very good. 707. See, here's an example on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Peavy for president. 707-623 says, waking up, trying to find energy, and boom, Jake freaking Peavy enters my life just this morning to inspire. What a damn legend. 707 says, great interview. 209 says, left-handed cigarette is now added to my lexicon. Nice. 559 says, I would pencil in Peavy as my number 2 starter in the Giants rotation.
There it is.
Right now, for sure. 707 says, I'd like Peavy to replace Farhan. There it is. 707 says, after listening to the Donnie Downers, Peavy has me jacked up for the season. 831 is the one that caused me to laugh so hard, and I'm sorry I laughed over his soundbite. That's my bad. But he says, Peavy makes more to run through a brick wall and roll one up at the same time. So 209 says, Peavy effing rules. 707 says, he's not even from the Bay, but he's so damn Bay Area. So
Murph, I need a Jake Peavy power hour. Like, I felt like we didn't get enough of Peavy right there.
Well, I agree. And also, guys, he was in Alabama getting ready for the Rickwood Field game. What type of particles, man?
That's so cool.
God, he's Bob Kendrick. Interesting let's give you guys a little backstory on Bob Kendrick, the president of the Negro League Museum in Kansas City, which I tell you guys, man, I don't know. that thing hit me in the feels when I was there. It just, if you love baseball and you know American history and, you know, the plight of the African American in this country's history and what they did to play baseball with no glamour, no glitz, no money. Talk about, as they say all over the museum, for love of the game. And a little paycheck too, you know what I mean? But for love of the game, right? It opens with, you go into this little mini stadium and then they dim the lights and you see this movie. And it opens with this young African-American kid from like the 1940s. And he's just standing there in a baseball uniform and he's singing the Star Spangled Banner. Bro, from that moment on, you are in your feels. Because you're like, damn, he's singing about a country that for a long time denied, you know, these guys the right to play baseball, right? Mm-hmm. But there he was singing the anthem. And so already your brain is spinning, you know, and then you go out into the exhibit and you see all these colorful characters, great nicknames all over the place, you know. And then it ends on this little mini field that has bronze statues at every position of all the best players. Satchel Paige is the bronze statue at pitcher. Josh Gibson is the bronze statue at catcher. And, dude, you're just like, you're ready to go. You're like, man, just bring, if I could go back in time, I can go back to like the Negro League All-Star game in like 1935 or something like that. So Bob Kendrick is doing this piece with Jake Peavy for MLB Network. So,
I mean, and it's an awesome, especially for you, who's someone who's coached the Mill Valley Monarchs, to implement that.
Well, we called them. I specifically the Kansas City Monarchs, and thank you for pointing that out. But we would break our huddle to take the field every day saying KC, because I would talk to them. We are representing the Kansas City Monarchs. Yeah. You guys got to know who you're repping. Mm-hmm. You're repping the old,
and you need to know the history of the game. Like I played in a Sunnyvale Santa Clara Pony League where there was a team called the Homestead Grays.
Yeah.
And I had no idea as a kid who the Homestead Grays were. I looked into it, and then you learn about so much history of baseball, but just through a different perspective.
He said that the hope is to get Willie out there, huh? So anyway, just to finish the story, we flew him out to Mill Valley. Thanks to Peter Goldmacher, this really do-it-all parent. We flew Bob Kendrick out to Mill Valley, put him up in town for a couple days, and we had him speak to the league, and he was just incredible. He told all the stories about Satchel and Buck O'Neill and everything. But the catch was he arrived. I picked him up from the airport. It was the day of Jim Davenport's funeral. Jim Davenport, original 1958 San Francisco Giant, beloved, Bobby Bonds' best friend, Davy. I said, Bob, we're going to take you to Jim Davenport's. We got invited to this, and Willie Mays was there. Bob had never met Willie. One of the great, just because life and geography and all that. So Mario Alioto said, I want Bob to meet Willie. He said, go to this elevator, go down to this floor, get out. And we went to a room, and there was Willie. And it was Bob, Willie, me, Mario, and Willie's helper, Renee. And that's when Willie told the story about facing Satchel Paige as a 16-year-old.
Wow.
And he told us the story about Satchel. He said the first time he faced him, first pitch he saw a fastball, he doubled to the gap. And Satchel looked at him at second base for Otis Barrow. And the next time he came up, he said he blew a fastball right by him, never saw it. Blew a fastball right by him, never saw it. Didn't know it. Blew a fastball right by him. And then Satchel shouted from the mound, now go sit down, little boy. That's what he said to him. And the way Willie told it with the high pitch and the squeak and everything.
Like you hear people say like, oh, if only I could be a fly on the wall in that room. No, literally, you were in that room experiencing that conversation.
So Bob's always very grateful about meeting Willie Mays here in San Francisco. So anyway, that was a nice detour from free agency woes and Dylan Cease.
And not trading for Dylan Cease
and
or
the Warriors.
Corbin Burns.
We'll get into all that coming up. We got Matt Maiocco at 8:50 to give us the story on Eric Kendricks and all that stuff. So Mike Krukow's next on The Sports Leader.
What's up, everybody? It's the Waterboy Marquise Boucher here to talk to you this morning about Prize Picks, because whether it's the NBA's in-season tournament or the race for playoff home court, cash in on basketball's biggest moments with Prize Picks, America's #1 fantasy daily sports app. Just select 2 or more players, pick more or less on their projections, and place your entry. Turn $10 into $1,000 with just 4 correct picks. You can choose from traditional stat options like Steph Curry, more or less than on the point total, or more unique options like Kevin Durant, over/under on the total amount of dunks. They have easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, and an injury insurance policy, which makes Prize Picks America's #1 fantasy sports app. So join the Prize Pick community of more than 3 million members who have already signed up. Right now, Prize Picks will match your first deposit of up to $100. Just download the Prize Pick app and use the code LEADER. That's code LEADER on Prize Picks for a first deposit match up to $100. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, we love our connections with Mike Krukow, of course, as we are in a baseball frame of mind, whether it was our griping about the Dylan Cease trade or whether it was our great stories and energy with Jake Peavy, who will be at Sweetwater on April 6th in Mill Valley, playing an event for the Sweet Relief charity for musicians. Go to sweetwatermusichall.org or .com. I'm sorry. Just Google Sweetwater Music Hall. You get the tickets.
You'll find it.
Hey, Mike Krukow is brought to us by NorCal Honda. Honda is value. You get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. Mike, good morning. Happy Thursday. How are you?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, happy Thursday indeed. And 2 weeks away, big boy. It is getting to the short hair time right now. And I thought yesterday's game was pretty interesting. Did you see the score?
Oh, yeah. It was 19-11. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's
they said there was
thank God that it's a spring training game and not a real game.
They said there was a jet stream going out. That's what they said.
Yeah, it happens. I mean, it's amazing that, we always talk about how, spring training is in Arizona really does favor the hitters because there's not a lot of humidity down there. And humidity gives you something to throw against if you're a pitcher. It gives you a heavier air. You get more break on your breaking ball. You get more sink on your sinker. Well, you don't always get that in a drier environment. But when the wind blows in Scottsdale, oh my gosh, it can be really ugly. I mean, pop flies just go out. You know how live right field is in Scottsdale Stadium. Well, just the whole field turns that way, and certainly reflective in the team ERA yesterday. My goodness.
For sure. So a few things to hit, Mike. First of all, the Giants are beginning to trim the roster, so you're starting to see some guys go down. Carson Whisenhunt, the very highly regarded left-hander, not quite ready. They sent him down. Wade Meckler, a guy who's having a nice hot spring and played in the bigs last year, he went down. Elliot Ramos went down. A lefty named Eric Miller, I think some people, had some hopes for him. Anyway, any thought Hayden Birdsong went down, a guy they have high hopes for? Any thoughts on some of these early trims?
No, I think it's pretty predictable as to who's been sent down so far. Guys with options. I mean, this is when your options really come back and haunt you as a young player, and then getting their clock started. I mean, if you got a hot rookie, I mean, you send him down for about 3 weeks just so he can't get a full year in, and he has to play an additional year. Now, they've made some amends to that, and as to how it affects arbitration in this last basic agreement, but for the most part, they still do it. When you come to camp, you have a lot of pitching, you have a lot of players, too much, and you got to find jobs for guys. So what they've done so far in sending people down, like I said, is pretty predictable. The heartaches come a little bit closer to the end of spring. When you get down to the last 5 guys, those are the guys where it's very difficult for managers. It's the day that they least look forward to in the entire year because you're breaking hearts, and those days are coming. You'll usually see that the last 3 or 4 days of spring. But right now, it's all pretty predictable. Coming into camp as a young player, the deal. You know that you just want to show them what you have, but you're going to make the team when you go back down to AAA or AA and get off to a hot start. Then you're just a hangnail or a hamstring away from being in the big leagues. And that's another thing too about today's minor leagues. AA jumps AAA a lot now. If they have somebody that lights it up with a speed gun on the mound and he's throwing strikes and getting people out and being generally nasty, he can go right to the big leagues. So I don't think guys really look at AA and AAA the same now that they used to.
Interesting. And Mike, I know almost every interview it seems like we're talking about the rotation for the Giants. We talked on Tuesday about the positive injury updates on guys like Alex Cobb and Keaton Winn, but I wanted to get your breakdown on this trade that we saw yesterday, sending Dylan Cease over from the White Sox to the San Diego Padres, whether or not the Giants should have been involved in those trade conversations, and what do you think he adds to this division?
Well, he's got one of the best sliders I think that we've seen. It's a straight down bite. He throws a lot. And like a lot of young pitchers that have a magic pitch, Logan Webb, change up. It's you have a tendency to throw it too much, and when you're having success with one pitch like Cease has with that slider, you kind of forget about your other pitches, which is what I think happened to him in Chicago. He kind of went away from developing all of his pitches and learning how to pitch. Because when you have one pitch that guys just aren't hitting, well, you just keep pounding it away. But the problem with that is you become a liability. If you throw that slider too much, it can hurt your arm. I think that may have been kind of a little bit of the motivation for the White Sox to deal, because they got a horde of people. They got some great prospects back. I mean, the Padres have always had a good minor league system, and they can make a deal like this. And they were willing to do it. And I think that Cease will have a pretty positive impact on the Padre rotation as they get started. Coincidentally, the Giants are starting off their first series. They're going to see Cease. It's going to be against the Padres, so they're going to catch a pretty good rotation from both teams are going to face to start the season. So it'll be up to them to deal with it. But I thought it was interesting. I thought that in order to get him, you were going to have to overpay, and that's exactly what the Padres did.
Mike, what's your philosophy on, you played for Al Rosen, you broadcast under Brian Sabian, now you're broadcasting under Farhan Zaidi. Everybody's got different styles. Rosen and Sabian would go ahead and make a big trade. Farhan seems to be much more conservative on that. Padres, A.J. Preller. He'll do it. He'll throw it out there, man, for better or worse. What's your philosophy on being that GM who goes for it and throws out prospects versus the GM who hoards his prospects?
Well, it depends on your team. It depends on how ready you are as a team. And the one thing that when you're bringing new players, pitchers, everyday players, bench players, whatever, when you're bringing them into your team, they're not always up to strength level to play at the big league level. I mean, right now we're looking at guys last year who are pretty good players, good prospects. Casey Schmidt, Luciano, Matos. I mean, these guys, now it's up to them to get to strength level. So if you're a general manager and you've got a lot of these young players who have, 2 or 3 years of part-time big league experience, and all of a sudden they start to get to that man strength. And I don't think you really get it till around 27, 28 years old to where you really maximize your strength. And I think those 4 years from 28 to 32, that's when you are completely maxed out with, all the physical things that you need to succeed at the big league level. So if you have a bunch of guys on your team that are like that, you can dump out a bunch of your minor league system to bring in a Cease, or bring in a starter or a closer or a everyday player where you have to spend a lot out of your minor league system. You can do that. But I don't think the Giants have been in that position yet. I think they're waiting for their young players to develop, to get to speed, get to strength level. And I think what I've seen this year with Meckler, he looks like he's a man now. Last year looked like you could knock the bat out of his hand. He wasn't up to strength level. Well, he did some homework this offseason. He took it to heart. You're looking at Schmidt and Luciano. I mean, these guys they're getting closer. So I think the closer they get, the easier it's going to be for Farhan to go in there and make a big deal, a 4 or 5 player out of your minor league system to bring in one guy type of a deal. I just don't think that he's been in that kind of position since he's become a general manager.
And Mike, while we're on the topic of prospects, today is actually the start of the MLB's new spring breakout series, where each team is going to put their best prospects on the field to play against each other. Tomorrow, the Giants will be squaring off against the Oakland Athletics. And you'll see names like Bryce Eldridge, Walker Market, Rainer Arias, who we hear a lot about, 17-year-old international prospect, Hunter Bishop, Grant McCray. It reminds me of the MLB Futures game that they do around All-Star break. Mike, I was just wondering your breakdown, what this means for baseball, that they're trying to actually showcase their prospects, and if there's anybody you'll be keeping an eye on tomorrow night.
Well, you just mentioned a whole ton of them. Hunter Bishop still has to stay healthy. I mean, he's always an intriguing candidate for hope, and he hasn't really delivered yet in his young career. And as a first-round pick, especially being from the Bay Area, he wants to deliver. So that's an intriguing story. But I love it. I love the fact that you're getting to see these athletes. And the other thing, too, is it's great for them because they're playing on a stage where it's not an everyday game. It's not a low-key, get-to-the-ballpark game. It's an adrenaline game. And that tells you a lot about a player. And if you find out that you have a good adrenaline player coming through your system, that's a plus. Because adrenaline players not only make the big leagues, but they assume the biggest spots on your team. Think about the adrenaline guys the Giants had during the run with Posey and Bumgarner and Lincecum and Kane and Crawford. I mean, and Belt, these were adrenaline guys. And the core four. I mean, and you get enough of those guys, you're gonna have a good run. The Giants did that, so it's an opportunity for all of us to be able to see if these guys exist in their system.
Mike, last one is, it is March 14th. Do you know where your Blake Snell is? Not to mention Jordan Montgomery. I know, just from the Giants' perspective, are you still interested?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, are you kidding me? The guy takes the ball every fifth day, gives you a chance to win. Always. And you have to remind yourself, well, that's not my money, so I want to see them all. Load them up. So anything could happen still. And, we've had this has been the underlying story around spring, because not only has, the big boys in the free agency market not been assigned a team yet or completed a deal yet, but there's a ton of guys behind them that are still waiting to get a job. And it's just, from a player's perspective, it's disgusting. And hopefully they can all get this all wrapped up before. But this might be one of those years where it goes into the season before these guys get a job. And then you think, well, okay, now you sign the guy, and it's the first week of the season. if you're a pitcher, when are you going to be able to use them? I mean, it's not like they're working out at home throwing 5 innings against their wife. Where are you going to get that type of experience? To get in shape. And this is the thing that just is so ludicrous about the whole deal. It pushes everything back. But I still think there's big-time possibility for a lot of guys.
All right, Mike. Can't wait, man. By the time we talk to you next Tuesday, tons of stuff will happen. We're getting ever closer. Dodgers and Padres play next week. So have a wonderful weekend, Mike. Watch some ball games. We'll talk Tuesday.
At a bit.
Mike Krukow is, of course, brought to you by NorCal Honda. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. Dude, the Padres and Dodgers do play next week. But speaking of baseball, today's big hit is baseball. Farhan Zaidi did not send the prospects for Dylan Cease. Are you cool with hoarding prospects, or would you rather be A.J. Preller and going all in? How are you feeling? 808 KNBR. Let's get it going, man. Let's chew it up. Let's chew it up or chop it up, Marcus? Chew it up, or we're going to chop it up?
We'll roll it up, like Jake Peavy said earlier.
What are we chewing? Charleston chew? On the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, 415-808-5627. 808 KNBR is the phone number. Do you want Farhan to have more A.J. Preller in him, or do you want to hoard them all? On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
We'll run to a brick wall, and then we'll light one up.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The San Francisco Chronicle's new Warriors beat writer Sam Gordon stopped by the Pop and Lunch show to give him an injury update on Steph Curry and if he has the possibility of returning to the court this weekend against the LA Lakers. To hear that podcast and more, check out What's Trending Now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
now. This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dylan Cease. 2 years ago, he was a Cy Young candidate. I mean, it's dominant stuff. It's unique delivery.
Swing and a miss. He got him.
Dylan Cease has been masterful.
I think the White Sox are going to move. I mean, I definitely think they're going to try to get value this winter for him. I don't think they'll take him into the season.
He definitely has the tools necessary to get back to what he did in 2022.
Called strike three. Just clipped the corner. Look at that dot. There's a dot on the back of it, a dot on the front of it.
Strikeout number 11 for Dylan.
Dylan has looked as good as we have seen this season in this ballgame.
We'll run through a brick wall and then we'll light one up.
There it is, the big hit package here. Farhan Zaidi sits out again. Are you okay with it at 808 KNBR? Listen, the text line is blowing up. You guys are awesome texters. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line 415-808-5627. But you want to get your screaming on the air, or if you want to scream at us for criticizing Farhan, then come on in. 808 KNBR. The big hit, Marcus, it's for them. It's for the people.
It's a big hit, Murph.
Stop running from the big hit. Stop running from the people.
That's
all
it.
right there. So
stop running from the pitching prospects.
808 KNBR is a phone number. So here's my reaction, right? You guys hear that Dylan Cease goes to the pot. The first thing you see on Twitter is Dylan Cease breaking. Dylan Cease to Padres. So literally, that's the first thing you see. You don't even find out what the deal is. And right away, you're bummed out.
Oh, right away, I started getting the image of Dylan Cease with 7 strikeouts down at Oracle Park.
Oracle Park, how about the first weekend at Petco Park? Because as Mike Krukow accurately pointed out, you will see him in 2 weeks.
Yeah, within those first 3 games. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so he will be coming. It's going to go Darvish, Musgrove, Cease. That's a tough.
It's a good rotation.
That's a tough deal.
That's a rotation that can win you a 3-game series or a 5-game series, I should say. 3 of those games, you win it with those horses. That puts you in the conversation.
If you get in the wild card and Dylan Cease in the slider is on that night, no big league hitter is hitting that, right?
Then you're saying you have a chance, because that's the thing that's so different about baseball versus other sports. Because everybody says, oh, yeah, if you're a playoff team, you're a World Series contender, you're a Super Bowl contender, you're a finalist for the NBA Finals. But in baseball, it truly does feel different. That it's a crapshoot. Once you get to the playoffs, we saw it last year with the Arizona Diamondbacks. If you play good baseball at the right time, you can go out there and make a World Series run. Hell, shout out to the 2010, 2012, 2014 Giants.
Thanks, Billy Bean. Crapshoot there. Hey, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Stations. That's our big hit. So then you find out that what the Padres traded, and it was a decent haul of prospects, right? So by Keith Law, we're going to use this metric today. You can call in and yell at us for this metric at 808 KNBR. The Keith Law rankings. Now, you know, I've had a beef with Keith Law ever since he came on these airwaves and just whizzed all over Brandon Crawford when he got called up.
Whoa.
I was listening and I was like, see about reaction. John Joe likes reactions. I got reaction. I was like, hey, who is this guy? And I said, this guy's dead to me. I went Tiki Barber on this guy. And I've had beef with this guy for 13 years because Brandon Crawford winds up being literally the best shortstop in Giants franchise.
And Murph, I heard Keith Law on a couple weeks ago just straight up dumping on the Giants with John Lund, a.k.a. Johnny Rainclouds, as the text line was calling him after that interview. And the text line blew up about how much hatred they had for Keith Law that day.
Okay, so here's the deal. They gave up their I can give you the names. It was Iriarte, forget the names. It was 3 pitchers and an outfielder. 1 pitcher who's already in the big leagues who might be pretty decent named Wilson. But basically it was their 6, 7, and 9 prospects by Keith Law's rankings. And just for the purposes of this argument, who are the 6, 7, and 9 prospects for the Giants? They are Walker Martin, the shortstop out of Colorado, who if you're a hardo on the draft, you know they're high on, right? Mason Black, who we know is a candidate to open in the rotation as the 5 guy maybe, and Grant McCray, who's a speedy outfielder who's we've heard about through the minor leagues a couple of times. So those are all players that Giants have hopes for. Mm-hmm. But again, you're not just giving these guys away for nothing. You are now acquiring. So you think Mason Black can be a 5? Well, Dylan Cease can be a 2 or a 3. And oh, by the way, and this is the one that gets me all the time, he's at $8 million this year, and he's under control for next year. 2 years of Dylan Cease, to me, is worth 3 prospects. He is flat out. You want to get better. Not only that, if he comes here and likes it, he might be on your team in another 3 or 4 year deal. And oh, by the way, you've now made the Dodgers a lot less daunting when you go in with Webb, Harrison, and Cease. All right, so that's my take. I wish Farhan had more A.J. Preller in him. I wish he had more Brian Sabian in him. I wish he had more Al Rosen in him. I wish he pushed his chips into the table more. I get hoarding prospects, and I'm a conservative guy by nature. But in baseball, sometimes you got to put them on the table.
And Murph, you know that I'm a prospect head. That's why I'm looking forward to this spring breakout series that's starting today, whether we're talking Jackson Holiday versus Paul Skeens today, Orioles versus Pirates, or that Giants-A's game tomorrow, where you're going to get a chance to see a lot of these prospects. But the question is, how long do you hoard these prospects? Because as much as I love going out down to old San Jose Muni, watching a guy like Kyle Harrison, watching Carson Wisenhunt, the list goes on and on and on. You could take a look at some of these top prospects. And I know we're just throwing out scenarios out there. And I talked about how I think Mason Black can be a starting pitcher in the rotation this season for the San Francisco Giants after being the minor league pitcher of the year. We should also point out Mason Black is 24 years old. There's a 4-year difference between him and Dylan Cease. We're talking about Keaton Wynn being in the rotation. He's 26 years old. I'm a big Landon Root fan. He's 25 years old. So these are the prospects that you're holding on to when you could trade them for a proven big league commodity, a guy that was the runner-up for the Cy Young just 2 years ago, and as we've been talking about all morning, has one of the filthiest sliders in baseball. You get a 28-year-old Dylan Cease under contract for 2 years. At some point, you have to push out some of these prospects to get major league proven players.
That's just been my take all along. And, I'll tell Farhan that to his face. I'm like, I've been waiting for sort of status quo shaking trade. Like, status quo is cool and all, but status quo is status quo. And we've seen status quo. It's 80 to 81 wins. It's 81 to 82 wins. It's what we were saying during the break, young Tony. It's what Steelers Wheel we're singing about in Tarantino's flick, buddy. Here we go. There it is. And by the way, can I write myself? Yeah, Yaz to the left of me, Slater to my right.
Oh, stuck in the middle with Farhan.
So listen, maybe you feel the other way. Maybe you want to keep your prospects and you feel like the youth movement is underway. Anyway, 808 KNBR is the phone number. I always like looking down and seeing the first text saying Murph is 100% correct. 925, that might be the first time that's ever been said on the text line ever.
Congratulations.
Ever. This is like a Neil Armstrong on the moon type moment here, 925. Thank you for that.
See, my favorite text, the first one I saw was from the 916 who just simply says, I'm deceased.
That's pretty good. Another one said, who was it? This guy said, 925, Farhan continues to cease to amaze in making trades and signing players. Or he chooses to cease and desist when he comes to making a big trade.
He chooses not to seize the opportunity to get an ace.
Counter argument is, of course, that Cease did not perform great last year. He hit 2022. The guy was unbelievable. Mm-hmm. Runner-up in the Cy Young, 2.20 ERA, 1 point. His strikeout ratio was incredible. The slider was the tight mustache, everything like that.
Yeah.
Last year he backslid, but my argument would be, if you're the Giants, you get this guy into your organization where you are. One thing the Giants are they strut and they peacock about is they're pretty confident in their ability to make pitchers better.
Yeah, and they're stacked up in the pitching prospects. I just named a handful of guys that are 24, 25, 26 years old. You look at Carson Wisenhunt, who's only 23. Reggie Crawford, who I know they have big plans for. Yeah. He's another young guy. So they have enough pitching prospects, you would think, especially since the last couple of years, they've gone so heavy on the draft side of taking pitchers.
So that's the deal. Chris in San Jose is at 808 KNBR on the big hit. Chris, where you at, brother? Good morning. You're on KNBR.
Gentlemen, good morning. I want Blake Snell. I want the lefty Blake Snell facing the lefty Ohtani and the lefty Freeman. Keep the prospects. Go get the lefty Blake Snell.
So do you think the Farhan and ownership would go into that borderline luxury tax scenario that Snell would demand in the $30 to $35 million deal? And are you okay with a one-year deal?
I'm okay with the one-year deal. I think Blake Snell is the premier left-hander. I think he's what's needed for the division, particularly against the Dodgers. And we get to keep the pitching prospects who I like.
Okay, Chris, thanks for the call, man. Okay, so he makes an argument. Are you trying to beat the Dodgers? Yes. Does Snell beat the Dodgers? Yes, he does. But Snell's going to be now. See, one of the arguments in favor of Cease is $8 million this year. So we know that the Giants are not looking to go Joe Lacob into the luxury tax. Lacob, has been unbelievable. Lacob just freaking destroyed the luxury tax, right? Didn't really work, though, by the way. They haven't They're in the 10 seed right now. But anyway, the point is that Snell is going to take you into that area. I don't know if ownership wants to go there.
And I agree with Chris because I'm one of the guys that has been pounding the drum for Blake Snell all offseason long. We can get into his numbers against the Dodgers. We can talk about his 2 Cy Youngs. Like, it's no question whether or not this guy is a legit ace in Major League Baseball. I know there's some concerns about how deep he can go into games, but it's 2024. No pitching staff allows their pitchers to face a lineup for a third time anyways. I think he's the prototypical 2024 pitcher. The question is, how much money and for how long? Now, it seems like the market has adjusted to maybe him taking a 1-year deal, maybe a 2-year deal. But then that brings up the question. If you're Blake Snell and you're looking for a 1-year opportunity, are you looking for the biggest contract, or are you trying to put yourself in a position where you know you're going to be pitching in the postseason on the biggest stage so you can capitalize on the biggest contract the next offseason? Which brings up the question whether or not the Giants are a playoff contender, if they're a World Series contender, and if Farhan Zaidi believes they're a Blake Snell away from competing for a World Series. If they're a Corbin Burns away, if they're a Dylan Cease, if they're a Tyler Glass now. And to me, Murph, not making these moves tells us all we need to know what Farhan thinks about this current roster, that they are not a World Series contender.
Or unless his philosophy truly is get to 84, get in, and that's all you need to do because then you're 0-0 and that might be honestly their philosophy. They're like, because he's such an egghead, he's such an analyst. And if you look at this, like analyst-wise, data-wise, what's the difference between the Dodgers winning 110 and you winning 84 if you're both in the same tournament? I bet that's what they say behind closed doors.
Oh, I'm sure they're looking at the Arizona Diamondbacks last year and saying, hey, you know what separated us and the Diamondbacks? Well, Corbin Carroll, but also just 5 games.
Yeah.
And I'm one of the believers that thinks with the improved defense this year, bringing in Jung-Hoo Lee, a 5-time Korean Gold Glove winner in center field, bringing in Matt Chapman, a 2-time Platinum Gold winner at third base. I know there's question at shortstop, but I think defensively they're going to be improved this year. And with Bob Melvin as the skipper, I think that's an upgrade over Gabe Kapler. I think those moves alone are worth 5 games, which could put him in the picture to get that 6 wildcard spot.
I think analytically and mathematically, Farhan is correct. 84 wins, and the Dodgers win 110, and you're both in the same tournament. Yes, the Dodgers get a bye, but again, is the bye an advantage? We found that the bye can be a disadvantage, right? But I would say this, as a fan and as a paying customer and as somebody who wants to see like great baseball and great players and great teams, 84 wins and sneaking in isn't nearly as satisfying as what the Dodgers and the Yankees and the Padres are trying to do, which is freaking go for it.
And that's the question that we asked earlier. It's kind of the question of the big hit. Are you more in favor of a style of a Farhan Zaidi, the money ball, the constant 60-stick roster moves, hoarding your prospects, or a guy like A.J. Preller, who's shown that he's going all in? And guess what? Now that fan base is all in. Yeah. We've seen the photos from Fan Fest down in San Diego. Yes. Murph, you go down there every summer and tell us about how Petco's popping.
Petco is popping.
They're excited to go out and see a Manny Machado, a Fernando Tatis, a Xander Bogaerts, a Yu Darvish. Like, they have superstars on their team, and it makes people want to go out to the ballpark.
They traded Soto, and they still have superstars.
Yes,
That's what's crazy. Young Tone, 25 years old. I need to recommend you head down to San Diego some summer weekend, buddy. Go hang out in the outfield, brother. You might make a new friend. You might make a new friend. 925. Okay, so we asked you guys, and you're answering in dozens on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text lines. You guys are shy on the phones at 808 KNBR.
Don't be scared.
Chris called in. But 925 says, hey, I agree with you, but you are assuming the Giants have prospects that other teams want. So he's saying maybe the Giants farm system at 415 says the Giants farm system isn't valued by the rest of the league, so it would take trading higher prospects. 602 says maybe the Giants are saving them for the trade deadline. If we're hot, why not? Farhan did, in his first trade deadline, go for Chris Bryant, which was exciting, or his first contending trade deadline, 2021. But he didn't do anything in the last 2 trade deadlines, and that's something that's gotten us a little miffed, too.
Yeah, that gets back to our whole riff about being stuck in the middle, whether or not the Giants are in the middle of a rebuild or if they are trying to make the playoffs. And I'm sure they'll tell you last year they were trying to make the playoffs, but I'm a guy that came on air and said, look, You're a middle-of-the-pack team. You should be trading guys like Jock Peterson. You should be trading guys like Alex Cobb, 36 years old, coming off an all-star season. Wilmer Flores, I know he's a fan favorite, but that's when you capitalize on those guys' market, so you get some of these prospects to build up that farm system to maybe flip some of those guys for an ace like Corbin Burns, Tyler Glassnow, or Dylan Cease on the market.
Dylan Cease, 2 years of club control is gigantic, guys. $8 million the first year, and you have him again. It's not a rental. You have him twice to make 2 runs at the Dodgers and Padres. 310 says, as someone with 25-plus years working in data and research, there's enough sample and years to conclude that while Farhan may believe his system will work, data says that he himself does not have the skill to execute the strategy. He's saying the data has accumulated.
Take that for data.
Take that for data. 916 says, if you think it was Black, Wynn, and Roop and the Giants said no, then you're crazy. We didn't say that. 303 says, do we even know if the White Sox wanted what the Giants have, if they're any good? And to get a 4.5 ERA from Dylan Cease last year. 209 says, has your discourse gotten so dumb that you're now pining to be the Padres? It's the Padres. Get a grip.
Well, the same Padres that eliminated the Dodgers from the postseason 2 seasons ago and also ended up with a better record than the Giants last year. Yeah, I'll take some of that San Diego Padres success.
Exactly. And also, guys, life is short. I keep saying I get hit by a truck crossing the street. That summer of popping at Petco is worth it. I look back on the Hum Baby years. How much does my generation romanticize the Hum Baby years? Do you know how many World Series the Hum Babies won, brother? I think we all know how many they won. Yeah. And do you know what? We weep with joy about those eras, man. The 97 to 03 Sabian run in your lifetime and in John Joe's lifetime, not in young Tony's lifetime, are incredibly romanticized. Those were great, great years, right? So I don't think, there is something to creating the buzz and the energy of going for it, even if it comes up short. I think the Kyle Shanahan years right now are being viewed in a romantic. Do you look back on the Harbaugh years as a failure?
No,
not
at all.
Patrick Willis comes on the show and we're like, we got handkerchiefs out, we're crying,
And that's the question about the Farhan Zaidi era, because he's been with the team going on 5 seasons now, and what do we have to show for it?
Well, definitely not what I just mentioned. Harbaugh, Shanahan, Hum Babies, Sabian. None of that is the comp to the Farhan Giants.
And again, we all hang our hats, or I hear from Giants fan on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line. What about the 107-win season? Well, I can tell you who played a huge part in that. Buster Blanken Posey, Brandon Crawford being a top 5 MVP finalist, Brandon Bell hitting 29 home runs before he got hurt at the end of the year. Those were all guys that were pre-Farhan Zaidi. So what do they have to show after that? And they didn't carry in that momentum. They decided not even to make an offer for a guy like Kevin Gausman, who's a Cy Young candidate. Could you imagine Gausman, Webb, Harrison, Cobb, Hicks, whoever, throw them in? Dude, this would have solved all the problems. We wouldn't be talking about Dylan Cease this morning if they would have just made an offer to Kevin Gausman.
You know what Farhan's saying to you? Next pitch.
Yeah, next
707 says, Farhan is looking for a bunch of Brock Purdy-esque rookies he doesn't have to pay. In Farhan's mind, why trade your cheap, inexpensive rookies and shell out bank for a proven starter? 707, I appreciate your text, but here's the catch. Dylan Cease is only $8 million this year, and he'd be under arbitration next year. So
he's 28 years old.
It's absolutely affordable for sure. 209 says, the thing I dislike about it is the lack of everyday players, but he's starting to change that. So maybe we just need a pitcher, and I'll start to believe fully. If they acquired Dylan Cease right now for those prospects, right now you'd be kind of buzzing about this team going. You'd be rolling into San Diego. You'd be going Logan Webb, Kyle Harrison, Dylan Cease, and you'd be having a real freaking chance to go beat the Padres.
And then you really get excited about Alex Cobb making his maybe potential return in late May, about Robbie Ray returning at the All-Star break, figuring out what you have on Jordan Hicks, and then that takes some of the pressure off of Jordan Hicks, who everybody's just assuming is going to be successful as a starter. There's no guarantee of that, Murph.
925 says, you guys keep talking about Farhan, but what about the owner, Greg Johnson? Repeatedly, he sets the budget, and keep saying his name. All right, 480 says, damn, guys, I guess the Giants are going to be stuck in mediocrity yet again. Or as Steelers Wheel once sang, Young Tone, Yaz to the left of me, Slater to the right. There it is, guys. All right, well, that's the big hit. Thank you, texters. You texters went off, too. Here, I guess maybe we'll squeeze in this one last call here. Richard up in Chico. Richard, good morning. You're on the big hit. You're on KNBR. Richard, how are you, man?
What's up, Richard?
Hey, I'm all right. How are you?
What's up, dude?
Oh, well, first of all, I think Farhan's a bean counter. He is. It's like Kruger said on his podcast that he's leading them down a road, and on a bad road, and everybody, including you all, are turning their back on it. I truly believe that. I think he should be like the San Diego guy. I mean, what do they got as starters? Spawn and Sane and Pray for Rain. Are you familiar with that?
We are. We discussed it. We taught young Tony that the other day, and I got it wrong.
Oh, good.
I said
I was
Milwaukee.
wondering if Tony knew that, but it's true, man. I mean, what do they got? Logan Webb and De La Salle and Pray? You know, Dylan Cease.
Yeah, Richard.
Straight up.
I got you, Richard. I feel you, and I love it. Thanks for the call. I liked your vibe. I liked your energy. And by the way, I got that wrong. Spawn and Sane was the Boston Braves, not the Milwaukee Braves. And Kevin ends it all on the text line by saying, 408, stuck in the middle with Jungkook. All right, there you go.
That's a good riff.
All right, guys. All right, well, that was fun. We can return to that later in the show. We also have 49ers news to get to with Matt Maiocco at 8:50, and we have the cooler of content next on the Sports Leader.
Is that a big hit?
San Ramon, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Ramon's sports leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Dubs lost again last night in Dallas without Steph Curry. So post-game, John Dickinson jumped on Dubs OT to talk about the Warriors struggling to find their offensive identity without Steph. To hear that podcast and every Dubs OT after Warriors game, check out that podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Chill. This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
All right, cooler of content. We got Matt Maiocco at 8:50 talking Niners. And thanks, everybody, for your wild texts on Farhan Zaidi and the lack of a Dylan Cease trade on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. So you said you had a special surprise for us here. Was that?
I do, Murph, because it's been a while since we had our main man, Nicky Turturro, in the cooler.
Anyways, yeah, the Dodgers.
And he's got his takes on the starting pitching market. Talking about Dylan Cease, talking about Blake Snell, talking about Jordan Montgomery, of course, on the heels about the news yesterday that Yankee ace Garrett Cole will miss the first 2 months of the season with an elbow injury.
Well, that's a whole nother topic between you and me. But hey, old Nicky checked in?
Old Nicky on Twitter yesterday checking in on the free agent starting pitcher market.
What a disaster. What a disaster. Cole is hurt now. Oh, my God. Now we got to sign somebody. All right, don't fool around. It's got to be Snell, Montgomery, somebody. Can't penny pinch now. All right, can't fool around. You don't know if he's going to be out a whole year. You don't even know. You got nobody to back him up. Got to sign somebody now. Cannot go into the season without a number one. Has to happen.
Yeah. He'd be calling in the big hit.
This is a blanket disaster, Murph.
Is he at a Little League game or a minor league game or a spring training game?
I was trying to figure it out because you hear somebody in the background yell. Give me the first 5 seconds of that young
and then
Tony.
you hear a pop of the glove, I think, too.
What a disaster. What a disaster. Cole is hurt now. Oh, my God.
Give him a taste, somebody? Oh, I love him. God bless him. He lives in L.A., though. So funny. He's so New York, but he lives in L.A.
Yeah, he's an L.A. guy, but he's looking for a starting pitcher. Maybe he wants the Yankees. Oh, I know the Yankees are probably going to be giving a call to Blake Snell now after the Garrett Cole injury news.
Right, for sure. And by the way, the Garrett Cole argument between Marcus and I continued to rage off air yesterday.
I had to explain it to young Tony and John Curley.
Yeah, they didn't understand. But we'll have time for that another day.
We can get back into the Spider tax situation on another day.
Do you know why we have to get out? Because I have to mind the clock. Today's the first day. I mean, I'm a new clock guy. I'm born again. I mean, you've dipped me in the water.
New clock who it is.
I've been dipped in the water, like those adult baptisms where they dip them in the water. By the way, shout out the Curb Your Enthusiasm episode where Larry was walking by. This guy, one of those adult baptisms, the guy thought Larry thought he was drowning, so he jumped in and he broke up the baptism to rescue the guy.
Nice.
Boom, 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 boom. Anyway, we blew up the clock for Jake Peavy, who was so fantastic. We may even give the 9:30 crowd a taste of that. But you guys found Mike McDaniels, the new Dolphins coach, with a new mantra for the show.
Clock, 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 clock.
Nice.
There it is.
Nice.
Was that John Joe Curley in the slacks, or was that Dolphins coach Mike McDaniels?
I was going to say, young Tony might need to keep that around.
Pardon me.
He needs to keep that around as a drop. Anytime we're getting late on the clock, just give me a clock, 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 clock.
Clock, 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 clock.
We want to, by the way, it drives football fans crazy. Mike McDaniel, Josh McDaniels.
Yeah.
All right. So
it's that S. And now you got Mike MacDonald with the Seattle Seahawks.
Yes, M-A-C.
Yeah,
There you go.
Yeah,
the Scottish spelling, not the Irish.
Yeah, old McDonald had a farm. There's too many McDaniels.
Is the A.J.
McDonald's.
Brzezinski on the Dylan Cease trade worth it? A.J. Brzezinski on the Dylan Cease trade, is this good? Okay, let's play it.
What are the Padres doing? I don't get it. They give up Soto. They cut payroll. They're not bringing back Snell. And they go out and trade some of their best prospects and some of their best relievers for Dylan Cease. I'm happy for the White Sox. I'm happy they made a move. I hope it was the best move for Chris Getz and the White Sox gang, but man, what are the Padres doing? I just don't understand why they would make this move. Again, I'm happy for the White Sox. Does Dylan Cease join the Padres in Korea and pitch one of those 2 games? Probably not. So they lose 2 games. Man, it's going to be awkward for him. His team's in Korea. He's going to be in Arizona working out by himself while the rest of his team fights against the Dodgers in Korea. Well, congratulations, Dylan Cease, on going to the Padres. But Padres fans, thoughts? Because I am super confused by this move.
Okay, so there's a guy who doesn't like, but now he's an old White Sox now.
Yeah.
So he's always going to be
But also, there's an explanation of why the Padres moved on from Juan Soto, moved on from Blake Snell. It's because they're cutting costs. I mean, we were joking about it last season. We were like, where the hell are the San Diego Padres getting all their money from? And then we found out towards the end of the season, The Athletic reported that they took out a $50 million loan, and they might be dealing with some financial issues.
And that's one of the things that drives me nuts about the Dylan Cease trade was that he is cheap.
Yeah.
So it's not going to kill you. It's $8 million, and he's under club control next year.
And that's why the Padres are bringing him in.
Debo Samuel has made news. He changed his number from 19 to 1, but the catch is that Kay Adams, his favorite podcast, he has a weekly hit with her, he fudged. He fibbed. Is it a white lie? And one of those lies you tell to save somebody's feelings? Here it is.
99 problems to 1 Debo Sr. What is that? Is there a number change in your future? What's happening here? This looks pretty good. What is this?
If you look on Instagram, my son's name is Debo Jr.
Okay. So that's what that. Good. So that's what that is.
So he said, if you heard it, they were talking over each other, he said not at all.
So this was a few weeks ago when the story first popped up that Debo would be changing his number to number 1. He did the old Instagram scrub and actually changed his handle from 19 problems. I don't know if he's just 1 problem now, but he changed his handle. And I guess apparently he took to Twitter yesterday after Kay Adams called him out saying, you lied to my face. And he said, you really thought you were going to break the news before I did. So Debo just wanted to keep this secret until he was able to finalize it.
Very, very good. By the way, 707 checking in on the, says Przynski has even a punchable voice. That's pretty funny. That's old school Giants knowledge right there.
What's the German word for punchable voice?
That's a good one. Voice
Yeah.
I just made that up.
Shout out to 707 says, damn, I hate when I agree with AJ.
There we go. Anthony Edwards is one of my favorites. I guess he went off against the Clippers, and here he was after the game saying they can't stop him.
What a game this was. You exploded in that 3rd quarter. What were you seeing out there?
Just a bunch of mismatches. Yeah, pretty much.
Care to elaborate?
I mean, their best defender is Kawhi. Kawhi went down, and, they was just putting 2 on me and trying stuff. So, and I hit 1 shot, and I just got going.
Yeah, just putting out just a bunch of mismatches. He's so confident. I love that kid.
Is Anthony Edwards finna take the T-Wolves on a deep playoff run?
Not without Cat, sadly.
Yeah, it's
starting
tough.
to fade.
Nas Reed is a good backup, but yeah, without Cat, they've been dropping games.
Yeah, man. So we had Jake Peavy on this morning. He was fantastic. People
I'm finna go get this.
Yeah, there you go. Do you have the one? So we had at the end of the interview, 831 texted in and said, man, I'm so fired up. Jake Peavy makes me want to run through a wall and roll one up at the same time. And I thought it was such a great text. I read it to Jake. Now, unfortunately, I'm like an idiot. I'm laughing through his line here, but I read it to Jake, and here's his reaction.
We'll run through a brick wall, and then we'll light one up.
So if you could hear that one more time, he says we'll run through a wall and then we'll light one up.
We'll run through a brick wall, and then we'll light one up.
This guy's amazing.
That's it, Murph. Maybe on opening day, you'll find me and Tony finna roll up a left-handed cigarette with Jake Peavy.
He also said he would smoke a left-handed cigarette with Big Steve Parrish, and I didn't know until this day that a left-handed cigarette was another euphemism.
Shout out the left-handed cigarette and the Southpaw Swisher, Murph.
Absolutely outstanding. So there you go, a little cooler of content for you. Hey, something fun and different on the other side. The Raiders released Jimmy G.
Whoa, you talking Italians?
He is unsigned. Would you take him as a backup quarterback? 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text 9. Next on the Sports Leader.
Clock.
Nice.
Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
He has Bourne and Emmanuel Sanders stacked left, and he has Debo right. Here we go. Sorensen showing blitz. Here he comes. Debo. Third down. Jimmy's going to throw a deep shot down the field for Emmanuel Sanders. He overthrew him. Emmanuel Sanders ran right through the coverage there in a post route, and Garoppolo overshot it.
Oh, man, I can't believe. So we had a lot of fun talking Farhan Zaidi, not trading for Dylan Cease, but the moment I mentioned Jimmy G, y'all lit up. I guess the people are speaking. They want to talk about Jimmy more than Farhan.
Damn, Jimmy.
We're not running from the truth. We're not running from the people. We respect what you guys want to talk about. I am on record. I would take Jimmy Garoppolo as a backup quarterback. Ooh. Why would I do this? Number one, he knows the system stone cold. Number two, he has won in the system stone cold. Number three, I would imagine he would be very cheap. And number four, whoa, he's Italian, right?
Whoa, you talking Italians?
So those are my four. Do you have a counter, my friend?
Oh, Murph, how long do you have?
I got, exactly 12 minutes.
I'll give you 12 minutes because I just don't see any scenario of this happening. Everything you mentioned
Kyle?
is true. Yeah, I can give you Kyle Shanahan. He's already got the answer on whether or not Jimmy's going to come back as a backup.
No, I don't see any scenario of that.
I really don't see a scenario, especially how things ended at the end of the Jimmy Garoppolo tenure in San Francisco.
This is true.
Whether we're talking about him not responding to text messages, whether or not it was a story about whether or not he could have been healthy enough to suit up for the NFC Championship game. You know, the game where both Brock Purdy and the backup quarterback Josh Johnson went down with injuries. There was Jimmy seen smiling on the sideline with the clipboard. I think we're so far past the days of Jimmy Garoppolo. You're right. He knows the system. There's some familiarity. But we were just playing content the other day in the Cooler of Content of Brandon Ayuk saying that he liked Trey Lance more than Jimmy Garoppolo.
That is true.
So I think the writing was on the wall when they decided to move on from Jimmy to Trey Lance to now Brock Purdy. I just think he creates a distraction in that locker room if you were going to bring him back.
510, Patty from Pleasant Hill says, take Jimmy G only for my eye candy as a backup. No way. 408 says, if Jimmy G will play for $5 million a year and be holding a clipboard, then hell yeah, bring him back. 707, 100% I would take Jimmy as a backup if the money was right. We almost won a Super Bowl with him. 408 says, we don't need Jimmy bringing his bad habits back in the building. Shout out to Steve Lacy, Bad Habits, huh? Want to cue that one up, kid. That's a song within the last 2 years. I'm not even going Rolling Stones on you there, buddy. All right?
Bad habits and bad blood, Murph.
Scarecrow in Salinas is checking in at 808 KNBR. Scarecrow, good morning. You're on KNBR.
Morning, guys. The price is right. What the hey? You're looking for a backup quarterback, not Y.A. Tittle, for God's sakes. All you need is to make sure he's there in case Purdy gets hurt, and God forbid that happens.
Well, then I would defer you to my friend Marcus here.
Well, Scarecrow, what would you say from the distraction standpoint? If Brock Purdy does struggle, are we going to get 49er fans calling for Jimmy Garoppolo to start and force Brock Purdy out of the conversation?
No, that ain't happening anytime soon. The point being is you need a backup quarterback. The price is right. You're trying to keep the band together. You're going to need every buck you can come up with just to keep that offense there.
Okay.
Yeah. Am I in love with Jimmy Garoppolo? Hell no. But you want to hold the clipboard? Go for it, pal.
There it is, Scarecrow. We appreciate the call, man. Nick in Well, go ahead, Marcus.
Well, I was just going to say, my response to Scarecrow would have also been, I was down at Levi Stadium all season long, and I saw some Brock Purdy struggles. I remember being at the Bengals game, and people walking by saying, damn, it's time to start Sam Darnold. You heard people rumbling in the press box about whether or not Kirk Cousins was going to be a 49er after we saw the struggles in the first half against the Detroit Lions. So those conversations are always out there, and I don't think those are conversations that the 49ers want to deal with.
I actually think that Jimmy got to a point in his career where people saw him for what he was, seen how Brock Purdy does so much more for the offense. Just simple as points per game, right? I mean, you don't even need to get into the film, just points per game. I actually think it is safe to bring back Jimmy. Is it safe? Mm-hmm. I actually think it's safe to bring back Jimmy because I do not see him as a threat.
Well, I don't think it is a threat from an actual, playing perspective. I think anybody who's watched Brock Purdy versus Jimmy Garoppolo and seen the improvement of the Kyle Shanahan system would agree with that take. But again, we're talking about the same guy who had a bigger crowd watching him play on a practice field.
Times have changed. I think Brock's now the dude, and I think Jimmy has been humbled and humiliated and released from the Raiders. He would come back as a firm number 2.
But you think, would Kyle want him back? Well, that's the big question.
That is a legit question. I would say you got to go. We were just talking off the air about The Godfather, Michael Cole. You got to go. It's nothing personal, strictly business, because you do have to have a good backup, right? We know that. I mean, gosh, nobody wants to talk about injuries, but let's just talk about something like a sprained ankle or something where you got to miss a game. And your choice is Brandon Allen or Jimmy G. Now, listen, I don't have a full book on Brandon Allen, but I do have a book on Jimmy G. 408 says on the Golden State Liberty, yes, Julio in San Jose, yes, I would take Jimmy G. It's best to make sure they have a good backup. 707 comes with Marcus's, hell no, did you watch Jimmy last year? And that was even with enhanced performance enhancers. Come on, bro.
Yeah, he was on PEDs and had Devontae Adams, and he was one of the worst quarterbacks in the league last year.
That is definitely a product of the system for sure. That was a poisonous, bad locker room, bad offense, bad head coach.
But also you can say his success in San Francisco was a product of the Kyle Shanahan system.
So get him back in here where he can flourish in that system, because he's not good enough to transcend the system as we learned in Vegas.
Yes.
Nick in Sacramento is checking in on the concept of Jimmy G. Nick, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, gentlemen. I heard I'm dropping my daughter off here at CB in Sacramento. Shout out to you, Murph. I used to live in Mill Valley back in the day. Spent many nights at the Deuce.
Still going, by the way. Still going.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but it's changed a lot. I stop in sometimes. I
would hard disagree. I don't think it has changed.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean the ownership. Okay, no problem.
Yeah. I'm just talking about the amount of the scruffy guys at the end of the bar are still the same.
Yeah, totally. Well, we should definitely bring back Jimmy G. There's no harm, no foul. He's a wonderful quarterback, and he knows the system. It's It's easy, and why not?
Marcus is if you come in supporting Jimmy G, I'll defer you to Marcus over here. Marcus.
Well, Nick, if I gave you the option between a Jimmy Garoppolo and, say, a Joe Flacco, who would you take?
Yeah. Well, I would still, I think Joe would be more money, wouldn't he? I don't know.
I mean, Joe got brought in halfway through the season on a veteran Mitchum.
I think he just did. Can you get a little Fox chime there?
I'll give you an update for that.
I mean, I liked your Flacco idea, but he just signed with Indianapolis Colts.
Oh, so that's out the window.
That was a good idea, though.
Mm-hmm. I'm just throwing out names because we saw the level of production that Jimmy had last year.
Nick, go ahead.
No. I mean, in all honesty, I think, he's a good quarterback. He didn't get a fair shot in Las Vegas, and he's done a lot of good for the organization. There's nothing wrong with bringing him back. All these guys are prima donnas, so he's not going to affect anything. So,
Nick, I like your call, and I'd love to see it at the Deuce again one day. We'll go to the Juke and put in some Huey Lewis on the jukebox, all right? Mm-hmm. He just dropped it. All right, Nick, thanks for the call. There's nothing more, what they call it, meta, when you actually put Huey Lewis on the jukebox at the 2 a.m. Club, which is the bar they made famous by featuring it on the cover of their famous album, Sports. I could do with a Heart and Soul rejoin today. What a tiny little banger that is from the early 80s. Anyway, Brett in Walnut Creek is coming on KNBR, 808 KNBR. Brett, good morning. How are you?
What's up, guys? Hey, just real quick, remind me of Huey Lewis. I remember seeing him one night at Joe LaCoco's when it was, I don't know if it was his mom's birthday or mine, but Huey was there. It was my birthday as well. Alex Bennett was there.
Whoa!
Him and Huey got into a big argument over, I don't even remember what it was, but I think my mom chimed in. And,
that's incredible. Wait, Joe LaCoco's, help me out.
So Joe LaCoco's, he used to have a pizzeria, but then he opened a little Italian restaurant that was called LaCoco and Delacio's. Remember Al Delacio? He had a place there in Novato. Joe LaCoco's now moved his Italian restaurant up to Santa Rosa.
I see LaCoco's, Cucina Rustica, and Santa Rosa. Yeah, there's a LaCoco's on Piedmont Avenue in Oakland. So anyway,
different one.
Anyway, what's your take on Jimmy G, Brett?
So Jimmy G, again, he's a handsome guy, and handsome can take you a long ways. I kind of compare him. He's like the Jessica Simpson of stardom there. But I love Jimmy G as a backup, but backup does not mean you go backwards. And I think if you're getting Jimmy G, you're going backwards. You don't need to go backwards. Jimmy's been here. He was a great 49er. I loved him, but his work ethic is terrible. And he looks better standing there holding a clipboard, and I don't need to just pay a guy to hold a clipboard.
Well, I don't think he'd cost you much, Brett. So if you're going to see, I'll come in. One of my arguments is how cheap he'd be.
Yeah, but again, sometimes just buying something you get for what you paid for. You just pay for something to be cheap, then what are you really doing? It's like, well, why am I buying this really crappy pair of shoes that I'm never going to wear? Well, because they're cheap shoes.
Hey, it's funny you say that, Brett. One of my dad's many lessons in life was you got to spend a couple extra bucks on the footwear. He said quality footwear matters.
Yeah, you get what you pay for.
There you go. Hey, Brett, thanks for the call. We appreciate it.
See, look,
Alex Bennett and Huey Lewis getting into it. Alex Bennett was the morning DJ of the 80s.
That threw me through a loop, but just to tie it back to what he was saying about Jimmy Garoppolo, look, you can break down his performance last year in Las Vegas. We could talk about how he's a scheme fit. We could talk about whether or not he would be a locker room distraction. The bottom line to me is I don't think the 49ers front office, including John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, want to reunite with Jimmy Garoppolo, and I also don't think Jimmy Garoppolo wants to come back to the 49ers.
I think all parties would be wise to reunite. That's my take. I think the Niners they got a guy who could be an effective backup, and Jimmy's got to know his role. Know your role and shut your mouth.
Well, that's the thing, if he accepts that role, but this is also the Jimmy Garoppolo that I don't want to put words in his mouth. He might feel slighted still about the whole Trey Lance situation. I know you got to put your big boy pants on, but the way that he was kind of forced out of town, the way that they were trying to get rid of him, I think there's just too much bad blood between the two.
Strictly business, baby. Strictly business. 415 says, no Jimmy. He's like an ex-girlfriend you keep drunk texting. Just delete the number and move on.
That's always an issue.
Have you deleted a number because it's a problem?
Well, I'm pretty disciplined when it comes to drunk texting. I try to stay away from those subjects.
707 says, Murph, Heart and Soul rejoin. You're making me fall in love with you all over again. 707. Maybe you and I are meant to be together. Is that a man, woman, child? I don't know what's going on here. 707. What's your demo? Let's hook it up. course, I'm happily married. 510 says, yes, David St. Hubbins is the patron saint of quality football. That's correct. 707 says, why are you talking about Jimmy G? Don't we already have a backup quarterback? Well, Brandon Allen was the number 3 last year, and we're talking about a number 2. Okay, we're talking about a number 2. 602, Cactus Man says, in my opinion, Jimmy G would not bring the competition level to Brock Purdy as a backup. Do you want somebody to press Brock Purdy? I don't think so. I think Purdy's on the established level. I don't want to say he's Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, and Lamar Jackson and Pat. He's not there yet, but he's your starter. You're not bringing in competition for Mahomes. You're bringing in competition for
you're not
Burrow.
bringing his competition as a starter. And I know last offseason was different with Brock dealing with that elbow injury, but they bring in Sam Darnold, and there's always been question marks about whether or not they would bring in another veteran behind him.
I just have to go here with this text because it's funny. Yes, I know, but I just want to go there because it's funny. 707. Bringing back Jimmy would be like bringing back 45 to be 47. Oh. That's funny, all right? That's funny, okay? Hey, Moselle, I see you, buddy, and I love you, but we got to break because we have to, because why? Because why are we breaking? Why are we breaking? Because, come on. He's late on it, too, with that.
Oh,
Go.
Clock.
Nice.
There it is.
And now we're late on the clock, Tony.
Exactly. Matt Maiocco is going to give us a big, long, giant 49er conversation. Settle in for Matty. Eric Kendricks stiffen the Niners. The free agent moves. And Jimmy G next on the Sports Leader.
Sitting around, maybe having a left-handed smoke.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus keep rolling with NBC Sports Bay Area 49ers insider Matt Maiocco.
Sponsored by Golden State. Since 1954, when you succeed, they succeed. Visit them today at goldenstatelumber.com. And by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers.
It's Murph, Marcus, and Maiocco on KNBR. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader.
That's what I'm talking about, kid. Turn that up a little bit. This is the all-time line. When things got hot and hectic, I know she'd be electric. Hey now. See, they used to say it, like they used to suggest it. Things got hot and hectic. I knew she'd be electric. Nowadays, they just kick down the door and talk about it.
Oh, Murph, they're driving straight through the fourth door to tell you each and everything you need to know.
In detail, right? Just shout out to Cardi B and Megan the Stallion.
Now we're talking WAP.
Oh, hey now.
Hey, I didn't spell it out.
No. Very good. Anyway, thank you for this, young Tony. I heard it the other day. It just kind of put me in a mood. Matt Maiocco puts me in a mood, too. The great Matt Maiocco, KNBR's 49ers insider. Matty, good morning. How are you?
What's up, Matt?
Nothing much. Just us in the La Miranda area are doing quite well after the big St. Mary's beatdown of Gonzaga on Tuesday night. So,
hey, man. That's the realistic hope. Can you get a 4 seed?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
No, I mean, the latest I've seen from Joe Lenardi is like a 7 seed.
Oh, wow.
But,
I thought they were higher than that. Okay.
Yeah.
Were you in Vegas?
I was not. No, this little thing called free agency kept me from making any travel plans this last week. So, we're hot and heavy into free agency, and it's funny. Once free agency starts, it feels like things slow down because of that open negotiating period when a lot of the work can be done and nothing can be officially agreed upon, as the 49ers found out yesterday with Eric Kendricks. But, I mean, they got a lot of movings, a lot of stayings, a lot of comings, a lot of goings.
Let's stay there with Eric Kendricks. I don't know if you've talked to anybody in the building or anybody, agents around there. Is there any information on what happened? And I guess my question, two-part question. One, is there any more information on what happened? And two, is it damaging to the Niners because they really needed a guy like that, or are there other options?
Yeah, I mean, there's always other options. And I guess, probably it bumps up the re-signing of Oren Burks and Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles up a notch. But, basically whenever the agents put it out there, a guy has agreed to terms. And, so I think maybe some agents use that as, a challenge to every other team. Like, hey, if you really want this guy, even though he's agreed to terms, nothing's been signed. And so Eric Kendricks played, I think it was 8 seasons, 7 seasons with Mike Zimmer as the head coach, or he was there with the Vikings. And so Zimmer is now the defensive coordinator of the Dallas Cowboys. And, probably what happened was, Zimmer, who has a relationship with Kendricks, and Kendricks played a lot of really good football for the Vikings, is basically like, okay, do you want to go to the 49ers and be the third guy and be coming off the field in nickel situations? Or do you want to have a bigger role here with me, a coach who knows you, has loyalty to you? And so Kendricks opted that, upon reflection, that the Cowboys were the best fit for him.
Now, Matt, going from the linebackers group to that defensive line, We saw a lot of talent leave this offseason, whether it's Cleve Furrow going to the Commanders, Javon Kinlaw to the Jets. Of course, Eric Armstead is still out there after being released by the 49ers. I wanted to ask whether or not you think that they've done enough to replenish this defensive line with the additions of Jordan Elliott, making that trade for Malik Collins, bringing in Leonard Floyd, and Yetur Gross-Matos, and whether or not you think the door might still be open for a guy like Eric Armstead.
Yeah, well, I just don't think Armstead will be back. I would think that something would happen with him pretty quickly. There are other teams with 49ers ties who know him, who have more cap flexibility and can offer him more money. And so I don't think I would be shocked. I guess I would say if Eric Armstead re-signs with the 49ers this offseason. As far as the other spots on that D-line, like you mentioned, I don't think, Chase Young, I don't think he's coming back. Cleveland Ferrell certainly isn't coming back. And when you look at what the 49ers have gotten since 2019, since Nick Bosa's first year in the league, they really haven't gotten much at all from that edge rusher opposite of Bosa. I think that the most sacks that anybody on that other side has gotten is 6.5. That comes from Arden Key and someone whose name escapes me right now. Well, D Ford that first year had 6.5 sacks as well. And so by getting Leonard Floyd, this is a guy who's been averaging right around 10 sacks a year for the past 4 years. So I think, on paper, they're losing big name guys, but the guy that they're replacing those edge rushers with has been more productive. And now can he be even more productive knowing that Bosa's on the other side, and that's the side that's going to attract a lot more of the attention, a lot more of the scheming from the offense. And then, as you mentioned, Yetur Gross-Matos comes in, and he's a guy that, doesn't bring a whole lot of juice as a pass rusher, but he can move inside in nickel situations and rush from the inside. So if you're looking at where the 49ers defensive line is right now, I don't think there's been much of a drop-off from that first unit. Now the interior guys are Jordan Elliott and Malik Collins. And so, the only holdover is Javon Hargrave. So there's 6 guys there that are legitimate NFL players, and 5 of them have been like kind of long-term starters on that defensive line. And then you have other guys that, the 49ers hope and expect will be part of that rotation as well to keep guys fresh. On the interior, Kevin Givens, getting him back. So that's 4 defensive tackles. And then on the outside, last year started off really good for Drake Jackson, 3 sacks in that first game, and then he got injured and just kind of, didn't do anything and ended up having surgery on that quad and missing the rest of the season. So, he would be, I guess, the 4th guy conceivably, with the 49ers hoping that Robert Beal also develops into a reliable player. And so there's still opportunities for them. They've added kind of in the second and third wave of free agency, they've added guys over the past few years, and they still have 10 draft picks too, where they can add a defensive lineman. So, they started free agency with 6 unrestricted free agents on the defensive line. Then they also released Eric Armstead. So those are 7 holes that they've filled now with 4 players. And I would suspect that, there will be more additions as we go along the offseason. But I think they probably feel good where they are right now about having kind of the core of their defensive line rotation already in place.
Hey, listen, I don't want to make this guy the center of the conversation. I do want to shout him out just real quick, though. I want to tease Michael Rappaport with Tolbert and Copes at 3:50 and remind everybody you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. You slipped him into the answer just real briefly. I'm a Kevin Givens guy. I like him. This, to me, was a really important signing, and I just looked it up on Pro Football Reference snap counts. He was in 36.4% of the snaps last year. Javon Kinlaw was 43. Eric Armstead was 46. Givens, I think, is, and I imagine he's just going to get better.
Murph, it's something where I don't quite understand it, because I'm with you. I think he's a good player. Is he a starting caliber player? He hasn't proven that, but he has proven to be a reliable rotational player. Like there's never been a game where after the game, I think, man, when Gibbons was in, boy, the 49ers defense was sure exploited. I've never felt that way. And so I've always been kind of surprised that, a guy like Robert Saleh or a guy like D'Amico Ryans, who coached the 49ers defense and knows that personnel very well. I'm kind of surprised that neither one of those guys has ever, gone out there and given him the kind of contract to lure him to their teams.
But he's back, so great news.
He's back. He's back on another 1-year deal.
I'm fired up.
Now, Matt, even with all these additions and re-signings on the defensive line, I know there's a lot of 49ers paying attention, or should I say 49er fans paying attention to the situation down in L.A. with the Chargers. Now, yesterday they were able to restructure the contract of Khalil Mack. They cut Mike Williams, which gets them underneath the salary cap. But I know Joey Bosa still has a $7 million signing bonus that clicks in tomorrow. So just break down kind of what's going on with Joey Bosa down in L.A. and if there's any real possibility of maybe reuniting Joey and Nick Bosa together on that defensive line.
I think there would have to be some sacrifices made in order for that to happen. I mean, right now, the 49ers have not spent a great deal of money. Well, this is all relatively speaking, right, on these defensive linemen that they brought in, but they're around the $8 to $10 million range. Certainly nowhere near what Nick Bosa is making. I just don't know if, for cap reasons, and when you look to the future, as far as what the team is going to be devoting cap-wise to players with the rising contracts, such as Fred Warner and Trent Williams and George Kittle and Deebo Samuel, and then also fitting in potentially Brandon Ayuk, and then for sure a year from now, big money deal with Brock Purdy. That will make him the highest paid 49er on the team. I don't think, it's my understanding that Joey Bosa isn't going to say, well, you're already paying my brother a lot of money, so I'll take a lot less. I just don't think that's good business, and I don't think the Bosa family, I don't think that's anything that at their stages of their career they're going to like, hey, let's kind of tear it all up and see if we can band together and win a Super Bowl. I don't think either one of the players, either one of the Bosas is at that point of their career. So that would be a shocker. That would be a big time, unexpected move, because I just don't see how the pieces can fit together. Now, that doesn't mean that the 49ers haven't thought about that, or they haven't tried to figure out a way where that could happen if things with the Chargers go in a direction where Bosa, it means more to that organization for Joey Bosa to not be on the team because of what it might open up on the salary cap. But I think it's really a long shot, but it's certainly something that the 49ers would pursue and kick the tires and see if there's any way possible that could happen.
Matt Maiocco, KNBR's 49ers Insider. It's great to have him here on the UMA guest lines. The Niners, of course, comings and goings. They've added Jordan Elliott, Leonard Floyd, Malik Collins, Yetur Gross-Matos. They've extended or re-signed Kevin Givens, Brandon Allen, Ben Barch, Colton McKivitz, and George Odom. They've lost Eric Armstead, Javon Kinlaw, Cleve Farrell, Sam Darnold, Charlie Warner, Matt Pryor, and Isaiah Oliver. So Sam Darnold jumps out to me there. Matt, you famously had a fun conversation with us about him last year. Now, right now, is Brandon Allen the number 2, and is that acceptable? Or in the electric conversation we just had prior to your arrival on the radio, I have said I would call Jimmy G to see if he would take a cheap veteran minimum and come back and be a backup. Marcus says, no freaking way. That ship has sailed. I say, I understand some fences would need to be mended, but he would be a great number 2, and I don't see him as a threat to Brock Purdy. I don't know, Matt. You take it. What's your take?
Yeah, I think that ship has sailed, and I also don't think that Jimmy Garoppolo is best suited to be a backup with a team that has a guy like Tom Brady, a guy that, he's best suited to be a backup quarterback with a team that has a long-time veteran established quarterback. I don't really think that he has a whole lot to offer for a young guy, like in a supporting role. So I just don't think he's a good fit there. I don't think that, the way he sees the game is necessarily on point with the way that Kyle Shanahan sees the game. So therefore, I just don't see that he would be a good fit in any way to be a backup with the 49ers behind Brock Purdy.
And Matt, it's funny because Murph says he would make the call. I would not make the call. It doesn't really matter if either of us would make the call. It comes down to whether or not Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch would make the call on Jimmy Garoppolo. And as someone who's in the building almost every single day, I wanted to ask your perspective if there was any bad blood in the breakup between Jimmy Garoppolo and the 49ers from either perspective.
I don't know if there's bad blood. I think they just kind of, grew apart. I think that, I could kind of sense some things last year from Jimmy, maybe not being pleased with how everything went down. And I understand that. I'm sure that Trey Lance wasn't real thrilled with how everything went down. There's very rarely an amicable splitting when it comes to the NFL between players who've been at one spot and their teams when they decide to move on. But I just don't think that the vision is the same. I just don't think that, I think Jimmy does a lot of good things. He's a great guy. People love him when he's in the building. When he's not in the building, he kind of disappears. He just does disappear, and it's been kind of, the running joke with the 49ers for the longest time. I just don't know that he's best in that kind of supporting role as far as being the guy that is able to bring stuff to the attention of the starter that might go unseen. So I just don't know that he's that kind of like studious type that can really help a young quarterback. And let's face it, Brock Purdy is still a young quarterback. And, it's my understanding, not at all surprised that Brandon Allen is back, because I know they do like him. He did not attempt to pass last season, of course. They'll be adding somebody. Will it be a veteran guy? I don't think they're going to pay, $6-7 million for another veteran guy to come in. And so I would think that they'll use a draft pick, but it wouldn't surprise me at all if the 49ers break training camp with Brock Purdy as the starter and Brandon Allen as the backup, and either, a rookie quarterback draft pick, perhaps either on the 53 or on the practice squad.
Maddie, I know we don't have a ton of time left, but, we said defensive line. Nothing on the other side of the ball. And I think offensive line. We've had a number of callers and texters say, man, they got to beef it up. There's a bunch of kind of spare parts in there, and right guard is in flux. Maybe it's Feliciano. McKivitz is extended, et cetera. I see a couple of guys available. I'm on the Athletics top 10 remaining guys. Tyron Smith, tackle for the Cowboys, probably way too rich. Kevin Zietler, guard from the Ravens. Point is that they're just not doing really anything with that O-line. Are you just thinking draft only on that, or are they actually pleased with the state of their offensive line?
Oh, I think they're pleased with the state of the offensive line, except for right guard. Yeah, I think that's the spot where they'll be looking. And if when you see the market for free agents, it typically doesn't make a whole lot of sense if you have other options to hit the free agent market, because what's been the offensive tackle market in the NFL during free agency? To my understanding, there hasn't been one, because basically all the good offensive tackles are taken. If a team gets an offensive tackle that they like, they hold on to them. They never hit free agency. So therefore, teams who are looking to bolster their offensive line end up overpaying for guards. And so I don't know that there's a guard out there that the 49ers see like, oh my gosh, this guy fits into what our budget is with all the cap issues that will be facing the team. Here's what I think. I think that when they look at their offensive line, they see the best left tackle in the game. I think they see three other guys who are kind of recent starters. Either they just finished their first year or their second year as full-time starters. And that's Aaron Banks, Jake Brendel, and Colton McKivitz. And I think that when you look at it from a whole, the team would expect each of those players to be better and make steps next year. And so, was this offensive line good enough to win a Super Bowl? They're the only team in the history of football that has taken the lead twice in the fourth quarter of any game and once in overtime of any game and still lost. So that's how close they came to winning the Super Bowl with the group they had. And ultimately, probably the biggest play of that game, well, there are many, but one of the ones that really stands out was a blown assignment by the right guard. And so I think that's the area where, the team will be looking to get somebody that is reliable and that can be an upgraded right guard. Whether that's Feliciano, I don't know. At this point, I kind of doubt it. But I do think that the sweet spot in this draft for the 49ers, when you look at the number 31 overall pick, and maybe they even, package a pick or two a little bit later to move up a spot or two or three to get somebody that could potentially step in, week one and be a starter at right guard. So I think there will be some opportunities there in the draft, but I don't necessarily see them, unless it's Feliciano, I don't necessarily see them, going out and getting a right guard to start from the free agent signing period. My guess is that would come more in the draft.
Maddie, as always, a fruitful conversation, an enjoyable conversation, and I just feel better for having talked to you, buddy.
Wow. Hey, how about that? I brightened up your day.
It's funny when you were just talking about cards.
Months of gloom and rain, and the sun is out, and I guess that just lifts everything.
It's the Randy Bennett factor. That's what it is.
There we go. Yeah, he's always Mr. Cheerful.
Will you get to a tournament game depending on their spot?
It doesn't matter depending on the spot. I am going regardless.
Because you know why, Marcus? Because when you have a spot on the team playing. Yeah. That's right. There you go.
Maioco's VIP with St. Mary's.
All right, buddy. Hey, let's do this again real soon. All right, buddy?
How about next Thursday, Matt?
Let's do it Thursday from parts unknown, whether it's Charlotte, Pittsburgh, Memphis,
I'm
Omaha,
jealous now,
Spokane,
man. I'm jealous.
Salt Lake City.
That's so great.
Brooklyn, that's an option.
Such a great
Indianapolis.
thing. Such a great thing.
I
So
will
excited
be there.
for you. So excited for you. All right, Matty, be good. Matt Maiocco.
Okay.
Let's react to Maioco's 49ers talk next. 808 KNBR, what you heard. Are you enraged? Are you excited? 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. And then a real treat for all y'all, a little after 9:30, Jake Peavy's positive energy coming your way on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Mountain View, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Mountain View's sports leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
You heard it in the promo. David Lombardi stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes moments after Eric Kendricks decided to pull out of his deal with the San Francisco 49ers. So to hear that full podcast and more 49er talk, check out all the podcasts available on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
I think that ship has sailed, and I also don't think that Jimmy Garoppolo is best suited to be a backup with a team that has a guy like Tom Brady. A guy that, he's best suited to be a backup quarterback with a team that has a long-time veteran established quarterback. I don't really think that he has a whole lot to offer for a young guy, like in a supporting role. So I just don't think he's a good fit there. I don't think that, the way he sees the game is necessarily on point with the way that Kyle Shanahan sees the game. So therefore, I just don't see that he would be a good fit in any way to be a backup with the 49ers behind Brock Purdy.
Solid rejoin, young Tony, from the nice Matt Maiocco cut on Jimmy G. And somebody said they thought Jimmy G had bad habits. I said, can I get a Steve Lacy? And we are getting a Steve Lacy habit. Was this a banger for you, Marcus? You know the tune.
Jimmy Garoppolo staring left is a bad habit.
I saw him on SNL. I would confess, this song's like kind of pleasant in the background. It never takes off. It just kind of hangs out. It just kind of, I'm like, is this thing ever going to take off? But hey, he got on SNL with it, so there you go.
I know, and I'm speaking of I wish I knew. Well, now I know that 49er fans want Jimmy Garoppolo back as a backup quarterback.
Well, not everybody. I think the audience was divided.
But we brought up this topic a couple weeks ago, and it seemed more like 75-25 in favor of my argument, but today it felt more 50-50.
You feel that way, huh?
Yeah, I think the pendulum has kind of been swinging a little bit.
Was it the text that said Marcus's argument is doo-doo?
Yeah,
was that the one that got to you?
He's like, Marcus has always been a Jimmy Garoppolo hater. Look, Murph, I said this to you before about the subliminal messages.
Can we get Waterboy stop sending subliminals?
I can't thank Jimmy Garoppolo enough. And no, I'm not talking about his wins in San Francisco. I can't thank Jimmy enough for playing so badly last year that he got Josh McDaniels fired from the Raiders. Jimmy is my guy. That's my quarterback,
that's
man.
A thing.
That's my quarterback.
That happened.
Yeah.
That happened.
It was. And that's my kind of half of my take of why I don't think Jimmy's coming back to the Raiders. Hell, to the Niners. I don't know if Jimmy's going to get a job anywhere, especially after serving his PED suspension. Whew. He was so bad last year. I get it. It was outside of the Kyle Shanahan system, and that was your argument to put him back in the system, but I don't know if Kyle wants him back in the system.
It's a hot topic, and we can continue on at 808 KNBR is the phone number. If you want to chime in, we do have a segment here. Jake Peavy's going to join us next. You're going to love him, by the way. He's going to lift your day up. And by the way, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, 415-808-5627. But while we're talking about good vibes with Jake Peavy, how about the good vibes of a $100 Amici's gift card every day this week? Every freaking day this week. $100. I'll take that. So call 415-896-KNBR, caller number 10. And then you get yourself a little feast. $100 Amici's East Coast Pizzeria's 12 Bay Area locations offer dine-in, takeout, and delivery of your favorite East Coast style pizzas, pastas, and flame roasted chicken wings. Check out the menu and order online at amicis.com. So, reaction to Maddie with what he had to say. We start with Maiocco. We can go from there to the D-line. So, it's, with Garoppolo. Two Italians, right? Whoa, you talking
Italians?
How important is a backup for Brock? He's young, he's healthy, he's not injury prone, knock on wood. I hate to even put this out there, you know what I mean? But he has proven to be durable.
He has, and he's proven that he's able to play through injuries before. Like, I think a lot of people forget about last year when in his first start in the NFL, he damn near broke his rib, and then he goes up to Seattle on a short week, beat Seattle on the road, played through that the entire season, of course, until he got hurt in the NFC Championship
he's a
game.
dude. Yeah, well, that was different.
Yeah,
right?
that's a freak injury.
That was Tommy John's situation. So you don't necessarily need a guy who you think is going to play 4 or 5 games because your guy is brittle and injury prone. But you do need somebody who's around. If he turns an ankle, he steps in a pothole, steps in a gopher hole and turns his ankle, you need a guy. Right now, that guy is Brandon Allen. I don't know how Giants fans, Niners fans feel about that. I don't feel that good about that. If Jimmy Garoppolo came in, I think you can win. I've seen it over and over and over again. He wins games for the Niners, and he can dump it to Kittle, and he can dump it to McCaffrey. Now, maybe Brandon Allen with a full summer can be that guy. He's older. He's more that veteran wisdom that Maddie was talking about. You want somebody mature in the quarterback room. Maybe that's an argument against Jimmy that I could listen to, and that is, if you need a mature guy to tell Brock, hey, here's how you do it, here's how you do it, maybe Jimmy's not that guy. We just played bad habits. So funny. And Jimmy took him to a Super Bowl and an NFC championship. We're like, yeah, he had bad habits.
Correct. And that's why I've seen some people on the text line today say, oh, he's got a bad work ethic, stuff like that. I'm not throwing out any of those allegations. Jimmy was a hell of a guy in the locker room. You hear the way that George Kittle talks about him. You hear the way that his teammates talked about him. They love Jimmy Garoppolo. Now, again, I don't know if there's that same love between him and Kyle Shanahan, especially with the way things ended after the Trey Lance trade, after Brock Purdy took the starting job, after we didn't know whether or not Jimmy was going to be healthy enough to return for the NFC Championship game. I just think there's too many factors here to kind of try to rekindle that relationship. Murph, it's never a good idea to be crawling back to your ex-girlfriend, trying to bring it back, trying to have one more romance.
I had a celebrated reunion with my high school girlfriend. We got it going. 2.0. It was good.
How long did that last, Murph?
It went for a while.
Ooh.
Yeah, it did for a while. I could tell you a story over a couple beers.
Check with Candace.
Well, that's who kind of broke it up.
Yeah, there we go.
That's who broke it up.
So you're saying Candace is the Brock Purdy?
Yes.
The one who broke it all up.
That is correct.
Who made you move on?
She is the
And
Brock
now
Purdy.
you're not looking back after you got Candace.
And she can drive a tractor, too. 209 says, my ex was good looking but didn't perform when it matters. And I ain't going back to my ex, and neither are the Niners.
It's a good time.
Okay. I don't know. If you want to stay on this topic, we can. But if other things Matt said to you, Eric Kendricks. Guys, we were here yesterday talking about middle of the night. We were playing the 5 Satins in the still of the night. Rolling Stones, Undercover of the Night. We're like, hey, they got a guy. And I told you all about what a great Bruin he was, what a great leader he was. We had one hater on the text line that said he's washed. I was like, I like him. His tackle number was huge in L.A. as the Charger. He was a captain. I said he's basically like Fred Warner, but a couple years older, right? And so I said, I love this because we don't know Greenlaw's status going into September. I was looking at my phone last night. I said, Eric Kendricks is a Dallas Cowboy. I said, wait, what?
I was so confused. I didn't know if it was like a fake Adam Schefter account, but no, because all of this happened in the legal tampering period. So I'm sure someone like Superfan would probably defend Eric Kendricks, say, he never signed, dude. Now he's going to the Cowboys, dude.
Oh, he would be. I would just tell you.
He was never yours, Murph.
To give you guys a super fan, he would defend Kendricks to the death.
Yeah.
Don't say he's a hypocrite, dude. He never said it, dude. He would get very upset about that. He never said he was going to the Niners, dude. That was Schefter. He would flip. Sometimes he would snap on you. Like I snap, He'd be like, dude, don't say that. He never said he was coming. That was the media, dude. He would get very upset. By the way, UCLA beat Oregon State in the tournament yesterday. They're still alive.
Oh, shout out the Bruins.
Playing Oregon today. Hey, what did Maddie say about Eric Kendricks?
Yeah, I mean, there's always other options, and I guess probably it bumps up the re-signing of Oren Burks and Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles up a notch. But basically, whenever the agents put it out there, a guy has agreed to terms, and so I think maybe some agents use that as a challenge to every other team. Like, hey, if you really want this guy, even though he's agreed to terms, nothing's been signed.
Okay, well, I mean, that's the thing. And apparently in Dallas, he's not only going to reunite with Mike Zimmer, but the catch is he was going to reunite with Brandon Staley. But we were talking yesterday about the Staley influence on the defense. Maybe not as much now. It just got cut in half because Leonard Floyd has a Staley fingerprint, and so did Eric Kendricks, but now Kendricks is a Cowboy.
Who knows? Maybe Nick Sorensen stepped in and put the kibosh on everything.
Could be.
I don't know. I'm riffing a little bit.
The mystery man, Nick Sorensen.
But to me, the way I break down this scenario is, yes, the obvious ties between him and Mike Zimmer going back to their Vikings days, but I think Eric Kendricks took a look at the situation, saw that he was kind of a stopgap fill-in for someone like Dre Greenlaw. Now he's going to get an opportunity to play almost every snap with the Dallas Cowboys.
Is that the take that Tony leaked at 5:30 this morning?
Yeah, exactly. Antonio's like, ooh, that's a good take. And then he went down the hallway and told Murph. I said, hey, that's my take. Don't give that to Murph.
I didn't know you were holding back takes from me. I thought we shared takes. So
I want your organic reaction, Murph.
Okay, very good. To do that, all you have to do is block my car in the garage. That's an organic reaction.
That's organic, Good luck getting out today, Murph.
Maybe my guy will be watching Up. Who knows? You know what I mean?
What's
or
the latest
Cars.
Pixar film he's watching?
408 with a great text on the Golden State Lumber. But he said it honestly feels like Brock would be teaching Jimmy in the quarterback room.
Yeah, Brock does do more than Jimmy ever did.
732 says, Jimmy G, good guy, great hair, bad coverage reads.
Ooh.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah,
that's pretty funny.
Going back to his bad habits.
408 says, Jimmy G, productivity boat sailed 3 to 4 years ago. He would be a disruption. 707 says, Jimmy G, Kyle, can't stand him.
No, I don't see any scenario of that.
I mean, I have multiple drops. Me and Overnight Dave used to play him on a daily basis when Kyle would be asked about Jimmy Garoppolo being on the roster.
Only God knows.
And
he's going to the big man.
And the way you guys always said Jimmy played good enough to win, you sense that there was a lack of ringing endorsement in that.
Jimmy played good enough for us to win.
That's not exactly like a ringing, like how was your show today? Murph did well enough to get us through the segment.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. The guy calling me out for sending subliminal messages. I think
one of the great calls
I think
of all
Kyle
time,
Shanahan was sending a subliminal message here.
Jimmy played good enough for us to win.
I mean, he really did.
Boy, stop throwing subliminal. Get a job with the Raiders. You don't need to wake up to your bull.
Kyle Shanahan, stop sending subliminals. Jimmy Garoppolo's going to be a Raider, which he
I
was.
think that cut just needs to stop with Waterboy stop sending subliminals. That's it.
Yeah.
Because it makes it even better. When he brings in the Raiders, it sort of gets dirty.
Yeah, come on. I like my job.
Yeah, just say, hey, Waterboy.
Stop throwing subliminal.
That's it. Oh, he lost the S. He's going to take an artful surgery.
Waterboy, stop throwing subliminal.
Yeah. That's a great cut. All right, guys. Well, that was fun. And here's the deal. What's even more fun is Jake Peavy. What do you want? The energy of a Jake Peavy? He's coming to Sweetwater on Saturday, April 6th. It's a no-brainer to go see that. Tim Flannery's playing with him, and a ton of other great musicians. Big Steve Parrish is emceeing it. He's Jerry Garcia's guy. I mean, it's just going to be a great, and it's a relief benefit. It's a charity benefit for musicians who are down and out. So spend a couple bucks, have some good times. Jake's going to give you some good times next on the Sports Leader.
We'll run to a brick wall, and then we'll like one.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
That's the hotel. Listen to that. That's in the hotel corridor in Denver. That's when the Giants were making their move in 2014, and they put this out. And I was like, oh, the particles are gathering, man. It's Poncho and Lefty. What a great song. Chris Rose is going to join Tolbert and Copes at 4:50. We are proudly sponsored by, that's Flannery and Peavy. Oh, hell yeah. We're proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. And that man singing is on the UMA guest line, coming back to town on April 6th. Jake Peavy. Good morning, brother.
Murph, it's great to be with you, Marcus. I look forward to many more of these, buddy.
How you doing, Jake? How's life, man?
Buddy, life couldn't be any better. I'm 5 minutes away from Fairfield, Alabama, the home and birthplace of Willie Mays. I'm with Michael Mays, Harold Reynolds, Bob Kendrick of the Negro League Museums, and we're filming some stuff for MLB in advance for the game in June here at Rickwood Field. So, I just texted with Melissa over at Sweetwater, and she was saying, gosh, the serendipity of the moment coming on with you guys and getting to do what I have been doing the last few days is perfect.
Are you with Bob right now in a car?
I'm not. I'm following him.
Okay.
I'm following a van, but in a couple minutes I will be out. But I tell you what, guys. Yeah, go ahead.
Jake, he's a great friend of ours. Please pass on our warm greetings. Mm-hmm. We've had him out. You came to Sweetwater and Mill Valley. We had him out to Mill Valley Little League because we had a bunch of teams named after the Negro Leagues. We flew Bob in from Kansas City, and he gave an incredible speech to the town. This guy's gold, man.
Murph, he just went on and on. I told him I was coming on with you guys, and he went on and on about how great of friends you were. He credits you for introducing him in the time that he's got to spend with Willie. He gives you tons of credit for that. So you guys know what Willie Mays is to the game of baseball, what he's meant to the Bay Area. The highlight of my life was coming back out. People know the story of me reuniting with Bochy and Flannery. But I wore 44 my entire career. My hometown, Mobile, Alabama, has 5 Hall of Famers. They're all black, African-American. Willie McCovey, number 44. Willie Mays, certainly from Alabama. But Hank Aaron, 44. I wore that number until I got to San Francisco, and it was retired. So getting a chance to meet Willie McCovey in the last few years of his life and in the same having a relationship with Willie Mays, I get chills over my body saying these things out loud.
Oh, that's awesome breakdown, Jake. And it's cool that it's the year 2024. The city of San Francisco actually just made February 24th Willie Mays Day earlier this year, and it all kind of comes together with the Giants playing out at Rickwood Field this season. What does that all mean for a Giants fan, for someone like you? And, how big of a moment is this for baseball?
Well, I think it's a huge moment. For me, Willie Mays is the greatest player that I think has ever played. I told you about my Hall of Famers from our hometown. I did not mention Satchel Paige, where I think he's the best pitcher to ever pitch. And the majority of his work was done in the Negro Leagues. And when you talk about being from the South and the history of baseball, you can't talk about that history without getting into the Negro Leagues heavily. And so for me to be included, in some of this coverage, watching the San Francisco Giants come back as the Sea Lions and St. Louis going to come back as the Stars, and pay respect to so many of these players who have forgotten about. Their stories have never been told. So some validation for some of the guys who are living. And look, let's send all our positive thoughts and energy to the Willie Mays household, because if he's able to get out and walk on this field, I think the fans and the people will see what it truly means to everybody.
Oh, man. You just gave me I got to talk about chills, man. If that happens, Willie's definitely want to take care of his health, but if he can do it, man, wow. I'm talking about Rickwood Field in June, Giants and the Cardinals, and wearing their Negro League uniforms. And Jake Peavy is the voice you hear. It's great to talk to Jake. We want to make sure, Jake, before we get any further and talk baseball, that we talk a little music, man, because how about you guys adding your buddy Tim Flannery, too? Melissa's doing a great job assembling this lineup. Big Steve Parrish is going to be emceeing it, man. Come on, it doesn't get any more mystical than that, right? So you're coming to town. You'll be at Sweetwater on April 6th. and you're doing a Sweet Relief Musicians Fund for musicians who need some help, man. And what's the plan that night, right, Jake, besides rocking out and getting in touch with the people?
Well, look, I think you know that I love music equally as much as I love baseball. And being in the Bay Area, I had never been able to tie the two quite together like we did out there, and getting a chance to go through things at Slim's and the Fillmore. And you know, our buddy Flannery drugged me all off into this world as it is. To come back to be a part of opening day, 10 years since the last time we touched the championship, to celebrate that, commemorate, and bring some of that energy back to the ballpark on opening day, and then to turn around and go to Mill Valley and be with the Sweetwater people, to play music with some of our favorite people on planet Earth. Tim Flannery, certainly. Sam Bush is coming out, my local friends, and we're certainly going to have a couple surprise guests, I'm sure, that'll make their way.
Oh, yeah.
Steve Paris, I had no better time in the Bay Area than going out to Steve's house and seeing memorabilia and sitting around, maybe having a left-handed smoke and hearing stories of you know, back in the day. It's going to be a special night. And like you said, since COVID, I think there's been a glaring need in what could happen to some of these artists' careers and lives at the drop of a hat. So to raise money, in such a great night, it's just lining up to be a perfect weekend.
Yeah, I'm going to play it out there because we're raising money for charity for people in need. So it's a $100 ticket to buy in. It's a charity gig. If you want to go a little extra and get a little VIP, $250. If you have the means, $250. You get a little me and Pete. Go hang out, and talk a little ball with Flan and Peeve. All right, dude. Take Peavy.
That's the thing is, I understand, and it's tough for me because I would do all this for free. And I promise you this, this money is going right back into the community. I understand a $100 ticket is steep, and even a $250. But again, everybody who shows up, when you play music and it's around charity, and everybody from the fans who come and pay their money, from the artists who give their time and energy, the Sweetwater Music Hall certainly waiving so many fees and stuff like that to be a part. Everybody has a charitable heart in this, and it ends up just bringing the best out in a night. And then you combine that with music, and good music.
Great music. Can't wait, man. We'll be talking about this for all the weeks leading up to it, Jake. We'll make sure the house is packed for sure, man. And I'll be there for sure, man. So I can't wait to see you, buddy. But, hey, while we have you for a couple minutes, we've got a little baseball, man.
That's right.
Let's go. I mean, I do want to ask you about the Giants, but I do want to start with the news from yesterday. And that's a guy. This is three teams that are all in your history. Dylan Cease from the Chicago White Sox, where you played for Ozzie Guillen and Robin Ventura, I believe, is traded to the Padres, where you played for Bruce Bochy, of course, and Bud Black. Now, the third connection is that the Giants fans were wondering if the Giants would be in on that, because the Giants pitching staff right now behind Kyle Harrison and Logan Webb first. Logan Webb and Kyle Harrison, then maybe Cobb when he comes back, and Robbie Ray when he comes back. The fans were thinking the Giants needed another arm. Jordan Hicks is there too. So can you give me a breakdown of that trade? I mean, the Padres gave up 3 prospects, but they got a guy, and should the Giants have gone and gotten that guy also?
Well, look, I wish – this is tough for me because I like the move for the Padres. The Padres they certainly depleted their foreign system a little bit. They didn't give up any of their top 5 prospects in this move. They did give up a reliever who's going to play critical parts, but Dylan Cease is now going to slot into like a number 3 spot for the Padres. Michael King is now in that 4th spot with Brito. I do love what A.J. Preller has been able to do in tough situations with cutting payroll and still putting a team out. I think the NL West is as strong as any division out there. The San Francisco Giants, I love the Soler and the Chapman move. We have solidified a really good position player group that has some youth and has some experience that I think is going to play. The pitching staff is where my concerns are. We're going to have Hicks step up in a big way. I think Kyle Harrison is ready to take that next move. And I think we have the best starting pitcher, or as good as anybody in the West. I know we love Yamamoto and some of these guys. Logan Webb can go toe-to-toe with anybody. And so I think that's a question mark. How is the pitching going to hold up until some of those reinforcements get back? And you just got to stay around. And here's what I'll tell San Francisco fans. We never quite beat the Dodgers when I was out there. It stinks not winning the division. But most of those title runs, it didn't happen that way, you know. So you just get in and you can make that run. Look at Arizona. Look at Philadelphia the past couple years. Neither one of these teams are winning divisions. They're getting in the playoffs. They have the talent to win a championship. It's about time. It's been 10 years. We've got to get that feeling back and start talking about what it takes to get in the playoffs and punch through and make this place title town again.
And, Jake, I think that's the question about the rotation, especially in the beginning of the season while the Giants are still waiting for Alex Cobb and Robbie Ray to eventually make those returns. You brought up Jordan Hicks and his transition from the bullpen to the starting rotation. It seems like they are going to rely on the youth movement to start the year, whether we're talking about Kyle Harrison, Keaton Wynn, maybe a Mason Black, a Landon Roop, Carson Wisenhunt. These are prospects that we talk about all the time. Is there anybody in the Giants farm system that stands out to you that maybe could make an impact in this rotation?
I wish that I had seen I've just heard stuff. I haven't put my eyes on I was just in camp and got to go over, but I didn't see any of the guys in game action. And it's so hard to really put something on somebody if you haven't really seen them in game action. You can read and hear about it. All of those names, Wisenhunt, I got to see him throw. They all have the ability to show up. And what I will what I think is going to be better than it has been in years past, and what was huge in my time there, was young players coming up and being able to help immediately. We had guys like Joe Panik in the roster. Matt Duffy was playing critical parts. Andrew Susak. They were all rookies in 2014 playing critical roles. Now, it wasn't any pitchers in that mix, but if you go back to those championships, Bumgardners and those guys were coming on the scene, winning World Series games in their first years up. We're going to have that, and what I believe is with the new regime of Bob Melvin and Matty Williams and some of the stuff that I know now is there's going to be an emphasis on, I believe we have a better chance of blending that all together and kind of having a good plan to go forward. So I wish I had a better answer for you. I tell you this, we've just got to stay around. You've got to hold the fort down. Everything happens in the second half. You just can't be out of it by the second half. And I think a lot has to do with us as fans and the people who are surrounding the team. We've got to be positive and try to find ways. We're in the best division, as good a divisions in baseball. The AL East is stacked, but the NL West is stacked. The Dodgers, the Diamondbacks, the Padres are really good teams, and the Giants certainly are one as well. You just got to fight and scratch and claw like we've always done.
Jake, man, we can keep you on forever. I know we got to let you go. It's incredible to hear Jake Peavy in Alabama doing a piece for MLB Network with Bob Kendrick from the Negro Leagues Museum and Harold Reynolds about the Giants of the Cup. That's particles now, Jake, that we got you right here on the road with Kendrick and the crew, man. So just in terms of warm energy and particles, just a thought on last year's World Series champ when old Bochy rode that horse. That horse, Lonesome Dove style, one more time into Texas and won a championship, man. I know you're an emotional guy, man. I almost think you should have picked up a guitar and wrote a song about him, Jake. What was your reaction, man?
My reaction is coincidence? I think not. I think we understand what got away in the Bay Area. Bochy was certainly a critical piece, and it was no fluke that he was turning out title after title with the teams that we were. And Chris Young certainly realized that from afar. Chris Young played for Bruce Bochy back in our San Diego days and went and put the right man in charge with a talented team. Golly, I just hope that people, older experienced managers who have some say-so haven't been the favorite picks of these front office staffs. They kind of wanted yes men for the last 10 years to just do what they've told them and let the analytics kind of do that. I think when you match a baseball lifer with crazy experience and you give him all the analytical stuff, but still let him mix and match. And you look what Bruce Bochy did with that bullpen. Last year, that Texas bullpen was not very strong. Leclerc came on in a big way. Araldis was hit or miss. But him being able to pull the right strings at the right time was no different than what I watched him do 3 out of 5 years there in San Francisco. And we just, as San Francisco fans, we certainly now, if we didn't know who we had and what we did have there for a while, we know now.
Jake, man, like I said, we could go on and on and on. We're done. By the way, I just want you to know we get reaction on the text line. Bro, it's like our producer, John, it's like a slot machine. They love you, bro. Boom, boom, boom. Jake.
I tell you this, my love for the Bay Area, it goes so deep you can't imagine. The fact that I know that in a few weeks I'm coming out, I get to see my good friends, Comcast, Devin Fox.
Yeah, good old Devin, yeah.
I'm going to do some TV, going to go to opening day, and then be at Sweetwater on Saturday to play music.
There's two texts.
I cannot wait.
Two texts I wanted to leave you with. 707 said, Jake isn't even from the Bay, but he's so damn Bay. Okay, that's number one. And number two, 831 wrote in and said, Peavy makes me want to run through a brick wall and roll one up all at the same time.
What a combination.
The same, pal. We'll run through a brick wall, and then we'll light one up.
Oh, count me in. Put me in the rotation, Jake.
Jake, I will continue to promote this show as long, and I can't wait to see you. All right, brother?
Thanks, Jake.
Boys, I appreciate both of you very much.
He's so funny. By the way, you said count you in.
Oh.
Count you in.
Murph, I want Jake Peavy in the Giants rotation, and I want to be in those rotations. I have to run through those walls.
Oh, man. He is just a good dude. Great energy. April 6th at Sweetwater. Go check out Sweetwater Music Hall for the tickets, and it's a benefit in hell. You're going to have a great time. All right? Okay. We are going to debut a new segment on the other side that we think may be our new closing segment. It's called What Did Young Tony Learn Today?
Stand by.
This is our kid. We're gonna raise him on the air on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader.
Sitting around, maybe having a left-handed smoke.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
One of the more enjoyable things the last few weeks has been bringing this kid along, young Tony, 25 years old. And every day something comes up on the show where he's like, huh? What? Really?
Who?
What's that? Now, famously, the Patton explosion.
Who?
When the Giants signed Jorge Soler, and I said, Farhan, you magnificent bastard. Right, Tony Patton? He's like, Patton, what's that? Then he got upset. He goes, how am I supposed to know that? 1970. I said, you're supposed to know it because you're a citizen of the world. And we had this big blow up, right? Mm-hmm. Then he went home and watched the opening scene from Patton.
Mm-hmm.
Field of Dreams came up the other day.
Another example.
Came in the next day. He said, guys, I watched Field of Dreams. I'm like, look at this kid. So we've turned it into every day, this youngster over here learns something.
It's a homework assignment, Murph.
Well, either that or it's just an enjoyable exploration of our great planet. So Creative Tony said, well, let's make a segment.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
All right. Hey, what's the bed? What should be the bed for this?
And it should be probably some Rolling Stones music because he didn't know who Rolling Stones were yesterday.
Now, I'm thinking of a song like Need to Know or something like that.
I need to know.
Or some sort of information song. We got to have a bed for it. So, first of all, young Tony, good morning. Or as we end our show, good job today, kid.
Thank you.
You enjoyed Jake Peavy.
Dude. Phenomenal. Love that dude.
So did we learn today that you did not know the song Poncho and Lefty?
Had no idea, no.
Okay. Townes Van Zandt. Do you know who Townes Van Zandt is?
No, I do now.
Townes Van Zandt, great Texas. There's like a little tradition of Texas singer-songwriters who write kind of smart country songs, you know? That's your boy. And then they went into the hallway and sang it.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
10 years ago, you said?
2014.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. 2014.
Just in time for the 10-year reunion this year.
So will you go home and maybe listen to some Poncho? Willie Nelson and Waylon Jennings do a famous cover of it.
Okay. Nice.
He's like, I'm interested.
All right, next up
I'll dive in.
AJ Przinsky in the cooler of content today.
Danny Dunn was questioning whether or not
Danny
Tony
wants to know, did young Tony know the legend of AJ Przinsky?
Yes.
Oh, you did? Yes. Okay, we had some applause on that.
I'll give you some applause for that.
So you're familiar, he was a very unpopular Giant.
Yeah, that's what I've been told, yes.
Okay, very good. Was there something else he learned today?
We had a caller call in today, and he was asking questions about the rotation, and he was asking young Tony, what was the question? About whether he knew about...
It was the two pitchers and then make it rain.
And then pray for rain.
Thank you.
And pray for rain. Did you know about that?
I do now.
Okay.
You told me about it maybe a week ago, 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, it's Warren Spahn and Johnny Sane, and they were Boston Braves, and because they were the only two good pitchers, so they said, well, we got to have those two guys and then pray for rainouts. Does it make sense to you, buddy?
Yes.
All right, so good. Are you finding the learning experience to be arduous or enjoyable?
No, I love it. I told a friend of mine the other day that this is like a coming-of-age job. I'm learning about everything, things that I didn't know about, things that I thought I knew about, and then hearing your perspective on all of that.
And this is what I think the audience also doesn't recognize, that we're doing a show with 3 different generations.
Yes.
So obviously there's a generation gap between you and Tony. Hell, there's a generation gap between me and Tony. The guy still hasn't seen The Waterboy yet, and he's got a host out here calling himself Bobby Boucher.
And how about, why don't we do a segment, what did young Murph learn today? Because I said it was Waylon Jennings, it was Merle Haggard. So
there we go, Murph.
My bad.
We're all learning.
And then the generation gap, I want to compliment you influencing Generation Z as my high school sophomore does a high school English essay on Larry June's new album.
I still can't believe my guy Tech is doing whole essays on Larry June and the Great Escape.
Quoting lyrics that include a garden tool that you use to dig up dirt. That's in the essay.
Yes, Murph.
Okay? And including a reference to driving to Half Moon Bay and S.
And S, Murph. I understand. Look at us. The Murph and Marcus show, bridging the generations together, Murph.
Oh,
bringing
man.
the people together.
By the way, look at the text line exploding saying, Murph, you got to learn Merle Haggard. I got all y'all. Take it easy on me.
You're going to learn today, Murph.
All right, we're trying. All right, it was a fun day. Thanks to Jake Peavy and Matty Maiocco and Krukow and all that good stuff. So we'll see what happens tonight. We'll be back for a Friday, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Can't wait. John, Joe, have a good one. Young Tony, Johnny Lund's ready to go. And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Petco's popping.
What a disaster. What a disaster. Cole is hurt now.
We'll run to a brick wall, and then we'll light one up. Maybe having a left-handed smoke.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. 680. The sports leader.
Kyrie is starting to take over. Here he goes. Well, Dallas has ripped off 10 straight. The Mavs are getting some separation. Got a technical foul. Chris Paul. Yep. Some frustration there. There was some contact that they let go. He didn't like it.
Had a lot of turnovers in the first half. Felt like some real killers, too, that turned into points the other way. They scored 21 points off of our turnovers tonight. A lot of them felt like they were in the second quarter. So thought we got off to a good start. First half, we had good ball movement, good pace, and then things slowed down quite a bit for us in the second.
Yes, thanks for joining us. You know what? I was in a really bad mood about 3 seconds ago, and then I just looked at our guest list. How's it going there, Pop? We got Gary St. Jean at 11:30 and Cynthia Freeland. I'm in a much better mood now. We got a ton to get to today. A lot on the 49ers, of course. We got more free agent news on what may or may not be. We didn't need you anyway, Eric Kendricks. We'll get into that as well. The Warriors, that's why I'm down. Dylan Cease going to A.J. Preller. That's why I'm down. But we'll get in a better mood today. Thanks for joining us. A ton to get to.
Cease being in a bad mood.
Oh, I'm in a bad mood because of that, man. Oh, I'm in a bad mood because of that. I'll get over it. Good morning, my friend. How are you?
I am well. Had a great day at Harrington's yesterday.
Nice.
We'll tell you more about that as we get ready for St. Patty's Day. And when I think of St. Patrick's Day, I think of the saintly one. And we need Gary St. Jean in our world. On Steph Curry's 36th birthday, we'd rather have Steph actually playing in games
Happy birthday.
than playing against the Santa Cruz Warriors like he was yesterday. But the real story yesterday was Draymond not being able to go and a late scratch with the back problem. And, man, that just didn't look like the Warriors at all. And it was completely opposite of what we thought. We thought Dallas is not a very good defensive team. They do have this 60-point-a-game backcourt and Luka and Kyrie, but can the Warriors outscore them? And then you don't have Draymond Green, and you don't have Steph Curry. You don't have any offense. I mean, just one-on-one, constantly one-on-one basketball. I know you're in a bad mood, but Saint's going to be in a bad mood as well when he looks at the assist-to-turnover ratio. And the Warriors had 19 assists last night. 19, that's all.
That's ridiculous.
When they're rolling, they get that in a half,
Right.
and they get 30. And Dallas, conversely, that's the best we've seen Kyrie play in a number of years. Man, he looks lighter, he's quicker, he's making great decisions on the fast break, whether to go in and score unguarded or flip it up to one of their pogo sticks to dunk. And Daniel Gafford can't miss a shot when you're doing chin-ups on the rim, and he had 7 blocks, but just so much one-on-one basketball last night, John. Jonathan Kuminga minus Steph Curry to bring it all together. And Draymond Green, and I know Chris Paul gets you organized, but Draymond Green does as well. Just constant one-on-one. Beat a guy off the dribble, go in and lose the ball. Kuminga had 6 turnovers. Clay did not play well, forcing a number of off-balance shots and over-dribbling. And Chris Paul, after his big game in San Antonio on Monday, not as much last night in North Texas. And I think that right baseline, that corner 3 that he had completely naked. He was wide open. He had time to spin the Spaldings, which are made in Chicopee, Massachusetts, the home of Gary St. Jean, and missed the shot. I mean, that was the one. I think they were down 8 at the time, John, and they could have cut it down to 5. But not a good performance last night. Not having Steph and then not having Draymond on top of that. And now, you know what we're looking at in about a month's time? The Warriors having to win 2 elimination games, it looks quite possibly, in order for them to merely get into the playoffs. And then what would they be? They'd be the 8th seed and have to deal
Playing
with a team
Denver.
that winds up the number 1 seed in the West. So
Yeah.
just not a good performance last night.
No, and I'm with you, and we've kind of roller coaster ridden with these guys the entire season, but it's starting to stare you in the face, and I know there's a long way to go. I mean, about 17 games left, and so a lot of things can happen, but it's just kind of starting to bounce you into that 10, maybe it's the 9, whatever the case may be, depends. Of course, Steph may return. Of course, we'll get into Steph's 36th birthday and a lot of things to talk about there, but I agree with you. I mean, just because it was 3-13 yesterday, Clay, doesn't mean you have to go 3 for 13. When we talk about championship medal, you expect a guy like Clay without Draymond and Steph to step up, but he goes 3 for 13 for 8 points. Another guy, I know Chris Paul doesn't have championship medal, but he's a veteran guy. You expect him to step up, and I know it's not scoring, but 4 of 12. And then, the thing that got me thinking this morning, Kuminga at some point has to be their Anthony Davis, and I don't mean that in a literal sense that he has to be Anthony Davis in the way that he plays, but I just mean LeBron at 39 has to lean on Anthony Davis sometimes, and Anthony Davis has to be their best player as LeBron continues to age. And the best shot at that on this roster for the Warriors is Kuminga, who on the surface as a fan you'd look at it and go, oh, he had 27 points last night, that's good, but like you said, six turnovers. It wasn't a great game, even though he had 27 points. And he's got to be that guy. Somebody's got to take the burden off Steph as he continues to age, and I just don't think he's ready to do that. So they got outscored 16-4 to start the fourth quarter, and as you said, the things that continue to rear their ugly head against the Warriors, the turnovers, not getting it done in the fourth quarter, even with Luka leaving early with an injury, they can't take advantage of that. So, that's a devastating loss to lose that game 109-99. Last night to Dallas, and it looks more and more like they're going to have to go this really tough route. And then you start looking at Denver, they're starting to round it into place, and if they were to get out of that round, which is very difficult to do, and I know we're getting ahead of ourselves, but then you have to face a team like Denver that's really starting to hit the gas pedal right now. It's just not looking good for the Warriors.
I mean, right now they could be one and done, and they are going to get Steph back. He's going to fly to L.A. after the practice yesterday against the Santa Cruz Warriors, and hopefully Draymond comes back to deal with Anthony Davis because he does guard him well, and or LeBron. And at times, of course, he'll guard them all. But if you lose the game Saturday night, and the Warriors, they've had some epic games with the Lakers. The game up here, the double overtime game, was one of the best games of the year, and the Lakers won that game. So again, the tiebreakers are not with you. You could be looking at going down to L.A., not coming up on March the 16th, but, mid-April, and have a play-in where it's a one and done. Now you're into the NCAA tournament. It's March Madness in April. You lose one game, you're done. And then even if you win that game, you got to win another game or you're done. So, it's hard. And then what does that get you? The right to be the 8th seed. So that's why 7 and 8 is totally different than 9 and 10. Last night's loss, you're losing touch with Dallas. And the 7-8 or the 8-9, I should say, component, or the 7-8 component of this, then the 9-10's different. So Kuminga, when things bog down, Kevin Durant would just take over, and he'd break what the Warriors would do, the ball pass, the ball movement, the body movement. He was Kevin Durant, and when it was a crisis moment, that's what he would do. You're seeing this with Kuminga, where Saturday night, they're up against it at home against San Antonio, and he just attacks the rim. He's making some off balance, off the wrong foot, going the wrong way shots, but he's trying them. And then but you got to play team basketball. They looked wayward last night. They had no direction because they didn't have their two best players, Steph Curry and Draymond Green. Steph obviously in everything he does, but Draymond gets you organized. To me, it was more the Warriors' offense that was just offensive last night, not just the 15 turnovers, taking the ball in the paint to get blocked the way it was. The Mavericks had 13 blocked shots last night. Daniel Gafford, he can't miss a shot, and he can't miss blocking your shot. He had 7 blocks, and there were so many others they affected, the points in the paint. They just looked disorganized. They looked scattered. Now, not having Steph Curry and Draymond Green will do that to you, so you're going to have to get it back. With Clay, when he doesn't have the anchors like those guys, he does too much. How many times did he dribble last night? We saw Clay dribble 11 times to score 60 points. I think last night he dribbled 60 times to score 8 points. It's just not his game. And it just seemed like every trip looked like a Jonathan Kuminga forced shot or a turnover. And on the other end, Kyrie Irving is just a blur going right through your defense because you can't get back. You're not aligned properly to rotate back defensively. And Kyrie's either taking it right to the cup or flipping it up to somebody for a dunk. What a game he played last night. And I thought they had a good handle on Luka. Without Draymond, they did play Kevon Looney more, and he does guard him well. They went to that lineup. I want to see Chris Paul with Klay Thompson and Trace Jackson-Davis, John, but mainly it was out of necessity because you didn't have Draymond on top of not having Steph. And I don't want to see that lineup anymore. You want Steph back, and celebrate his birthday today with the family, fly down to L.A. and practice with them on Friday and then go play on Saturday. But right now, you are looking at, because they don't have any tiebreaker with all the teams that are ahead of them in the play-in. They lose them all, including Sacramento and Phoenix, who are up now in the 6th spot. So right now, I mean, this is this is going to be like when they had to deal with Memphis, John, and lost in the play-in. Remember, they went to L.A. and LeBron was blind. He can't see, and he made the shot over Steph. You lost that game. You came back home, and you were able to play Memphis, but you lost that game in overtime. So it was 2 and done. But right now, if you lose the game on Saturday to the Lakers, this game is going to be critical. Then that 9-10 matchup, a elimination game, if you will be played in Los Angeles. So this Steph Curry ankle injury, it cost you the Chicago game, it cost you the San Antonio game, and then you lose Draymond on top of it. It cost you last night's game. I'm not sure they would have beaten Dallas anyway, but you know what I mean. So this stretch where they've lost 3 out of 4 right after they beat the Milwaukee Bucks at home and looked like they were the ascending team, now they're going to be holding steady and going to probably be in that 9-10 game.
Give us your thoughts. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line as well as the call-in line. The same, of course, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. Give us your thoughts either on that text line or call in your thoughts after the loss last night to Dallas. Steph should be returning on Saturday. If you'd like to wish Steph a happy 36th birthday. How long can he keep this up, by the way? We can get into that conversation as well. 49ers are latest on free agency. One guy backed out to go to Dallas. I've seen this joke online, so I will not claim it as my own. Eric Kendricks must have had January plans because, of course, he's going to Dallas. So he'll be able to go like on a vacation or something like that. I cannot claim that, but people were making that joke, and I thought it was fairly good. So we got that going on. We got some 49ers stuff. And, of course, Dylan Cease goes to the Padres, not the Giants. So we'll get into that conversation as well. A lot to get to on a Thursday. We'll get to all of it. Continue it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Former Giant Jake Peavy, he joined Murph and Marcus this morning to preview the Giants' 2024 season. Check out that podcast and more. It's trending right now on KNBR.com, the KNBR app.
You are around the globe. Stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Garoppolo under center, a 5-step drop, throws it, it's intercepted by Kendricks, who dropped back into coverage there. He dropped back into the hook zone, and Garoppolo throws the INT.
Deal with you, Eric Kendricks. He decided to go to Dallas. No big deal. I don't know if people put two in. Oh, before we get to that, Clay went 3 of 13 on 313 day. Today is Pie Day, 314. So I do know that there are all sorts of pie specials today, from pie to pizza pie. So
Tony Gemignani's got a great one there, John.
So we'll make sure you consult whether it's pie you like or pizza pie. I'm a pizza pie over pie guy. I'm not a big pie guy. I don't think you're a big pie guy either, right? But
no.
But
maybe around Thanksgiving time we like pie a little bit.
Yeah, but consult your local pizza pie. But I was reading an article in the Chronicle today. Yes, the actual paper itself, they still have that, and so I was checking that. So yeah, there's lots of pizza places having specials today. So make sure you check it out. We were just
3.14-159-2654. I wish one giant pitcher would have an ERA right around there.
Are you getting nervous? What I'm sensing?
I'm fine. The season starts in 2 weeks' time. Just a word about Eric Kendricks and him leaving. That's a weird deal. I'd like to know what he's up to, and that's why it's not a legal tampering period. You agree to a contract and with a new team or your own team or whatever, and then it gets ratified by the league and approved on yesterday at 1 o'clock, and that's the significance of the league here. And we've seen guys back out of contracts. We've seen teams flunk, obviously, players on contracts and back out, and Frank Gore, did it as well years ago. Wound up with the Jets initially, wound up going to Indianapolis. We've seen
Eagles.
it.
Eagles.
Eagles, to and from. But this one's weird. And that I don't know if Mike Zimmer in Dallas just woke up in Frisco, Texas, and said we should bring in Kendricks, why it wasn't thought of before. It makes sense for Eric Kendricks to play for the Dallas Cowboys in 2024 over the San Francisco 49ers. I mean, he's going to be with All-Pro Fred and Big Play Dre, and Dre's going to come back at some point, and I think we're all confident and hopeful he'll come back for opening day. And then, you got 2 young linebackers and Jalen Graham and D. Winters. You got a couple of older guys, not older, but, special teams guys that have played a lot of snaps for you on teams. And at times, due to injury in the off-the-ball stack linebacker spot, and Oren Burks and Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles, they could bring back. So your role on this team with a healthy Fred and Dre is the third linebacker spot. And that's the spot, that Sam linebacker, that is only on the field about a quarter of the time because you use the nickel more, especially in the NFC West against all these 11 personnel teams and others. And for Dallas, John, and we saw it because it was the Niners, and it was that run right at Leighton Vander Esch last October the 8th on Sunday Night Football. There was a terrible injury when they carted him off and strapped him down, and that poor guy has had, cervical neck injuries and just awful. But when they lost him, they essentially were playing with safeties at the linebacker spot. They did have Damone Clark, and they do as a true Mike linebacker, but Marquise Bell is a safety, wears number 14, plays in the box, and ultimately, why did Dallas lose? Green Bay trampled them. They could not stop Aaron Jones in the wild card game. They lost. So it makes sense for Eric Kendricks to go play for Dallas. They have a need for him. And it's Mike Zimmer. Mike Zimmer is now the defensive coordinator of the Dallas Cowboys. And, Dan Quinn is gone, and now he's gone on to become a head coach in the NFL with Adam Peters in Washington. And for Mike, that was Eric Kendricks' head coach for, 7 of the 8 years he was in Minnesota, and he called the defense. So it makes perfect sense. It's just weird to tell a team one thing and then have to back out of that thing a day later. So we'll keep an eye on it. He's a good guy. And when he was younger, he was one of the best coverage linebackers in football. And you heard that interception against Jimmy Garoppolo in the 2019 divisional playoff game when he was a Viking January of 2020. That is classic Kendricks, just dropping back in the hook and the curl zone and, it'll hook to flat. And, when you watched him this year with the Chargers and Brandon Staley, I think that's why the Niners brought him in, he was not that guy with his movement skill. He looked really slow at times. He was still smart. I saw him pick up Kelsey where he scrambled off a zone drop and picked him up in the back of the end zone, knocked the ball away, and he caused a fumble later against Blake Bell. He's smart, but he doesn't have the foot speed. But let's just keep in mind, I don't know what he's going to be doing in January, but sometime next year, the Dallas Cowboys are coming to Levi's. The 49ers are not playing the NFC East this year. They're playing the NFC North and the AFC East, but they are playing the champions of all these divisions, and the Cowboys are the champions of the NFC East, at least for right now. So he's coming back to play. So we'll just circle Eric Kendricks when he plays against the Niners.
I think the biggest factor was they gave him a second year, and the 49ers gave him a one-year deal, so that probably swayed him as much as anything. It didn't move me one way or the other, and I'm not upset with him in any way, shape, or form. He has every right to change his mind. Like you said, he was going to be kind of a short-term fill-in third linebacker, just in an insurance policy while Dre came back from that Achilles injury. So, look, I thought it was cool because he was a veteran, and I would have liked to have seen that. Will they address it still? Probably. I would imagine that they'd like to have an insurance policy for a guy coming off an Achilles injury, but maybe one of those young guys, maybe they'll just say, okay, well, one of these young guys, either Winters or Graham, is going to have to step up and do that. But I would imagine they probably, somebody's going to get released. There's still churning to be done in this thing. To be honest, I haven't looked at the linebackers who are still out there, but I would imagine that there's probably somebody out there. One guy that I thought went under the radar who made a big play in the Super Bowl, Willie Gay. He got a 1-year, $5 million deal with the Saints.
He's a hell of a player.
Yeah, I would have loved to have had him here. But he only signed a 1-year, $5 with the Saints.
He's had issues off the field.
Yeah, I
faced
understand.
a suspension a couple. He's fast.
I would have loved to have that guy.
They've obviously got Drew Tranquil, and they've got Leo Chanel, who had a great game against us in the Super Bowl and blocked the extra point. Also recovered a fumble when McCaffrey fumbled. But the one thing about Kendricks, I don't know, because they're in off-season mode right now. We'll know more in the OTAs when they come out in April, and then obviously in May and June. But are they, is Staley going to change all the terminology to his terminology? Kendricks knows Brandon Staley's system. So he would have been, even though the new guy, in some respects, he would have been teaching Dre and Fred and Jalen and D because he knows the head coach so well. And, one of the young guys could transition to Green Dot, but, Eric Kendricks could easily be your backup middle linebacker and call the plays. Now, would he be up on game day? He would be as a third linebacker, obviously. He plays some teams, not a lot. So he is a veteran player. He's smart. He knows this assistant head coach from playing with him last year with the LA Chargers. So they obviously agreed to a contract with him for a reason, and he would have been a valuable piece to the defense. And all of a sudden, the second year, we'll see what the guaranteed money on that. It's just his role. Right now, he's a starting linebacker for the Dallas Cowboys, whether it's weak linebacker or middle linebacker. With the 49ers, he would have been a Sam linebacker and a backup to Fred. So the role is completely different. Plus, he knows Staley a little bit. He knows Mike Zimmer a lot from all those years together in Minnesota.
All right, we'll get more into it. One thing happened yesterday. Maybe it flew under the radar. It was after we got off the air, but it could affect the signing or the ability to sign. Brandon Ayuk will tell you about that coming up next. And then the big thing that happened in baseball yesterday, the Padres have a new pitcher, and I think it probably vaulted them past the Giants in the NL West. We'll get into that conversation at about 50 past the hour, plus your thoughts. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is wide open at 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Both you can call in with that or hit us up on the text line. We'll do all that stuff coming up next only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
McCaffrey runs around Purdy, pressured. Purdy throws. Caught by Brandon Ayuk. Touchdown! San Francisco. Ayuk is on fire!
Hello, friends. Thanks for joining us on a Thursday edition of the show. Dylan Cease goes to the Padres. We'll talk about that conversation with the Giants in on that and how that affects the NL West. We'll do that in about 20 minutes. Gary St. Jean, he will bring sunshine to your day at 11:30. And the great Cynthia Freeland, we love talking to her. NFL Network, and she throws the numbers at you. We'll speak with her a little bit later on in the show as well. If you missed this, Calvin Ridley, 4-year contract, $92 million. That's $23 million per. And here's the big deal. This is what the players care about. $50 million guaranteed. The word was that the Jags and Pats were fighting over his services, but he ends up going to Rand Carthon and the Titans. So does that affect our friend Brandon Ayuk's deal?
Yeah, I mean, they all do. That's a big contract, and that happened just seconds after we got off the air yesterday. Seems like a lot of these signings, they wait till we're done at 2 o'clock to make them official. But, I mean, Calvin Ridley is the young player who was drafted by the Atlanta Falcons and got into a ridiculous situation where he bet, what was it, $1,500 on his phone, John, and on football, and he wound up getting suspended. And then outside of that, he has, severe anxiety disorder. It was just really hard for him to get on the field. The 49ers played Jacksonville last year. He did not have a good game. Mm-mm. Neither did Trevor Lawrence. He was really in a disconnect, and I know their coaching staff was unhappy with the whole thing. But we thought all along that the great Calvin Ridley, who was one of the great pure route runners in the NFL, and as a young player, Amari Cooper's been doing it for a number of years. There are some great route runners in this league where they can just run away from man coverage and you really can't stay with them. But Calvin Ridley is one of those guys. But Jacksonville this offseason, and there was a clause in the contract when Jacksonville and Trent Baalke made the trade to get him away from Terry Fontenot in Atlanta. And he was out for, he sat a whole year with the suspension, or a big chunk of the year, John, and he didn't get on the field. But there was a clause that if they signed him before the start of the new league year this year in 2024, it would be a second-round pick going back to Atlanta. If it was after, it would be a third-round pick going back to Atlanta. So you thought maybe just Trent Baalke's smart. He's been around a while, and he's going to play that waiting game. And, don't do it immediately when the new league year starts yesterday at 1 o'clock to make it look like, really? Or you just wait 1 minute to do that? They waited and waited and waited. And then along the way, Jacksonville is signing some wide receivers that aren't nearly as good as Calvin Ridley, like Gabe Davis of the Buffalo Bills, who could not run routes, does not get on the same page with his quarterback, and that's why, despite his body and his build, and he's no longer a Buffalo Bill. He just had so many disconnects with Josh Allen. But then this deal comes down, and he winds up leaving, John, and what a deal it is for him to get. And Rand Carthon is the one that got him. So he's a more accomplished. When you compare him to Ayuk's got the body control and the size, the long arms, the 81-inch arms. As players, Brandon's a hell of a good route runner, really good route runner, and he's gotten better and better and better, but he's not quite Calvin Ridley as a route runner. But Brandon's been more dependable because of Ridley's suspension for gambling, the social anxiety. So, yeah, I think it's a good comp for Brandon Ayuk, John. I think Brandon Ayuk's people would like to get more than that, probably. I think they're looking at the Debo contract is going to be the comp, is to try. I think that's what the 49ers would be smart to try and do. So we don't constantly compare, the wide receivers like we do everybody on the team, and quarterbacks, and, everything is compared constantly. It'd probably be smart, and also just to keep harmony in the room, to try to get Ayuk's contract as close to Debo's as they can.
Well, the issues with Ridley, like you said, the inconsistencies. He's got a lot of drops. Plus, he's 30. Ayuk is 25. I think what's happening here, because if you look at, again, comparable receivers, so he's getting 50. McLaurin, and I'm talking about guarantees, McLaurin's 53. Debo's 58. DK's 58. And then you start jumping into Stephon Diggs at 70 and Kupp at 75. Like, he's not going to get into that range. But I think what we're creeping towards is Ayuk's representation, I think, would be saying, hey, he should probably be in the $60 million range, with Debo being about 58. So, again, natural inflation in the league would probably tell you he's going to be a guy that's going to be at 4 years and maybe a guarantee of around $60 million. So whatever the total dollars here is, Ridley's at $92 million, which, again, jumps in. We were talking a few weeks ago, you and I, DK's total is 72, Debo's is 71, McLaurin's is 70. So we were talking in that range. He might be, just for the sake of his agents being able to say this, in the range of what Ridley just got of around 90, but the guarantee is probably going to be around 60. So that's probably what he's looking at. Now, again, I don't know what the whole thing as far as the Niners cap is concerned, and we're having the conversation about Bosa. I don't know if that even fits in there, and we're going to find out Friday at the close of business on Friday. That's $7 million that they give Bosa. I don't know if they can fit all that stuff in, or if that's just a pipe dream to get the Bosa boys on either side of each other. But as far as this contract, and as far as his representation is concerned, we're probably looking at 90 total. We're probably looking at $60 million guaranteed. Because if I'm Brandon Ayuk's representation, I'm saying, look, he's 5 years younger than Calvin Ridley. He's more dependable. He's not dropping the passes. That's the benchmark situation that I would find myself in. I got to believe that he's going to get $60 million guaranteed.
Well, his agent is Ryan Williams from Athletes First, Ayuk's agent, and he's a good friend of John Lynch. And now that we're pretty much through free agency, there'll be some other guys signing, but a lot of the big ticket items are gone. I think the Niners will start to roll up their sleeves if they haven't already, and then do it in advance of the draft, because there's a lot of good wide receivers, obviously, in this draft. But Calvin Ridley is a really special player, and he got paid like it. Football people know. And sometimes you got to look beyond the numbers. But when you get into these things, and in baseball in particular, the arbitration hearings, it's basically, it's just too much based on numbers. I mean, Calvin Ridley can beat man coverage. He is a special football player as a route runner. He's just got to tighten up with his quarterback, and I think he's just got to be around the building more in the offseason and avoid, and whatever he has going on with a social anxiety disorder, that's severe. That's a tough break. The other one, $1,500 bet on his phone. The NFL came down really hard on him, but he is a terrific player and a former Atlanta Falcon to start his career. Rondell Moore was traded in the last 20 minutes from the Arizona Cardinals to the Atlanta Falcons for backup quarterback Desmond Ridder. What are the Atlanta Falcons up to? We know what they're doing. They are putting a lot of eligibles around their new quarterback, Kirk Cousins, as they went out and got Darnell Mooney, wide receiver, and he's an outside guy, slight of build, but what speed and jumping ability, the former Chicago Bear. And now they add one of the great slot receivers. I'm glad he's out of the NFC West, and Rondell Moore. He's a guy that's been difficult to deal with in the slot. But look, I don't even know who their 5 eligibles are going to be on the field, John. They've got Kyle Pitts. They've got Bijan Robinson. They got the other running back, Tyler Algier. They got Drake London. They just added, as they're looking to fill out their passing tree, you've got Mooney, who's a straight line go route runner, more of a vertical guy with great speed. And then Rondell Moore is one of the you could line him up in the backfield like Arizona did a lot. I mean, can you imagine Rondell Moore on one side, Bijan on the other, Algier in the fullback position next to Kirk Cousins and running it and then throwing it? I mean, we'll look and see what they do defensively. And obviously their new head coach, Raheem Morris, majors in that. And then their offensive line is good great. Line, yeah. How good are the Atlanta Falcons going to be? They just got Rondell Moore on top of Darnell Mooney.
Now, that's a really good trade for them because, like you said, Cousins, Bijan Robinson, Drake London, Darnell Mooney, Rondell Moore with Pitts at tight end, and then our guy Charlie Warner is going to be the blocking guy. And then that offensive line, and we saw this a couple of years ago when they pretty much ran over the 49ers. They had a really good, one of the best offensive lines in the league, and now you're looking at a bunch of guys who basically, if he just gets the ball in their hands, and London is more of kind of a jump ball guy, but if they get the ball in the hands to guys like Mooney and Moore and Robinson, they're just going to do a bunch of yak stuff. So that's all of a sudden because, and like you said, now they have a defensive coach, and if they just focus on that, they were one of the worst teams in the league as far as rushing the passer. If they just, and they got the 8th pick in the draft, so all of a sudden if they just focus on the defensive side, Tampa won that division, and they were pretty decent, and they get Baker back, but still, I think that's easily the favorite in the NFC South for sure.
Yeah, and again, they won that division, so the Niners are going to Tampa next year. But we don't have to deal with Atlanta in the regular season next year. Maybe you will in January. And Terry Fontenot, what a smart GM he is. And, Zach Robinson's their offensive coordinator coming from the Rams. He's just not throwing money around on receiver. He's building a wide receiver room based on their skill set. When you pick Drake London, who's a big-bodied slant power runner, along with Darnell Mooney, and London's your classic X. Mooney, though, is a vertical guy that can get down the field. I mean, Drake's a little bit like, if you want to say, like a DK Metcalf kind of guy. And then, you go out and get Rondell Moore, who's your Tyler Lockett. And then Darnell Mooney just takes the top off with his speed. And then you get Kyle Pitts and what he can do from the tight end position. And he really is a detached big wide receiver. So what do? You go get an inline Y tight end because you want to run the ball still, and you bring in Charlie Warner from the Niners and Georgia. And then they got those two running backs, John. So, again, defensively, we'll see. The head coach, I think, will improve their defense. They still have Grady Jarrett on that D-line. But offensively, Atlanta's offense, the Detroit Lions offense. I do want to check with Cynthia Freeland when she joins us at 12:30. She's a big Lion fan, and they added a couple of defensive pieces. What if they got Eric Armstead? But right now, whose offense do you like better, the Falcons or the Lions? Just the personnel.
Yeah, they've done a nice job. There's no doubt about it, to get all those guys around and Kirk Cousins. And like you said, the quick offense where you just get rid of the ball and and he's accurate, so you get that ball out of your hands and you get it to playmakers. That's kind of what they've built down there. And like you said, they're really a run-first offense, and that's what they can do. So all of a sudden they're running the ball at you. And then, you run off the play action to get the ball to those guys. And if they can build a defense, they could be really tough. All right, so that's what's going on as far as the NFL is concerned. Just looking at a contract that's maybe a comp for Brandon Ayuk. A little bit later on in the show, we'll give you an update on what's going on with the 49ers. Again, Eric Kendricks, who we talked about yesterday, coming in for insurance for Dre Greenlaw. He is going to go to Dallas instead. We'll talk about a little baseball, a little spring training update. Dylan Cease, after we got off the air yesterday, been really impressive in the spring. A couple of years ago was a Cy Young candidate, finished second in that for the White Sox. He goes to the Padres. What does that mean to the NL West, and did the Giants have a chance at this one? We'll get into that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. Good morning to you. 2 weeks from right now, play ball at Petco Park in San Diego. Giants will begin the new year, and yes, we're fired up about the orange and black despite some of the pitching problems. But really, what we're fired up about in the Bay Area is Tony's. Tony's Pizza in the North Beach, the best I've ever had. I'm not alone. Tony's Pizza has been ranked #1 in the world, and it's my go-to spot for Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizza. They also make fresh pastas, and their spicy bucatini, mamma mia, one of my all-time favorites. Save room for Tony's other locations around the North Beach, like Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern style cracker thin and deep dish pizzas. One of his specialties there is the Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. Those beefs are gigantic, but they are delectable. Save room for dessert. You got to have room for the best cannoli in the Bay Area and all of California and tiramisu. Then the next day, wake up and start all over again. Take a morning stroll through the North Beach and try Tony's homemade sourdough bread, pastries, and New York bagels at his bakery, Toscano Brothers. And if you're hitting out, says the Bay Area sporting scene, check out Tony's Slice House, fast casual restaurant serving up delicious slices across the bay, available at Chase Center, Levi Stadium, and the Giants come out and play. And the home opener will be 3 weeks from tomorrow at Oracle Park. It is time to play ball. Almost 2 more weeks, but it's always time to eat Tony's Pizza.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Yastrzemski would be next. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. He struck it out. Hard slider up. Probably the final pitch of the afternoon for Cease. His 8th strikeout in 5 innings.
There is John Miller. Dylan Cease is nasty, but he's a Padre now. Did the Padres, maybe they were already past the Giants in the NL West, but it is doubly bad because he does go to the Padres. Let's get into that conversation. This one to me really hurts because if you could have matched this And I read a lot on what the Padres gave up, and they did give up quite a bit. This doesn't mean that it's exactly right, but what Keith Law said about it, he said it was a good, not great haul back. But if you could have gotten a guy like Dylan Cease, who's making $8 million this year, and then you got to control over him next year as well, it could have been a Webb, Cease, Harrison. And when healthy, it could have been a Webb, Cease, Cobb, Ray, Harrison. Allows your young pitchers to really be ready, but you're going to have to force him probably this year to be ready. He's affordable. He's controllable. He'll probably want to stay in this park long term. If he doesn't, then you trade him at the deadline next year. He's in his prime years. I know that everybody gets afraid that maybe it's going to be one of those situations where it's Zach Wheeler, but I think you have to take that risk sometime. But most times it's Joey Bart or Phil Bickford or Chris Shaw or Christian Arroyo, but whatever. He didn't do it, and so the bottom line is Dylan Cease is a member of the Padres. What do you think here?
You're not happy. I can hear in your voice.
I love this guy. I know he was
Marty
off last year,
Lurie's
but
not
he's good.
happy. I mean, we saw him pitch, and you heard the call from John. That was, I think it was the White Sox home opener, one of their first home games on the South Side. We saw him, and he had a nasty slider. He's got a great slider. He's got an overpoweringly good fastball. He's certainly a top-of-the-rotation guy. So the prospects that A.J. Preller had to give up were three young arms. I guess Drew Thorpe is the highest one you're thinking about, John. And he actually came in the Juan Soto deal from the Yankees. So they didn't have him very long. They rerouted him to Chicago to get Dylan Cease. So I don't know if that would be akin to giving up Kyle Harrison off the Major League roster. Probably not. It'd probably be like giving up Carson Wisenhunt or somebody else. So
yeah, he was their fifth prospect, and he was the only one that was in the top 100. So that's what it was.
Yeah, and then I mean everybody's got their own rankings. Obviously, you're going by media people. But anyway, the reports are the Giants really didn't make a push to get him. So which leads to what they have internally now, and we did get the update. Alex Cobb did throw on the mound the other day in a sim game, and he's going to pitch again, maybe as early as this weekend. He threw 30 pitches in live BP is what it was on Monday. And then he may do more on the weekend, actually throwing a game. Mason Black got roughed up, and I was listening to Joe and FP on the sfgiants.com. The wind was blowing out, but he gave up a couple of bombs. One was legit, one may have been wind-aided, but right now he's in the back of your rotation. And his ERA is high. I mean, Logan Webb, your starter, 2 weeks from today, they're playing a game in San Diego. The season starts 2 weeks from today, and Logan Webb will be on the mound. Then you go Harrison and Hicks, and then in some form Mason Black, and it looks like they're going to be able to get Keaton Wynn up to 75 pitches by the time it's good to go. So, he'll be able to go 5 innings maybe in the first time there you need him in the number 5 spot in the rotation, which incidentally is against the LA Dodgers, is your 5th start, because they got 4 in San Diego and then 1 to start in LA, and then it's not an off day, so you roll right back into it. So, we're talking about the Dodgers, obviously, the entire offseason in Arizona in light of their success going to the World Series. But so where are the Padres right now? Their lineup is I know they traded Juan Soto, but their lineup is still, I think, one of the better lineups in all of baseball. And I know with Peter Seidler passing away, their owner died late last year. They pared about $100 million in salary off the team. But they still have Fernando Tatis Jr. leading off. And I know he, last year at this time, he was coming back from the most recent suspension, the PED suspension. He didn't get rolling until April the 20th, and he was up and down. But having him lead off, Jake Cronenworth at first base, Xander Bogaerts, and this is what Bob Melvin wanted to do last year, was move Bogaerts off a shortstop, move Hassan Kim to shortstop, put Bogaerts at second. They're finally doing that. So they're top of their lineup, and Cronenworth had a down year last year, but still, he's a former all-star player. You go Tats Jr., Cronenworth, Bogaerts, then Manny Machado, Hassan Kim, Campusano, Profar Merle, the young guy in centers. They traded Grisham as well. Jose Azokar. And then mainly, Jama, we're looking at their starters. They, when they go to, and they're flying to Seoul, South Korea right now, and they're not bringing Dylan Cease. He couldn't make the flight. So he'll join them when they get back. But next week, the 20th and 21st at 3 o'clock in the morning our time, the Dodgers and Padres are playing 2 real games in Seoul. And they're going to go Darvish and then Joe Musgrove, who, did not have the year that he had the year before. He had that incident in the weight room early in the year, John. But they, after that, they got Michael King, who they got from the Yankees.
Solid.
And then they got Dylan Cease, who was probably hell. I don't know where they're going to put Dylan Cease. I mean, in Seoul against the Dodgers, they're going to go Darvish, Musgrove. But Cease and King are 3-4 in their rotation. And really, you're talking a 1 and a 3 probably in most rotations with Cease. And their lineup is still formidable. So, are the Padres? I think on paper we thought they were better than the Giants last year. They didn't play that way. Ultimately, they did at the end, and they got to 82 wins, and the Giants won just 79. But this move by the Padres and A.J. Preller looked like they were going the other direction and letting, obviously Blake Snell's not coming back to them. Josh Hader has moved on. They've lost a lot of guys, Grisham, and they traded Juan Soto right away. You'd think they're really going the other way, and they have from a payroll standpoint. But, the Padres, John, that lineup to me and those pitchers, are they not better than Arizona? Do we think San Diego's third in the National League West, or are they second in the National League West now?
Well, again, look, nothing's played on paper. I understand that, if I can be cliche for a second. But Dylan Cease is really good. No matter what the numbers said last year, if you look into the analytics of pitching, Dylan Cease is really good. But if you look at Darvish, Musgrove, Dylan Cease, and Michael King, that's a top 10 rotation in baseball. And whoever is 5 is 5. And then, like you said, despite the fact that, they trade their best hitter last year, that's still a really good lineup. So to me, that's the second best team in the National League. And if they get in the wild card with
They're
that,
better than the Phillies, you think? They're the second best team in the National League?
No.
They're better than the Braves in the National League West?
No, I'm saying in the West, in the National League West.
All right.
And if they get into a short series, and this is why I think it's a really bad blunder by the Giants, if you get into a short series with that rotation, and let's just for a second put Cease into the rotation for the Giants, and there's a number of reasons why it would have been a great move for the Giants, but if you get that in a short series, you could beat the Dodgers with that kind of pitching. And if you put Cease with the Giants for just a second to have a little bit of fun here, if you go Webb and Cease and then Cobb comes back and then Harrison is your 4, you can beat anybody with
and
great
Robbie
pitching
Ray.
like that.
Ray's
and then,
coming back by playoff time.
And then also what you can do then is you don't have to force Harrison into being your number 2 starter. And then these young guys like Mason Black can then, in a natural way come up to the big leagues. You don't have to force them in there. You don't have to rush pitching in there and lose confidence or whatever the case may be. The guy is going to make $8 million. Look, you were probably never going to sign Snell, even though we had a lot of fun talking about it. You weren't going to sign him. You weren't going to go over that number. It looks like on paper, I could totally be wrong, but it doesn't look like the Padres gave up too much. They gave up one guy in their top 100, their 5th, so they didn't give up any of their top 4 guys. Again, I could be wrong in that assessment, but at some point, Farhan has got to say, you know what, we're really close. They needed a pitcher. I don't think that there's any question about that. They needed a pitcher, and they needed a high-end guy. So here's a guy like Dylan Cease, who you could put in. He's controllable. He's affordable. He's got nasty stuff. And you put him in this rotation, and all of a sudden, as much as the Dodgers did in this offseason, the guys in your rotation, especially when you get healthy, all of a sudden you're looking at a guy like Webb, who obviously was in the Cy Young conversation, and a guy like Cease, who's in the Cy Young conversation. And now you've got a natural rotation where Cobb comes in a month, and he's your 3. And now Harrison doesn't have so much pressure, and he's your 4. And then whoever the 5 is the 5. And probably Mason Black then goes to AAA where he should be, and everything is fine. So, look, I think that they had a major opportunity here that they blew, whatever. And now, not only that, now he goes to the Padres, and they are clearly, to me, the second best team in the West. And Arizona's right there, who went to the World Series. This is a major problem. So
I can't say I disagree with you, but they're not thinking that way. He's just not doing it. And the one thing was to, when they went out and got Matt Chapman and give up the draft pick and the international pool money of $500,000, they're not willing to do that with Blake Snell, and it's obvious, and they don't want to go past the tax line. There was a mechanism to trade for Dylan Cease. We've been talking about it for a couple of weeks. He didn't want to do that. He wants to go, and I think the big thing is Alex Cobb is ahead of schedule. Will he pitch in April? Probably a long shot, but right around May Day or Cinco de Mayo or Mays' birthday, he may be back in your rotation. And then you are going to get Robbie Ray back, who does have Blake Snell kind of stuff from the left side. So it is what it is, but that's just the way they're going to ride here. And I think whether Kyle Harrison is your 2 or your 3 or 4 or 5 or whatever he is, when he gets on the mound, he's number 1 that day. And I think he is poised. The time is now for him. So they're going to let him go. They're going to pitch him deeper into games. They're not going to baby him like they did last year where he was a once-a-week pitcher. He's gonna pitch on every 5th day, and early in the year they don't have a lot of off days. Just after that finale of the road trip at Dodger Stadium, they're off on Thursday before the home opener against the Padres, by the way, on April the 5th. So we shall see what is going on. We do have breaking news in the NFL.
It's a bad day.
Joey Bosa has restructured his contract, and he will remain with the L.A. Chargers. And for me, I know there's a lot of talk about Joey, and Nick, obviously, it's his brother, and he loves him, and we know Dad, and we know Mom, and it would have been cool. I'm just glad he's staying with the Chargers, and I think it would have been a real risk to bring him here. The lack of availability of him, and I love the 49er performance staff, but I don't want Joey Bosa living with them. I'd rather have him live with Chris Kasarik and the D-line, and I just thought it was a real risk. They were on it. It would have taken, a major reduction in salary for him to do it. But so Khalil Mack's not coming here. Joey Bosa's not coming here. I think you got to ride with the D-line you got, and they've completely restructured it. Kevin Givens was re-signed as we wanted. We'll see about Sebastian Joseph Day. But from the outside, you added 2 edge guys, 2 interior guys. We'll look at them. But Joey Bosa is restructured. He is staying with the L.A. Chargers.
All right, so there you go. No double Bosas. So there you go. We dreamt for a minute. In reality, I knew that wasn't going to happen. Now, I didn't know if he was going to stay with the Chargers or what the case was going to be, but in reality, we pretty much knew, right? There wasn't going to be.
Yeah, and I had serious reservations about it. I just think Joey needs to stay healthy. He needs to be on the field, and Jim Harbaugh's a smart guy. They got rid of Mike Williams coming off the ACL. They may find a way to re-sign him. Obviously, Keenan Allen's a keeper, and they those 2 edge guys are the identity of the defense, along with Derwin James. So I was just, they were monitoring it, obviously, and you want to be kind to Nick and John and Cheryl and all the Bosses, but you can't. That's why Eric Armstead's no longer on this team. He couldn't stay healthy, and they had to move on. It was too big of a figure, so it'd be kind of inconsistent to go out and bring somebody else who's been in the medical room, the trainer's room, as often as Eric has the last 2 years, and he makes even more money. So any update on Eric Armstead, John? What are we hearing?
No, that's kind of interesting. I would have thought that maybe he would have landed somewhere, but I think that one of the things with him is he's going to have to actually go to see teams, where people are just quickly signing. I think that teams are going to have to check him out physically, don't you think?
Yeah, that means like Chase Young. When you're lining up visits in today's NFL, that used to be the good thing. You'd bring you in for a visit and then don't let him out of the building. We got to sign him. They don't do that anymore. I'm not sure when it flipped. But now you get a deal done before they come to the building, and then you check the building out. The doctors meet you, the staff meet you. So if he's lining up visits, to me, that's the physical that they want to look at with him. Getting back to the Giants, so, to me, the Dodgers and Braves are in a different stratosphere. And Yamamoto, by the way, he's going to pitch Game 2 against the Padres in Seoul. He's getting blasted. That guy's got incredible swing and miss stuff, but he got knocked around yesterday in their last spring game in Seattle before they flew to Seoul. But just saying the Dodgers and Braves are going to make the playoffs in some form, right? Either as West Division winners or East Division winner or a wild card. Those teams are just loaded. They're 100-plus win teams. They're perennials. After that in the National League, Phillies, Cubs, Diamondbacks, Padres now. I'm seeing the Reds and
a lot of people like the Reds.
And even the Mets over the Giants. And then I omitted the Cardinals because I'm watching them play right now. And I just saw Brandon Crawford wearing number 35 in Cardinal red.
How weird was that?
Draw a walk, and then he stole second base. It's the last time Brandon Crawford stole a bag. He stole a bag. He looks like he's got the same pot belly he had before. He looks the same. But are all those teams better than the Giants? Who are the Giants better than? The Marlins or the Brewers? Who else?
Yeah, the Brewers are in trouble, man. Devin Williams is hurt now. Man.
He's got a bad back, John.
They're in trouble.
He's going to be out a while. But so it's Dodgers, Braves, Phillies, Cubs, Cardinals, D-backs, Padres, Mets, Reds are all better than the Giants? What are you going to take 9 teams in the playoffs? What is this, the NBA? Yeah. Where are they here now?
The pitching, I was nervous about the pitching. That's why I was just like, oh.
You wanted Dylan.
I just thought.
I got a text immediately when it happened from you and from Marty Lurie.
I just thought the perfect guy at the perfect time.
Padres.
I did. I just thought that was a perfect guy at the perfect time.
They weren't even in on him. Did they even make an offer?
I don't think so. I texted a few people, and everybody that texted me back said they weren't even in. Even though I did see a thing that they were in on, in quotation marks. I don't think they were in on. Nobody texted me back and said they were in on. And I don't think they were. And that's, look, if he wants to go with this, that's fine. But it just, on paper, where the game is not played, I understand that. But it's a big risk. It's a big risk to go with a rookie, a converted reliever, a guy who's already been banged up, a guy who has never pitched a day in the majors. I mean, it is a major risk to go with what they're going with.
I think the top of the rotation, and Logan Webb did. They lost more games than they won in the starts. I know his advanced analytics are really good. He led the league at innings pitched, but he's the ultimate winner, and they didn't win when he pitched. So to me, he's got to solve that problem, and I think he does need to use his four-seam fastball more when everything's down. With his sinker, his slider, his changeup is down, 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 down. Teams are looking down against him. He's got to raise their eye level. I think Kyle's going to have a big year. I do. Kyle Harrison, I think, has figured some things out. The cutter on top of the slider and the changeup, and he seems like he's really comfortable where he's at now. And watching the game on Saturday on NBC Sports Bay Area, Jordan Hicks has nasty stuff. That slider moves a lot, and it moves side to side, and he's got easy gas, obviously. The guy throws close to 100, and I don't even think he threw a split change. He's still working on that. So I think he'll be fine in the third spot. You worry about him throwing a lot of pitches. The concern is 4 and 5, and I think a lot of teams are concerned with their 4 and 5 starters. And right now, because you're waiting on Alex Cobb, you're waiting on Robbie Ray. Had they not made the Robbie Ray trade, I think they'd be in on these other guys, Blake Snell. They'd figure out a way to make an offer for him, and then likewise Dylan Cease. But I think he already took on the salary with Robbie Ray, and I know he's not going to be available till the second half of the year, but he's already made his deadline trade, which he did not do last year. He's already made that to get Robbie Ray. And then Alex Cobb is way ahead of schedule from the hip surgery, and I think that's just the way they're going to view it. They're going to patch together 4 and 5. Now the problem is you're facing the Dodgers and the Padres to open the year before Washington rolls in.
That just got tougher.
4 against San Diego, 3 against the Dodgers, and 3 in the home opening weekend series against San Diego. Your first 10 are against them, and I know the Padres have lost a lot, but that offense is still, at least from top to middle of the order, 6 is still pretty good, and the Dodgers obviously are good from top to bottom. But I just think the way they're looking at it, John, is the Cobb and Ray will come later, and they'll figure out a way to get this done. I mean, look at the Yankees rotate. You take your guy, who's the UCLA Bruin that married Brandon Crawford?
Garrett Cole.
Garrett Cole. He may be out. He's got an elbow right now. They're saying 1 to 2 months. So what's the Yankee? They got Marcus Stroman coming. This is the New York Yankees. Then you got Carlos Rodon, Clark Schmidt, and then nasty Nestor Cortez. And then he's an all-star pitcher. And they got a little bit. Clark Schmidt's good. I mean, the back of the rotation is better. But if they don't have Garrett Cole, those are your 4. It's the New York Yankees we're talking about here.
Again,
who's their fifth? Who's their 5th starter?
Yeah. I'm shocked that they didn't go after. Well, they might have. They might have gone after Dylan Cease, but they just didn't have they like this Padres deal better, obviously. But again, I have no idea. I don't know. At the end of this, I'm going to be really fascinated about what's going on. I know that we've said this a million times. There's the reigning Cy Young Award winner, and he's not signed. And we've had injuries. The Red Sox had a major injury. The Yankees have a major injury. The Giants have a major hole in their rotation. Nothing for the reigning.
The Yankees offered him. The Yankees offered him 150
Right.
mil for 5.
I don't
30
understand.
a year. Now, I mean, are they going to go get Blake Snell now? Jordan
doesn't sound
Montgomery.
like it.
I thought Jordan Montgomery was going to Boston. I mean, the season starts.
Right.
Dodgers and Padres start in less than a week in Seoul. But everybody else in baseball right now is opening day. It's
2
1
weeks from
o'clock,
today,
1:11 on the East, 2 weeks from today. So even if you got Blake Snell into your camp right now, is he stretched out enough to start? I know he's throwing 55 pitches on the side, but it's not the same.
Nah, not even
I mean,
close.
he's been a 5 and fly guy anyway. You're going to pay that guy $1 million to start, and the first one he's going to kick for you, and then likewise for Jordan Montgomery. So, I think Scott's getting a bad rap a little bit. He's a hard negotiator. The market, for whatever reason, has been depressed for these guys, whether it's the RSNs. Now, you can't blame that on the Yankees. The Yankees own the S Network.
Right.
The Red Sox have Nesson. Some of these teams own their RSN. They're not going to go up and down with them going bankrupt and the rights fees, and they're immune to that. These are the New York Yankees, but George is dead, and Hal Steinbrenner runs it differently. But we're bemoaning what the back of the Giant rotation is. What do you think Michael Kay's doing on WFAN right now, minus Garrett Cole? Who's their fifth starter?
Well, think about that, though. And I left a couple of teams out. So the Yankees need a starter. The Dodgers, they've got injuries. I mean, the guys are going to come back, but they have injuries. So there's two major market teams. Boston has injuries. Texas has injuries. I mean, we're talking about, and I'm not saying that, Texas isn't a major market, but I mean, Dallas, that's what that market is.
They did win the World Series last year,
right.
Did they not?
And they're short some pitchers who are injured at the start of the season, and they're not even going after Montgomery, their guy from last year. The Giants, and again, the Giants aren't the Yankees and the Dodgers in revenue. I get that. But still, that's a major market. So, I mean, we're talking about 4 or 5 top markets, and none of those teams are going after Blake Snell. I mean, there's something weird going on. I mean, there's no doubt about it. The guys.
Well, who's the back end of the Dodger rotation?
That's what I mean.
Between Gavin Stone and Michael Grove and Kyle Hurd and Ryan Yarborough.
That's who it is.
That's going to be the back of the rotation until tight pants and when's Kershaw coming back?
I mean, he's on the
Is
60,
Kershaw coming
right?
back before October? When's he coming back?
I think he's on the 60 right now. So, I mean,
and they
that's
got Carrot Top
crazy.
as well. I mean, you bring Bueller and Dustin May
now they're
back.
good to
You got
go,
two of the
but-
best right-handers in baseball. That's what they're waiting on, and that's what Farhan's waiting for. He's waiting for Alex Cobb to come back, and he's waiting for Robbie Ray to come back. They got big money into both those guys and huge money into Robbie Ray, and they're going to ride it out with Logan Webb, Prince Harry, Hicks, and then, figure out 4 and 5 as you go. But 4 and 5 are against the Padres and Dodgers, so buckle up.
All right, the St. one is going to join us at the bottom of the hour. We will celebrate Steph Curry's 36th birthday with him. Damaging loss last night in Dallas. Are they just stuck at the bottom here at 9 and 10? They do play the Lakers on Saturday, and they should get back Steph Curry. Will they get back Draymond Green? He's got those back issues. Do remember 2 tickets to see Sting at the Masonic in San Francisco on the 7th of November. Tune in today. We'll give you the cue to call, and you'll be the 10th caller. Not right now, but put this number in your phone, 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-5627. Do we have a new sounder today? What is it?
And I promise you'll be able to understand all the words. Not like Sting, where you can only understand the last 3.
Very nice, very nice. So not now, but when you hear that before 1 o'clock. So in the next hour 45.
Who said that, by the way? Sting is the most beautiful lyricist of all time.
That's Peter Griffin
and
from
who
Family
was that
Guy.
that dropped that?
That's Peter Griffin from Family Guy. 415-896-KNBR. When you hear that between now and 1 o'clock, and you will be able to win those tickets. Tickets, by the way, on sale March 15th at 10 a.m. at livenation.com. Thanks to our good friends at livenation.com. And you can see Sting, but you can win a pair of tickets between now and 1 o'clock when you hear that sounder, when we play it again, but not right now. All right, we'll get you ready for the saintly one at the bottom of the hour, only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
David Lombardi, he joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to explain why Eric Kendricks picked the Cowboys over the 49ers. Check out that podcast and more. Trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
1, 2, 3, 4. Steph finally made it. Everybody, come on. Steph Curry finally made it. What up, boy? Looking fresh there. Steph
There you go. ESPYs a couple of years ago. Steph is 36. What's left?
Presidency of the United States.
right?
He was eligible 1 year ago today, John, on his 35th.
36. We'll talk to Gary St. Jean, the saintly one, at the bottom of the hour. What is it? A gold medal in presidency. That's about it, right? And then he can.
Finals
get in the box.
MVP. Check.
Done that. Right?
Finally made it.
Man, that's it. I don't know why he'd want to get into politics. That'd be the last thing, but whatever. Maybe he wants to.
He wants to meaningfully change the world, but I think he's smart enough to know that the presidency of the United States, I mean, the most unqualified individual did win that position over the most qualified individual a few years ago, so you never know. But I think he's smart enough to know that that's a little bit high on the list. I mean, maybe you want to start out somewhere else, like governor of California. But he did say that he has interest in leveraging every part of my influence for good in that way that I can show if that's the way to do it. I'm not going to say the presidency, but if politics is a way that you can create meaningful change, or if there's another way outside of politics. So he's, obviously with the golf courses and everything he's doing with the youth and, building homes for people in the Bay Area, he's a special guy, and he really does spend a lot of his own time and money with Aisha and his family and his foundation to get things done. I was a little surprised about, politics, but he's a young man. Obviously, he's captivating in so many ways. There's nothing he can't do. He's poised in front of every forum he's in. Maybe being around Barack up close and in private settings at the White House and playing golf with him. He observed him and kind of thought maybe I could be as cool as that guy. So, these are lifetime politicians, though. I think you have to respect politics before you get into it at that level. But, the Terminator became the governor of California. We've seen a lot of crazy things.
Well, I thought it was just an acid trip.
George Bush be the owner of the Texas Rangers to the governor of Texas to the presidency of the United States. So a lot of unqualified individuals did ascend there. And I'm not saying Steph's not, but it's not been, his life's work. So that's daunting to even think about something like that. But Steph's comfortable in his own skin. But I think right now, John, as he turns 36, he has to figure out a way to get his team playing basketball beyond the play-in tournament, because right now they're looking at a guy that's even older. Would that be the ticket, Steph and LeBron? Who would be the president? Who would be the vice president there? But, I mean, right now you're looking at, seeing them in a month's time in a elimination game and a 9-10, and the loser is out. What kind of ratings would that draw where you immediately go to a Game 7 scenario?
Yeah, absolutely. It's just weird because, Steph at 36 and you just think it's never going to end. And it's not that, he's playing great, and we talk to his trainer all the time, and he's one of the most well-conditioned athletes. And if you go back and look at, early Steph days and how thin he was and everything and how much bigger and stronger and better he is and all those kind of things, you think to yourself, well, this is never going to end. But at some point, they do have to have somebody step up. And the one thing that LeBron has that the Warriors don't at this point is they have a Batman-ish kind of a guy in Anthony Davis. And you start looking at the Warriors, and, Draymond is a nice piece next to him, but he's not that. And Clay's a nice piece, but he's not that. And you look at Kuminga and you hope, but like you said, he's just not a consistent enough piece. So at some point in the next couple of years, they've either Kuminga's got to be that or they got to acquire that. And that's really tough to do, is to get somebody to take that burden off Steph, and they don't have that yet. It's hard.
Now, I think Kuminga is that guy. It's just when you take Steph out and you take Draymond out and there's no real anchor to what you're doing offensively, and Chris Paul can cobble it together, but it's just they play differently. And last night they just did not move bodies. They didn't move the ball. When St. Lee joins us at 11:30, we give him the assist total from last night. He's going to be unhappy. They just didn't play well. It was just one-on-one, just trying to beat guys off the dribble in the half court, which is not them. But Kuminga, when he's in flow with everybody else, he's become a consistent 20-a-night scorer. He's just a baby. I mean, Steph Curry's rookie year is where Jonathan Kuminga is right now. He was 21 years of age. And Steph was really good as a rookie. Remember, Tyreek Evans beat him out for the Rookie of the Year, but Steph that year finished second. He averaged over 17 a game, and he was good his second year. Then the third year, he got hurt. The ankle injuries began to crop up, the left, the right, and it just happened over and over and over again. And, then they got into the tank mode that year to get Andrew Bogut in here. And shut them both down, and they did, kick that end of the year of 2012 year. They traded Monte Ellis. They brought in Bogut. And then they, were able to get Harrison Barnes and Festus and Draymond the next draft, and the pieces were there. Steph is able to play more consistently when they made that innocent climb to become a playoff team, and then a team that, all of a sudden gets Steve Kerr here, and they're winning their division for the first time since the 70s, and titles. It'll all happen, but it didn't happen overnight for Steph Curry. And you just keep in mind, John, when Steph was a rookie, he was 21 years of age, and now all these years later, 15 years later, he's Steph Curry, 4-time champion, 2-time MVP, finals MVP, one of the most popular players, athletes on planet Earth, not just our country, but really anywhere. Outside of soccer stars, who's more well-known than Steph? LeBron and Steph, are they 1-2? Giannis? I mean, that's who he is right now. He's more popular than internationally, any player that plays in the NFL. No one can touch him because of basketball's globalization. But he was 21 as a rookie. Jonathan Kuminga's 21 right now, and he's a consistent 20-a-night scorer. But for this team to achieve, they got to maximize Steph's minutes on the floor. I mean, it's obvious. Go back a week ago right now. It was the day after the Milwaukee win. Trace Jackson-Davis has the 2 blocks on Giannis. They're able to beat the Bucks, one of the best teams in the NBA. They're beginning to roll. And then that night, late fourth quarter, backdoor cut against the Bulls. He stops. He rolls his right ankle. They were leading when that happened. He goes off the floor. They mismanage the end of the game, both offensively and defensively. They lose the game. They lose to San Antonio on Saturday at home. They do win Monday. And then last night, they're just rudderless. The turnovers, the sloppy play. You lost Draymond on top of Steph. So right now, I'm sure at age 36 on Pi Day, he's singularly focused to, practicing with the Warriors tomorrow and getting back and beating LeBron on Saturday night.
We'll celebrate Steph's 36 with the Saintly one. Gary and St. Jean looking ahead, looking back. We'll get into the Warriors next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hiya, fellas.
Imagine, if you will, waking up this time next week and being 100% debt-free of credit cards, car loans, and personal loans. This is Greg Papa, and Loan Pronto's Equity Express line of credit can make it all happen. Homeowners are turning their home equity into cash almost instantly with Loan Pronto's AI-based system. You can get approval in about 10 minutes with almost no documentation, no appraisal, no hassle. You can get hundreds of thousands of dollars out of your home, and you could use that money to pay off all your other loans. The average homeowner saves over $850 a month by doing this. So listen, your home value is way up. You know that. And you can use that to wipe out all those credit cards, get some money for home improvement. Literally hundreds of thousands are at your fingertips, and approval is just minutes away. Call now, 415-808-5721. That's 415-808-5721, or go to loanpronto.com. One more time, 415-808-5721.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Warriors go down without Steph and Draymond last night in Dallas. Big game. Trying to get up to that 8, stay in the 10, 109-99. Big news. It's Steph's 36th birthday, and we could not think of anyone that we would rather celebrate with than the saintly one, Gary St. Jean. He joins us courtesy. Just because, it's a party, and who would you rather party with than Gary St. Jean? He joins us courtesy of the Human Guest Line. What's happening?
Hiya, fellas.
See? I told you. How
Feel
are you?
better already.
Yeah, absolutely.
How are you, Saintly?
Well,
we miss you.
Fellas, Jay's got me going back for more corned beefs. I got to get the potatoes and the carrots, get everything ready.
Getting close.
Maybe a few Guinness.
Yeah. Some whiskey.
Those Irish coffee's kind of nice, too.
Oh, I love
Not
those.
bad.
That's
Not
my downfall.
bad.
I love those.
St. Patrick's Day, we think of you, Saintly. I was at the soft reopening of Harrington's Bar yesterday in the city. We had a few Guinness. We had a few Jameson. They're going to have the big opening coming up today, and then over the weekend, and we're going to get some people on from Harrington's to celebrate that because that is a barrier institution. They love their sports there. But St. Patrick's Day, I'm watching the Big East tournament here, Rick Pitino and the Johnnies against Seton Hall. Are we doing it? The most glorious St. Patrick's Day ever was with you and Bob Gallo at the 9-to-9 party. Are we on for next week? What's going on with that, Saintly?
Yes, a week from tomorrow. Bob's hosting again. You know what, Pop? Those were great days. We had our radio show there, and, we had you and I in our days doing the pre and post, wearing our green hats, coming in with our green coats and everything. And somebody would go out and get us a little treat of something, and then Chris was always red. I look back in that decade, we were so privileged and lucky to cover the Great Warrior Run. And I just want everybody to think about how blessed we were to have this great, great team. And you can't always be great. They're good. They're not great anymore. But yet they're competing, playing hard. As John said, they're going to get into playoff race here. It's going to be exciting. Play Lakers Saturday. It's a big game. Maybe they can move up to 8. But it's you got to be healthy, and you got to be playing at a top level.
Yeah, I want to go back to the party. I remember.
Way to go,
because
John.
There was a day where the tournament would start and Mully would show up, and I remember one year Zach Ertz and Julie Johnson.
9-to-9.
Yeah, Julie Johnson and
Coach
Zach Ertz
Campanelli
came,
was
and
there,
a bunch of coaches, and you had that.
Greg Knapp would show up.
and he
every
would
year.
cook pizzas back. He would cook pizzas in that back. Yeah, I mean, there was nothing better. But I got to tell you, there was one year where you didn't have a moment where I saw you where there wasn't a glass in your hand, and then all of a sudden 5 o'clock
Starting
came.
at 9 o'clock in the morning, John.
And there was and 5 o'clock came, and man, you'd have thought you were sober as a judge, man. You stood up there and you told a speech, and I'm like, it was amazing. It was like you didn't have a drop, man. You were right
He's
on
an
point.
Irishman. Come on, that's his blood.
Man, it was so impressive. You were like, it was
God,
man.
You're the man. Listen, that's a long time ago.
I know,
Yeah, that was years ago.
I'm like, this
You know
guy.
what? Hey, guys, the top number we had was 800 guys, 800 people.
Yeah.
And it was beautiful because we did things for Make-A-Wish Foundation.
Exactly.
And when we got hit by COVID, we were planning a big thing. We had some military guys ready to come up the driveway on horses, and some generals were coming, and we were going to honor some fallen heroes, sons and daughters. Just a great way to just rally together with basketball as the common denominator and just have a great time.
Without a doubt. And the first thing, we all lived nearby where Bob and Kathy lived. And the first thing we did, John, was take Saintly's keys and give them to MJ.
Exactly.
So we made sure that he got home safely that night, and he always did.
Oh, gosh.
You were talking about, our Warriors, like it's kind of we're in the rearview mirror a little bit. I hear you. But the one guy, and this is his birthday today, before we get to St. Patrick's Day, we got to talk about Steph and his 36th birthday. And I mean, normally by this stage of a career, Saint, you're beginning to be retired or winding down. Maybe he's not the guy that leads the NBA in scoring like he did a couple of times in the back-to-back MVPs, but I don't know. He's pretty damn close to what he was, and you're a big Patriot guy, and you saw your quarterback play until his mid-40s. I mean, is it possible that Steph Curry at age 36 still has a decade left for us?
Well, he's got a lot of good years, Pop. There's no doubt about it. The training is so much different than the old days, when you were doing the play-by-play. The guys at the season end, and then you didn't see him till September. And the in-season work that goes on. And I love for kids to get to see his pregame routine. I wish that the kids could get to see the work that he puts in the off-season. Look back at his size when he came into the league, and you say, gosh, he can't even get in the paint. They're going to knock him on his rear end. And now you see him because of the handle. He gets in the paint. He's a terrific finish guy. And I would argue that there's still a ton of coaches on the visiting bench sweating, perspiring when they see him coming up the court. And he creates that switch. And then he gives you that crossover through the legs. And the big guys, they're breaking their ankles trying to stay in front of him. And then he gets the step-back three. We're blessed. Pop, you've covered everybody. Let's go back to Joe Montana and Bonds and whoever else we can think about, the great ones in the Bay Area. He's going to go down as one of the very, very best, and we should cherish every single time we get to watch him. And listen, it's the big Irish day's coming, and it's a day of happiness and hope and all that kind of thing. Hey, listen, if the chips fall just right, they've got a chance. I want them to, let's say, example, they finish 9. I want them to play the Lakers at home, not to get 10. Can they move up to 8, and then you don't have to play 2 games? That's big. And if you win that 7-8 thing, you only play 1. Now, is it tough to think about playing Denver? Yes, very tough. But let's say you draw OKC, just a terrific young team, but extremely inexperienced. If I'm over there and I'm an OKC, I'm really worried. I got to play against Clay and Steph and, and all these guys and saying, wow, there's 4 rings there. These guys know how to win. So the cards could come together, and so we just got to keep hope.
Gary St. Jean joining us on Steph's 36th birthday. It's Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader. They lose in Dallas last night, and they got the Lakers on Saturday, and hopefully Steph can return. The one thing that I think is key to Steph's longevity at this point moving forward is if you look at LeBron at 39, and he's got Anthony Davis who can take the load off on certain nights. Can Jonathan Kuminga become that? Because I think that's really the key to him staying at his current level for as long as he possibly can.
John, great point. You need some people to take the load off him. He doesn't need to bring it up all the time. He's been so blessed to have Draymond in the point forward position. And then if he can get down low, that's when he creates havoc. We all see him dancing up there with the 2-man game or the double drag up top. But when he gets down on that baseline working off a staggered screen, holy moly, it's a thing of beauty. And so with that said, whether it's Podzinski running it up there, who I'm loving. Now, Pop, I got some Polish roots from back there in Chicopee, Mass.
I know that. I know that. You love pods. You love pods.
Well, I'm thinking that guy deserves one of my Chicopee Provisions kibasas. Because this guy, gosh, I'm loving watching this young guy. And look at the emergence of Davis. It's a beautiful thing. I think of his dad back there in Indiana with the Pacers, stronger than new rope.
Dale Davis, yeah, what a player.
Yeah. So I look at this, and I'm saying to myself, yes, they can take the load off him. And gosh darn it, Chris Paul's done a heck of a nice job. He really has, and it's good to see him back. He looks happy. He looks really happy playing with these guys. So, when you've got players like that can really help Steph's cause. And that, when you've got good players around a superstar, you can't double and triple team him as much because they're going to make you pay.
Yeah, obviously it'd be great to get Steph back Saturday night for the Laker game, and he is going to fly down to L.A. and practice with the club tomorrow and hopefully play, and Draymond as well. And you were just talking about the importance of this game. So the Lakers have 2 more wins, but the Warriors and Lakers are tied with 31 losses, which is the big column. If you're able to beat them and get up to 9, and then if you do play them in a 9-10 elimination game, it would be in Chase and not in Southern California. But just because you're so good, you watch ball from 4 in the afternoon till 10 o'clock at night. You know all these teams. And I'll even throw Sacramento in there, maybe New Orleans. But right now on the play-in, Saint, you've got Phoenix and Durant and Beal and Booker. You've got Dallas with Luka, and he may not play tonight with the hammy. But I don't know if I've seen Kyrie play the way he's playing right now. It's been many years. He looks light and quick. And then you got the Lakers, obviously, and the Warriors. I mean, it's possible you've got a Phoenix-Dallas 7-8, a Lakers-Warriors 9-10. We're still trying to figure out the play-in, whether or not we like them. But those are amazing matchups. How do you handicap those teams?
Well, Pop, you got it. I mean, that's the way I see it today. You got it exactly right. I am really impressed with what New Orleans has done. I thought they would be sliding, but gosh darn it, they're playing at a higher level. Really doing a good job. Jones and Murphy have really been terrific. You know, we all talk about Williamson and Ingram, but that job, you know, there's Willie Green, former Warrior assistant, doing a heck of a job down there. You're right on the Kings. Like another big win last night. They've kind of pitter-pattered with some subpar teams, but at the end of the day, boy, Sabonis is playing terrific, and he took care of Davis yesterday. And, you know, I see them looking to be in the 6th spot. I think that's solid. And then you talked about Dallas, and, you know, they don't play much defense, but Kyrie Irving's playing magnificent, and on a given night, Luka can get you, heck, this triple-double numbers that he's getting are amazing. That was a nice feat by the Warriors to keep him under there. But, you know, they're beatable. They are. And I look at Phoenix, you know, my son Greg's down there. They're never healthy. They're never healthy. You know, that's the problem. Now, they got Boston tonight. That's probably an L, but don't tell Greg that. You know, and I look at their club, and they're going to be in a play-in. They need home court. Home court is big in the playoffs. So, and then you get down to 9 and 10. And, you know, Pop, I'm going to go way back to our days when we first met in '89. And it's a Nellyism. I'm always going to take a great small team against a great big team. So I'm going to take the Warriors if they happen to match up and play the Lakers, because I think the Lakers will really have trouble with this lineup. I think the Warriors now are getting Clay back or Steph back. Don't you like the look and the feel of the team? I think they've defined the rotation, and I think everybody looks comfortable. And so I like their chances. I really do. And I know their schedule is good. For example, Phoenix has a very, very tough schedule, but the Warriors have a good schedule to bank on.
Yeah, no doubt. And they got a couple more against Dallas. We'll see how long Luka is out. So they still have an opportunity against Dallas. They got to win a couple more if they want to get up into that 8, that 9, 10. They just keep bouncing back to that. You know, it's every time you look up, even when they won 14-18, you're like, yeah, they probably moved up. And you're like, they're still sitting like 9, 10. It's just been so weird all year long. It's like, damn, it's like a magnet down there.
You guys know, you're like me. I look at the standings every morning, and I'm saying to myself, parity. I mean, we've been ranting and raving for Pop how long? A lot of years about the Western Conference. But this year, I'm not saying it's the greatest in terms of teams, but just the parity is really something to watch.
And Denver, you know, they're the defending champions. I think people overlooked that starting lineup. Michael Malone, who we saw with the Warriors, you know his dad, what a great man Brendan was, and we miss him. And I mean, is it everybody else? I mean, the Clippers, we haven't mentioned them. I think come playoff time, they're going to be a problem. And the 4 teams we talked about in the play-in with the veterans. But really, is it Denver and everybody else, do you think, in the West, Saint?
Yeah, today I would say that big guy, I marvel at him. You know, somebody made a comparison a little bit. He moves like Larry Bird. You can't speed him up. He sees things better than everybody else. He just have a touch. And you know, Bird had a killer thing about him. This guy just figures out what do we need, and he gets it. And I love watching him. You know, for maybe the young guys watching the game, just hit his fundamentals. I mean, it's just marvelous. And you know, with Porter and Gordon, they're big up front. I think Murray's come back all the way from his injury and having a terrific year. And understand that Caldwell Pope is a winner. He's a big-time defender. That guy can lock people up. Pop, you bring up the bench. They're gonna miss Brown and Green, but they're trying to bring those other guys along. So, but the key for them, like everybody, you got to stay healthy. But playing a series in Denver is very, very tough with the altitude. You touched on the Clippers. We see back spasms with Kawhi Leonard. But believe it or not, this is hard for me to say. I think they're missing Westbrook a little bit, just for pace of the game.
That is hard
Pop
for
knows,
him to say. That's
Pop
hard for him to
knows
say,
that's not
John.
easy.
Yeah,
for him and
Harden
for
are
me
his
to praise
favorites.
him or Harden, I'd have to get out to Jameson at 11:30 in the morning.
Well, it is St. Patrick's Day
That's
weekend,
not hard.
so maybe we can.
So it's legal, yeah. But you guys are touching it, and I have so much respect for OKC. Boy, oh boy, don't you guys love the way they're always playing downhill?
Yes.
This is a problem I saw with Kuminga in the beginning of the year. He'd catch the ball. He'd look at the label. Used to be a Spalding, now a Wilson. Then he'd look around at the rest of the players. Then he'd decide to go. Well, now he's doing what OKC does. He's catching the ball off of a tight elbow curl. He's on the move. He's out in transition. He's on the move. And when he's on the move, there's not many young, better guys than that in the entire league. So he has grown leaps and bounds. Of course, I've been a critic. I want him to rebound more. I love the way he's making his free throws. Just to watch a 21-year-old guy grow like this is really a beautiful thing. And listen, a big key for this team, I've said it all along, we got to get Wiggins back to where he's playing at a really good Wiggins level, two ends of the floor. Then you got two great athletes, and then you got all that experience around those two, and then you can make some music.
Great stuff. Man, I wish I was hanging out with you this weekend. Sounds
A week
good.
from tomorrow, St. Lee, the 22nd. Let's do it, 9 to 9.
John, come on out. Come on
Let's
out
gotta
with
go.
the fellas.
Man, the
It's
9
a Friday,
to 9.
John.
I
We love it when it's
9
on
to
a
9.
Friday.
Yeah.
Friday at 2 o'clock. We'll be there,
Get
St.
the
Lee.
tournament going. Let's go. Sounds good.
Got to see Rich
I love
Rogers. I miss Rich. We
Good
gotta
to
see
hear
Rich.
you.
Oh, he's a regular. Comes up
I know he is.
every year.
I know he is.
Just a
I
great
know
bunch
he
of fellas.
Thanks, Saint. Good to talk to you.
You guys made my day.
You made
Happy
our
St.
day.
You made our day.
You're the best.
Love you, Saintly. The Saintly.
Oh,
one.
my
No
God.
one
That
like
9 to 9, man. Oh, my gosh.
Ah.
That thing. People don't
We
understand.
used to do our show from there.
Yeah. I mean, that thing.
There was one year we did it on St. Patrick's Day. It had to be
And the first day of the
85, 9. It's always the Thursday or the Friday of the tournament. And it had to be 85 degrees in the East Bay that day. It was so glorious. What a day.
Well, and it was so great because we get all these great guests and all these coaches, and they know what they're talking about, and we're talking ball and everything.
Orlando Cepeda came one year.
my
Remember
gosh.
Cha-Cha?
And then he's got this backyard that is so great, and then he's got
The Warriors used to practice there.
and he has this kind of this walk-up bar, and then they're making pizzas out of it and all this food, and I mean,
nonstop.
It was unbelievable, man.
Eat, drink, and be merry and watch college hoops
so-
from 9
yeah, he's got
a.m.
TVs
to 9
out
p.m.
there.
And
Oh,
then
my
collapse and
God.
sleep in a hammock at 9
It's unbelievable. I mean, it's just
Bob
it
Gallo
is.
and Kathy Gallo are amazing.
It
people.
tests your body. I mean, 9 to 9.
To the
You can't
dirt.
do that.
We can do it, John. We can do it for the NFL. We can do it for March
Oh,
Madness.
my God, it's ridiculous.
And how about St. Mary's beating the Zags?
Yeah, man, they look good, too. I watched
Selection Sunday on Sunday. Where are they going to be in the
Man,
bracket?
Randy Bennett, congratulations, man. They look good.
You know,
They
I
look
saw
really
the
good.
other day, Omar Samhan.
Did
was
you
hanging
really?
out. We had a few, ran into him, and now he's a player agent. Remember when they beat Villanova? Where'd they go to, the Sweet 16 one year?
They're always
They
that's
did.
always cool. Like all of a sudden you look up and it's like, how are those guys doing?
Love Omar. Omar, the shot maker. Love
Very
that guy.
cool. Tolbert and Copes today. Marcus Thompson's going to join in to talk some Warriors at 2:50. Michael Rappaport, that'll be good to listen to at 3:50. So make sure you
he's
tune into
funny.
the guys. He's
He's
hilarious.
hilarious.
So he's really good and outspoken about 3:50. Make sure. All right, we'll review some of the things that Saintly said there on the Warriors. Steph's 36th birthday. What kind of shout out would you like to give Steph today? 36. How much longer can he do it at this level? Jump on the line, Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line at 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. And then we'll get back to some football talk. 49ers, what have you thought of the free agency haul, both who they've gotten and who they've lost? We'll talk to Cynthia Freeland, one of our favorites, at 12:30. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
billion.
That's going to come into play here in just a second. John Lundier, did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area? Some are not even based in the entire state of California. Now, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, on the other hand, they're based right here in the Bay Area. They've been that way for more than 25 years. That's what you want. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Now, unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now, remember, good weather, so that means more motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. So be extra careful now. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place, and feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. You know that they've secured more than, here it comes, $1 billion. That's with a B if I did not make that painfully clear. In verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, but you paid nothing. I said nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, friends, Pop and Lund on KNBR AM and FM, San Francisco, the sports leader. Cynthia Freeland, one of our good friends who we talked to at the Super Bowl. We'll talk numbers with her. NFL free agency, winners, losers. What does she think of the 49ers haul? Still nothing on Eric Armstead. If you're just joining us, no double Bosas. He restructures. More proof that the cap does exist. It really doesn't. They did have to get rid of Mike Williams, but both Khalil Mack and Joey Bosa restructure, so they'll stay in Charger land, and they will not go to the 49ers. We'll discuss all those things with her at 12:30, and that'll be a lot of fun. We just talked to Gary St. Jean, and that made us happy. That is a great picture, by the way. Very
Save
nice
that
picture.
one, Cynthia. She's adorable.
And she had a giant ring. She got engaged, right? Or got married. She got married, not engaged.
Now, we do love her, but she is a huge Detroit Lions
She is, so we don't.
fan.
So there's a little bit of us that we don't like.
She was clearly rooting for the Lions
Yes,
to win
she
the
was.
NFC Championship.
She admitted
game, so
it.
She was in mourning.
All right.
But I want to get her thoughts on what the Lions did, getting Carlton Davis III, and what Atlanta's done. I mean, who in the NFC's had the best free agency week, John? Obviously, Atlanta, adding Rondell Moore on top of Mooney and all the weapons, getting Kirk Cousins, obviously, Green Bay, Philadelphia, we talked about. Dallas was able to steal Kendricks from the Niners to their D, so it kind of reset the NFC. But just listening to Saintly, and he's always upbeat, and that's what Steph Curry is as well. You know, you just kind of miss Steph's, not just his on-the-court ability and everything he does, offensively, obviously, and defensively as well, and leadership, and he just kept this team going throughout the Draymond saga early in the year, and he was wearing himself down. You need him back. You need him back ASAP. You don't want him practicing with the Santa Cruz Warriors. You imagine those guys practicing with him yesterday? The outlook on that, I mean, wow.
They're on the court going, dude, can I have your autograph? It's like, can we just
they're
play?
trying to
Can we just
check
play
him.
ball?
They're trying to shut him down. If I block his shot, can I get called up to the big
Right,
club? So,
exactly.
but he's going to fly down later today on his birthday and then practice with the team in LA tomorrow, or fly down tomorrow, I'm not sure. And anyway, I'll play Saturday on ABC. And just where is Steph at listening to Saint? You know, I know Steph wants to play for a number of years. Brandon Payne's on our show all the time, and Steph's just insane about his work ethic in season, off season, and he has a goal. And I know Steve signed a 2-year extension, Kerr, for the next 2 years beyond this year to line up with Steph's contract. But Steph's not thinking about 2 more years after this, and he's done. He wants to play for a long time. Where is he at? You know, he's started out this year, John, playing as well as he's ever played. And then he hit a bit of a wall. I think he got tired, playing without Draymond Green for the first suspension, the 5-gamer with Gobert, and then the indefinite suspension after Nurkic. And it was wearing him down, not just physically, but emotionally, spiritually, not having Draymond, having to answer all the questions about his leadership. And then he got into a bit of a funk. And then, Decky passed away in Salt Lake City. And that was probably the low moment of the year, obviously, right after Draymond came back on MLK Day. And Steph needed that, and they had a 9-day break. That game was canceled. The Dallas game was canceled. They got to make that game up, by the way. And the schedule gets on top of them against Dallas on April 2nd and April 5. They got to play. But anyway, he needed that 9-day break to come back, and then he caught fire again. And then, the All-Star break, we didn't talk. You were talking when I was away on vacation, and shootout with Sabrina. Was that epic, Steph, after she lays 28 on the board, to come back and beat her with a 29? I mean, what a number that was. But, he had a lot going on that weekend in Indianapolis, and he didn't start the All-Star game. For the first time in a long time, Steph Curry, it was not, not only Team LeBron against Team Steph, it was Team Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Luka. They started the All-Star game. Steph Curry played off the bench. Are you kidding me? Those guys are worthy, obviously, but it's Steph Curry here. And then next year, the All-Star game is going to be at Chase Center, and that could be Steph winning everything. The three-point shootout, if he shoots it, and they should now, may do something with a WNBA star and beyond. What if he's the MVP of the game? as he finishes up year 36. But the numbers are different than they used to be as a younger player. He doesn't rebound the way he used to. I mean, a lot of that is Podziemski gets every damn missed shot now. That guy's such a good rebounder next to him. But Steph used to be, in the fives as a rebounder. He's down to 4.5. The assist numbers are down. You're asking him really to shoot the ball more than ever and shoot the ball long. He took 20-plus shots last year. This year he's a little under 20. But he's taken 12.1 threes a game, up from 11.5 last year. The high was 21 season 2021 when he took 12.7. I mean, he's a younger player, and he kind of, as Brian Anderson said, the pioneer of the three-point revolution when he passed Ray Allen. But he was, even those days, John, he was taking 11 a game, and he made the 402 threes, which was amazing that year, the unanimous MVP year. He shot 8 threes a game, or 11 threes. He made 5. But now he's just, they're asking so much of him as a scorer. So in some regards, he has segued from the pure point, and he was never a pure because he scored, but still a scoring point, to now playing with Chris Paul, playing with Podziemski. He's playing off the ball more. So as he's finishing up his age 35 year, and this season is coming down the stretch, John, some numbers he's not as good at. His overall shooting numbers are way down from last year, and the three-point shooting numbers as well compared to last year are down. Last year he was at 43%. This year he's barely over 40. So it's interesting to look. He's still playing great, and obviously he's number one on the scout of anybody in the entire NBA, but he has shifted his focus as a basketball player from some categories to other categories.
Right, and look, it's just inevitable. I mean, he's on the other side. He's closer to 40 than he is 30. He's 36, and I'm not saying anything negative about Steph Curry. It's just what they have to start doing is they have to say, okay, he's got to be, closer to 30 minutes than 35, which, again, last year he played 34.7. This year he's at 32.8. As he continues to age, it's got to be closer to 30 than 35. I mean, those kind of things that you're talking about, those 12.1, that's probably got to go a little bit the other way. 20 shots a game have maybe got to be a little bit less. And that's why I keep talking about, it's imperative that a guy like Kuminga, and I keep comparing him to Anthony Davis, I don't mean that in style of play. I mean that in somebody else has got to become Batman, and slowly Curry has got to become Robin. And so they've got to be able to find that player. And that's why, again, San Antonio was able to keep that thing going, because all of a sudden you had a Kawhi Leonard become that guy. They got lucky. They got a guy in the late lottery that was able to make Tim Duncan the Robin to his Batman. They've got to be able to use Steph Curry in a way that, hey, he's still really, really good here, but he can't be the guy that's the focal point at 36, 37, 38. It's just not possible. As great, I mean, you look at LeBron James, he still looks like a locomotive, but on many nights, he can't carry the Lakers. He can sometimes, but he can't like he used to, like every single night. It's just not possible. And Steph's in great, we talk to his trainer, like you said, all the time, and he's in tremendous shape. But you just can't ask him to do that every single night, so that when he goes out of the lineup, it's like last night. Now, Draymond's missing too, but it's like you just can't do it, because physically at his age, it's just not possible. It's not fair.
He takes the most impossible shots. Some of his numbers are skewed because he just takes the most difficult shots. He is a tough shot taker and a tough shot maker. He's been his whole career. Shots that only he and Damian Lillard and Trae Young should be allowed to take, and sometimes Trae, it's too much. Nobody else should be allowed to take those shots. Steph gets away with it because he makes a high enough percentage, but they do have to make it easier on him. And I think Kuminga has stepped up. He's averaging over 16 a game this year, and when you look at it, it's over 20 a game for the last couple of months. He's become a very consistent number 2 scorer, and he has a little bit like Kawhi. I like that comp for him, because when Kawhi came into the NBA, he was not an offensive player. They taught him to be an offensive player. San Antonio has Chip Engelland, that great shooting coach they had, and he's named the Claw, his nickname, because his hands are so big. And guys that have huge hands like that, whether it's Wilt Chamberlain or Julius Erving, historically are not great shooters. The ball's just too small to come off their fingertips consistently. Kawhi's become, and he's a different shooter, He's not a pretty shooter. The ball goes in the basket, though. And he gets to anywhere he wants to go, and he walks you all over the place in his slow post-up style and those hands, and he's shooting downhill, and he's just become a great offensive player. Kuminga's different because he's so athletic and quick, but he still has to play in the flow. But they are giving him, like Kawhi, all of a sudden, Pop is not running, 4 and 5 down for Tim and David and side pick and roll for Tony and Tim and Manu. And now it's ice ball. They're just isolating Kawhi Leonard. It's like you've never done that for anybody because Kawhi could do that. They are doing that to some degree with Kuminga. They do let him go. When he gets in the mid-post now, it's not that split cut action that Draymond runs. He will post you up, and he will get into you and lean and come back, and he's doing it with a quiet rhythm now where he's not rushing everything, and he's a better player. You heard Saint talk about him rebounding better, the things he has to do. I think last night was just you didn't have Steph, you didn't have Draymond, and he was running around like a young player now just doing too much. And it's too much ice ball, too much dribbling, and he's just turning the ball over and taking bad shots. He scored a lot, but you're not going to win that way. How many times did he lose the ball or shoot and miss, and Dallas is coming down your throat on the other end, led by Kyrie mainly with a drive right through the gut or allowed for one of those guys to dunk the ball. It was, that's just where you lost the game, but I think Kuminga can be that guy, but you need to play Warrior basketball, and that's what Draymond also is able to do. But it's just amazing. Kuminga's 21 years of age right now. When Steph first got here from Davidson, he was 21. And I remember he and Aisha coming into the studio and doing a long interview with him, and he was just a baby. It was like, look at this guy. How old? He didn't even look 21. He looked 12. The baby-faced assassin. And he had a lot of ups and downs early in his career. He was good right away. Remember the whole Monte Ellis thing? And they had to trade Monte for Bogut to open up a spot for him. And then Clay emerged where Clay could guard, the guy with the ball and get Steph off that guy. And then Steph, got bigger and stronger and was able to stand his own. But as Saint said, whether it's Joe or Jerry or Ronnie or Barry or Willie, whom else am I leaving off the list here? That's it. And that's the Mount Rushmore with a few extra heads built into the wall because we got so many greats here. And really it would be Joe and Jerry and Steph and Barry would probably be the guys, Willie. But I think we've made this point at various junctures of his career. I think he's passed them all. As ridiculous as it is to say, in a town that really for so many decades was categorized by the Say Hey Kid, and then obviously Joe, and then Jerry, and then Barry Bonds. The nation may not embrace him like we do, but he was that good. He's one of the greatest offensive players to ever play with Ted Williams and Babe Ruth. He's that guy. But Steph and everything about him and who he is off the floor, and, he's got the 4 championships like Joe has and Ronnie has, and, Barry never got there, and Willie obviously won in New York and never here. But, when you look back on the totality of his career and everything he's meant to the Bay Area and who he is as a person, I think Steph is saintly said. There's been so many greats here, but he has risen to number 1 in the Bay Area sporting history.
Absolutely. It's 36th birthday for Steph Curry. We'll hear a little bit at 1 o'clock as we celebrate Steph's 36th. Cynthia Freeland, bottom of the hour, NFL Network numbers guru, is going to join us. She's one of our favorites at 12:30, and we'll get into free agency and who's done the most and the best and the worst, especially in the NFC. We'll do that at the bottom of the hour, so make sure you listen for that. We'll do all that coming up next only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Our guy, Mark Spears, he joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to give a Steph Curry injury update and when he could potentially return, maybe Saturday against the Lakers. Check out that podcast and more, trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. It's our guy, Steve Moskowitz. He has the answers to all your tax issues, including unfiled tax returns. What do we do with that, Steve?
You call us, and it's amazing how many people have this situation. Somebody didn't file their tax return last year, or maybe it was 2 years, or maybe it was 5 or 10 or even more. And the number one reason people don't file returns is just a plain old simple, they didn't have the money, so they made a mistake, they didn't file the return. Then year 2 rolls around, they say, well, how am I supposed to file year 2 when they didn't file year 1, and they still don't have the money anyway? And it becomes a lifestyle, a bad choice lifestyle. Don't wait until one of these new IRS agents comes knocking on your door to ruin your life, your business, your marriage. It doesn't have to be. We have a free attorney-client privilege consultation. We'll explain all of your options to you. We can file everything that needs to be filed, including the current year. Do plenty of those. And if you don't have the money to pay, that's okay. We want to cut a great deal for you with the IRS and state. What if you don't have the records? That's okay too. We'll get all the records that the IRS and state has on you. And then we want to do everything for you so you don't have to talk to the government. Here's what we ask. Give us your tax problems because we want to give you back a normal life.
Unfiled tax returns. No problem. All you have to do is give Steve a call at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 888-TAX-DEAL. Or simply go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
I take a sixer to old Milwaukee or Lone Star, nothing snooty.
Why is this so important to you all of a sudden?
Because it's Thursday and it's past noon. Thursday is one of my days off. On my off days, I start drinking at noon. You don't get to interrupt that.
Damn right.
We missed you at Harrington's yesterday, John.
You know
they
what?
were all asking for you.
I think that I think I might walk by there today because I have.
Today's the day to go.
Yeah, I have business in the city today, and I'm going to walk right by there. So maybe I will walk by there and indulge myself. So, what's going on?
Well, today's the day.
Hear something.
Yesterday they had the I'm listening to Rosenthal talk about talk about free agency. So yesterday was the soft opening at Harrington.
That's ironic.
When I first moved to the Bay Area, it wasn't the Triangle, the Golden Triangle back in the day.
Excuse me?
But it was, the Pierce Street Annex, the Balboa Cafe, and there's a new third one there. But it was the Royal Exchange. Yeah. Remember, Aram and our guy Schroeder's is right across the street.
Yep.
But it is Harrington's is the original. And I met the whole crew, and we're going to have some people on coming up tomorrow, Ken Harrington. But there's great stories about Eddie DeBartolo. They were telling me stories in the 80s where DeBartolo came in with a group of people at like midnight. There was nobody in there. And they're like, you guys closing? And they're like, we'll stay open one more for you, Eddie. Eddie brings in 75 people, including Joe Montana, drinking Guinness, and they went after it. So
that's where the ads come from, right? Joe drinking
Guinness. Well, I don't know about
night?
that, but Joe's there. Yeah, going to Notre Dame, it helps, obviously, in Ireland. But anyway, so yesterday was the soft opening, but today is the first public happy hour, so you're off the air at 2.
Very nice.
At 3 o'clock till close, they're going to have a happy hour at Harrington's. Friday's the big block party. Tomorrow, music from noon to close. And then Saturday, the day before St. Patrick's Day, they got the Irish Parade, so they're open from 10 a.m. to close. And then, next week is March Madness, 10 a.m. to close Thursday and Friday. But a lot of great people. We're going to have some of them on, including the great Ken Harrington tomorrow on the show.
Cool.
He's teaching a class right now. But it is St. Patrick's Day. We are thinking of the saintly one. We visited with him earlier, and you got to go to Harrington. So you got time today, John. Go by Harrington's.
Well, and I have not had an Irish whiskey since Las Vegas. I was scarred, but I guess I'll indulge.
I walked in
yesterday,
and right away they had a shot of Jameson waiting for me, and they had a Guinness to back it up. So I'm like, do I really have to have a Jameson? You know what I think of whenever I drink a Jameson now?
What?
Jameson Williams. And the end around against the 49ers and the Detroit Lions, and the touchdown to give the Lions on the fourth offensive play of the championship game.
That was quick.
A 7-0 lead, and they've added some good players on defense. And we are going to visit with Cynthia Freeland coming up, and she's pretty outspoken that she is a Detroit Lion fan. So we'll have her assess the Lions free agency week. Atlanta, what they're doing, getting Rondell Moore today on top of Mooney and all the people they got with Krukow Chains, Kirk Cousins, and Green Bay, what they did, and Philadelphia, what they did, because she puts this all into a win share and a computer, and she spits things out like, remember right before the Super Bowl last year, she gave us the final score, and it was going to be Chiefs 25, 49ers 23. And I'm like, how are they going to score 25? That's a weird score. What was the final score of the Super Bowl? 25 to 22.
Yeah, she was good.
She missed it by 1 point.
We got to give her props on that. Yeah, we'll talk to her about it. And again, scorecard in Jordan Elliott, Leonard Floyd, Malik Collins, Utor Gross-Matos. Armstead has not found a home yet. Kinlaw, Earl, Darnold, Warner, Pryor, Oliver. They got Kevin Givens back yesterday. Very nice.
I like Kevin Givens. I like that.
Brandon Allen, Barch, McKivitz, Odom stay, and Juwan Jennings, a second-round tender. So that's where we are. So we'll ask her about all those things. And as you said, NFC, some of these teams have improved. Certainly the Falcons, the Eagles, the Packers, we think. And we'll get her thoughts on everything because, like I said, and then we got to give her flowers because she said 25-23 and we went, Pshaw! But she did get damn close. She did. I got to give it because that's one of the first things I thought, as I sat there, as I watched the confetti come down and went, oh, here we go again. We got to do this again. But, she was close. So we'll talk to Cynthia Freeland, NFL Network, one of our favorites, NFL.com. She does the numbers. So what does she say, as you said? What does she say about who's improved and who's not and where the 49ers sit in all of this? We'll ask her next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
They don't have to, I don't think. The overtime will end here before the clock. 7 seconds, 6. They are going to snap it. Mahomes going to roll to his right, throws, touchdown. The Chiefs have won the Super Bowl. Mecole Hardman. As they roll Mahomes right, Mecole Hardman is wide open. And the Chiefs win the Super Bowl back-to-back years.
The Chiefs have won Super Bowl 58, 25-22.
I have 25-23 in favor of the Chiefs.
Oh.
And
then we said, how are they going to get 25? What is wrong with you, Cynthia Freeland?
She was way off. Harlan had a 25-22. She was way off.
Why is Harlan, he knows. What's Harlan screaming about? Why is he so excited?
He's the former voice of the Kansas
he's a friend of
City
ours.
Chiefs.
Shouldn't be screaming like
that.
that.
He did the Chiefs games for years before Mitch did them.
All right, we got to give Cynthia Freeland her flowers here.
She's good.
At C. Freeland.
Who's winning next year's Super Bowl? I want to know now.
We need to know that so we can bet it hard. She had it within a point, and she joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Make sure you're checking her out. Of course, on the NFL Network, NFL.com. She joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Well done by you. My gosh. 1 point.
Thanks. I mean, even a blind squirrel finds a nut every now and again.
Well, yeah, it was technically speaking, though, it was the computer. You just put in the information, right?
Well, I just wrote the program, right? So
right, yeah. She is the computer, Josh. She is the computer.
Well done.
All right. We're moving on from that game. I want to know who had the best week in free agency with your win shares, deleting players they lost, the players they've added. Let's just keep it to the NFC before we get to what D'Amico's doing over in the AFC and Caserio.
Yeah.
But Atlanta just adding Rondell Moore and Mooney, Kirk Cousins on top of what they had. Green Bay getting Josh Jacobs. Philadelphia had a really good week with Barkley. Who in the NFC closed the gap the most between them and the 49ers, Cynthia?
Kind of hate to say it, but it's the Eagles. I know that's not a very popular. That's not going to be a very popular answer, but getting Saquon Barkley for roughly the same contract as both Darnell Mooney and Gabe Davis, that just tells you that this running back market has really, really significantly been depleted. I mean, Saquon Barkley, he's number 2 in yards after contact over expected. You know who's number 1? Your guy, CMC.
McCaffrey. Yeah.
And they're paying Saquon the same as Darnell Mooney. That is insanity to me. But that's a big deal. And also, I mean, even Bryce Huff is a great addition. People are like, does he play on something other than third down? The answer is he will, and he's very explosive. He's actually more explosive by many metrics than Micah Parsons. This is bad if you don't want the Eagles to win. And also, getting C.J. Gardner-Johnson back means addressing the safety position with a guy that knows the system and knows where the bathrooms are and how to navigate, being an Eagle. So, that's a good reunion for them.
Also, I think, and I don't know what your numbers say, but I think Green Bay did pretty well as well. Maybe, I mean, they lose Jones, they grab Jacobs, and then I think McKinney coming over from the Giants. I think that's big. What do the numbers say there?
I'm a little confused by that McKinney contract because he becomes the 4th highest paid safety, and while I think he has great upside potential, I mean, are you really willing to pay him the same as Minkah Fitzpatrick, who has been just named 3 All-Pro lists? It's just an interesting. I know that he's young. It basically shows you that there aren't that many 26, 25-year-old. I think it'll be 26 when the season starts. Safeties out there with exceptional upside. But I mean, to pay him, that's just a little weird because they just got rid of Darnell Savage and they brought over Jeff Hapley from Boston College, who he described in his presser something like whatever a post safety is. That's what he calls it, and It does sound like a versatile safety, which is what Xavier McKinney is. But I guess my concern is to lock yourself in for 4 years at 17. That's pretty hefty for the safety position when maybe some other O-line, your going to have to replace your left tackle now. So I'm just a little confused by that, but okay. I mean, whatever.
Right. And you mentioned Chauncey Gardner-Johnson knows where the lavatories are at the NovaCare complex, so they had to get him back in the building. And the weakness of their team was the middle of the field defense, whether it was stacked linebacker, safety play. He did leave your Lions, Detroit Lions, Cynthia. Can we just talk about the offenses, and we'll get to what Brad Holmes did on defense. And I think, going out to get Carlton Davis from Tampa Bay and Robertson from the Raiders and bringing Marcus Davenport, they had to address their defense, and maybe they wind up with our guy Eric Armstead here before the week is out. But just what the Atlanta Falcons have done, already having Drake London, Bijan Robinson, Tyler Algier, Kyle Pitts. They add the two receivers, the quintessential slot in Rondell Moore. He may make too much money, but Darnell Mooney takes the top off of a defense. He can high point the ball, and then you bring in Kirk Cousins. Which offense do you like right now, the Atlanta Falcons or what the Detroit Lions had going to the NFC Championship game last year?
I mean, I'm all about opportunity, and to me, the NFC South is still the best opportunity to get to the postseason of any of the NFC conferences. I mean, it just, I don't want to say easier, but it's more depleted. I don't know what the Panthers are doing, and they get to play the Panthers twice. I'm not entirely sure if the Saints are going to, I don't think they did much, and, I love DeMario Davis, but aside from that, I'm not, they didn't do a lot to inspire a bunch of faith in me. And, I think the Bucs, they re-signed people. But remember, that thing was down to the wire last season, and that was with Desmond Ridder at quarterback. And, an offense that didn't really utilize some of their most explosive weapons to their fullest ability. So I'm looking at the Falcons and their opportunity, and I'm thinking that if I'm looking for an easier path to get to the postseason, the South is definitely easier than the North, with now Jordan Love apparently deciding to be good, and the Bears having all of the draft picks ever, and maybe Minnesota's confusing at quarterback, but I don't think they're done making moves. So I just think the South's an easier path, and therefore the upgrades that they've made and the potential they have goes further than the Lions, even though they're bringing back, I do think missing their right guard's a big deal, and that's they got to figure that part out, but now he's a Ram. But the Lions are in good shape, but I think the Falcons are in better shape.
Cynthia Freeland joining us, our friend from NFL Network, NFL.com, going over free agency at this point. So the 49ers, we're going to assume that they're going to lose Eric Armstead. Jordan Elliott comes this way. Leonard Floyd, Malik Collins, Utor Gross-Matos, losing Armstead, Kinlaw, Furl, Darnold, Warner, Isaiah Oliver. Where do you think the 49ers are? Are they better, worse, the same?
It's really hard to say anything but that they're better to slightly better, or they're the same to slightly better. This is the way that this team's constructed in general is so well done and so thoughtfully crafted that I bet there were 17 contingency places in for Eric. There were, we have to give credit where credit's due. And even though Adam Peters is now in Washington making money moves over there, it still is a team that really understands who they are and gets the right types of people. And I mean, just even getting Leonard Floyd for what? I think it's up to $24 million on a 2-year deal. That's a steal compared to a lot of these other deals we've been seeing. So the really smart move yet again. If you're a Niners fan, you should be very happy, even if Utor Gross-Matos is hard to say. You'll figure it out. And ultimately,
I need help on that one.
Yeah, you better work on it.
I'm telling you, I've been sitting there, we just got back from Combine, obviously, right? And, I loved my favorite guy that I interviewed was the Washington tackle. I'm just calling him Troy F. Big Troy. Loved him. Obsessed with him. Yeah. Can't pronounce his last. I'm very nervous about his last name.
Nicknames. Got to come up with nicknames.
I know, right?
That's what I do.
Troy.
Nicknames.
Big Troy.
Yeah.
Calling him Big Troy.
Yeah. You mentioned Adam Peters, and we miss him every day, and we talk to him. And they had a lot of money there, obviously, and they are spending. Austin Eckler's deal was not that big, but that's a smart, kind of a CMC light kind of player and a touchdown scorer, bringing in Bobby Wagner and, Marcus Mariota to back up. They bring in Zach Ertz from the Bay Area and Dante Fowler from Dallas and Tyler Biadasz a lot of guys, Jeremy Chin and Dorrance Armstrong, goes on and on. Algretti, the guard, McManus, the kicker. As you look at the NFC East, based on what you said about who upgraded the most, is it clearly Philadelphia? And then where does Dallas, taking Eric Kendricks from the Niners late yesterday, what Washington has done, the Giants going to get the pass rusher from Carolina, they lost Saquon. Where's the pecking order in the NFC East behind Philly? Is it still Philly and Dallas at the top, I would think?
I mean, Dallas hasn't done much, but they're getting their guys re-signed. I think Jordan Lewis came across the ticker a few minutes ago that they re-upped with him. They're trying to get Micah done. They got to figure some stuff out. Like, they haven't done anything in free agency compared to, we're used to them being a little bit more spendy than they are now. But it's hard to say without Washington's quarterback situation being totally solidified exactly how good they are. But I mean, in terms of who improved the most, it's definitely Washington. But did they have a longer road to travel? Probably, right? So they probably surpassed the Giants, though. As much as I love defense and old Giants defense of past years, and my best friend from Boston College was one of those Giants, Matthias Kiwanuka, and won 2 Super Bowls there. But I mean, you got some things on offense to figure out that I don't know if they have a lot of answers for. So I don't know if going to get Brian Burns is worth the money. That one's confusing to me.
How about the AFC? Our guy, D'Amico Ryans, going out and getting Danielle Hunter. I mean, they look like they could potentially take the next step.
I mean, they're really going for it right now. I think that they see their moment here. They feel like, okay, we had something special going on last year. We're going to we've got some money to spend. It's burning a hole in our pocket. Let's do this while we have this C.J. Stroud quarterback, contract as a second-year player where we're paying him next to nothing. So I think that that's kind of what we're seeing here, and it's smart moves. I think they've done a really nice job. They took some smart risks, like even guys like Jeff Okudah, who maybe hasn't been super successful elsewhere. Like, there's upside there, but like if he doesn't play well, they're okay either way. So they're making some really smart moves, but the Danielle Hunter one, it's interesting because, like, I'm curious why not keep Jonathan Grenard. Like, not to say that they're the same player, but, I'm eventually I'll ask what they saw the upside there or the difference there being. Danielle is pretty young still, but, Grenard's homegrown kind of guy. So right. I'm always curious when you go get, an outside guy versus your own. But I think that they're a smart team. I think they got a feel for their running back, and they're in pretty good shape here, especially, I don't know what's going on in Tennessee. They're pretty far out. I think the Colts are still a question mark, even though Anthony Richardson should be back, and he looked very promising. But, they're definitely still very, very strong contenders and made themselves even stronger.
The Niners have lost another player, Ray McLeod, the kick and punt returner, and back up to Deebo Samuel is signed with the Atlanta Falcons. They take another wide receiver, so Terry Fontenot very active. So overall, we heard your thoughts on Atlanta and Green Bay and Philadelphia, and the Niners you think are slightly better. Are the Niners, and we have a long way to go. It's March 14th. Yep. We got a draft coming up in, 6 weeks?
Yep.
April 25th, 5-6 weeks. We haven't really started, the meat of the offseason. The free agency is certainly at the back end of the week. Are the Niners, Cynthia, still the best team in the NFC right now?
It's hard to argue otherwise. I mean, in the NFC, truly, like, Philadelphia's good, figures to be good. People with quarterbacks, it really helps out. But I think it's to me, it'd be very hard to say anyone at this point in the game would be favored over the Niners if you had to pick a Super Bowl contender as of right this minute. I mean, I just don't, top to bottom, I guess more left to right on the football field. You have to say it'd be really hard to.
Across your radio dial, we are moving left to right, Cynthia. Yeah.
Exactly. Across your radio dial, right. But no, I think this is still the number one team. And don't be, if you're a Niners fan and you want them to make some moves, like, don't be dissuaded. Like, we've got, not only do we have a long way, but like, there's a lot of injuries that still will happen. There's a lot of things that happen before the football gets played. So it seems like you got to move fast, but you really only have to move fast if you have tons and tons of moves to make. and that's why you saw Washington move a little faster. But you don't need to you're good. Be patient.
Congratulations on your pick, whether it was you, the computer, whatever. I mean, 1 point, and
She is the computer.
She is the computer.
She's one
but
of the same.
The thing is that we also were like 25. Get out of here. But you nailed it. 25-22, 25-23. You were right there. So congrats.
How about next year's Super Bowl in New Orleans? You got a score for us? Who are the Niners beating next year, Cynthia? Houston?
Houston? That's I gotta wait and see who it is. Houston could be a fun one. I just kind of, to be fair, like, and it's no shade against the Chiefs. I'd like to see someone else.
Me too. We would too.
Buffalo, Kansas City. Yeah.
It won't be, I think
Houston.
Buffalo. I think that one's tough.
Yeah.
That's going to be tough. Their window feels a little bit more closey than the other one. So
I agree.
I don't know.
All right. Hey, thanks. You're the best. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Cynthia. Thank you.
Cynthia Freeland from the NFL Network, NFL.com. See Freeland. Make sure that you follow her. She is fun. She's got the numbers out there. And like I said, 1 point. And she chose 25. It's just she chose the wrong team, but she did do that. And then we got on her like 25. You're insane. But anyway, yeah, 25-23 is what she had. 25-22, of course. And thank Danny for playing that. I know all these people are very angry on the text line, but it was not me. All right, we got a little bit of news, and nothing to be alarmed about with Brandon Ayuk, but it was trending, and then I looked it up. I'm like, why is Brandon trending? But we'll tell you why next. Only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Former Giant Jake Peavy, he joined Murph and Marcus this morning to preview the Giants' 2024 season. Check out that podcast and more. It's trending right now on KNBR.com, the KNBR app.
Good afternoon to you. Greg Papa here on behalf of Golden State. While Golden State Lumber and Building Materials cannot add sunshine into your forecast, they can help create a comfortable family environment and protect your home. So this cool, wet winter will soon be followed by uncomfortable summer temperatures. Depending on where you live, it can get really hot, so you may be considering new siding or improved insulation. And Golden State partners with respected vendors such as James Hardy and Owens Corning. James Hardy siding is a durable, low-maintenance alternative to wood and vinyl. Owens Corning's innovative products reduce sound and provide thermal control with safer ingredients. Your contractor or professional builder can get a jump on your project by requesting a quote or clicking Start and Order on their webpages at goldenstatelumber.com. Golden State can help you build better with their expertise, extensive inventory, and next-day delivery. Now, in our 70th year in the Bay Area, Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Cowboys and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
I'll give you the foreplay in about 10 minutes. So I'm perusing during the break, as I often do. See what's going on. Make sure we're not missing anything. By the way, you mentioned this to Cynthia Freeland. She was great, as always. And Ray McCloud goes to the Atlanta Falcons, so another piece for the Falcons. Do you consider that a big loss?
Well, you need a kick and a punt returner, and he is that for the Niners. I mean, Debo could do it as far as kickoffs. Ronnie Bell can return punts, but Keyshawn Nixon, the Packer punt and kick returner, nickelback, we kind of thought if Ray moved on. So, and I know he had the muff heard around the world, and it was a major mistake, and it was really unfortunate that Darrell Luter got in the vicinity. And Tommy Townsend, by the way, the Chiefs moved on from him. They have a new punter. But in any event, that kind of flipped the game, and Ray in retrospect, although he was kind of, when he went to pick the ball up after it got inadvertently touched by Luter's foot, he was so tight to the ball that he kind of lost his balance, where obviously the smart play would have been just go down. But I think where his feet were and his body and to reach down, he got all discombobulated and he wound up obviously fumbling it, and that flipped the Super Bowl. So that's what he's going to be remembered for. I go back to when he had the wrist injury as we were going to Vegas to practice with the Raiders, and I thought he was going to be out 6 weeks or start the year on IR, the first 4 weeks on IR, and he was there for that first game in Pittsburgh. He wanted to play against his former team, had a later injury. He fought through that and came back. So I don't think they want Debo doing it all the time. They want him doing it some. So as you look at the draft, eligibles, John, and maybe guys you would pick up later, I mean, there's a glaring need there. Not only is he your backup Z wide receiver to Debo, and he does all that orbit motion, and they didn't get the ball in his hands a lot, but he is fast, and you have to honor him when he goes in that horizontal motion. And then as a kick and punt returner, he does both jobs. Not a lot of guys can do both. Keyshawn Nixon can. They're different skill sets. Mainly, some teams double up, but there really are different skills in returning kickoffs, and we'll see what the new rules are with that in the offseason. Punts, he's one guy that can do both. So now he's gone. Atlanta's got another toy to play with, and I think he'd be their backup slot wide receiver behind Rondell Moore. So they are just adding. And then on special teams, obviously. So as you look at drafts and you look at guys maybe to sign the rest of this week and next week, who is out there that's a kick and a punt returner?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. But, again, Atlanta is racking up offensive guys in the latest. And then a 49ers loss. Ray is going to go to Atlanta. So the other thing I was perusing was, and I don't think this is accurate, and I wouldn't listen to radio stations, but in Jacksonville, there was a radio station, 1010 a.m. in Jacksonville, so this must be a sports station in Jacksonville. A report out of there saying that there is mutual interest between Brandon Ayuk's camp and the Jags, and where I think it is inaccurate, certainly, is that they're saying that it would be a second-round pick and a late-round pick for Ayuk, which it wouldn't be. There's no way that you would trade that for Brandon Ayuk. But now, if they want to discuss Josh Allen, the pass rusher, who was taken 7th overall in 2019, where Ayuk was taken 26th overall in 2020. So they're of a similar age. Allen is 26, Ayuk is 25, and you're looking at positions where you're looking at a core position like a pass rusher. This guy had 17 and a half sacks last year. Now you want to do Josh Allen, who I know is going to be very expensive for Brandon Ayuk. Now you've got my attention. Now, I don't think that Jacksonville would do that. He's a free agent, as is Josh Allen's a free agent, and he's been tagged by Jacksonville. Now, I don't think Jacksonville would do that. Plus, they just signed Calvin Ridley, so I don't think this makes a whole lot of sense. So, again, I'm not putting anything into this report. I'm just saying that it was trending, and I was like, what's going on? Ayuk's name is trending.
The report is that Ayuk has interest on going to Jacksonville. The 49ers are engaging Trent Bochy to trade Ayuk. Which is it?
They're saying that Ayuk, there is mutual interest, is what they're saying in Jacksonville.
From the Niners in Jacksonville or Ayuk in Jacksonville?
Ayuk in Jacksonville. That's the report.
Oh,
And
the Niners don't have to trade him.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Is I don't think from the Niners' perspective, and they're saying that it would be a second round and a late round pick, which doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I wouldn't trade Brandon Ayuk for a second and a late. My personal feeling is now you want to, if you can't get Josh Allen signed and you want to do something where it's an Ayuk and an Allen, I would be interested in that. And then you make Leonard Floyd like a situational pass rusher, like you said, and I can put Josh Allen in opposite Nick Bosa, which they were in the same draft. Now you want to start talking about that? Yeah, I'd talk about that. But I'm not trading Brandon Ayuk for a second round and a late round pick. That's not happening.
Well, I mean, the only reason you would even entertain it, and I think, we're going to get a lot of these rumors between now and the time that Ayuk hopefully signs a long-term contract, but the only reason you would do it is to move the salary, where you just did not want to have kind of what the Chargers were up against with Mike Williams and Keenan Allen. They just didn't want to have that much money in the wide receiver room. So to take back Josh Allen, you'd redistribute the money, but it wouldn't help your finances. Josh Allen, he's a guy who's got to get paid a lot of money in this league. So it would be for a draft pick going the other way. It would not be a second round, day two. We'll have to just see where this goes. That's not their thought process right now, but this is the time. Free agency is by and large over. You're going to do some other things, obviously, to round out the roster and get ready for the draft. And they did give up 1 7th-round pick to Malik Collins, so the Niners have 10 draft picks now and not 11. But this is the time that you're going to start going back and forth with Brandon Ayuk if they haven't already done it. And so, I mean, what numbers are you looking at? Going back to Debo a couple of years ago, it got contentious. It got to the point where Debo was very unhappy, and for a variety of reasons, he asked to be traded, and it got ugly for a while. I think the nature of this is going to be ups and downs. We're talking about a big number for Brandon Ayuk, and the one thing I would say is that a lot of it is relationships, and John Lynch does have a very good relationship with Brandon Ayuk's camp, and he is represented by Athletes First, and the specific agent from their firm is Ryan Williams, who's a good friend of John's. But if Brandon Ayuk has something going on and he does want to leave for whatever reason, and he does want to go to Jacksonville, then at least you would engage Trent Baalke with a conversation, but you're going to do what's in the best interest of the 49ers, obviously. But John's a former player. He's not only building a roster to win a Super Bowl here, that's his job, but he drafted Brandon Ayuk. He knows Brandon Ayuk. He's a guy who would like to see Brandon Ayuk do well in his career, obviously here, or if you have to make a hard call like Eric Armstead, sometimes you have to say goodbye to guys. But I'm not hearing that's the case at all. I'd like to know more about the nature of the report, and if the mutual interest is from John Lynch and Trent Baalke, those are the two guys that would execute a trade. If Brandon Ayuk just wants to go to Jacksonville for whatever reason, players want to go to a lot of places and they don't wind up there. So you have to do right by the player, but to some extent, Debo wanted to get traded for many weeks and months a couple of off seasons ago, and they never acquiesced. They didn't trade him. It wasn't in their best interest to do so. So I think we have to brace for a lot of these reports coming out periodically, John, because Ayuk is that kind of player and he is up for a contract extension. But we would like to know what the source is and exactly what they're reporting on.
Yeah, and again, what they're saying out of Jacksonville is, and again, it's a radio station, a sports radio station in Jacksonville, that Brandon Ayuk's camp. It doesn't say Brandon Ayuk. It just says the camp. And then again, where I don't think it's accurate is they're saying a second round and a late round pick. I don't think the 49ers would take that. Again, this is my own personal thought. This is not the report. They happen to have Josh Allen, who they've tagged but not re-signed, and that's just positional value. Wide receiver, and I'm not saying Brandon Ayuk's not good. He's very good. But if I'm the 49ers, you have a 26-year-old edge rusher who had 16 and a half sacks, who's a very good player, 6'5", 255-pound guy that's a three-down guy, and a guy like Josh Allen, if you want to talk about that, and this is a deep draft in wide receivers, you want to talk about getting a Josh Allen for a Brandon Ayuk, I would take that based on positional value alone. You get a young edge rusher, that's difficult to do. So I would do that. What do
you have to pay Josh Allen?
You're going to have to pay him top of the market, no doubt.
Which makes more than Brandon.
Yeah,
so,
no doubt.
The whole reason they're in this situation is you have a hard salary cap. You have to make calls. So we shall see how this all goes down. Meanwhile, the NFL continues to spin. Anything new on Eric Armstead at all?
Have not heard, but this is interesting.
The reason I bring him up is that DJ Reader
I was just going to say,
with the Lions.
See, and that's not good for the 49ers. Say that again? Oh, here's Armstead right here. He's going to the Jacksonville Jaguars. So that's good. Get him out of the NFC.
As Ian just set out the tweet 55 seconds ago, Dark Horse emerges. The Jaguars are closing in on a deal to add a huge presence to their defenses. They are set
that
to
makes
sign
sense.
Eric Armstead.
Yeah, because Bochy was around.
So everybody wants to go to Jacksonville. What the hell's in Duval County? Brandon
no taxes in Florida. No state taxes in Florida.
Yeah, but you got to live. You got to live in Duval County. Good luck.
Yeah, no, I'm just, if it's finances and you got no state income tax versus 13.3, so that's good if you're going to go there. Focusing on DJ Reader, he's a nice player, 2-year, $27 million, and one of the problems at the Lions last year was stopping the run, and DJ Reader helps greatly in that regard. So he gets $27 million for $9 million guaranteed. So the Lions had some issues last year. One of them was stopping the run. DJ Reader helps in that. One of them was stopping the pass.
They plug him right next to Aleem McNeil.
Mm-hmm. That's big.
And they added Davenport on the other side next to Aiden Hutchinson. And, we talked to Cynthia Freeland about Carlton Davis. They were able to get him from Tampa Bay.
So those are two big pieces.
Meek Robertson, the former Raiders, a good corner. So they've improved the middle of their defensive line, and they got to improve their secondary. So they have addressed that. So interesting that Trent Baalke would re-sign Eric Armstead.
Yep.
It was Trent Baalke that drafted Eric Armstead way back when Jim Tavsula was the head coach. It was Baalke's draft class of 2015. So he's the one that's giving him a job now when he moves on to a second team.
Yep, and he loves knee injuries, and Armstead's got one, so that makes a lot of sense. It's always somebody that you know, or not always, but a lot of times it's somebody you know. And we were making connections with Houston and Tennessee, but there you go. It goes that way. So there you go. Well, wait a minute.
Any idea how much he's getting paid there?
Wait a minute here. Diana Rossini just put out Eric Armstead is signing with the Bills. So which is it?
Is there two Eric Armsteads? What's going on?
Okay, but see, Rap Sheet is saying closing in. Rossini is saying is signing with. So let's get that straight.
So he's not closing in if he's signing in Buffalo.
Yeah, she's saying
Western New York is a long way from North Florida.
So Rap Sheet was saying closing in. Diana Rossini is saying he's signing with. So we'll get that straight for you. So
well, that's a whole. And the 49ers are playing the Buffalo Bills this year, as we all know, and they are going to Western New York, and that. They let Leonard Floyd go. They did re-sign A.J. Epinesa. They did rework the contract on Vaughn Miller. And they got some big guys in the middle of their defensive line. Obviously, Ed Oliver's there. Daquan Jones, another guy they brought in. They have Rousseau on the outside. I even wonder if Eric would be a starter right away. It would be Ed Oliver's a good player, and so is Daquan Jones. But that would give him a nice three-man rotation inside and have Rousseau and Vaughn Miller and Epinesa on the outside for the Bills.
I get the battle of the NFL insiders. So Rossini is saying Bills. Rap Sheet is saying closing in on the Jags. So we'll get that straight for you. Hang on just a second here. And then I guess we're going to have to push the foreplay until 1:15.
Is there more than one Eric Armstead? He can't sign with two teams.
Because there's mass confusion here. And then these are both real. These are not fake accounts.
Maybe he said, I'm going to play with Josh Allen, and they got very confused on what Josh Allen
very good point.
is. Is it the Bills' Josh Allen, or is it the Jaguars' Josh Allen? That's
okay,
confusing.
Yeah, because Rap Sheet saying a dark horse emerges, the Jags are closing in, but Rossini is saying he's signing with. So we got a little battle going on here. Hang on a second.
Brandon
Bean, she's retracting?
Trent Baalke.
Oh, she's retracting. Look at that. Okay.
So where's he going? My head's spinning. He's going to Jacksonville.
Sounds
and not
like
Buffalo?
It's Jacksonville. Did she say she's retracting?
She said my mistake. My source with the Bills, who was in on Eric Armstead, said done deal, not with Buffalo.
Okay, she's retracting hers. So it looks like Rap Sheet was right. Rap Sheet was right here. Okay, Jacksonville. Our initial report was correct, and she's saying her source was incorrect now. There you go. All right.
And
so
Trent Baalke that gets Eric Armstead.
Okay. All right. There you go. So Eric Armstead has a home. It's in Florida, Duval. He's going to be
So they run a 34 defense. So I think he'd want to play 5 technique.
Yeah, he's going to be an end.
He'd play outside and get covered up by their outside guys, or whether it's Trayvon Walker or Josh Allen. You wouldn't put him on the nose. They have Davon Hamilton.
Okay, so
on one side, it could be Adam Gotsis, who was a really good player in Denver. You put Armstead at the other side, each at 5 technique, and have the outside guys. So
okay, she says, my mistake, my source with the Bills, who was in on Armstead, said, done deal, not with Buffalo. Deal is done with Jaguars. So there you go. He's going to the Jaguars.
Any idea how much money he got in Jacksonville?
Not seen yet. Not seen. So there you go. Eric Armstead, officially a former 49er. There you go. Oh, here, we got a quarterback. Sam Howell to the Seahawks. That's not a bad one.
That's a trade?
Yeah. Let's see what...
Adam Peters trades him out. He's, we saw him at the end of the year last year when he played against the Niners, and he's just turnover prone.
Yeah.
Incredibly turnover prone. He's a big, strong, powerful runner. So they let Drew Lock go. They're still in the market for a quarterback in Seattle. I think Gino's there for maybe one more year, but they may draft a young guy from Washington, Michael Penix Jr.
Just kind of pick swap.
But you just had an idea that Adam Peters was going to move on from Sam Howell. So, it's pretty obvious that Washington, with the 3rd overall pick in the draft, or their 2nd overall, New England's 3rd. Mm-hmm. So they're gonna draft their quarterback, and I'm not sure if any of those guys outside of Caleb Williams is immediately able to play. You watch more college football.
Yeah.
If they take Drake May, is he a guy that can play right away as a rookie in the NFL?
I think Jaden Daniels can. I think Drake May is a guy that needs to sit, but he probably won't. He probably needs to, though. Yeah.
You think Daniels could step in and play right away?
I think he can. I don't think he should, but I think he probably is going to. Because Washington right now, what do they have, Mariota? So they're going to have to play.
They just signed him, but they gave him backup money.
Yep. So Howell goes to Seattle, 4th and a 6th. And Howell, and then the Commanders get a 3rd and a 5. So they basically pick swapped, and Howell goes to Seattle. So that's what's going on. And again, Eric Armstead to Jacksonville. Man, things are moving. And then the
Washington has Jake Fromm as well on their roster as a number 3.
Yeah. So and by the way, it's official. All those moves that the 49ers made, Malik Collins and all those deals, all those things are official. So the 49ers have gotten all those
Which means
guys.
they passed physicals. The Niners announced all those trades, all those transactions.
So that has happened.
Any idea how much Eric Armstead got from Trent Baalke? Isn't that interesting?
Haven't seen, but he's going to play end there. That's kind of interesting. Baalke. Yeah, so he's on a 3-man front.
Well, he'll play 5 technique.
Yeah,
he'll play. He's going to play 5 technique because they run a 34 defense. So
yeah,
he'll be covered up by the outside guys, Allen and Trayvon Walker, but he'll play 5 technique there.
All right, so that is official. Former 49er Eric Armstead. That's good, though. I'm glad he's out of the NFC. We could say what we want about that, but I'm glad that he's not going. Like, we heard some rumors that maybe he would go to Detroit or someplace like that, so I'm glad that he's not. I'm glad that he's not in the NFC. I wish him the best.
Although they got DJ Reader. DJ Reader
that's big,
is
man.
A menace. He is a menace.
And we were talking to Cynthia Freeland, and I think she was agreeing with what we were saying. I think that Philadelphia has greatly improved. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson adds a little bit of a spice to that defense. They're better. She didn't pretty much think that Green Bay was that much better. I think Detroit getting Reader.
She didn't like Xavier McKinney.
No, I like him a lot.
Well, she's looking at value on what they're paying a guy.
Right. I don't.
The safety position. He's a tremendous player.
Yeah.
And he mainly is a whole safety, a true free safety that sits in center field. But they can move him around. At Alabama, he played all over. He can go in the slot. He can play strong. He's a tremendous player. But I wonder if Detroit, if they made a call between DJ Reader and Eric Armstead, and as much as I hate to say it, DJ Reader, we played him this year when the Bengals came in. He ruined the game inside. The outside guys had big plays, Hendrickson, but he's a force, whether it's in the run game or as a pass rusher. So the Lions added Marcus Davenport outside, DJ Reader. They already got Aleem McNeil and Aiden Hutchinson in the secondary where they were weak last year. They add Carlton Davis. They add Amik Robertson, the former Raider, and Emmanuel Mosley's going to get over his torn ACL at some point. So they have greatly improved. And they lost Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, but do they really need him with the safety play they have from Melifonwu and Kirby Joseph? And they got Brian Branch, the rookie nickelback last year,
who can also play safety. He plays all over the field.
He's much more valuable in Philly. Yeah, he's much more valuable in Philly.
Chauncey Gardner-Johnson? Yeah. Oh, yeah. But I mean, Detroit, and as soon as he was hurt most of last year, when he came into the NFC Championship game and Kirby Joseph left, that was the snap that the Niners threw the deep shot to Brandon Ayuk on the Ladybug play. So he was in deep coverage on that, so they attacked him. But it went off the other, Vildor's face mask, but he was on the field there. But the Lions have improved defensively.
Yeah, for
There's
sure.
no doubt they've gotten better. And I wonder if they made a pitch to get Eric Armstead, and I think ultimately, John, we'll see what they got paid. I think if you're Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell have got a contract extension, both of them, and obviously their coordinator, Aaron Glenn, I think DJ Reader right now is a better player than Eric Armstead.
So, again, it's official. Jordan Elliott, Leonard Floyd, Malik Collins, and Gross Matos. Those guys are all officially 49ers, if you were wondering. So there you go. All right, we will give you a foreplay coming up next because we are babbling about stuff and signings and all that kind of stuff. Eric Armstead is officially a Jacksonville Jaguar. He reunites with Trent Baalke. We got some Matt Maiocco on Jimmy G. We got some Krukow talking about Dylan Cease going to the Padres. Need to get that to you. Plus, last night, disappointing loss to the Mavericks. We'll get you all caught up on some audio there with Steve Kerr and Pods. We'll do that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
David Lombardi, he joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to explain why Eric Kendricks picked the Cowboys over the 49ers. Check out that podcast and more. Trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Thank you so much for hanging out. Sorry, we're a little late. We had a bunch of NFL transactions, including Eric Armstead going to Trent Baalke's Jaguars. So, by the way, Adam Peters, not only is he signing a bunch of guys that are going to help them, but with that trade of Sam Howell to the Seahawks, they now have 6 picks in the top 100.
Wow.
A really good GM makes a difference. Just letting you know. That's pretty good. That is pretty good.
And he's got a lot of money, and an owner that wants to spend it. They had the most cap space coming into this week than anybody. So it's interesting the way it all went down. Eric Armstead winds up with Bochy. It was going to be the Niners were going to trade Eric Armstead to D'Amico Ryans in Houston for Malik Collins straight up. And then they got Houston's own Daniil Hunter to sign with Houston. So they got out of that and they moved on. And then so then the Niners just got Malik for a 7th-round pick. And then, Eric Armstead winds up in Jacksonville. So quite a week for Eric Armstead. At one point he thought he was going to reunite with D'Amico Ryans in Houston on a playoff team, and then he goes to Trent Baalke, his original GM that drafted him here, and that was a team last year, John, that should have been a playoff team, and they were a playoff team the year before, so a hectic week for Eric Armstead.
All right, let's get you caught up on everything. This is Matt Maiocco yesterday with Murph and Marcus, and you and I were kind of throwing some Jimmy G back and forth. He has officially been released. The 49ers need a backup quarterback. Would he ever come back to the Bay?
I think that ship has sailed, and I also don't think that Jimmy Garoppolo is best suited to be a backup with a team that has a guy like Tom Brady, a guy that, he's best suited to be a backup quarterback with a team that has a long-time veteran established quarterback. I don't really think that he has a whole lot to offer for a young guy, like in a supporting role. So I just don't think he's a good fit there. I don't think that, the way he sees the game is necessarily on point with the way that Kyle Shanahan sees the game. So therefore, I just don't see that he would be a good fit in any way to be a backup with the 49ers behind Brock Purdy.
Says Jimmy is not a mentor, is what he's saying.
Harsh. Brock begs to differ because he did mentor a young Brock Purdy. And when Trey was in the room, it was Trey, Jimmy, and Brock. So that is harsh. I mean, Jimmy Garoppolo was a starting quarterback on a team that was 7 minutes away from winning the Super Bowl. But I do wonder what his spot is. To me, Jimmy Garoppolo is a borderline still starter in the NFL. He does have that 2-game suspension. He just has not been able to stay healthy. I mean, that hit he took against Miami caused the foot to break and tried to come back that year in the playoffs, had to have surgery. The Raiders wound up plunking him, on the physical initially, go back a year ago. It was right around a year ago at this time. They had a press conference called to introduce Jimmy, and they delayed it, and we thought, what's going on? And Scott Touche flunked him on the physical, and they did. They wound up reworking an extra paragraph. And then, he lost by testing positive for whatever he tested positive for. He lost $11.7 million was going to be guaranteed on his contract, but he null and voided it. So I do wonder what the next spot will be for for Jimmy Garoppolo and where he lands. It's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, and like you said, look, he misses the first 2 games, but in terms of however people feel about Jimmy Garoppolo, the pickings are bare in terms of backup quarterbacks. Seattle just got Sam Howell from Washington, and I would imagine that if Geno Smith is the starter, Howell might be one of the better backups in the league. I mean, think or say what you want about Jimmy. There's not a lot out there. Joe Flacco signed with the Colts yesterday to back up their young quarterback. Jimmy'd be one. I mean, I'm not saying he's one of the top starters, but he certainly would be one of the better backups, wouldn't you think?
I think he's a borderline starter. I you know how much I like Jimmy Garoppolo. I'd like the Niners to bring him back. You know, will that happen? You know, we'll see. What about the L.A. Rams? They have Stetson Bennett as their backup, and that young guy had all kinds of problems off the field. I think with alcohol. Is Carson Wentz backed up Stafford last year, but they brought him in late. I know the Rams, a big reason why the Niners reworked the contract with Jimmy, and what the hell year was that, 2022? It's all bleeded. Brock's rookie year when they brought him back. Jimmy was going to sign with either Seattle or he was going to sign with the Rams, and the 49ers did not want him going either spot. How about going to L.A., playing for Sean McVay in the same system and backing up Matthew Stafford for Jimmy?
I could see that. Yeah, I could definitely see that. And then he'd be close to Hollywood. Because
he's such a good-looking guy, John. You love
him.
He's such a good-looking guy.
Let's go to baseball. Mike Krukow. This happened yesterday. Much to my chagrin, I'm very upset about this. The Padres traded for Dylan Cease. Here's what Kruk said about it.
Well, he's got one of the best sliders I think that we've seen. It's a straight down bite. He throws a lot, and like a lot of young pitchers that have a magic pitch. Logan Webb, change up. It's you have a tendency to throw it too much, and when you're having success with one pitch like Cease has with that slider, you kind of forget about your other pitches, which is what I think happened to him in Chicago. He kind of went away from developing all of his pitches and learning how to pitch, because when you have one pitch that guys just aren't hitting, well, you just keep pounding it away. But the problem with that is you become a liability. If you throw that slider too much, it can hurt your arm. I think that may have been kind of a little bit of the motivation for the White Sox to deal him, because they got a horde of people. They got some great prospects back. I mean, the Padres have always had a good minor league system, and they can make a deal like this, and they were willing to do it. And I think that Cease will have a pretty positive impact on the Padre rotation as they get started.
I never thought that the Giants were gonna pull the trigger on Blake Snell. That's just not Farhan Zaidi. But man, I really thought that this was a guy that they could have really used, with Kyle Harrison being the 2 starter, having the issues that they do in the pen. Hicks is trying to make the move from being a reliever to a starter. I really thought that this was the time. You had 2 years of control, and this guy is making $8 million. He wouldn't have hurt. I know that you got to give up prospects, and Farhan certainly hates that. The Padres gave up 1 top 100. Look, I don't know their system. I'm not saying I do, but really, I thought this was the right time, the right guy, the right situation, and really could have told the rest of this team that the Giants were serious. Plus, you lose him to an NL West guy. I think that the Giants are the 4th best team in the NL West. You're looking at Arizona. San Diego replenishes after losing their Cy Young guy. I think this one really hurts.
Mike Krukow makes a great point about Dylan Cease, and I agree. He has an amazing slider, and then he's got an overpoweringly good fastball, but he really does not throw anything else but those 2 pitches. Now, Kevin Gausman, we saw him basically with a 4-seam fastball and a splitter dominate baseball, and there have been guys that have been able to do it, so maybe there was some concern about his ability to develop a 3rd pitch, but a couple of years ago he dominated the American League with those 2 pitches. Last year, not as much, but he's not flying with them to Seoul. They've already left for Seoul, South Korea, and they're going to start Yu Darvish and Joe Musgrove, those 2 games. I mean, they lost Blake Snell, John, the Padres, and he won the Cy last year, but they added Michael King from the Yankees, and now they get Dylan Cease. Is their rotation better this year than it was last year? Essentially going for the 2-for-1, bringing in Michael King and Dylan Cease and letting Blake Snell go?
Could be. I mean, look, if Dylan Cease is the guy from 2 years ago, and if you look, the numbers weren't great last year, but you look at the analytics and the type of things, and Kruk makes a great point. they straighten him out a little bit at the age of 28 with 2 years of control. I really think that the upside is too much to ignore. I think this guy's great. And one of the things that probably put it over the top, I read the piece on it this morning, and I'm sure you did too, is that A.J. Preller, and say what you want, the guy keeps swinging and maybe missing and all those kind of things. He hasn't done it yet. Is that he was in attendance when he struck out 8 of 12, and he looked really nasty. So that probably put him over the top, and he needed a pitcher, and he went out and he did it. So, look, maybe Farhan's right, and all these young pitchers that he's held on to will end up being what he thinks they may be. But this dude is upside that the Padres bet on, and I think he's going to be right.
So, I mean, San Diego's, Peter Seidler passes away last year in November, or at the end of the year. Then they trade Juan Soto right away. Trent Grisham gone. And then they lose Josh Hader. They lose Michael Wacha, Seth Lugo, Nick Martinez, and obviously, they're going to let the Cy Young Award winner, walk as well, Blake Snell. But they still kept Fernando Tatis Jr. They still got Manny Machado. They still got Jake Cronenworth. Their lineup is still formidable. They're going to move Bogarts from short to second like Bo Mel wanted to and play Ha-Seong Kim at short. He had a great year last year. He's their 5th hitter. I mean, when you look at the Padres, you kind of think they're dumping salary, and they dumped, $100 million from Seidler's salary last year. But they still got 4 good starters. They got the top of the lineup, which is pretty strong, John. At least on paper, and we'll see. They lost Bob Melvin. We'll see what Mike Schilt can do. But we're going to see this team 2 weeks from today, right at this time, this exact time. The Giants are playing baseball against the San Diego Padres, and we'll get a scout on San Diego because they're already flying to Seoul next week on March 20th and 21st at 3 a.m. our time. They're actually playing the Dodgers in real baseball games. So they found a way to beat the Dodgers a couple of years ago to advance on to the championship series. So we'll see. But it's when you think that San Diego is going to take a couple of steps back, maybe they haven't.
Yeah, I think it's a nice move for them. Again, I don't know about the minor leaguers. I read on it just like everybody else did. But, man, this guy has got amazing upside, control him for 2 years. I thought it was a move that the Giants should have made. Let's finish up on the other side with a couple of discussions from the Warriors' loss. That's a disappointing loss. I know no Steph Curry, no Draymond Green, but for 3 quarters they hung with the Mavs. But then the fourth quarter, it's a theme that we've certainly heard all through the season. The fourth quarter took them down last night. We'll talk about it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Visit the contest page at KNBR.com and enter for a chance to win a gift card to Tony's Pizza Napolitana in North Beach. Tony's is...
Billion. That's going to come into play here in just a second. John Lundier, did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area? Some are not even based in the entire state of California. Now, Chris Dolan and Dolan Law Firm, on the other hand, they're based right here in the Bay Area. They've been that way for more than 25 years. That's what you want. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Now, unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now, remember, good weather, so that means more motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. So be extra careful now. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. You know that they've secured more than, here it comes, $1 billion. That's with a B if I did not make that painfully clear. In verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, but you paid nothing. I said nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
action wherever you are around the globe. Stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
No, you can't worry about it. I mean, we look at them every day, obviously, but there's nothing we can do about that. But, the season, it really is a marathon. And at any point in the season, you rattle off 10 wins in a row, then, that matters. Whether it's in the beginning or the end, it doesn't matter. And I still have no doubt that this team can get on a great run and make a good push.
That's Steve Kerr after the 109-99 loss in Dallas last night, a 16-4 run at the start of the fourth quarter. And the question was, are the standings daunting to you? And they kind of are at this point. And it just seems like they're bouncing back and forth between 9 and 10. That's why it was such a big game last night, because they got Dallas 3 more times. Now, could they get out of that spot? Yeah. Luka Doncic gets hurt with about 6 minutes left in the fourth quarter in that one, so we'll kind of gauge what's going to happen there, because just like with Steph, if Doncic is out, he's basically their whole team. So if he's out, although Kyrie was great last night, but if he is out for a long period of time, we shall see what happens with Dallas. But right now, with Steph potentially and probably coming back Saturday night against L.A., but it just seems like they're bouncing back and forth unless they can get on a hot run again here.
Well, they were on a run, and then Steph rolls his ankle late a week ago tonight against Chicago. It all turned. And that's life in the NBA. I mean, you beat Milwaukee the night before. Trace Jackson-Davis has the 3 blocks on Giannis, and what a win that was. And then the next night you have the lead, and Steph has a couple of incredible plays. The baseline out-of-bounds play after the timeout where he gets the screen, and the inbounds play, and then, is able to, he sets the screen, and they roll back door, and Draymond feeds Kuminga, then he picks up a charge on Giannis. Those 2 plays were winning plays, whether it's, April, May, June. Those are championship plays. And then the next play, he cuts back door, and he's has a little resistance around the bottom of the circle, rolls his ankle. He had the lead then. And then Kuminga takes a head fake on DeMar DeRozan. Podziemski has a chance for a layup at the end. He gets turned around with the left-hander on the right side of the rim. He misses a shot. It happens. But I think if Steph doesn't roll his ankle, you beat Chicago that night. In the San Antonio game, you just couldn't guard anybody. You had Draymond, and then you go to San Antonio. You were sloppy. 2 minutes into the second half, you snap out of it. They win that game. And then last night, moments before the game, they scratched Draymond Green with, the lower back tightness. And these are older players now. Steph has his 36th birthday today. Happy birthday, Steph. Draymond just had his 34th. They played a lot of basketball to win those 4 championships. And they're not there every night. They've been there, Draymond, since he's been back, but now you're up against no margin for error. You probably are where you are. Houston's not going to be able to catch you and knock you off where you're playing golf, but you are in the play-in. So Steph is going to practice with them tomorrow in L.A. They're going to play Saturday night. You get Draymond back. Can you have your whole team be back? They just came back against Milwaukee, and then, he gets hurt the next night. Can you have the full #David Lee, full squad? And if you have that, you got a chance. And what Steve is saying, they can go into a one-and-done elimination game with the Lakers and beat them, and then you roll right into the next one. You're looking at, though, John, by losing to Dallas last night, you're 3 back of them in the loss column. You're down now 2-0 in the season series to them. So you've got to win those 2 in Dallas, April 2nd, April 5th. You have to win them both. But even if you win them both, you'll pick up the 2 of the 3 games you're back. You're not going to catch them for the tiebreaker. So if it ends tied, they get it. But really what you're looking at is a 9-10. As Saintly was saying earlier, there's a big difference between being 9 and 10. Then you play that elimination game. That's a one-and-done. That's a March Madness Game 7. Let's go. You'd rather have that be at Chase Center than down in L.A., obviously. And then if you win that, you got to win 1 more. And then what does it get you? The 8th seed. And you may have to draw Denver. But, just take it as it is. But this team, when they lock into and it's hard when you're playing these play-ins because they come up on you, and it's a new team. It's not like you can ease into a 7-game series. lose game 1 like Sacramento and still run them down and beat them in 7. Now you really are into an NCAA tournament kind of deal where it's one and done. But that's, high ratings. It'll be amazing. Maybe you roll into you'd play either Phoenix or Dallas in the next game. So can you beat the Lakers in a one and done and then maybe roll into the next one and have to deal with Luka and Kyrie or Durant, Booker, and Beal? Can you get throws through those two just for the right to go face Denver in an 8-1 matchup? It's a tough road.
Yeah, and again, this is a long way off, but Denver's won 10 of 11. It just seems like they're starting to, kind of like championship teams do, much like the Warriors used to do. They're just starting to get, starting to ramp up in the way that they do things. And I just, Saintly said this. Look, if Oklahoma City is waiting there for you, maybe they got a chance. If Denver's waiting there for you, just the way things are, and he was talking about this, fans look at this like it's fantasy basketball. It's not. Denver fits together. That's just what they do, and you look at matchups for playoffs, and I get excited when I see a matchup that like the Warriors could exploit. The inexperience does matter. We saw it last year against the Kings, but when Denver's starting to ramp it up and the way that they fit, and Jokic is just a problem for everybody, that's just an issue, especially when you're coming from having to play into this play-in tournament. And again, it's not that I think that if we just looked at the two teams, we looked at the Lakers, I don't think they're very good. But Anthony Davis is a big problem. The lack of size is a big problem. And you look at those matchups, it's not that the Lakers are great. Just you look at them, the win-loss kind of a situation. They're kind of like the Warriors. But Anthony Davis is an issue against the Warriors. He just is. We saw it last year in the playoffs. So that's those two matchups right away, the Lakers and possibly against against Denver. That's a problem. The size is a problem.
Yeah, I think the one guy, and that double overtime game, I'm not even sure how much he played. I'll look it up as we get ready for Warriors-Lakers tomorrow for Saturday night. I think Trace Jackson Davis is a guy, and he's not as tall as Anthony Davis, but he has long arms. And he's just fundamentally sound. I think Anthony Davis did wear you down, and some nights he scored big, but every night he blocked shots and he rebounded and he defended. He was a problem. But Trace Jackson Davis may be able to offset that a little bit to get away from the Draymond matchup. And Draymond guards him well with the arm bar, but where he's a problem is defensively. And that's why, it's such a big difference. It's one thing to say playoffs, play in, play golf. But there's a difference in the play-in. If you're 7-8, that is different than 9-10.
Right.
If you're 7-8, if you win that one game, you're 7. And then 8, the loser drops down and plays the winner of the 9-10. The loser of 9-10 is out. So it's a different deal where if you're 7-8, you win that one game, John. Maybe it's Phoenix-Dallas. That's where it is right now. A lot can change. They're all on top of each other. But if Phoenix beats Dallas in the 7-8, Phoenix is 7. And then it's also jumbled up at the top. Denver, OKC, Minnesota, 20, 20, and 21 losses. Denver right now, with their 4-game winning streak, is 1. OKC is 2. But say Phoenix beats Dallas in a 7-8, and then they draw Oklahoma City, and you've got Kevin Durant and Devin Booker and Bradley Beal. I know OKC's got some young talent. Who are you favoring? That may be the first time ever in a 2-7 the 7 is favored to win.
If the Suns are healthy, I'd take the Suns. I know Oklahoma City's good, but generally speaking, if you look at the history of the league, you've got to take steps, right? I mean, look, I'm not saying Oklahoma City can't win that series, but, who are you taking?
Durant.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the end of the story.
Right.
And Booker and a little Beal. That's what I'm saying. So if you're the Warriors, that's why last night's game was a big loss. If you get up and tie Dallas at 8, now, do you want to play Phoenix in a one and done? You don't want to do that, but it's one win to get to 7, and then 7 right now is Oklahoma City. So to me, who do you want to avoid? I don't want to be in the 4-5 and play the Clippers, and I don't want to be in the 8 and play Denver at 1. Even Minnesota, is Kathmandu coming back for the first round with his torn meniscus? Is he coming back?
Doesn't sound like it. I mean, you know me, I'm not a doctor, but it doesn't sound like it. So
well, they're going to reevaluate him right when the playoffs start, and they got Gobert, they got Anthony Edwards, but you take a flyer on them, It's a lot like you said last year when it was Warriors-Kings, and I think that series goes differently if De'Aaron Fox does not injure his finger.
Right.
They may win that series, maybe in 6 or whatever. But that's why last night's loss was so hurtful, because now it makes it hard to get to 7-8. You can do it, but you got to get on a heater, and then you're 9-10. And then the way it works, if you're 9-10, correct, John? The best you could be is 8.
Yeah.
If you win the 9-10, right? Because whoever wins the 7-8, 7. Mm-hmm. And then you're looking at going to Denver and dealing with them in the Rocky Mountains.
That ain't good. That's a short. That's gonna be short. That's a short playoffs.
You never know. They are the Warriors. Give them a playoff game plan. You never know what they do. But get Draymond Green back. What the heck happened to him with the back? Him tightening up right before tip-off. They just couldn't play without him last night.
Maybe he hurt himself sitting in a podcast chair or something like that.
With Isaiah Thomas?
Yeah. He looked fine in that podcast. I don't know what. I hurt myself sitting up. All right, we got a couple of remnants for you before we get out of here, including John Gruden is back in football. I'll tell you about that as well.
And the team he's going to be involved with, John?
You're going to love
My
this.
new favorite team of all time.
This is beautiful. All right, we'll give you that, and then Tolbert and Copes at the top of the hour, only here on the Sports Leader.
And I promise you'll be able to understand all the words. Not like Sting, where you can only understand the last 3.
Starting up a brand new day.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
So, John Gruden is back in football, and this is too good to be true. This is such a caboose story for us. We'll try to be mature as we handle this, but we're mature. So 3 years after his resignation from the Raiders, Coach John Gruden is back in football. He has been retained as an advisor in the Italian Football League over in Europe, and the team's name, we're going to try to be mature.
Milano?
Yeah, go ahead.
Milano what, John? Not
Welcome
Jeff,
your
not Jerry.
Milano Seaman. Yep, it's the Milano Seaman of the European League of Football. The European League of Football, John Gruden. And I saw him wearing this stuff, and I don't know if we can get this stuff, hats, sweatshirts,
So I
Milano Seaman.
got to get a Seaman
You
hat.
got to get a Seaman hat.
I'm wearing the John Gruden hat, but I can't find my visor. Sarge is going to get mad at me again for putting on a Raider
boy,
hat.
is he ever. He said
This
one
does not
time.
fit.
So
It
let
is
me see if I can
spelled
find this.
Seamen. Seamen. And they are
Oh, there you
based
go.
in Milan.
See, there it is. Milano Seaman, European.
Yeah.
Okay, I just looked this up. Oh, they lost. Week 14. Oh, this is last year. So when was their last game? This is all last year. Boy, they're not very good. No kidding. You needed to. They even win a game last year?
Jim Ward is their head coach. Marco Muti is their general manager. So what's John going to do? He's going to be an advisor?
Yeah, he's
for
an
them?
advisor. Oh, upcoming games. Here you go. Their first game is May 25th.
Yeah, what's the Siemens upcoming games, John?
May 25th. So the season's coming up here. Week 1, May 25th is their first game. I'm trying to see if they have Shop. Here you go. Shop.
Every single guy on the roster, his name ends in a vowel.
Exactly. Okay.
Don't they have a rule about how many Italians you can have?
Oh, look at this. So, yeah, you can get their equipment. You can get their stuff. Yeah, performance wear, headwear,
their
accessories.
center is Marco Colombo.
Mm-hmm. There you go,
Francesco
jerseys.
Runco is their right guard. Lorenzo Bassi is their wide receiver. You know who their quarterback is?
Who?
Nicholas Del Maso.
Oh, you're loving this.
And I'm watching video of him, and he's a good player. But I think the perfect guy the Milano Seamen need to bring in is Jimmy Garoppolo.
Oh, he'd be great.
How good would Jimmy Garoppolo be playing for the Seamen in Milano?
Whoa, you talking Italians?
I am. You're
Jimmy.
starting quarterback, Jimmy. Can you
And
beat
number
out
10
Del
for your
Maso?
Seaman, Jimmy Garoppolo. They would love that. Anyway, yeah, that's John.
I didn't even
Gruden's
know
new
this
job.
team existed.
Yeah.
I got to go to
Authentic
Milano right now.
game jerseys. Boy, these are nice. I got to get one of these.
They are in the in 2010. They were in the Italian Football League Championship.
Yeah, so Cologne, Vienna, Munich, Berlin, Frankfurt. So
They're all in the same year.
Paris.
Wait, it's the Euro League of Football. Is that what it is?
Yeah, Hamburg. So anyway, yeah, you can get one of their jerseys. Yeah, so there
I
you go.
can't wait for John to go dress the team.
Milan Seaman.
How much they paying him to be an advisor for Milano Seaman?
Boy, that's too bad for John.
Wow.
I mean,
Is he ever going to get back in the NFL? You know, Dennis Allen brought him in
Clearly
last
not.
year. Maybe not as a head coach, but as an advisor to Derek Carr. He spent
that's right,
time
huh?
with the Saints. Dennis Allen brought him in.
Uh-huh.
I mean, is the lawsuit that he has with the NFL, has that been settled? Or is that still ongoing? That may be a slight deterrent to being employed by the NFL.
when you sue the league, then they let you back in.
Al Davis did it annually for billions of dollars, so that's one thing John and Al have in common. So interesting.
Anyway, the Milano Seaman. So there you go. And, of course, they're in Italy. That wouldn't be the worst place to be.
Milano,
by the way.
Italy. No, not be.
Would not be the worst place to be. You're an advisor and you're in Milan. That would be that wouldn't be bad. Wouldn't be the worst place,
Which leads to...
better than Jacksonville, where Eric Armstead's going.
Yeah, I wonder if the 49ers are going to get a trip to, I think maybe London. The 49ers are playing at the Minnesota Vikings this year. I do love my Juicy Lucy, but I'm kind of done with that. I think there's a chance that the Niners could play one of their road games this year. Could be on the road, and the one would be Minnesota.
Minnesota.
The NFL's going to Germany, but I think it's quite possible that game with the Vikings winds up in London. We shall see.
Oh, this year?
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be,
we'll find out in May.
It's
right?
funny. I was just.
or actually earlier. When did they announce the international games? They announced the 49ers don't have a international home game. We thought maybe this year because they are giving up, they do have the Super Bowl coming up. Not this year in New Orleans, the year after, Super Bowl 60, it'd be at Levi's. And typically you trade, a home game for an international game to get a Super Bowl. Maybe it's the following year that they would give that up. But next year, the Niners do have an extra home game, 9 home games and 8 road games. So I thought maybe they would be one there, but they didn't give up a home game. But maybe the game at Minnesota would involve international travel. Not to Milano to scrimmage with the Seamen, but maybe it could be a trip to London.
Yeah. We got to get Gruden on. Can we get Gruden on? What time is it in Milano? It would be amazing to get him on.
John's been laying low.
Yeah, he has.
John's been laying low.
How about we'll tell him. We won't ask any NFL questions. We just want to know what's going on with the Seamen. That's all we want to know.
We're not going to ask any NFL questions. We're not going to ask any lawsuit-related questions.
Any lawsuit-related questions. We'll know about the food. And
we'll stay away from John's emails. We won't get into that. But
all right.
Yeah.
A couple more. This is pretty funny. If you were going to go to the Penguins game tonight in Pittsburgh, you're going to be disappointed because the Penguins announced today that the shipment carrying the Jaromir Jagr bobbleheads for tonight's game has been stolen en route to Pittsburgh.
What?
As a result, the bobbleheads will not be distributed at tonight's game, but will be distributed at a later date. How about that?
Well, how are we going to do our Jagr shots?
That sucks.
If you don't have the bobblehead, we're not doing it.
Stolen. How about that? 10,000 bobbleheads were stolen. I mean, my God, man. I mean, how do you do that? Just like, what the hell, man? They were here a minute ago, and then Jagr bobbleheads. With the Jagr haircut and all, with the perfectly coiffed.
Were you in Pittsburgh when he played there?
I was, yeah. Jagr.
How big was he there?
Oh my God, they loved him.
What a great player! What a great player!
Yeah, Lemieux and Lemieux.
He wasn't Mario Lemieux quite, but he was damn good.
But Lemieux would come in studio and people would wait outside just to see Lemieux. But he would get into like a black car and it was like, I'm out of here. I'm not, no autographs.
I'd love to be in a city where the fan base actually liked hockey.
Oh, it was incredible.
They don't much like it here.
No.
Some people do.
I was still there. They had the igloo still there, and it was just like,
I know.
Gosh, man. Yeah. I mean, like NHL trade deadline day was like massive. It was like, okay.
So the Steelers are clearly number one.
Yeah.
But are the Penguins, were they at times more popular than the Pirates? I think they were.
Oh, the Pirates were nothing because they were just terrible. I think I've told this story before. I was doing a show one time, and I actually tried in the middle of summer, by the way, middle of the baseball season, to talk about the Pirates. And the phone lines got full, and I'm like, oh, people want to talk about the Pirates. And they got mad at me, and they were like, there was a guy, you remember this because you're a junkie. They said, you need to talk about the third-string quarterback, Brian St. Pierre. And I was like, oh,
St. Pierre. You missed Big Ben.
Oh, they were just going crazy.
I love St. Pierre.
And I was like, are you kidding me? And that was my welcome to Pittsburgh moment where it was like, we don't talk about the Pirates, man. What are you kidding me? Unbelievable. Yeah,
how about Russell Wilson rolling into Pittsburgh? How's that going to play this year?
Not well, unless he's really good. So? Unless he's really good.
He played better last year. He faded at the end, but for most of the year, he was much better than
they're not going to like
Nathaniel Hackett year in Denver.
Yeah, that whole wearing the sun. They're not it. They're what it is. It's meat and potatoes, baby. And if you're not coming through, you're not going to last too long.
To win the fan base back, I think he needs to show up at the Penguins game tonight with the Jagr bobblehead.
He will have to.
Got him right here. I bought them all up. We're all good.
He'll have to grow his hair out. Mullets are popular in Pittsburgh.
Still?
Meat and potatoes and mullets. Yes, that's good. That's going to take. All right, that'll do it for us. Thanks to Gary St. Jean, the saintly one. Cynthia Freeland had some great stuff, except where we had to play the Super Bowl all over again to give her props for the
She still says the Niners are the best team in the NFC.
So we'll give her that. We'll give her that. All right, man. We'll see you on Friday as we get closer and closer to St. Patrick's Day and whiskey and beer.
Do I tell the Harringtons folks you're coming, John?
Yeah, I'm going to walk right back.
3 o'clock happy hour at Harrington.
I'll be there because I have a business in the city
they're open
today.
now. Yesterday was a soft opening when I was there.
So it's a hard
opening?
opening?
Today is the hard opening.
Oh, very
is
nice.
one. comes through looking for a Jamie shot.
I got some stuff to do, so I'll walk right by there. And the Jamesons will be a-flowing, so I'll be ready for it. All right, Tolbert and Copes coming up right now. We will see you tomorrow. Thanks, as always, to Danny and to Walter to a limited extent. Tolbert and Copes are coming up right now on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, a Cumulus Media Station.
Hiya, fellas.
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
What is shaking? What the hell? What, I just get dropped into a camera store over here? I mean, come on. What the hell's going on over here? I'm going to grab one of these, take it home. That'd be nice. That Sony looks kind of nice. I might take that one. I don't even know what this stupid thing is. Like some kind of heat lamp when I roast weenies over there. Anyway, Marcus Thompson's going to join us today. Michael Rappaport and Chris Rose. What's up?
What's up, dude?
Nah. Just trying to stay with 2 feet on the ground with this wind. It's freaking windy out there.
It's windy as hell.
Ooh.
How's a bridge?
Yeah, not great.
Not your favorite, no?
Yeah, I mean, you gotta.
Well, that was dicey whether or not you were going to be here on time. I was like, I don't know about this bridge.
You're not just like cruising across the bridge. I mean, I never felt like I was like, when it's really strong, you got to have 2 hands so you don't go into their lane or something. But yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, I mean, the bridge and wind isn't. I hate wind. Just hate it. If I'm going to golf, I'd rather golf in the rain than wind. Wind sucks.
Yeah, I can deal with the rain because
it blows.
It'll get cold.
Literally.
Gosh. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
It'll get cold, but the wind, that's one thing, the wind chill factor.
Yes.
Let me add that in.
But it's warm out there. It's actually not bad. Like, the weather's nice.
Yeah, it is nice.
It's like 65. It's just windy, which kind of sucks. Because I was going to go for a walk today, and I was like, nah. I'll walk in drizzle. I ain't walking in damn wind. I hate walking in wind. It sucks, especially when you got to walk into it. Nah.
How about flying in wind?
Not good. Don't love it.
I'd rather walk in wind.
Yeah, don't love it. Don't love it.
Probably train, best way to travel in
That's
wind.
Vegas.
Yeah.
Vegas in the summer, man. You just expect when you land in Vegas during the summer, it's going to be bumpy down at the bottom. It is. So you expect it. But yeah, I never had. I mean, as much as I've flown, I've never really had like a super scare, like flying with the team and stuff. Like we've had some drops, where you drop a couple 100 feet. It's not the best, but I've heard of flights like teams that have dropped like 1,000 feet. And I'm like, oh my gosh, that is just like. And I always keep it in my mind. I'm like, there's no way we're not just dropping out of the sky. Even though you think you never know, but I'm like, we're good. We're good.
How about the doors flying off?
We're good. I've never had that either.
Yeah.
Never had the doors fly off.
How about
either.
the tires or the wheels flying off? Airplanes are having a tough run of it. I don't know if you know this.
I've heard.
I don't know if you know.
I've heard.
Yeah. I love how you know what they're going to do, too. We're going to launch an internal investigation.
They always do.
That's my favorite.
Always the internal investigation.
What'd you guys find? Nothing. Oddly enough, it's funny. We were actually doing everything right the whole time, which is we also can't imagine or believe that this would happen.
It's the manufacturers.
Yes, who hired the manufacturers? Well, we did.
Yeah,
but
it's always the manufacturers.
Who contracted them? Well, we did. They were cheaper than the last manufacturers. But,
oh, my God.
They said they would be the same.
Manufacturers, no. That's Pilot Air. I don't know what you're talking about. Where's the black box? And I got disabled. Oh, damn.
Why don't they just make the whole plane out of a black box?
Exactly.
Right. Thank you. What are you drinking right there?
But this is my daily vegetables. So I think by the time I get done with this, I will have had like, I don't know, 40 ounces of spinach, some broccoli. I don't know what the hell else is in there. They're just tablets. You just throw them in there, and I'm not the best.
That's BS. There's no way there's 40 ounces of broccoli in one of those tablet things.
Well, the vitamins that are contained in broccoli are in these. Well, I mean, look, I would never know.
Just get the nutrients.
Yeah, I would know. This could be rat turd for all I know. I mean, I don't know what it is. They tell you what it is. I've never taken it to get it tested. I've never taken it to an independent laboratory and go, I got this pill. Can you test it for me? I'd like to find out what's in it.
I mean, I believe that it's probably all stuff that's good for you in vitamins. The one that just gets me is why do they make, like, the ones that say, like, it's 3,000% your daily intake of vitamin C? I'm like, but I don't need it, right?
You don't need that much.
Why make it so much?
Yeah, I don't know.
Anyway, you didn't know your broccoli.
Well, if I have like 3 or 4 pills in a day, my forearms get bigger. Nice. So I know there's a lot of spinach in there.
Look at you.
Yeah.
Yeah. You could get a sailor.
I can only stand so much. That's all I can stand. I can't stand no more.
You start taking out bullies who start shoving people around.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, I got an anchor tattoo on my forearm. Like, where'd that come from? That's pretty incredible. But I'm not the best at eating vegetables. So I'm just like, and this isn't the best tasting stuff in the world, but I'd rather go through, a couple minutes of rather than have to eat, a plateful of that crap.
Plateful of that crap.
Yeah, I mean, green vegetables and me, spinach is okay. Like, that's the thing as a kid, you hate spinach.
Yeah,
but I'm okay with spinach now. Like, I can eat spinach. I'll eat a couple of leaves of spinach and give some to my turtle, and, we'll sit there and bond over spinach. He seems to enjoy it. He's a big fan of spinach. So, spinach, broccoli's okay. Asparagus I cannot stand. You already know my affinity for lima beans. Is brutal. Peas suck.
Peas are the worst. Don't give me Brussels sprouts either.
Brussels sprouts.
That became like a hipster thing in San Francisco. Like, we're a nice restaurant. We're going to do some fried Brussels sprouts. I'm like, what are you doing? You can't trick me with that.
Yeah. Well, kale, remember kale used to be the crap on the side of the plate when you went to Denny's when you were young. When I was younger, right? You get eggs, bacon, and then kale was just sitting there. Like, kale? I don't like kale. Like, I think there's a consortium out there, like some sort of vegetable consortium, that they have an overabundance of, let's say, Brussels sprouts or kale or whatever, and then they trick us into thinking it's good for you. So they get like
you're saying big broccoli's trying to get rid of it. So
they get doctors on board and stuff, and like you've been missing this. You've been missing this essential vitamin, and they're just like, dude, we got to get rid of this kale. How do we do it? This stuff sucks.
And it's generational now. It's embedded in our culture and society because like they've gotten us. They must have grown way too much back in like the 30s or something.
Yeah, I don't know. I just know they're probably thinking, look, we can't sell enough Grand Slams to get rid of all this kale, okay? We're trying to throw it on the plate there. We need to get rid of it. Let's go kale Caesar.
When we get to the 10s.
Spice it up a little bit.
Yeah, right. When we get to the 10s, dude, we'll start pretending like this is the new lettuce. You got to get how about this? A full kale salad.
Full kale salad.
Yeah, no.
Yes, get the spring lettuce.
You know how I counter all the kale?
How's that?
You know, kale is not as good. Oh, I know it's not good because there's no national day for it like there's pie.
That's a good point. There is no. Well,
today.
we don't know there's not a kale day.
There's not.
We don't know there's not a kale day.
Not on my calendar. It's not.
And I will tell you this real quick before we get to National Pie Day. While I stave off, I try to push down my desire to say my ninth grade joke with your favorite pie. I'm not going to do it. I just want to get to the other days. Because here's the days. Here's the problem with the days. Is every day has like 7 different things attached to it now. It's not like national this. You should go look at like what today is. There's probably like 5, 6, 7 different things. And I'm fine with that. But, and I don't know if I made this up. This was a couple of years ago. I could have made it up. I could have wrote it down and just read it and thought it was true. But I
you wrote down your own thing and then read later, thought it was true, and now it's a memory.
It's possible.
That's a psychotic thing to do, dude.
It's a couple of years ago.
Oh, dude, I must have wrote it myself.
But there was, so I want to say this was on the same day. Again, I don't know. Don't. I'm like 50-50 on this at best. But it was National Braless Day, which I'm all for, right? I mean, cool. Let them fly. I mean, can you imagine having to wear a bra all the time? That would suck. Yeah. Can you imagine something that's as restrictive as a bra?
No bra day is what it's called.
If you had, if you had to wear it like, for your balls or something, like every single day,
it's coming
you
out,
had to wear that. You'd be like, no, but like really like tight, and then even tighter in that region, in that crotchal region, where it's like you get home, you're like, oh, I'm gonna let the boys loose. Okay, here we go. We can just like kick back, have dinner. Like that would suck. So I'm all for that. I'm all for no bra day. Cool.
October 13th, by the way.
Okay. Now,
Sunday this year. Good. We can party the night before.
Absolutely.
We can observe it on Saturday. And
get after it.
Yeah.
But what I said was there's another day out there.
Okay.
It's called take your parents to lunch day.
No, stop.
And I'm all for take your parents to lunch day. Like, I don't think you should have to wait for that day to take your mom and dad to lunch. Like, anytime you want to take your mom and dad to lunch, take your mom and dad to lunch. I think that's super cool. But you can't have National No Bra Day and then take your parents to lunch day in the same day.
Well, I got to tell you,
because I'm not going to lunch with my parents when my mom's observing No Bra Day. That ain't happening.
That's not
I'm sorry, because I mean, like I want to enjoy my guacamole
that's a different
and
holiday.
chips like that one, and I'm not gonna be able to. Like,
what are you having, sweetheart?
That's just that ain't happening. I'm just like, I'll take you guys to lunch tomorrow, the next day, whatever. It ain't gonna be on this day, just for fear of maybe. Now we all would know if our mom would observe that or not. My mom probably wouldn't, but if your mom does, then I'm out. I'm sorry, I'm out for lunch. Yeah, go call the other child. Go call,
Nothing wrong with that groin.
Don't give me a call on that one. It's just not going to happen. Like those two. And then there's other ones that like...
let me tell you really quick, Tom, because National No Bra Day, October 13th, as I told you, the only reason it occurred that way, this must have been a few years back.
That's a rough day.
National No Bra Day is a set day, October 13th, like say Valentine's Day or Christmas, the 25th,
oh,
14th.
Is it?
It's a set day. However, National Take Your Parents to Lunch Day is the second Wednesday in October. So this was just like it's like an equinox or something. I don't know.
It's a convergence, a horrible convergence.
Yeah,
just so they did on the. There was one where they came up on the same day. Then possibly
every once in a while it happens.
Oh, that's a bad eclipse right there.
Yeah, it's a bad eclipse,
that's a terrible one right
it's
there.
An eclipse.
I would just suggest people be on the lookout for that. You take your mom to lunch and she shows up just bouncing around. It's just like, bro, nope. Sorry, love you, Mom. And no, we're not hugging. Just give me a high five, and I'll be on my way. I'm just going to order to go. I'll get my tacos to go. Love you. And, hey, let's meet back here tomorrow, right? You going to be strapped in? Cool. Let's do that then.
I'll bring it all together here. Bring it all together. Okay. How about forget doing them all together? National Pie Day, National No Bra Day, National Have Lunch with Your Mom Day. Unless if we're going pie, back to your original reference potentially about a sophomore joke. American Pie. We'll just tell your mother that we ate it all.
Yeah, moving on.
Shout out to Texter who said Mike Silver looked like Eugene Levy in American Pie the other day. He's like, the eyebrows and the glasses are dead. We'll tell you how you can win tickets to go see the Outlaw Festival with Willie Nelson and Bob Dylan at Shoreline Amphitheater. We'll get you that in just a little bit. When we come on back, Warriors, somewhat expected, go down in Dallas last night, 109-99. No Steph, no Draymond. They were competitive for a while, but just did not have enough to finish that one off. Couple days off before they take on the Lakers. We'll get into that. And we got a little birthday we got to get to today for a Golden State Warrior. That's next on the Sports Leader.
Daly City, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Daly City's sports leader.
Warriors put up a fight but couldn't get it done without Steph and Draymond losing to the Mavs last night, 109-99. There's more on that story trending, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here, yet again reminding you that Westside Promotions is bringing you a historic night of boxing this St. Patrick's Day weekend, Saturday night, March 16th. They're showcasing 2 huge fights and an action-packed undercard. First time, by the way, in history that the Irish Celtic title will be fought for in the United States. Again, this Saturday, March 16th. It's the current Irish champion, Craig McCarthy. He'll be facing an up-and-coming Irish sensation, Tommy Hyde, for the Irish Celtic super middleweight title. And 2016 Olympian Peter Kamakov, who's 11-0, is going to be fighting for the vacant National Boxing Association middleweight title against a very tough Vaughn Alexander out of St. Louis. You don't want to miss it. Westside Promotions has been doing a great job of bringing pro boxing back to the Bay Area. They recently just had 2 big WBC title fights here in 2023, and they've signed a lot of top talent, and we'll be showcasing them throughout 2024. You can get tickets. They're available now. Find them at westside-promotions.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. We're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes back with you on a Thursday afternoon, a windy Thursday afternoon. Warriors fall last night to the Dallas Mavericks, 109-99, the final in that game. We knew Draymond, by the time we signed off yesterday, was not going to play in that game. Was a couple hours before the game, our guy John Dickinson tweeted out that he was questionable with back soreness. We talked to Mark Spears about that, and I think we were all kind of in agreement. Like, yes, this hurts your chances of going for the number 7 seed in losing to the Mavs. You still, by the way, get the Mavs 3 more times, right?
Two more times.
Excuse me. Last night would have been the 3rd. So 2 more times, once in Dallas and once here at home. But your chances at topping the Lakers and staying at least above them are still on the table. If you get a win on Saturday, you still play them one more time again this season on the road as well, because the first 2 were at home. How'd you think they fared first 3 quarters without Steph and Draymond?
Played good. I mean, they played well. Defensively, they got after it. Dallas was not good offensively. They couldn't make a shot. Were they 2 for the first 18 on threes? They couldn't hit a 3. So, ran into a little bit of fortune there the first 3 quarters where the Dallas just couldn't get it going offensively. And the Warriors did enough just to kind of hang in there, play good defense along with Dallas, not really getting comfortable offensively. But in the end, they just didn't have enough offensively. They didn't top 100. So that was always going to be the problem without Steph. And you needed a game from Clay. And I think Clay was 3 for 13. Like it was one of those games where he just couldn't get shots to go. So yeah, it's a whatever game for me. I didn't expect them to win. It would have been nice if they would have. Would have been a pleasant surprise. Would have been a big boost, but you didn't. That was one I won't say I chalked up as a loss, but it was definitely one that I expected to be a loss. And the Laker game's more important, just because now you're going to fight for at least having one home game in the play-in. I'm not saying they can't catch Dallas, but it doesn't look good. And Phoenix and Sacramento, and I think I looked yesterday because they're tied with Sacramento 2-2, but I still think I read that Sacramento is going to have the tiebreaker on them because of division record. And I'll have to look that up again. But
best division of all time in the Pacific.
It is. Yeah. I believe it is. If they have the tiebreaker, they're not catching them, and they're not catching Phoenix. I do not believe, because you got to jump Phoenix. I figure, what was it against Phoenix, like 3-1, something like that. I know Phoenix beat them. They have the head-to-head tiebreaker. So you'd like to get at least one home play-in game where you're not locked in at 10, and you got to play in LA probably, and then go to Dallas, go to Phoenix, go to Sacramento, one of those teams. So Saturdays, again, I'll say it until the end of the season. They're all big. This one's a little bit bigger. Because if you lose that one, then Sacramento did you a little bit of a favor by beating the Lakers. And last time they played, I thought it would have been better if the Lakers would have won, just because at that time I thought, there's a chance they can still catch Sacramento. I don't think they're going to catch Sacramento, so it's better that the Lakers lose as much as possible so they can get that home play-in game. If they don't get, I guess they could get hot and start jumping teams, but it's going to be really, really tough. And again, we'll see what happens with Luka. I know he left last night with about 6 minutes left, and we'll see how dinged up he is, because if they miss him, that's obviously a massive part. That may be as big a part of an offense as anybody in the NBA, outside of maybe Jokic or Steph. Those guys. You take them out of your lineup, it's really tough to score. The thing they have is Kyrie. They also have another guy that can get you 40, handle the ball, and just set up everything. You put the ball in his hands, let him do what he does. He doesn't do it like Luka. Nobody does. But yeah, it was one that to me was okay. Kind of expected it. Move on. Try to get the one on Saturday.
How worried are you about and I'm not terribly concerned about it, but the Draymond back? That's another thing that just flares up now. I think that's why yesterday's a precaution. You want to make sure if it's a back, that's something that gets cranky at times. And what he does for you is just, the back is it's debilitating. It can take you out, and you don't want to tweak something that's going to keep him out for an extended period. So with Steph maybe here on the verge of coming back Saturday, I'm not terribly concerned about it. It felt like it was more of a precaution, flared up right before the game, and you go, why force it? I do wonder then if he plays, based on how they played, how much is different last night. You know what I mean?
Yeah, who knows?
I wonder what's on the table.
Yeah, I don't know. And backs are tricky. It depends on where in the back.
Yeah. Lower back, I think they said.
I don't remember him having any issues with the back this year. So I don't think it's something that pops up a lot.
That's when it's concerning. It's
Yeah.
when it's a pattern.
And it's like
for the
every
back,
now and
'cause
again.
It's like that's a tough
So I don't remember that at all this year with him. So yeah, I kind of feel the same way. It's probably a one-off. Just if something happened last night warming up, or just maybe the plane ride, or who knows what it could have been. And they just decided, let's this is going to be a tough one anyway. Let's go ahead and let him rest, and we'll give him, what would that be, like 4 or 5 days rest?
Yeah, 4 days.
Before the Lakers
I guess
game,
technically from the Utah game, or excuse me, from the
San Antonio
game, it's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So it's 4 full days off before the Laker game.
So yeah, that's I'm with you. I would expect him back on Saturday.
Steph Curry, by the way, it's his birthday today. What are we, like, PTI? Happy Trails. Happy birthday.
Trails.
Happy birthday to Steph Curry. And Tom, check this out.
It's your birthday today. Stephen Curry.
Wow. Full name.
It's your birthday today. Stephen Curry. Let's celebrate. Celebrate me with control.
Oh, it's so funny. I don't know if they were playing in the bullpen. I was like, dude, he did an actual, usually it's just a first name. You just have one for everybody with a first name. But
I don't want to see the guy, what he looks like that sings that.
Yeah.
That just seems scary.
I thought Tim did it.
It's Einstein's birthday today, too?
It's Einstein's birthday?
We're going to do one for Albert? Albert.
He's been dead for 80 years, by the way.
Albert.
Happy birthday.
You know what? If you woke him up today and he heard that, he'd go, how do they do that?
Yeah.
That's incredible. How do you do that? Like, well, I don't know. You should be able to figure it out. Like, smartest guy, one of the smartest guys ever.
Tim said that he'd say, I wish I was dead again.
Kill me. Kill me.
Tolbert and Cobes with you on a Thursday afternoon. We'll be joined at 2:50 by our guy Marcus Thompson. Michael Rappaport, yeah, that's right, the actor, comedian. He's going to join us at 3:50. He's out at Tommy T's in Pleasanton this weekend. And then at 4:30 today, 4:30 now, Chris Rowe is going to join us a little bit earlier, talk a little baseball and the Blake Snell deal, if there is going to be a deal.
Yeah.
And how many teams are desperate now? We know the Giants were in on Cease, and the Yankees were apparently in on Cease as well. Happy birthday to Steph Curry. There you go. When we come on back, let's talk a little more best case scenario for the Warriors. They sit at 34-31. They're a game back of the Lakers, 10th place in the West. They're I think just one full game back of the Lakers. Like, I think it's a 2 in the loss column though. So we'll get into that a little bit here when we come on back. Warriors 1-1 against the Lakers on the season. What is their best case scenario? Marcus Thompson at 2:50 on the Sports Leader.
the globe. Stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Tolbert comes back with you streaming twitch.tv/thesportsleader, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app, as well as YouTube. What's up to the suckholes out there? You can always check in, 808-KNBR, 808-5627. And still coming up, I'll tell you in just a minute how to win those Outlaw Festival tickets to see Willie Nelson, Bob Dylan, and John Mellencamp. After we talk a bit here about the Warriors' best case scenario. So it is funny. It's kind of like, you said this yesterday, it's different than a baseball season in that a baseball season when you're down X number of games, like if we had a month left or a month and a half left, we'd be like, oh, dude, there's a lot of ball to play.
Plenty of time.
Now it feels like it's dwindling here, and the Warriors are in the final stretch of the season, and you don't get hot in the same way. You don't match up in the same way against opponents. You're not facing a lot of teams head-to-head that are going to help you gain some ground. So it does seem, in that regard, more like a football season. But in terms of the way the standings line up, it feels like a baseball sort of playoff pennant race, right, with how bunched up everything is. So the way it stands right now, the Warriors at 34-31. So I was mixed up in the loss column. They're tied in the loss column with the Lakers.
Correct.
But they've played 2 fewer games. So they're 2 wins behind the Lakers, which is good. You can make up wins. Can't make up losses, and a win this weekend would put them even in mathematics with the Lakers and give them the tiebreak at least momentarily. As it stands now, because of the loss last night, it's going to make it tough to get to 7, to jump the Mavs. Is the ceiling 9?
Well, I mean, I in theory,
theoretically, of course,
it could be 7, but yeah, I would say 9, 8 tops. Because again, the Suns are 38-27. You're 4 games behind them, but really 5 games behind them. Because you got to beat them outright. You got to jump them, and you don't have any games against them left, and that's just going to be tough. There's just not many games left in the season. What have they played? 65, so they have 17 games left. So just assume, and I hate doing this, but I'll do it anyway.
Nice.
They go 10-7. It's not great, not terrible, but 10-7 puts them at 48 wins. So now you need to get to 49. That's 15-2. So I mean, you start looking at it that way, and it becomes
2 losses. Who do you think?
Yeah, it becomes tough to catch them. So I mean, maybe still 8 because they got the Mavericks twice, so they could get them. I mean, if they happen to win both those games, boom, and you're half a game out at that point. Because right now you're 3.5, so you'd be a game and a half out at that point if you take both of them. If you don't, then I think they lose the tiebreaker possibly anyway. I'm not sure what that is for teams that aren't in the same division, but if Dallas takes one of the final 2, then they got the tiebreaker. So you're just running up against all these teams that have the tiebreakers against you. And that's another reason why this Laker game is important, other than the obvious, is that you take this one. Now you have a chance to get the tiebreaker on them if you win the last one.
I have your answer, by the way.
Yes.
The tiebreakers, because they're not super confusing, but the wording of it is a little bit odd. So what you're saying is, we don't know you were saying, what's the tiebreak for a team who's not in your division?
Correct.
So that would be conference, because
okay.
The first is basically better winning percentage in games against each other, right? So head-to-head games. Division leader if you're the division leader, you would win a tie over a team that is not leading a division.
Okay.
So if you're tied, say, for like a 4th place or something like that, and a team is tied with you in 5th or something, you get the tiebreak because you're leading your division and they're not, potentially. A Division 1 loss percentage, only if teams are in the same division. So if you're not in division and you're not leading the division, then it's all about your conference 1 loss. So that's what it would come down to for the Warriors and the Mavericks. If it were not, because they're not in the same division.
Got it.
So after head-to-head, it would be conference 1 loss.
Okay. And I don't really feel like
I have it in front of me
right now.
Warriors,
you do?
Warriors are 17-23, and the Mavericks are 22-18.
That's tough.
That's tough.
That's a rough
tough.
That's a rough tiebreaker. That's a rough tiebreaker. So that's going to be tough to switch that around as well. So look, the tiebreakers aren't working in their favor. So I mean, I think your best shot is just to make sure you get to 9. So you get the home game. You get a home game to start it off, and then after that, just go from there. Whether it's at Phoenix or at Dallas or at Sacramento.
Yeah, Warriors are bad against the West.
I know.
That's tough.
Yeah.
By the way, in division, you don't want a division tiebreak either. Warriors in division 5-9.
And then if you are 9-10, even if you win, there's a good possibility. Here's Denver.
Oh, good.
Enjoy them.
By the way,
after 2 playing games, enjoy Denver.
Yeah, and they just took over the 1 seed after last night's
They're
win.
starting to turn it up.
It was only a matter of time. It was like,
okay.
Yeah.
It's that time of year.
They're like a cat playing with a mouse. He's like, all right, okay.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm hungry now.
Yeah.
It's time to eat. This would be his third MVP, correct?
Mm-hmm.
If he takes us down? How many games?
Yeah, he won the 2 before Embiid. And then if he wins this one, I think if he wins this one, that'll be
3.
Would it be 7 straight for international players or 6 straight for international players? Because you got him, you have
Giannis is in there.
Giannis, you have Embiid, and I think it'll be 6.
6 straight, because I think it'd be those 3.
Yeah.
Are we forgetting one, Derek? Derek's
Could be.
Yeah.
Well, that's wild, though.
Yeah, for MVP.
And you know Luka's going to get one sooner or later.
There's people making a case for him now.
Yeah.
I think Mark Spears said it yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, think about, like, right now. Who? Yeah, I think Ben Simmons won one. Yeah. He won the Adelaide MVP.
You want a gong and you say it on the air yourself, right, Tim? You say it yourself.
I'm just off the top of my head thinking who are like MVP candidates right now, like moving forward. Just like forget this year, like just moving forward. Who would you think are like Tatum?
Tatum
is probably one. Giannis is going to be one. Jokic, Luka,
Shea.
Maybe KD still. I don't know. Maybe not.
I don't know.
Booker, maybe. I'm just trying to think of guys that are playing for good teams like right now.
Booker.
Nearly?
I don't think
Sabonis?
No.
Probably not. He's been pretty good though. But
he's been good. But
he's American born anyway.
That's
it's
not
funny. It's like, what? We got Sabonis?
Were you only going internationals? I'm sorry.
Well, I'm just trying to see like how many of the guys are like American born players who in the next couple years you look at and go, yeah, that guy could win an MVP.
Well, that's what they're calling that one guy who went to Duke, who committed to Duke. What are they calling him? The Great White Hope?
Oh, yeah. I know who you're talking about.
America's Last Hope. He's like this kid who just committed to Duke. He's like the best recruit in the nation.
Yeah.
But he's a baller.
Yeah, let's watch him play first.
Everyone gets what I'm saying.
I've seen highlights.
How about Wemby? Throw him in there?
Wemby? Definitely.
Wemby's on his way.
Definitely Wemby. He'll win some if he stays healthy. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
He's a freak.
Yeah, that's that. Yeah, absolutely.
By the way, I thought this was the case. Shea from Canada, so also not a
Yeah, he is from Canada. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, we were talking a week or so ago. I don't know if it was us, but the Canadian team, if they got everybody to play, Canadian team would be nice in the Olympics. Nice. I mean, just off the top of my head, it's Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, Jamal Murray, and Wiggins.
Yeah.
And I know there's a few.
RJ Barrett's out there.
RJ Barrett's out there. I mean, they got
Lou Dort.
They got a pretty Lou Dort. Yeah,
Kelly
very
Olynyk.
good. Olynyk. I don't know if Olynyk could be on it, but maybe.
Oh, come on, man.
Possibly. He could be like Salami.
Can I have you a Trey Lyles? Salami.
Yeah, Trey Lyles.
A Brandon Clark.
Okay.
Do you want Tristan Thompson on that team?
Probably not. I think it's a little.
Come on,
yeah,
man.
I think sell by dates.
How about
already.
Dylan Brooks?
There you go. Dylan Brooks probably.
Yeah.
Start an international incident.
Yeah, dude, that's
That'd be good.
That's good. Like one of the balls. Yeah, that's who.
But you think about it now, it's like, oh damn. Because it used to be like, who's on the Canadian team? Nash and Nash.
Yeah. Nash.
I don't know. And Nash and Nash. That's about all I know. So, but now you look and go, damn, they got some really good players. Got some really good players on that team. So yeah, I mean, you start looking around the league, and yeah, so you think if Luka wins a couple or one, Wembanyama is going to win at least one at some point. I mean, international players are taking over, and then the top 3 or 4 draft picks this year, if you believe the mock drafts, are like international players. 2 of them are from France. And France taking over. What the hell's going on over there?
You think Jamal McGlure would come out and play for Canada? I don't think so.
Probably not.
Yeah, I don't. Who would be the next best American player? We could ask Marcus Thompson this too. Tatum, I guess.
Tatum's like definitely.
He's probably the one because he's young enough. He's like 6'10". He's a monster.
I mean, Kawhi, if he stays healthy, is still really good.
Could Jaylen Brown get one?
I don't know if he's MVP, but maybe.
How about Anthony Edwards as the text on it?
Yeah.
That's a good
Anthony
one.
Edwards. That's a solid one.
Took down Bo Cruz. I mean, he just did that with his.
He did.
Just mentally.
He did.
Sitting in the free throw lane.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of the teams that are out there. Like who's been Halliburton? Maybe that's a stretch.
Nah, it's a stretch.
Yeah, that's a stretch. Donovan Mitchell, maybe. Maybe. I mean, that's a little bit of a stretch.
I don't know if he's a killer.
Maybe.
He's borderline to me.
Maybe. Darren Fox, maybe, depending on what Sacramento. I mean, a lot of it's going to depend on how your team.
209 says Fox.
How your team does.
Multiple people say, actually, it might just be the same guy texting in Mac McClung over and over.
Just stop. Go away. Ban that number.
408's on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line says these U.S. players need to start juicing, man. Get it together.
Get on the juice.
Get on the juice, dude. So, and then 925 says the old man and the gong, the Tim Webb story. There you go.
I mean, the all international team that's a monster team. I mean, they'd be heavy on the front line. You'd have Embiid, Jokic, Giannis, and Wembanyama.
Yeah.
And then Shea and Murray in the backcourt. Luka on one of the wings.
It'd be a dangerous team.
That team would that team would probably be better than the American team.
Without question.
I mean, probably better. Now, you can only play so many big guys at once.
If you were to rank the top 10 players in the NBA or in the world right now, how many of them are American?
Well, how many of them are international? That's the easiest way to go.
That's what I mean. So I'm thinking 2 to 3 are American.
Giannis, Luka, Shea. That's 4. Embiid.
Tatum.
That's half. Tatum's your American. Probably still LeBron.
Okay, LeBron.
Maybe still Steph. Maybe.
Yeah, we could make a case that he's not in there.
Yeah,
probably.
You can make a case he's not, but he's right around there. Kawhi probably still in your top American
What's
guys.
going on with him, huh?
KD. I'm still going to put him in there.
KD's got to be there.
I mean, KD's going to be in there.
Karl Anthony Towns, Anthony Edwards.
Possibly.
I mean, any of these guys.
So, I mean, you got Anthony Edwards, yes. But the top 5. I mean, if you're going to go 1 through 10, probably 5 of your first 7 could be international.
Here's the
guys.
MVP tracker for Basketball Reference right now, and it gives you their top 10. Okay, Jokic, Shea, Luka, Giannis, Tatum. There's the first 5 we named.
So 4 of the first 5. The first 4 are international players.
And then you go Sabonis 6, who's American born.
He is American.
Anthony Davis 7. We forgot Davis. And
Yep, Anthony Davis.
Booker 8.
Yep.
Halliburton 9. Booker.
Yep.
And then Durant 10. So actually,
the bottom half.
It's 6 to 4, but the top 4
are international
now,
guys.
don't forget the qualifications. Where does Embiid fit in there?
Exactly.
Does he wedge in there near the top?
Absolutely. If he were healthy, he'd probably be top 4.
And that's the point we're making here.
So you might do top 5 international and then the next 5 American.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Right.
That's wild.
It's wild.
It is wild to think about. And it all started in 92. And just think about those dudes that are just monsters, absolute monsters. And again, Wembanyama's coming. He will win one at some point, probably multiple, I would think. I mean, look what he's doing as a rookie. He just has the right temperament. He's in the right place. So, yeah, it's just kind of wild to think about. I wonder if we thought about like that in baseball. Forget hockey. I mean, hockey's a given. They might have 10 of the top 10. Would be international guys. Who would be Austin Matthews would probably be up there somewhere, I would think. But most of those, and then football, all 10 will be, unless Dat Wynn's still playing, and I think he's American.
That's the one we always go to.
A&M. But baseball.
Who's Jose Cortez kicking for?
Baseball would be interesting to see, like, of your top players. I mean, the number 1 guy's international.
See, baseball is
That's
like
a given.
It's like all international almost. It's Ohtani.
Yep.
It's
because Trout's probably not top 10 anymore.
Acuna. Yeah, you could probably go
Acuna.
Baseball, I think, would be fairly. I think there's going to be a big slew of young players that are coming back right now. A lot of young guys. Like, we've sort of had to speed up the process as the game has gotten younger. So, like, the Orioles have a lot of guys who are coming through fast, and teams are
Mookie Betts still
turning
top,
over assists.
Probably 5, 6.
Yeah, he's probably Trey Turner's probably up there.
Turner up there.
So you'd still end up with a lot of them, but the World Baseball Classic end. And over the U.S., and a lot of those guys are coming over as the top free agents. Let's talk to.
I mean, it's indisputable though that baseball and basketball top players in each sport international. Guys.
Without question. And maybe the top
not
few.
even a
Although
debate.
Ohtani, Acuna right up at the top.
Yeah, not a debate.
Marcus Thompson going to join us from The Athletic after I tell you how you can win some tickets to go see the Outlaw Festival with Willie Nelson, Bob Dylan, and John Mellencamp. August 3rd, 2024 at Shoreline Amphitheater. Tune in today between 2 and 6. When you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to the studio, 415-896-KNBR. You'll win those tickets furnished by Live Nation. Tim, what's the cue to call?
I went to the doctor, and the doctor looked at him and said, well, I got horrible news for you. You're not going to make it. You're going to die. And the guy said, well, that's pretty cold-blooded. Ain't there something I can do? He said, yeah, you might think about taking 3 or 4 mud baths every day. He said, will that help me? He said, well, it'll get you used to the dirt.
When you hear that, caller 10 of the studio at 415-896-KNBR. You'll win tickets to the Outlaw Festival to go see Willie Nelson, Bob Dylan, and John Mellencamp. Tickets are on sale now at livenation.com. Marcus Thompson joins us next. Where do the Warriors go? How healthy is Steph? And who's the best player, American player, after these top 4 internationals? That's next with Marcus Thompson on the Sports Leader. Bosa joining his brother with the 49ers will not be happening as he's restructuring his contract to remain with the LA Chargers. That story and more trending now. KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Marcus Thompson joins us each and every week from The Athletic. He joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line, best sports writer in the nation. Dude, Mike Silver was saying the same about you the other day when he was on with us, man. How's it going, Marcus?
Mike Silver said that?
Yeah, he was filling in the other day.
He gets some of the credit. He gets some of the credit, though.
Yeah, he said. Well, go ahead. You can tell us.
Well, first off, he probably didn't say while he was there. I still don't know why, but he just randomly was volunteering at my high school. I really think he got arrested doing something that had to do community service.
He told me that you say that.
He won't cop to it. But yeah, he was volunteering when I was working on the tech scribe, and kind of really taught me like what sports journalism was and how it could be a career. Yeah, I was nice then too. He saw it. That's what it was. I was a prodigy.
I'm trying to imagine Mike Silver getting arrested. If Mike Silver got arrested, he'd definitely be like a drug mule, like for marijuana.
I didn't know.
That would be.
He went to Cal. He probably was protesting something. You know what I'm saying? Like, Mike, this is your third time with the plastic cuffs. Like, do some community service and get out of here. You know how them Cal students were.
Cal's the only school I know that protests.
Yeah, right.
They just that's what they do. It's like, what are we going to protest? Is there a protest? Let's protest that protest. We're Cal. That's what. Let's go get in a tree.
Like, Mike, we're cutting the tree down. Exactly where I was going.
Let's get in a tree and not take a shower.
Mike, you can't go to class naked anymore. You know what I mean? You got.
Sorry, Mike.
You know
sorry, Mike. You got to take a shower once a week. What do you mean? We go to Cal. We don't take showers here.
Oh, that's right. Sorry.
We're going against the norm.
Oh man. So we were just having a discussion about basically all the international players. I know we've talked about this before, but we were running down the MVP, like as Basketball Reference has it, their MVP tracker. And we were saying, like, if you took the top international players and paired them with the top American players, we think the international squad would probably be better. It's top heavy. Like, the bottom 6 or so are all American players. But if you go pound for pound, Jokic, Doncic, or Luka, Shea, Giannis, and then you mix in guys like Embiid, Wemby's coming. Like, we're looking for, is it really, who's the guy who's going to Duke, Tom?
Cooper Flagg.
Who's the next hope for the U.S. in terms of an MVP?
Anthony Edwards. Edwards.
Okay. That was
That dude is amazing.
Yeah.
He's legit. Like, he won't win it this year, obviously, but he's got that level of juice in him where it's like, all right, this guy's for real. He's the real deal. But you're right, though. I think America would get him in depth, especially where they tend to suffer internationally. It's on the defensive end. So on the wings, right? Like, you got to have a hard time stopping some guys. But at the top, you don't want to get it close with them guys, right? You don't want to. If you're playing international squad this close, they've got some killers who just are fundamentally sound. They know exactly what they want to do, and they just destroy you. You don't want to be in a close game. You need to blow them out.
Can you imagine? I mean, look what Joker does throwing lobs to Gordon. Can you imagine what he'd do throwing lobs to Giannis?
To Giannis, yeah, exactly.
He'd get 14 assists a game just on those.
Yeah, I mean, they would be tough. At some point, though, we just probably have to even this out by not calling Canada international. Can we do that?
We're just going to take Canada?
Just like, pick your country.
Because their guard line's not bad. Their guard line's not bad either. You have Jamal Murray and Shea Gilgeous-Alexander out there.
They're all right. They got some buckets out there, right? You get some
definitely.
Buckets. And if you need a brawl, go get Tristan Thompson, right?
I told him, I brought up Thompson. Tom shut down Thompson. I said I bet Jamal McGlure would come out too, but he said no.
Dylan Brooks, they got some fighters.
Oh, Dylan Brooks will get you.
Right?
He'd start an international incident. You kidding me?
He would, right?
You kidding me?
I feel like this is a play cousin anyway. Cut it out. Like, go ahead, come on, Canada. Y'all the homies. This is good.
So what are we looking at after last night? I'm kind of thinking you could still get maybe 8, possibly, maybe. You're gonna need a lot of help for 7. But right now it just kind of feels like 9-10, doesn't it? Like that this game Saturday is really important if you want to have at least one play-in game at home, because you lose this one, then all of a sudden you're staring 10 dead in the eye. And doesn't it feel like it's a battle for 9-10 at this point?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, look, it's still, 19 or 18 games left for most people, so there's time, right? But even Steve was talking about, all you got to do is rattle off a 10-game win streak, you're good, right?
That's it. That's all you got to do. No worries.
So I guess it's still possible, but the teams ahead of them aren't, doing things to help them. And, I mean, it's really unbelievable how, they've kicked away so many games this year. And what feels like it's killing them is this little current, is that Bulls and the Spurs and now this Dallas game. This doesn't feel like it should be the dagger, but it just might be because they don't have the tiebreaker against Dallas now, and they don't have it against Phoenix. They don't have it against Sacramento. And like you said, they got to win this against the Lakers, but they don't. The Lakers are not a good matchup because of the size thing. Yeah, it's tough. It looks like they're going to have to win 2 games to get into the playoffs. And the crazier part is if they do that, guess who's working their way to the top of the standings and has taken over first place and is rolling?
Hello.
Probably the one team you don't want them to see in the playoffs. So, it's all – if they win 2 and get in, it's looking like right now the way people are playing, the way teams are going, that the one seed, the team they face is going to be Denver. So, it's better than sitting at the 12 spot, right? But it's not looking good. It's going to take some form of heroics. But I will say, and I've been saying this, and I'm sticking to it, Copes, these other West teams can be mid too. So Sacramento's not above a 5-game skid. Dallas is already, they were struggling anyway. Now Luka's out. They won 4 in a row, but I could 1,000% see them having a stretch where it doesn't go well. I saw that they said during the game, did you hear this, Tom? Kyrie Irving has played 17 straight games. It was for the first time since 2017 or something. It was crazy.
What?
Which means it was they said it on air. I didn't write it down. I was just thinking it was crazy. But he's played 17 straight games, and it's the first time he's done that in kind of a while. So basically he's due for some time off.
I'd make sure if I was Dallas, if I was Jason Kidd, I wouldn't let Kyrie see that stat. He'd be like, oh, is that so?
Yeah.
All right.
Matter of fact.
I'd preemptively give him a day off.
Yeah.
That's what it says.
It's just yo, man, you look tired.
Yeah. I told Tom yesterday that I said, we're about due for a Kyrie flare-up. I said, we haven't heard from him in a while.
Yep.
And that's because he's been playing basketball.
Yep.
As soon as he forgets that he was playing basketball, he's like, oh, yeah, I got other things to say publicly. We'll hear him.
He's really good, right?
Yeah, right. It's when he's focused and he's playing, he's very good. Talking to Marcus Thompson here on the UMA guest line. Tom started a controversy yesterday. It's still. I think it's still divided. I think it's still divided the Bay Area population. Maybe the whole basketball.
Yeah, forget Trump.
Basketball
Biden.
watching
This
world.
Is bigger.
We're calling it Dunk Gate. Was TJD's dunk on Wemby a dunk? That's the first part. Was it a dunk? Second part is define a dunk.
Listen, I'm old head, so I understand the other side of this. But if you don't touch the rim, it's not a dunk.
Right.
That's all I'm saying. It's not a dunk.
There you go.
You know what else wasn't a dunk? Blake Griffin's dunk over Timothy Mozgov.
We mentioned that one yesterday, too.
Not a dunk.
I've said that forever. It's funny, too, because people are like, no, it's a dunk. I'm like, look, I'm not saying it takes away from what he did.
It's probably more impressive than a dunk.
Actually.
It
may be more impressive throwing it in from distance. But I'm sorry.
You got to be up pretty high.
It's not. Exactly. You got to get up high. The further you are away from the bucket, the higher you got to jump to throw it down through the bucket. No arc whatsoever. You're just throwing it through the hoop. And they're like, yeah, but people were calling up, yeah, but it was super impressive. And I was like, well, yeah, these are different. These are different arguments we're making here. You're saying it's that, and I'll agree with you on that. All I was saying is it's just not a dunk. It doesn't take away. It doesn't make it any less. It's just not a dunk. That was it. That was my whole point.
If you drive to the lane and you do the Steph scoop shot and it goes really high, is that a jumper? No. Just because it goes as high as a three-point shot doesn't make it a three-point shot. Right? No. It's literally – and this is spoken as a very, below-the-rim type of player. Do you know what it means to grab the rim? Like, oh, the first time you could jump and grab the rim, Coach, you don't know nothing about this.
I'll tell you, screw you, Marcus. Yeah, screw you. Yeah. The two guys in this interview who've dunked a whole lot, Tom and Marcus Thompson. Yeah. Tell us about it, Marcus. Tell us
Listen, we had 8-foot courts at Santa Fe Elementary School, so I've dunked a lot in my life.
That's one thing I do know. Guys that can't dunk, you put them on 8-foot rims. Oh man, they go nuts.
Yeah.
That's all they want to do.
I'm an acrobat, dude. Yeah, I'm an acrobat.
Yo, man, get a layup line going. Let's go.
Yeah.
No, ain't no layup.
I'm walking like Dominique and Jay Rich, dude. I'm like walking in the air.
The rim is a central part of the dunk. You cannot separate the rim and dunking. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
These are rules. I didn't make them up.
They are the rules. I didn't even know they existed, but they are. They are absolutely.
If baseball can have 9 million unwritten rules, it's so can basketball. And that's one of them.
Marcus Thompson, the voice you hear. Any reason to be concerned about Draymond's back? Is this? It'll be 4 days off if he plays on Saturday.
No, I don't think so. It's been a problem, and I don't know if you may have noticed they definitely have cut down his minutes a lot. I mean, he's basically the center. It's a lot to ask. So I do think it was this thing has been going on. You can see him. He gets treatment after every game. Like you can tell it's a thing. But I do think part of it was let's play the young guys tonight. Like we got Chris Paul starting, right? And let's get some of the other guys minutes and get you an extra day off and put our eggs in the Lakers basket. But I do think it's a thing to watch, which is why it would be wise if they can at all possible to avoid the 9 or 10 seed, because that's just 2 more games for Draymond Green's back.
No doubt about it. We haven't even talked about this yet. We're going to, but I'm going to ask Marcus this, see what he says. Since it is National Pie Day, what's your favorite pie?
Apple with cranberry. Apple and cranberry.
Damn, you threw in the cranberry twist. I never even thought about that.
Together or just the two different pies?
Together.
I've never had
but I like the crumble top though.
Yes,
Dutch apple pie.
That's a given.
Top,
yeah,
Dutch is what it's called.
Yeah, that's good. Me too. I like
Give
that.
Me that.
That's my favorite. Dutch apple pie.
Only time people make them is on Thanksgiving, or if I coach my wife into making them. I could not make a pie to save my life. Like seriously, I could figure out how to divert an asteroid from hitting the globe, but I couldn't make an apple pie.
You're gonna be like Bruce Willis up there,
right?
But I can't do a pie.
And you can dunk too, huh? Yeah, right.
Yes. Hey, yes, I can dunk. Why is this such a revelation here?
Now, would you go pie? It's not National Cobbler Day, but if you had a choice, pie or cobbler?
You know what? I'm going pie mostly because I'm a cobbler snob.
Really?
And yeah.
So how so? I've never even heard of a cobbler snob.
Once you have like a really good cobbler, like it's difficult. Like for instance, and you can blame my wife for this. Oh, I'm about to be judged so harshly by the universe. I can't do peach cobbler with canned peaches. Can't do it. This is just syrupy slot. I can't do it. And then you go to people's house and whatever, and you eat their cobbler. And I can look at it and be like, yeah, this is not going to be a good cobbler. Or like the berries where you don't have a bite. And, yeah, you can tell. You can see it's all syrupy. Like, that's the canned syrup.
Yep.
I'm not eating that, right? And then I'm the jerk. So I'm just like, nah, give me the pie. It's easier to make – it's easier to mess up a cobbler than a pie. But I'm very particular now. I'm like, in my old age, I'm very choosy out here. I ain't got that many years left on this planet. I got a few decades left, so I'm very particular now. Well, I'm not eating bad cobbler.
No, I feel you, and you got more than that. Trust me. But you would know this.
Yeah, it's been a few decades.
You would know this, having gone to college down south. My grandparents, we used to go every summer, every couple of summers, go down there, and I'm telling you, like, I don't know what it is, but the South does cobblers better than any other cobbler I've had.
What's the difference between a cobbler and a pie?
Anything else?
I don't know.
What's the difference between a cobbler and a pie?
There's it's a square.
Well,
not sounds just like Detroit style pizza.
It's a square. Does a cobbler have a full? I don't think a cobbler has a full crust, does it?
Yeah, I don't think it has a full crust at the bottom. I think it's just like a top.
And it's got
I don't know. There is,
and I think almost by definition, it does have like every cobbler I've had has the crumbles on it.
Cobbler?
I'm a big fan.
Nearly killed her.
I'm a big fan of the cobbler because I'm a big fan of the Dutch apple too with the crumbles on top. Absolutely. But yeah, the cobblers. I remember the first cobbler I had peach cobbler. And, of course, it was my grandma down in Alabama, and it was fresh peach cobbler. I was like, oh, my gosh.
That ruined you.
I was like, oh.
You can never eat another one. The other way I'm with that, because I experienced that same thing, because when I went to school in Atlanta, Thanksgiving, the California people don't go home because it's like we leaving for Christmas anyway, every couple of weeks, so you just stay. So we would go, to South Carolina with some friends or something. And, man, I had a biscuit that changed my life. I can't even eat biscuits no more.
Oh, my goodness.
That biscuit was so, the Southern homemade biscuits are just, it's like reaching up and grabbing, a cloud from heaven and eating that thing. So then, you know what I'm saying? I grew up on the pop in the can. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at you. You don't even know what life is, you people out here eating Bisquick and, Give me the lady who's wearing a robe all day, a moo-moo and making biscuits. That's what I want.
You listen to this guy. Says the man who made me eat a pickle dipped in Kool-Aid because it was a regular snack of his. We don't know what we're eating out here. To be fair, that was before you. That was before you went to the South.
Yeah, before I went to. Yeah, exactly. I came back and I grew up, but
still eating them.
The Southern biscuits are like an angel crying on your tongue. That's what that is.
That biscuit changed my life. I was like, I will never look at biscuits the same after eating that biscuit. It was crazy. It was insane.
It was Marcus Thompson, the voice you hear, by the way, on the Uber guest line at National Pie Day. By the way, also Steph Curry's birthday. Is he going to play on Saturday?
Also the birthday of
Albert Einstein.
Me Against the World album.
Wow,
pretty important day here.
Tom, you didn't tell me that one earlier.
I didn't know that one. I did not know that.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know I didn't know the birth of albums. I'm not.
That was a big deal. Pac was in jail, and then he released an album. That was my senior year of high school. It was a big day. You know what I'm saying? You get the cassettes. You don't remember this, Coach? Oh, y'all didn't do that at Monroe Catholic. Huh?
Stop. Yeah, no. Sorry, people were listening to cassettes by the time I got to Monroe Catholic, Marcus. Jesus. Cassettes. That's how I'd have to make a song. Like if I had heard a song on the radio and I wanted to hear it again, then I'd have to hit the record and the play.
Absolutely.
Same time. I could do that to make it. I could do that for make one for the car. But by the time I was in high school, mostly we were using CDs. Yeah. Then we got to the iPods and whatnot.
And then when you did that, you hated when the DJ talked over the song. What are you doing? Shut up. Trying to record the song here.
The end, right? Yeah. Come on, man.
Let it play. You know what? Now that you talked about the end, let me ask you if this bothers you. It doesn't really bother me. It's just something I see, and I'm wondering why. So, national anthem is played before every game, and I'm one who says, "What are we doing? Do we need to do this before every game now? I mean, is this something that has to be done?" But the fact that
because I'm not allowed to say it, so you got to say it.
The fact that it is done, you might as well just stand there and stand at attention, flag or whatever. Just stand there and listen to the national anthem. You do it every game. What is up with guys who listen to 9/10 of the national anthem, and then as the last note's hitting, they all leave their line and go dunk one last time and go over to the bench? It's like, bro, you can't spend an extra 6 seconds standing there. If you're going to be there, how about just being there for the whole song? I mean, is that a problem?
Nah, but first of all, if you do a million of them, the end is not really the end. It's the part that signifies the end. So once you get to end the home, that person's gonna do the riff, you good. Right, you straight. It's almost like I'm home, but I'm not actually at home yet. But
so you can just leave the line.
Around the corner.
It's I'm good.
Yeah, I just got around the corner. I'm basically home. You start taking your jacket off. I'm home. You still got to pull in and all that and get in the house, but you're home. Yeah, I feel like you should just say. I just stay just because I don't want to offend anybody. People take it really seriously. And what are you doing? It's 30 more seconds.
No, but it's 6 more seconds.
Yeah, it's really 6. There is a point where it's they get to a point, but that was a tough 2 minutes. all right, it's over, and my man is still ripping.
Yeah, right.
I'm going to squeeze one more dunk in before I go to the bed.
Marcus is a teacher. He knows, like, when you hear the paper start to shuffle before you're like, whoa, the bell hasn't even rang, and then the bell rings and you're done.
Absolutely.
Your zippers are going.
It's like 5 minutes left. You pack yourself up. I'm
Right.
like, I used to fight it, but now I'm like, thanks for the tip, because I had no idea what time it was.
Time to get set up.
No, I got too much
Kids
left.
know. Kids know.
It's the American way, Tom.
By the way.
I mean, whatever. I'm good. Either way.
Who else knows the clock is producers. Producers know the clock, too.
Yes, they do.
What time is time to go? Before we let you go, Marcus, Steph on Saturday, we thinking he's playing?
I think he's playing. I think he knows he has to play, and I don't think he'd be practicing if he wasn't close. And if he's close, there's no way you keep a step off the court if he's close. And they need this game, and boy, do they need this game badly. So yeah, I think he's playing.
All right, good deal.
Enjoy pie, cobbler.
Enjoy the pie.
Biscuits.
We'll talk to you in 2 weeks. Marcus is going to be in with Rod next Friday for us.
Oh, nice.
We're out next Friday. So Rod
Where
and
y'all
Marcus.
going?
Don't worry about it,
Y'all
Marcus.
leaving the anthem line early.
I'm making a cobbler.
I shuffle up and leave right now. I might get out early.
Go learn how to dunk while you're off.
Just stop it. Knock it off, dude. We'll talk to you in a couple weeks, Marcus. See you later.
All right.
See you, Marcus.
Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. Great stuff. Says, hey, there's reason to worry a little bit about Draymond's back. He says it has been a bit of a thing. They've tempered his minutes. Steph, he does think he's going to play on Saturday. Is there a case out there that instead of getting ejected, Draymond just sat this game out because Steph wasn't playing? Remember that whole thing? Draymond doesn't play when Steph doesn't. Maybe if we can start that controversy. Draymond sat it out because Steph wasn't playing. When we come on back, how about this? Joey Bosa and Nick Bosa won't be a thing. Joey Bosa staying with the LA Chargers after restructuring his deals or his contract. Some other moves that are going to impact the Niners. I'll tell you about those next. Only here on The Sports Leader.
San Mateo, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. San Mateo's Sports Leader.
According to reports, the San Francisco Giants were in on Dylan Cease before he was traded to the San Diego Padres. There's more on that story. It's trending now. KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Alex Kugelman and his team over at Kugelman Law. IRS tax problems can feel, it's overwhelming. Like, really? You got to deal with that now too? So you have a couple options here. You can deal with it yourself. Good luck. We're not supposed to understand tax law. That's why people study for this, deal with it, and you want someone who's been doing it for a long time. Let them handle the stress. That's what you pay him for. Like, I know Alex Kugelman. I've met with him. I've talked with him. He's knowledgeable. He's personable. And the team takes care of my taxes. Just regular taxes, but I don't have to worry about Uncle Sammy coming to visit me at any point during the following year going, yeah, I think you missed that. No, I'm all good to go. Do you want to be good to go? Not have to worry about it. Drop the bag of stress. Then give Alex Kugelman a call. Or you can just set up a consultation. They can help you get out of trouble, or better yet, stay out of tax trouble. If you stay out of tax trouble, your mind will be so much more free. You'll be like, I don't have to worry about that. That is so nice, Uncle Sammy. Go bother somebody else. So visit sftaxteam.com today. Set up your consultation. You'll be glad you did. That's sftaxteam.com. Kugelman Law, your tax, crypto, and estate planning attorneys. Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
Listen wherever you are around the globe. Stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Tolbert & Copes is sponsored by Xfinity. Go to KNBR.com/contest to register today to play against me for the $1 million, that's a KNBR $1 million bracket challenge presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices.
Tolbert & Copes with you on a Thursday afternoon, streaming twitch.tv/thesportsleader, YouTube, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app. If you haven't downloaded it, what's your problem? What do we do? You're listening. Download it. It's great. Be an adult. Grow up. Grow up. Like Tim. Grow old. Like Tim Webb.
Unbelievable.
We found out earlier today that Joey Bosa is, we know he's not coming to the 49ers because he's restructured his deal much like Khalil Mack. So the release of Mike Williams is probably key in allowing that to happen. I don't know much about the cap, but it was sort of a foregone conclusion 2 days ago. And when Mike Silver was here on Tuesday in for you, Tom, he said, yeah, I fully expect something to get done with those guys tomorrow. I think that's going to go down tomorrow. We asked Diana Rossini, would it surprise you if by Wednesday something was done? She said, no, their team's already kind of, like we said, sort of lurking around, waiting to pick the carcass of the Chargers. I'm intrigued by what could happen that Harbaugh decided, I want to keep these guys. Like, they have to be here, that they're expensive talents, and we're not doing a full rebuild. We have a quarterback. We're ready to go out and try to compete and win some games. And, I mean, they were borderline playoff. Did they go playoffs 2 years ago and they missed on that tiebreak? I know they screwed themselves bad on that Browns. Didn't they lose to the Jags in the first round? Is that right?
Oh, remember that was 28-0.
Oof.
And they got reeled in. 27-0 or 28. Yeah, they got reeled in. That was one of the, or 28-7. I think it was 28-0 at one point.
Right, Derek, you can tell me what happened.
Jacksonville scored before the end of the first half, and then they just steamrolled them in the second half.
Yeah, that was
that's when we thought Staley was going like, there's no way you can survive that. And he did, and then he didn't.
But Niners missed out on what was that? I'm sorry, Derek. What'd you say? Anyway, Niners missed out on. They're not going to get Joey Bosa because he's going to stick around.
Yes.
Stays with Harbaugh. Stays with Khalil Mack. But Mike Williams was cut. So some of the other things impacting the 49ers here. Eric Armstead officially gone. He signs with Jacksonville. Was he drafted by Bochy?
Yes.
And then Bochy said, "Hey, why don't you come back and play for me?"
Super Dave?
Why don't you come back and play for me down to Jacksonville? How about that move? I kind of like that move for the Jags.
Fire Bochy!
Yeah, there you go. That's what we need.
And the reason I mentioned that, one, because it's appropriate, and then two,
Players
Championship.
There you go.
Starting this weekend.
There you go.
So there you go. That it was set at the Island Hole, I believe, as the ball.
Oh, that was at the Players. That was.
Oh, yeah, it was at the Players. As the ball on the Island Hole 17, as the ball is in flight, you just hear it.
It's a perfect equinox, dude. The Eric
incredible.
Eric Armstead joining Bochy in Jacksonville while the Players happens. It's just like our No Bra Day meeting, take your parents to lunch day. Which somebody on the text line, by the way, said, Tom, if you won't take your mom to lunch on No Bra Day, then I will. He said, then I will, Tom. Shout out that texter.
But you can't do that because it's take your parents to lunch day.
Yeah, well,
you're not going to have your mom. Hey, Mom, come look at this. Come look at my nut.
Yeah, take your parents. Take your parents. Yeah.
There's only one other person that can make that claim, and that's Jeff. That's my brother.
I like take your mom.
Now my mom to, I'll take your mom to lunch.
I prefer take your brother to my D line, Dave. That ain't happening either. So Armstead goes to the Jags, like we said, to rejoin his guy, Frank Bochy, who drafted him. Ray McLeod out.
Atlanta?
Is that a quietly important one? Remember how bad the special teams were a couple of years ago? Kick returning hasn't been. I mean, it's so funny. Special teams is, quote, a third of the game. It's not really. What percent do you think it is really? Like, importance-wise?
Third of the game.
Do you really? You believe
defense, offense, special teams.
Okay.
I'll stick with it. I'm old school. I'm old school that way.
It's hard to be the same team twice in the season.
I don't know what percentage it is. All I know is when it sucks, it definitely sticks out.
It can be detrimental
It's like,
to your
my
game.
gosh. Like, if you have a bad punting game, you're always losing like 10 yards of field position each time you punt, or you have a field goal kicker you don't trust. Yeah, I mean, it's not a third. Everyone says it because, special teams.
Like Kyle Williams, I mean, Niner fans still groan when you say that name. You know?
So, look, the best part about special teams is when you don't notice them. Maybe they'll break a kick every now and again, break a return, or hit a 60-yard field goal. Like, how many guys do you think the casual fan can name that are kickers? Tucker, for sure.
Tucker.
Elliott, who just signed with the Eagles. That's about it. I mean, most casual fans probably don't know kickers unless you suck. Then they know you. They're like, oh, yeah, I know
it's
that
like a ref.
dude.
It's like an
that
official.
guy's horrible.
It's like Hernandez in baseball.
Aaron?
No, we know his name.
Oh.
What's his name? What's the guy's name? Angel Hernandez. There we go.
Angel Hernandez is terrible.
Yeah, awful.
Yep.
So you know. But you're right. I feel like same thing with some – I just feel like that was a place the 49ers thought they had, okay, we got a vet here. We shored this up. But again, as the team gets more expensive and these receivers get more expensive, other positions are going to suffer. It's what I was asking yesterday about Joey Bosa. Like, do you still think it's a need, or with all the D-line moves they've made in the last 2 days, is it just a luxury? And Dave Lombardi said, yeah, but it'd be a pretty sweet luxury.
Be a real nice luxury.
It's kind of like the McCaffrey thing in my mind. Like, they were fine in the backfield.
Yep.
We were okay. I think we all felt fine about Elijah Mitchell 2 years ago, or last season. I think we all were like, okay, when he went down, Jeff Wilson Jr. was doing a damn good job. I like Jeff Wilson a lot, so much so that they were like, you're the third guy now. We don't have a spot for – I kind of like him back. If I could swap him for Mitchell, I would. You know? I think Jeff Wilson Jr. is a nice player. Anyway, it's sort of like that, where did McCaffrey need – did Shanahan need McCaffrey? No, I think he was going to get a ton out of the backfield, maybe more than any other coach could. But in having him, it's a whole nother level. So it would have been really, really cool. Like you said, what are you going to go just zero blitz like every time?
Yeah, exactly.
And bring Leonard Floyd and Hargrave and Bosa. Well, that's not happening. So, to me, I say now that money is better spent elsewhere. I think they've got enough depth there. That was like the big sexy piece you could go add. I think now it's time to worry about what you're getting in the draft and what else you need to shore up, because the receiver situation is an interesting one in that McLeod, you forget, is a third receiver. They got Juwan Jennings for at least one more year here, in theory, right? Unless somebody tenders him a contract and they make a deal for a second rounder, in which case, you've got some found picks there. To me, they're probably going to go O-line in the draft. They could make another trade. I would think O-line in the draft. I would think linebacker is something that clearly they already tried to address it in free agency. So are you with me that the money is better spent elsewhere now that they've added X? No, I mean, what if they added like 5 or 6 D linemen, both interior and exterior?
No, I was just thinking if they could have got a bargain.
You got to go do it, of course.
Then you do it. But yeah, if you got to pay market value, then yeah, you have other things you need. And it's not like they have everything else. So let's go ahead and tack on another defensive end. It's always nice to have the more defensive linemen, the better. But yeah, I mean, they need help on the line. They need another linebacker, a cornerback. You could use maybe one more receiver for depth. I mean, obviously, if all three are playing for you, Ayuk, Debo, and Jennings, then you're good there. I would say a second tight end would be nice to have. That would be something they've been trying to get. It hasn't really. No one's really popped. I mean, would Werner go Atlanta? I think so. He's gone. But yeah, a defensive line, like you pretty much got that taken care of now. Although they do love their defensive linemen, so it wouldn't surprise me if they draft one. But yes, the offensive line for sure, offensive line, linebacker, corner. Like, that's kind of where I'm looking, like, this team. And you know what? You know what else they might draft? Late? Quarterback. I mean, a depth piece, and who knows what you find down there. I would never get mad at a team for drafting. Even if you have a quarterback, you could always use another quarterback. Like, you don't need a guy that's going to compete with Purdy because he's not going to. But they don't have anybody. You might want to have somebody back there that you like, and maybe you could groom or something like that. So it wouldn't surprise me if there's a quarterback out there, but I've heard this is a deep wide receiver draft, deep
early on for sure. Yeah,
offensive line draft.
That's why there's a case for moving Ayuk.
Yeah, I hate to do
or
it.
Debo.
Though, man.
You know what I mean, or Debo. The other way.
Yeah.
So 808 KNBR. By the way, we're going to catch up with comedian actor Michael Rappaport coming up at 3:50. We'll do that in just a bit, and also at 4:30, our guy Chris Rose will stop by, talk a little. We could do some NFL with them, but mostly we'll talk a little Dylan Cease and what happens with Blake Snell and Jordan Montgomery, who are still sitting out there on March 14th. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call. Let's go out to the phone lines. Dwayne is in Stockton. Dwayne, you're on the Sports Leader. What's going on?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's up, Dwayne?
What up?
I'm really disappointed in the 49ers not making a better effort to go get Bosa. I mean, and then you got guys backing off of deals, what Kendricks did. This offseason not looking too good for the Niners. You go get Staley, and all Staley did was blow games in San Diego, L.A. You know what I mean? You put him with Shanahan, that sounds right. You know what I mean? I'm being real sarcastic right now.
Yeah, we hear
I mean,
you.
I didn't pick up on
I was
it.
picking up, dude. I got it. It's palpable. Yeah.
I'm glad, man. I want everybody to hear this and understand because you got my man, you got Baltimore out here getting Derrick Henry. Now what they're going to do is they're going to go get one of those behemoth O-linemen to block for him. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So you got these top teams making moves to let everybody know they're in the game. The Niners are going the wrong direction, guys. And I just got one question about the San Francisco Giants. Can you guys tell me who their closer is?
Camilo Doval?
Yeah.
Is that him?
Yeah.
Yeah, he blew one save in the first half of last year, and then I think he blew 5 in the second half. He wasn't as sharp in the second half, but no, he was an all-star closer.
He's an all-star. Okay, well, I'll take that. Okay, that's good.
Yeah,
that's good. Because I was wondering who their closer was. We're good there, but the 49ers not good, man. Let me know what they're supposed to do because I don't know if there's anybody else out there that can make a difference, man.
That's a great question, Blaine. Thanks for the call, man. We'll put it out. 808 KNBR is the number to call. We were going to get into that. Did the 49ers really get better in free agency? It was great, by the way. We signed off the other day. Dieter Kurtenbach came in for Sports Phone with Mike Silver, and we go, what do you got going on? And he goes, terrible offseason for the 49ers. What a horrible start. I was like, this is beautiful. This Dieter ready to rip. John Lynch, what are they doing over there? What's going on with the Niners, man? What are they
doing?
Dieter and Dwayne.
What they're doing.
It's Dieter and Dwayne on the Sports Leader. We'll catch up with Michael Rappaport at 3:50, but 808 KNBR. 415-808-5627 is the number to call and to text. Did the 49ers actually get better this offseason and this free agency period? We'll talk about that next before we talk to Michael Rappaport, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
415-808-5627 is the number to call and the number to text. Now, last caller, Dwayne, said, I think the 49ers are having a terrible free agency, terrible offseason. It's a little bit surprising to me that Eric Armstead left. That wasn't one that we had talked about really at all heading into the offseason. And then D-line became an even bigger issue as they needed to shore up not just the pass rush, but the interior. 415-808-5627. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think they got better?
Yeah, I think their defensive line's better. They're deeper. I don't understand. First off, I don't understand when people say they've had a terrible offseason. It's not over yet.
They haven't drafted yet.
It's not over. I mean, like, oh, what are they doing? Like, well, it's not the end of free agency. Wait to the end of it, and then you can kind of like grade it if you want to. But hey, it's the price when you have guys that are making the type of money they're making. They have the highest paid running back in the game. I believe the highest paid left tackle in the game. Highest paid tight end at one point. Not anymore. I think Hawkinson has that. But you have Bosa, Warner, Kittle, Williams, McCaffrey, probably Debo is one of them. I mean, these are some of the highest paid players at their position. Other than Debo, maybe all of them are top 3, top 4. So, I mean, that's what happens when you pay those guys that type of money. I mean, you can't pay everybody. Hargrave makes a boatload as well. I don't know what he makes as far as an interior defensive lineman, but it's up there. Like you can't afford everybody. So I don't know what they wanted. Like, what have they lost in free agency this year that you look at and go, oh, we can't do without that? Like Armstead hurts. I like Armstead. Good dude. Good player. Really good player at the top of his game, but he's just been injured. And you don't want to pay that type of money for, a guy that's not on the field more than half the time.
Well, and yesterday, David Lombardi, and you can check it out on the podcast page on the app or on KNBR.com, he was telling us that the goal was to raise the floor, the talent floor of that position group, right? Mm-hmm. He says they want the D-line's floor to be higher than it was last year. So it's not just about depth. Like, you can have bodies, but if they're all it's kind of like the Giants. You could say, yeah, they got a slew of these young pitchers, but none of them are proven, so we can't call it depth. When it's proven, then you've got depth at the position. I guess my question then is the talent floor higher than it was in 2023 across the board? And to me, it feels like it is. Like, again, a lot of these guys we don't know a lot about. We don't know tons about interior D-line play when it comes to a guy like Malik Collins or Jordan Elliott, but I'd implore you to check out what David Lombardi told us yesterday, because it was a great breakdown on some of these guys who you may not know, but it feels like this group got better. Now the question is, can they create as much pressure and stop the run better than they did in 2023? Because really, this is one of the, relative to the offense, this was not a good defensive line for what we've seen with the 49ers, I mean, because it was still talented, of course. Let's go out to Tyler and Hayward. Tyler and Hayward, do you think the Niners got better this free agent period? Tyler and Hayward, you're on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, sorry, got to make this quick. Long-time caller, 12th time, listener. I don't know, or the opposite way around. I think they were.
That was really quick. Man, talk about a flame out.
He said 12-time listener, is that what he said? Yeah, I don't know. I got it backwards. And he just hung up. He just dismounted.
Well done.
All right, let's go to Mike in Folsom. Mike in Folsom.
Rack that dude.
Are the Niners better? You're on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, I think they're better. I'd love to see them move up in the draft and get Brock Bowers, tight end. He's generational. This guy's a stud. And, I'd even trade Debo and all these picks just to move up to get him. What's your thought?
How many? Well, what do you mean all these picks? How many picks?
Don't they have 11 picks in the draft?
No, 10 now. They traded one.
Down to 10.
Yeah.
So you want to give up all 10 picks for Brock Bowers?
No. I would trade. I'd give him Debo.
Okay.
And some picks and maybe a couple other guys. I mean, this guy. I mean, Kittle's really good, but Kittle's getting older. And,
no, I agree with you. Bowers is awesome. I think Bowers is going to be phenomenal in this type of. You look at it, and I mentioned this last year. Look at all the teams that made it deep into the playoffs. They all had a premium tight end. You had Kittle, you had Kelsey, you had Andrews, you had Hawkinson. I mean, they were like tight ends everywhere. It's like, damn, tight ends are the way to go. Go out and get yourself a tight end. I don't know where Bowers is even going to go. One of the mock drafts, I seen him go. He was going 5. That was early on. Now somebody had him going like 17, 18. Yeah, I mean, if you could get up there and get him, I don't know if that's necessarily a need per se. Like, I want to get, if there's like a really good tackle, they're not sexy because nobody watches tackles. What do you want? That tackle play Saturday? Oh, that was amazing. You just don't, but they need it. That's like the foundation of your football team, your offensive and defensive line. So I don't know that you want to give up that much. But look, if they could and if they did, I wouldn't be upset. Let's put it that way. That guy, he is different. There's no doubt he's different. So I just think they have other areas of need that you have to address. Like that right side of the offensive line was not great. And if you want to keep Purdy upright, like he's your guy, I mean, we know what he can do when he has a little bit of time. And last year, I thought the pocket got a little too muddy late in the season. So I just, again, not sexy, but I think offensive line's the way to go here.
We just mentioned this a segment ago. They still need a backup quarterback. Brandon Allen, the backup right now, or the only other quarterback on the roster. He's better. I mean, I think he's better served as a 3.
Yeah.
It's nice to have a guy with more experience as your number 2. Heard a caller this morning on Murph and Marcus. So it would have been nice if they could have gone after Joe Flacco. Joe Flacco signed with the Indianapolis Colts yesterday. He's out there. He's serving a 3-game suspension to start. 2-game suspension to start the season. Jimmy Garoppolo, I'm sure it divides the fans. I think more fans are on one side of it than the other, but is it worth a call? Would you bring him back as a backup?
Personally, I've had it with the Garoppolo era. Like it's in the past. It's done. Let's move on. You do need a backup, though. How would he feel about coming back as a backup? I don't know. I don't think him and Kyle ever were simpatico, though. I don't know how that whole thing would work itself out. So I'm gonna say that would be a long shot that he would come back here. I mean, I'm just saying no. I'm moving on.
I say not a chance in hell. There's no way it happens.
I'm moving on from that one.
There's no way it happens. I hear people go, "I'd be a distraction," or I'm like, "Screw the distraction. Forget that." I don't think that's the issue.
Yeah.
I think the issue is how it ended. Where, I mean, he's the backup, becomes a starter again. They go to that NFC Championship and he's injured, but then the comments come out about how he wouldn't have thought maybe he could have played in that game, was considering playing the Super Bowl. I wasn't returning texts from Kyle, things like that. Like I can't imagine that's a situation. Now, the case for it would be, is he the best option at backup out there for a team that's looking to go back to a Super Bowl? Where, not for Brock playing poorly. I don't think you end up with a quarterback controversy with Jimmy. I really don't. I don't think that would be the issue. I think the issue would be an injury and you don't have somebody who, A, knows the offense, B, is as comfortable in the offense or with some of these players as a guy like Jimmy. Also, the people who think, well, he stinks now from the Raiders, bad coach, bad locker room or culture, whatever was going on there, clearly based on how it turned around. And it was a bad offense, just all around. A bunch of those guys are getting deals elsewhere. So if there's a case for it, that's it. I personally think there's no way it works because of how it ended.
Yeah. To me, that ship has sailed. Assuming for Kyle that ship has sailed. Like that's I don't think that's something that they would even entertain. Be quite honest. I just don't. I don't. But who knows? Never say never. And you may be put in a position where, and I can imagine he wants to come back here. I don't think he wants to come back here. I think he wants to go somewhere where he feels like the coach trusts him. Because that was the thing with him and Kyle. You never felt like Kyle completely trusted him. And if we could see it, he could feel it. So I just can't see that happening.
If you're looking at the free agent quarterbacks out there,
okay,
who are remaining, I got Ryan Tannehill here.
Okay.
Jimmy G is the second listed.
Okay.
Teddy Bridgewater.
Okay.
Did he retire? I think he retired this offseason. He's still listed here as like the third best option. Tyler Huntley, Brian Hoyer, Josh Dobbs. Now you're into like Sudfeld and guys like that. Blaine Gabbert. Is Carson Wentz still unsigned? He's unsigned. He's out there. Carson Wentz, Kyle Allen, Trevor Siemian, A.J. McCarron. Then a couple of guys I've never heard of. Felipe Franks.
Oh, out of Florida.
There you go. You know him.
Yeah. Florida, maybe even transfer to Arkansas.
You want him? That's about as good as it gets.
No, I don't.
For the 49er backup, and Derek wants me to throw out Colin Kaepernick.
Really? He wants you to throw out Colin Kaepernick?
Derek's ask. He said not Kaepernick. No, Derek, you want him?
I'm going to get yours.
Eat Derek. Thank you.
He's still throwing.
Easton Stick, Derek. How about that? He's available.
I heard he's throwing.
He actually is throwing. Don't forget, he had the who do you have signed it was the Harbaughs. Both signed that letter. Remember that? They signed it, and Chip Kelly signed it too, I think, in support of him when he wrote the Jets.
I love when the coaches wrote letters in support of him. Like, why don't you get him then?
Yeah, they also point out
what happened to you?
You both coach NFL teams. You could call him.
Why didn't you get him?
See, here's the thing.
Well, yeah, but not for us.
That's not the offense
for
we're
everybody
running.
else.
That's a different
for everybody
situation.
else.
How about this? Michael Rappaport, noted NBA fan, comedian, actor. He's got several shows, actually 5 shows down at Tommy T's in Pleasanton this weekend. He's going to join us, talk a little hoops and comedy next on the Sports Leader. Jake Peavy joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss his thoughts on the Giants' upcoming season. Check out the podcast. It's trending, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. It's a pleasure to welcome to the show actor, comedian, noted sports fan. Going to be down at Tommy T's, maybe the greatest name for a comedy club ever. Tommy T's in Pleasanton for 5 shows. I'll give you those dates in a second here. Michael Rappaport joins us. Michael, what's going on, man?
I'm good. How you guys doing? Appreciate you having me, and I'm looking forward to coming out to the Bay Area-ish this weekend.
Bay Area-ish. Well done. Yes.
Yes, because one time, the last time I was performing at Tommy T's, they said, I said Bay Area, and they said Bay Area-ish.
Yep.
That's East Bay.
That's close. East Bay. It's close enough.
Well, listen,
Right
I'm
there.
from New York. Where, it's like, I don't know anything. I'm just out there. I'm having a good time. I love the club. Happy to be in some warm weather, although it's beautiful here in New York right now. I'm a New York Knicks fan, but my redheaded stepchild team is the Golden State Warriors, and they called me the slower than slow Chris Mullin growing up, and I'm happy to be talking to you guys.
Can you shoot it like Chris?
Listen, like is an operative word. Like can you shoot it like Chris? It depends. That's I leave that up to the imagination. That's where we get, into trouble. Can you be like Mike? Can you shoot it like Chris? This is, I let the people decide that.
What sounds like a no to me is what you're trying to tell me.
Yeah. Listen, I've been dealing with the ramifications of not being able to. Listen, as slow as Chris Mullin was, he looked like Carl Lewis compared to me.
Chris was slow. There was no doubt. But it's funny, Michael, because I played with Chris, and we used to we were sitting on the bench, and I was like, how if we did that, we'd get our stuff thrown back to half court. Like it just because he'd just kind of walk through the lane, and it'd be like one step, Euro step, and guys would swing and they'd miss, and he'd just go lay it up and in, and go back on defense. And his feel for the game was second to none. And the feel for the game was awesome.
So good, and that him and growing up in New York and watching those Big East teams with St. John's and Georgetown and Pearl, Washington, it was one of my favorites, and Boston College, and it just was a fun time, and so that St. John's team with Walter Berry and Mark Jackson and that era of games and the ESPN and the Dick Vitale of it all, it was fun to watch.
Big Mondays were an event back in the day. Like people don't understand like what Big Mondays meant. It was like forget the NFL, forget Monday Night Football. I'm watching Syracuse and Georgetown and Villanova, as you mentioned, Boston College and St. John's. Like it was almost pro basketball watching that. It was so good. Like it will never recreate that because there's so much on television now. But you were right in the middle of it, and it was the coaches. The coaches of that league were the absolute best with the best personalities, too.
Rolly Massimino.
Louis.
I love that Villanova team. I hated that Georgetown team, except for I would go through different. I was so young, so I didn't even know where these schools were when I was a kid. Philadelphia seemed like this, place, and like Georgetown, it's in D.C. I didn't know. I just loved the players and the games at Syracuse and, the Carrier Dome and Jim Boeheim.
Yep.
And it was fun. And then when the Big East tournament was in the Garden, and it was true. It was like it was the only thing to watch.
No, it was awesome. Talking to Michael Rappaport, nice enough to join us here. So let me ask you this: since we're talking basketball, I want to ask you rosters. Who had a more stacked roster? You were part of both these movies: the movie Copland or the movie True Romance.
Man, that's a good question. That's a very good question. As far as a stacked roster, I have to say, we're not running the numbers, crunching the numbers. I have to just say, when we did the film, because Brad Pitt was so young, and he wasn't, the super duper star that he is now, I have to say that Copland, because it was De Niro, Harvey Keitel, the late great Ray Liotta, of course, Sylvester Stallone, And, True Romance, that's so tough, though, because you got Christopher Walken, Dennis Hopper, James Gandolfini. That was his first film, though. So,
Gary Oldman?
Oh, man, that's a great question. That's a very good question. I never got asked that question before.
It's interesting, Michael, because I knew we were going to have you on today, and those are two of my favorite movies, and I had to just, every time I think of True Romance, I got to go back and watch the Walken Hopper scene again. One of the great scenes of all time.
One of the great scenes of all times, and that's probably the only film that I knew that everybody knew it was going to be special. You never know that people are going to be talking about a movie 30 years later, but I showed up on set to watch that scene because the script and the casting and the way it came together, and I was so young, and I was such a fan of all the people that we mentioned, and to be working with them and to be able to have access to the set. I'm in the movie, and I'm in the trailers. It was a fun experience, something that I cherish. And I took some pictures on the set of that film, but I wish I had taken more pictures. But the memory is almost better than the pictures.
Yeah.
Talking to Michael Rappaport on the UMA guest line. He's out at Tommy T's in Pleasanton. 5 shows this weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Since you mentioned the pictures, and I know that a lot of times you're not allowed to do this, have you taken anything from a set? A cool piece of memorabilia from all the stuff you've been a part of?
That's a good question. I never did. See, you just don't know when you're doing it. Like, you just kind of doing it, and you don't think that way, and then you just leave. I never did. I don't have anything cool like that. But I wish I had done that.
Let me ask you this one thing. I don't know if people know this or how many of our listeners have seen it. I love the New Edition story. I think it's a 3 or 4 part. Dude, it was awesome. You were in it. Michael plays the. He's like their agent or like their record label. You screwed him over, Mike. You hosed
Screw them over.
You screwed
Take
them over.
all their money. Just classic, music tale. New Edition, obviously, that's a, great group, iconic group. And, again, that's from, my childhood to be a part of that fun little series was cool.
Mike might have ended it by saying, actually, you guys owe me because of all the travel and everything for the tour. Anyway, any crossover, any meetings with Bobby Brown?
I did see him at a couple of parties. I've seen him at a couple of parties throughout the years, but when we did the premiere for the New Edition movie, I saw him a few times, and thank God he's still moving and grooving because he's had some life, that dude.
Yeah, man.
I'm curious, and I talk about this every once in a while, or just kind of throw it out there. Like, L.A. to me is one of the few big cities that's a basketball city. Like, the Lakers are the thing. The Dodgers have been good lately. The Rams just moved back there. But when I think of L.A., I think of basketball, and usually it's NFL. And I've wondered, what is New York? Because the Yankees are always big. The Giants always big. Then you have some people that are Jets fans. But the Knicks are always how would you grew up there? Is it a football, basketball, how would you if you had to put them in order, football, baseball, basketball, when they're all winning, who draws the most attention? Who are the fans most passionate about, you think?
That's a good question. Listen, the Yankees are a brand. Yeah. It's like Coca-Cola, but basketball is the city game, whether or not people play it as much as they used to in the streets. The architecture of New York, there's so many courts in every borough. You'd be hard-pressed to walk 1 mile, 2 miles in any direction in all 5 boroughs and not walk past the basketball court. The Knicks are synonymous with the city and sports. It's another brand. They're the only team in the NBA that still plays in the arena with all its history intact. The Fabulous Forum is gone.
Yep.
Boston
Chicago
Garden's
Stadium,
gone.
Yep.
Boston Garden,
Yep.
Even Oracle for you guys.
Yep.
I'm playing to my audience.
We call it the Network Associates Coliseum.
I know where I'm going. I know where I'm performing this weekend.
Yeah, we know.
But the reality is Madison Square Garden is the world's most famous arena, and when the Knicks are playing well, and the excitement and the retroness of the vibes of Madison Square Garden, there is nothing like being in Madison Square Garden when they're going insane for the New York Knicks. It's just a different thing because New York fans do understand and appreciate great basketball, whether or not it was Michael Jordan putting on shows, Reggie Miller, as much as we hated him. We could appreciate even how much we hated him. Of course, everybody who's come through there, Kobe, LeBron, and Steph has put on shows there. You know, the opposing teams know what it is, and the fans appreciate it even when we're not doing well. Fortunately, I think now we are in pace to compete. I don't think this is our year to win a championship, but, if we get everybody playing the way we were during, that streak and everybody's healthy, and maybe another guy, I never wish injuries on any player, another guy, has an ankle injury. I mean, the playoffs, it's a long and winding road. The Knicks have a chance. I'm not saying they're winning the finals, and I'm not saying they're getting to the finals, but the Knicks, if we're healthy, we certainly have a chance to make it to the finals. And if you listen to my, conversations about the Knicks the past 20 years, I've never said that. So I'm not one of these, loony, wishful thinking Knicks fans. We do have a chance to do something in the playoffs, especially if we're healthy.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see him get Randall back. I know Anunoby just came back. Brunson's had a hell of a year. Just get healthy and get some chemistry all playing together. But I agree with you. They're different this year. They actually could compete against some of these teams and maybe do something. I worry about the lack of chemistry because of some of the injuries. Why is Golden State? What is it? Just Steph, or how did they become like your second favorite team to watch?
I'll tell you the truth. Mullen was a big deal for me.
Okay.
So
this goes way back then.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I mean, Mullen was the sort of, the entry point as a kid.
Yep.
Obviously, I remember the Joe Barry Carroll days and. Those days I remember, and Roll Be Free.
Yep.
For his, I mean, I'm a big NBA fan, but when Chris was there, and then you had the Run TMC team, and then Latrell, and I was there sitting courtside for I believe it was when you guys beat Dallas. I was courtside when you beat Dallas and the Dirk team.
Oh yeah,
06.
I was there. I had tickets. I'm a fan. I'm a Golden State Warriors fan. The We Believe team, I was there for that. I was there with the first championship with Durant. I mean, I love basketball. The Knicks are my heart and soul.
Yep.
But because of when you love a player at that young age, I think it was 84, 85 when he got drafted, or 84. You have a fondness for the team and for the city, and I've always liked that team. And obviously, how could you not love Steph, Clay, Draymond, and what they've done these last, however many years now.
No doubt.
Talking to Michael Rappaport, comedian and actor. He'll be out of Tommy T's 5 shows this weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Are you going to stick around for the Monday Warriors-Knicks game?
I'm not, unfortunately.
Oh.
So sick. You never know. You never know. Maybe I know that's. I know that's a tough one. How long is Steph going to be out for?
He's supposed to be back Saturday. He's supposed to be back Saturday against the Lakers. Yeah.
Are they playing Lakers during day or night?
The Laker game is. I got it for you right here. It's
probably
a
a 5:30
tip Pacific time.
ABC game.
I can't make that. Hey, you know what? I'm not going to rule it out. I'm gonna say 50-50 to watch them versus the Knicks. Maybe.
Yeah. Good deal.
That would be sick.
That'd be sick.
Yeah.
At Chase Center, big game. Yeah, we'll be out there, big game.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, I'm sure Mully will be out there.
Mully will be there. Yeah, Mully will be there.
He'll probably be there.
Of course,
I would imagine.
my guy.
Yeah, Mully's awesome.
Of course, he'll be there.
He's are you going to delay the show on Saturday night in case if we get to catch the Warrior Laker game a little bit?
I'm not.
You got to wait 45
I'm not that crazy.
I'll be out in a little bit.
I'll probably be able to watch the majority of the game before I actually get on stage for that first show.
Yeah. Tell the opener to work some new stuff. Exactly. Get him going work long today. Wanted to ask you, so Tom and I we were having this debate earlier. If Jokic wins the MVP this year, it'll be 6 straight foreign-born MVPs. Who's the next American to win an MVP, you think?
And that's I didn't realize that's 6 straight.
Yep.
Who's the next American? Anthony Edwards?
Yeah, that's kind of where we are.
That's a good one.
Too. Maybe Tatum, but Edwards is there.
Those were the two we were thinking, Edwards and Tatum.
But Anthony Edwards needs to be, what it takes to win an MVP. It's got to be all season, every game.
Yep.
Jason Tatum is not too far behind. Those two are the leading contenders. Who am I forgetting? I think
that's kind of it. When you think about it,
never would have thought you'd be having this. You never even thought you'd have to scratch your head. That answered that question.
No, and
that is crazy.
And they better get it before Wembanyama starts.
Yeah, seriously.
Wow, that's insane. Yeah, I think Jokic's going to win, barring injury, and
he'll win this year.
I didn't realize it was 6 straight. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's been Embiid, Giannis, and this will be the third for Jokic.
That's incredible. I never thought that would be the case, but here we are. These dudes are not. It's not the old days where people are timid and where Tony Kukoc and you can intimidate them. Although Tony was great, but the Last Dance story and are they soft or this that? These guys are they come in tough, and Luka he's not even. Guys are 23, 24 years old, and they're like serious veterans. So it's a good time. I seen Wembanyama in person. I saw him versus the Heat. I was there watching the game.
He's wild, isn't he?
Freaky looking. It looks crazy in real life. It looks like some sort of exotic, beautiful, dribbling. I don't even know, like a giraffe, like a French pelican giraffe. I don't know what it is, but he's going to be good. And I'll say the one thing that I noticed about him when I was watching him. And I was courtside. So if I do come to the Golden State game, you understand what I'm talking about. I sit on that wood. But that's neither here nor there. But the thing that I did love about Wembanyama is that when he made the pass to the assist, he cheered. And when he made an assist, he cheered. And I really liked that. Like he likes, the game, and he likes, throwing the pass, and obviously he's so young and got so much ahead of him. So hopefully he can stay healthy. But I just liked his temperament on the court aside from his skills.
Yeah, you can tell he's a good teammate, like a guy that you want to. Yeah, it was funny because when I saw him play, I was like, damn, it looks like Freaky Friday where like KD went into Manute Bol's body, and he could like just do
insane.
Stuff. It's like it's 740 does that stuff. It's silly.
Yeah,
it really is.
And he's obviously moving faster than he looks, but it also looks slow because he's so big. You could see everything, but he's getting past people and cut. He's something. He's good. And that other Holmgren is good too. And he's
from OKC.
There's a lot of good young dudes.
Yeah,
there's a guy. A lot of players.
Well, back when we were growing up watching basketball, there was a few 7-footers that were really good, but they were like centers, like guys I played against. Akeem, Ewing, David Robinson was kind of freaky athletic, but then you had your James Donaldson, who was a big but kind of lumbering. Mark Eaton was kind of lumbering. These dudes,
kind of.
Yeah, well, okay, he was lumbering.
Yeah.
Try running into him, though. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah,
that dude literally was a mountain. But the guys now are like 7 feet, but they're small forwards. The way they move, the game has changed so much now. We've kind of thrown this out there, and we'll let you go here in a second, but I'm curious to get your thoughts because you're about as old as I am, maybe a little bit younger. So you've watched basketball back when I played, back when I watched. Do you think is the center gone now? Like the center as we knew it? Yeah, I kind of think so. It's kind of a bummer, but I think so too. Yeah,
it is a bummer. And come playoff time, I'm always like, why doesn't someone go in the paint and get the ball, post up, drop step, boom, jump hook, boom. Even sometimes with the Warriors, sometimes I'm like, somebody, it's changed. The game has changed so much even since the Warriors became the Warriors.
Yep.
When they first started, it changed. So, yeah, it's crazy. There's no, where would Moses Malone fit in? Where would Patrick Ewing fit in this NBA? Obviously Shaq, would be Shaq be shooting threes? It's crazy. Like, where would, Kevin McHale fit in? And it's a different game. And I'm not saying, I sometimes miss, I do miss that part of the game. And I think that, the defense is at such a disadvantage because you literally, and that's why you see guys falling. You can't touch. That's why you see guys getting, getting, shook into the ground, because if you're going to fall if you have nothing to hang on to. You didn't see that. It wasn't like obviously these ball handlers are sick, and Kyrie and, all of them are sick. But if you could, put your hand on a guy, you're not going to fall down all the time. So, I think change is good and evolution is good, but I think there's some things that I do wish they could split the difference, especially come playoff time.
Yeah.
Before I let you go, Mike, just quick one here, because it's divided the Bay Area basketball landscape for a couple of days now. It's all Tom's fault. We're calling it Dunk Gate. Trace Jackson Davis against Wemby. Was it a dunk?
Which one?
Trace Jackson Davis of the Warriors when he threw it down on Wembanyama last week.
Yes.
Was it a dunk?
Yeah. Yes.
No.
It was close enough. I mean, listen.
In real time, yes, it was. Right, yeah, in real time.
I mean, that Blake Griffin dunk
over Mozgov.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that wasn't a dunk either. That was a throw-in.
Yeah, that
wasn't
a dunk.
Right.
So, if they're gonna still put that on dunk package highlights, we could say this is a dunk.
Yeah.
Good deal.
Well, what I said was it wasn't a dunk, but guess what? It still counts as 2 points, so who cares?
Yeah, and and it was, we're still discussing it, so it's almost better than a dunk.
Throw it down, big man. There you go. Michael Rappaport, he's out of Tommy T's Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 5 shows. Check him out. Hey, thanks for coming by, man. We'll do it again.
I appreciate you guys. Thanks for having me. I'm looking forward to being in the Bay Area-ish this weekend.
Thanks, Michael. Appreciate it, man.
And, Michael Rappaport, very funny comedian and actor. Good stuff. Noted basketball fan, too. Good takes from him, except for the dunk. He's wrong about that. All right, when we come on back from Michael Rappaport, and we will, by the way, catch up on a little baseball with our guy Chris Rose coming up at 4:30, but we do have time for a sound soiree. Isaiah Thomas has more to say on Draymond Green's podcast. A reporter asked Derrick Henry if he's past his prime, and we got a few more things to get into in the sound soiree as well, like Keith Hernandez. Did he lie about his age? That's next on the Sports Leader.
Menlo Park, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Menlo Park's Sports Leader.
The Warriors put up a fight but couldn't get it done without Steph and Draymond losing to the Mavs last night, 109-99. There's more on that story trending, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. You want more speed? Of course you do. Well, you're in luck, because Xfinity just increased their internet speeds. That's right, they're faster than ever. Plus, with electric, super fast internet and a reliable connection, everybody can do more of what they love. Well, yeah, including you. I mean, you're number one. It's more about you, but you don't want to hear people whining, do you? The gamers, games, the downloading, the streaming. No, everybody's taken care of. Video chatting. What is that? I have no idea. Somebody does it, apparently. They'll be taken care of. That means they're not bothering you. Everyone, even people that are working, maybe even going to school. Yeah, I know, huh? School? What is that? But they can do that as well. Thing is, everyone's taken care of on any device, whether it's phones, tablets, TVs. Everyone's good to go. It's time to get speed. It's time to get more speed. Get 300 megabit Xfinity internet for only $25 a month with no annual contract and Wi-Fi equipment included. That's 50% more speed for the same great price. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and other charges extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary and are not guaranteed. You love sports, you love high def, you love speed and reliability. You love more speed at the same price. You will with Xfinity.
It's Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Tolbert and Cope's back with you Thursday afternoon. It's Pie Day, March 14th. By the way, we were talking cobbler and pie with Marcus Thompson earlier. I checked on the, and many people checked in on the.
Hey guys, come on, get off those wallets, a little cherry pie.
No, that's not. That's different. No, that's not what I was talking about. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials.
Great video, bad song.
Yeah, many Tony Katane. Many people checked in and said
sure not.
Cobbler doesn't have a bottom, I don't think. It's
yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it didn't have a full crust. That's kind of what I thought.
It's easier to make, they say, because you just need a top.
Yeah.
It's a lazy pie. But I'm down, yeah.
I love lazy pies.
That's what Marcus was saying. It's like, you know when it came out of a can.
I love lazy rivers and lazy pies.
Yeah. Something about the river. Shout out to our guy, Bill Walton. All right, let's get into a little sound soiree here. Some of the best sounds from across sports you might have missed. You missed any of Michael Rappaport. Great hoops conversation. For those who don't know,
he knows his hoops.
You get comedians on sometimes. You're like, hey, make us laugh. For those who remember, we got
make us laugh, funny man.
We got Marlon Wayans on a couple months ago, and they basically his handler was like, don't ask him anything about anything. Really, what? I think during
Yeah,
the
we didn't
SAG
laugh with him or talk hoops.
Yeah, we didn't really.
That sucked.
We barely talked.
Yeah.
Sounds Soiree for Thursday, March 14th, 2024. Isaiah Thomas, we played a soundbite from him. Was it yesterday in the soiree or yesterday on Draymond Green's podcast, the Draymond Green Show, hashtag new media, talking about, it was about Michael Jordan. If he what did he ask him, like if he thought they'd ever be cool or friends or something? He goes, he would have to apologize on international television. International television.
He's got to go to Guam. He's got to go to South Korea. He's got to go to Siberia.
Yeah, he's like, dude, he's not getting in Korea. Then sorry, dude. I want him in North Korea too. I want that broadcast. Here he is talking a little bit more hoops. Here's Isaiah Thomas on the Draymond Green Show on how he defines point guard. I like him to define a slam dunk, but we'll settle for point guard. Here he is.
When you define the position of point guard, this is an era where they say we are positionless. But then you want to say, okay, well, he's a point guard. He's not a point guard. And the Golden State Warriors, you are the point guard. You have more assists than Steph. You bring the ball up. You initiate the offense. You set the defense. You run the show. Steph comes off screens. He catches and he shoots. And he's one of the greatest shooters ever. I won a different way. As a point guard, I led my team, and I may be the only one who's done this as a point guard, where I've led my team in scoring and assists to back-to-back championships. When I look at Steph, when he talks about the people that he's emulated, he talks about Reggie Miller, he talks about Ray Allen, but when you talk about the point guard position, the way I was taught and the way I think of it. For the Golden State Warriors, you're the point guard, and that's okay.
Tim said he's starting to side with Jordan. Starting?
Yeah.
It took you till that clip to side with Jordan?
I was like, stop talking.
It's to me, it seems like such a dumb conversation because Isaiah is right in that the point guard is totally different than what the point guard used to be. Like we knew who the point guards were. It was Stockton. It was Price. It was Magic. It was DJ. It was Tiny Archibald. It was Isaiah. I mean, you knew what but the game's so much different now than it used to be. So, I mean, is LeBron a power forward or a small forward? Is Steph an off guard or a point guard? Does it really matter what they are anymore?
It's like what a defensive end is now to what we talked about this. What a linebacker used to be, versus what a defensive
end. Big, 260-pound run-stuffing dude, and now linebackers got to go all over the place.
Brian Urlacher's better suited now for the position of linebacker with his size than he would be when he played. Like you don't need a big hulking guy like that anymore. You have to be rangy. DNs are different than they used to be.
But I mean, I guess we just call them that for the sake of calling them that. Because I mean, what's a center now? I mean, point guards, you want to talk about centers, trying to compare a center? Like, how are you going to compare Cat with Ewing? I mean, they're totally different expectations. The game has changed so much that they're not even the same player, yet you would say they play the same position. Or you could say, well, I don't know, is Cat a 5 or a 4? I don't know. Is Duncan a 5 or a 4? He was a 4, but he played like a 5.
I felt like that was always just so he could keep making I felt like they kept him as a 4 so he'd keep making the All-Star team. Because he was up against Shaq and then Yao as a center.
Well, yeah.
That was kind of my thought.
Yeah, but he wasn't power. He came in as a power forward
because he played opposite Duncan.
Because Robinson. Yeah. Robinson was a center. But I can make the case that Duncan was more of a center than Robinson.
Sure.
Robinson, I mean, Duncan was more of a low post guy. Robinson was more of a cutter and jump shooter. But again, to me, it doesn't matter like who you are. You want to make Steph an off guard. You want to make him a point guard. Who cares? I mean, he's one of the best players ever.
Call me an ass.
Yeah, well, he might have had a point.
Yeah, dude, I'm kind of siding with Jordan, too.
Yeah, Michael may have had a point there.
The glove.
Call me an ass.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, I'm kind of feeling the same way.
I don't know. I don't know if it's... I don't know. I mean, he's one of the greatest players ever, Isaiah is.
No question.
He'd probably top 30, 40, 50, something like that. I mean, the guy was incredible for those that didn't get a chance to watch him play. 5'11", maybe 6 feet, and dude was just a baller, absolute baller, but not super well liked. I don't even know what to say about that because he's right. Point guards are looked at as differently. But that's when you played. It's kind of the same thing when Chuck's like, Charles Barkley's like, oh, the big guy, just get in the post, dominate him in the post. Like, we don't do that anymore. That's not hoops anymore. The guys
just go the other way if they're going to pitch you outside.
Guys aren't low post guys anymore. They're face-up guys. It's just a totally different game than it used to be. So to try to pigeonhole guys, and the game is positionless to an extent in that you switch a lot of stuff defensively. Offensively, you get guys that are 5s and 4s that are bringing the ball up. They're all shooting from the perimeter.
Yeah, right.
But to me, it doesn't matter. I mean, it just doesn't. Like, in 5-4, who cares? Steph's one of the greatest players of all time. You call him what you want. It doesn't faze me one way or the other.
Don't forget, he patted his own career on the back in the middle of that statement, too.
Of course he did. Yes, he did. Me and Ed.
Here's D'Angelo Russell. I'm not sure what position he plays anymore. Here's D'Angelo Russell on the postgame loss to the Kings. He might be a center. Postgame loss to the Kings. Asked by a reporter, what was at stake tonight?
Knowing what was at stake, obviously their team just right above you guys in the standing, a couple of spots ahead of you guys standing. Knowing what's at stake coming into tonight, does that make this even more frustrating or even, just more frustrating?
I didn't know what was at stake.
They were two games ahead of you guys in the standings. Obviously, they already won the season series, but now they're 3 games ahead, and you guys are, I think, 3 behind for 7th now.
I mean, now I know what's at stake.
That's good.
Now I know what's at stake.
That's good.
Damn, if I'd have known it before.
Man, I was going to play different.
Damn it.
I would have shot different. I would have passed it differently.
Now I know what's at stake.
That's great.
Yeah,
that's great.
It's really good. How about Derrick Henry? Derrick Henry. Thank you. Derrick Henry signs with the Baltimore Ravens. So the reporter asked him, asked him about the perception that he's past his prime. Here's Derrick Henry.
How much do you feel you have left in the tank, or something feel like, your best days are behind you? What's your response to that?
Tell them to keep watching.
They say the same thing about you, Jerry.
Look at you still here, so.
It's the whistling that gets me on that shit. How's Eric Costa? Is his name Eric DeCosta?
Oh, gosh.
Eric DeCosta is the general manager who said that. Funny guy. Should get him on to talk some hoops.
Oh, you're funny.
Book him at Tommy T's. How about this last one here? Keith Hernandez, San Franciscan Keith Hernandez. He's at the Mets spring training broadcast. He's on the call, and he just discusses lying about his age. Here's former Mets first baseman Keith Hernandez.
62. I told him, well, Darryl, I'm going to. And he laughed. And I said, what's so funny?
You don't look a day above 69.
No. That's a nice number.
The 2-1 to Narvaez.
59. Dude, he doesn't even call the pitch.
Pause.
Dude, how about you hear this glove pop, and then he says later, the 2-1 to Narvaez.
The 2-1 to Narvaez.
You can tell he's like trying not to laugh too.
I think you hear the snicker.
Those are the best. When the color guy says something, and the play-by-play guy's like, I don't want to talk right now.
He's got to be the straight guy, right?
Yeah, I don't want to talk. I just got to try to get my stuff together so I can not laugh as I'm talking.
The real pause was actually much longer.
That's a nice number.
Derek had to shave down the pause. Maybe at the end of the show we can get the real pause. Maybe near the end of the show we do the soup or something. We'll get.
That's the best when you get like the long like.
I want to hear the pause.
Nobody's saying anything.
I want to hear the pause.
I can just see him. I can see him hitting the mute button on their box and just like laughing, just like, and then the play-by-play guy looking over at Keith like, "Are you kidding me?
2-1 to Narvaez.
You're kidding me, right? You're killing me right here.
The 2-1 to Narvaez.
You're killing me, Whitey. They're killing me."
That's your Sounds foray for Thursday, March 14th, Pi Day 2024. Our guy Chris Rose of the Rose Rotation Podcast going to join us next on the Sports Leader.
That's a nice number.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here, reminding you that once again, Westside Promotions is bringing you a historic night of boxing this St. Patrick's Day weekend, Saturday, March 16th, showcasing two really big fights with an action-packed undercard. First time in history that the Irish Celtic title will be fought for in the United States. Again, this Saturday, March 16th, where the current Irish champion, Craig McCarthy, will be facing up-and-coming Irish sensation Tommy Hyde for the Celtic super middleweight title. 2016 Russian Olympian Peter Kamukov, who's 11-0, will be fighting for the vacant National Boxing Association middleweight title against a very tough opponent in Vaughn Alexander out of St. Louis. Westside Promotions is doing a great job bringing professional boxing back to the Bay Area. They recently just had two big WBC title fights here back in 2023. They've got a bunch more signed up, and a lot of top talent is going to be showcased throughout 2024. Tickets for this event are still available. You can find them at westside-promotions.com.
Tolbert and Copes, or Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland if you want to be formal about it. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Tolbert and Copes back with you Thursday afternoon, March the 14th. Joined here on the UMA guest line. See him on the NFL Network. Hear him on the Rose Rotation podcast. Our guy Chris Rose here. Talk a little baseball with Chris and some NFL free agency. What's up, Chris? How are you, man?
Gentlemen, how are you?
We're good, man. Things are heating up for NFL free agency. Already not been the offseason that we thought it might be for the Niners. We'll get into some of that. But also, Dylan Cease gets moved yesterday, and everybody's still wondering what's happening with Blake Snell. I'll ask you about Cease first. I guess in general, what's the plan for the Padres, you think? I think that's the confusing thing today for everybody.
Well, I mean, their top four in the rotation it's pretty decent, I actually think. Now, some people will claim, well, Dylan Cease really feasted off his splits against AL Central teams, and, of course, the White Sox in the AL Central, and non-AL Central teams are pretty severe, meaning he really took it to his division foes, and the AL Central's not very good. I think he's a pretty good pitcher. He comes relatively inexpensive. He's $8 million this year. You figure next year he'll make 13, 14, whatever in his final year arbitration. And for a team that is watching its pennies, it made sense, to be honest with you. So the Padres, they've got to win. I mean, they have spent hundreds of millions of dollars on Tatis, Machado, Bogarts. They gave Cronenworth a lot of money. They extended Darvish till he's like, even Tom Brady was like, damn, that's a long time to extend you Darvish. So they're trying to go for it, not to the point of where they can compete with the Dodgers necessarily, but where they can get into the playoffs, and then the 84-win Diamondbacks can tell you all about what happens there.
Do you think more teams are kind of taking that route? Because I told everybody the Giants don't need to beat the Dodgers. They just need to find a way to get into the playoffs. 84, 85 wins may get you there. And I think it feels like it's more, and that's a different discussion, and we should have that one of these days. Is that the right thing to do? Because in baseball, you can beat a number one seed easier than you can in basketball. most years, and the season's twice as long. So is that, not that fair should come into play, but is that really fair to grind 162 games, be the Dodgers, have your bats go cold because you have 7 days off, and then all of a sudden, anyway. Are more teams taking that tack, you think, where they're saying, we're not going to win the division. Look at all the playoff spots. Let's just get in, and who knows what can happen at that point.
Yeah, I do think more teams are. There's obviously a severe risk that comes with it. If you're built like the Dodgers or the Braves, we're going to see in October. Yep. Now, the question is that when you're going to run into a cold streak, right? If they go cold from June 28th to July 5th, nobody notices. But if it happens the second week of October, then everybody's wondering why you spent all that money, signed all those players, and didn't do squat.
Yeah.
But so, yes, Tom, I agree with you that that's what teams are doing, but there's a risk, right? I mean, the Mariners missed out on the playoffs by one game last year or whatever. Like, imagine just saying, well, okay, we might not win the West or we might not win our division, but boy, we're going to. And then it comes down to your 162-game season comes down to the final Sunday of the year, and you lose out.
Yep.
Well, if you'd spent an extra $15 million, maybe we'll see in the playoffs. So it's just risky, but yes, teams are doing it.
Yep.
I got Chris Rose here on the UMA guest line. When you find out that both the Giants and the Yankees were in on Dylan Cease, does it tell you anything about the market for Blake Snell or Montgomery?
No, I can't figure that. It's not so much Snell. I think Snell's a complicated contract from this standpoint.
Yeah.
Yes, he's a two-time Cy Young Award winner in 2018 with the Rays and then last year with the Padres. Those middle 4 years, he was kind of all over the place. I don't think he pitched more than 130 innings. One of the years was obviously the pandemic. The others were injuries and the fact that Blake Snell can go cold. Like, he can go a month with not throwing a pitch in the sixth inning. Like, he thinks baseball ends after the fifth inning. So the one I can't get is Montgomery. Like, that guy has grown. He has continued to develop every year. He's gotten better. And last year he was a postseason hero. Like, there doesn't seem to be many holes in his resume where you're not. That one I can't figure out.
You're so right about the Snell, because I've been saying it's hard for me to want to pay this guy ace money when he's not an ace after the fifth inning. He doesn't go after he may go 6 for you occasionally, but forget the seventh. I mean, that's like a vampire going out in the daylight. It just ain't going to happen. So you can forget about that. I would like my ace to occasionally be able to go in the seventh, eighth, maybe finish a game or two throughout the year. I know it's not baseball like it was when I was growing up, but I can't just give you like top 5 money and you're going to give me 6 innings and say, yeah, I'm good. We're good. But if he is on his game, he can be as good as anybody through those 6 innings. Yeah. So you got to factor. It's just such for me, it's weird with him because we're talking about should the Giants get him. I'm like, well, they'd be better with him. It just depends on how much you got to pay that guy and how much you're guaranteeing, because you kind of know what you're getting at best. And if it's one of those other years that aren't Cy Young years, you may not even be getting that.
Yeah, and that's what I said. That's what makes it a complicated deal. Because he is exceptional.
Yes.
Like last year, he was awesome to watch. He was great. I like him. I really do. And I hope he gets whatever it is that he's looking for. I love it that he's like being a little league coach right now, and his wife is expecting a child. Like, I hope everything works well. I don't want to talk poorly about Blake Snell, but I'm just telling you why I think that it's a tough evaluation for some people.
Oh, so he's a good dude? You like him?
I mean, I like him. Listen,
That's
I don't
cool.
spend time with him at the clubhouse, but he's an interesting cat. He's a little out there, but I'll tell you this. I watch a lot of Padres games, and Orsillo and Mud Grant, they do a great job on their broadcast. Just like, the Giants have been treated to decades of broadcasting royalty up there. The Padres have a pretty good group, too. And Snell, he seemingly joins them like once a week on the headsets for an inning or two. He's hilarious. He's really, really funny. So it's good stuff.
No, I mean, again, when you watch him pitch, he can be really. It's going to be interesting to see where he ends up. I want to switch. I was going to switch to football real quick here. Anything that's kind of jumped out at you? I mean, the one thing that really jumped out at me was Danielle Hunter signing with the Texans for $49 million, $48 guaranteed. I'm like, bro, you couldn't throw in the extra $1 million guaranteed? I mean, just give him the extra $1 million. I mean, you don't. You got to hold the extra $1 million and get hostage. What was that all about? But is there a move out there that you looked at and said, "Wow, that feels like it might shift the landscape a little bit"?
I do think that the Calvin Ridley deal to the Titans is going to. I don't have a problem with them. He's not my favorite receiver because they're paying him number one money, and he's not, in my opinion. But whatever, that's fine. I don't begrudge a guy getting his dough. The thing is right around the corner, you've got Justin Jefferson. You've got Jamar Chase, guys like that who are up. And what are those guys going to ask for? If they're going to walk in and be like, hey, I want to show you my film next to Calvin Ridley's film. You tell me what you think you should pay me. Because it's going, like it could be like $140 million. If Calvin Ridley is $92 million, the Jet is way down the runway. That guy's awesome, and so is Jamar Chase. So I think that's, to me, the interesting stuff.
Yeah.
What does that do for Brandon Ayuk and his situation this offseason? Already rumors today about mutual interest between his camp and the Jags. I don't know if there's merit to that, but it could be a negotiation tactic. It could be a Jags thing. T. Higgins is out there. I mean, who knows? But what are your thoughts on the Ayuk/Debo situation, I guess?
Yeah, the guys, this is, and you're going to hear this if you haven't 18 million times in between now and April 25th, is that what a deep receiver draft it is. And it is. Like, I talk to my buddy Daniel Jeremiah from our network every week. He's like, there's going to be guys going in the 4th and 5th rounds that could be Puka Nacua, like just like that. So these teams are a little reluctant, I think, right now to pay receivers for the most part, although I just saw like a guy like Curtis Samuel got $30 million, and he misses like 6 games a year. So I don't know. I think Ayuk's in a real interesting position. I know he's got to be happy that Calvin Ridley got $92 million.
Yeah.
Oh, I bet he is. How do you look at that team? Because on one hand, you say still talented enough to go on another deep run next year. In fact, they're the favorites to win the Super Bowl, them and the Chiefs. Yet it's hard for teams. For whatever reason, it's hard for teams that lose a Super Bowl to come back the following year and get back to where they have a chance to win a Super Bowl. I'm not sure what it is, but how do you view the Niners? And you think Purdy's probably going to get better, and if he does, that bodes well for the team. But how do you look at him?
I look at them as if they almost freaking won the Super Bowl last year, and the right side of their offensive line stunk.
Yeah,
they're going to get better there, I think. So I saw that they gave McKivitz. Didn't they give him a $7 million deal? Isn't that what I saw?
Yeah, he's back.
Yeah. Well, so maybe they're not going to get that much better.
What are you doing? Some stand-up? Working on material here? Yeah, maybe not.
Don't worry, I got time. I'm just sitting on the 405 parking lot. You want me to try anything else on it?
Oh, we heard it.
Where are you at? What's the next off-ramp? Where are you at on the 405?
Nowhere good, Tommy. It's not, but it's not far from our old stomping grounds. I can tell you
got
that.
it. It's funny that I asked that because no one listening is going to have any idea what you're like. Oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. I know what the hell this guy's saying.
Like I've got some sort of trade secrets I'm trying to hold on to.
So as the inveterate Browns fan, do you have any idea? Like, what are the Giants? What are the Niners getting in Jordan Elliott?
So he was a mid-round pick 4 years ago, a very consistent starter in terms of being put in the lineup. The previous 3 years, before this past one where the Browns were the number one ranked defense, he was always a starter on a miserable run defense. Mm-hmm. Horrible. But we didn't have anybody better, so he always got run up there. And this year, it was a very, very good defense until the playoff game for the most part. They did have some problems on the road, but you guys saw them, whatever that was, week 6 or 7, maybe 5, whatever game it was that Moody missed the field goal and the Browns won.
Yep.
I think he'll be better out there because he's not going to play nearly as much. Like, I can't tell you one play that Jordan Elliott made in 4 years with the Browns that really stuck with me, but he'll be great in that system next to really, really good guys. So,
yeah,
he played hard. He played hard for the Browns. I'm just saying he was just kind of a guy.
What do you think? It was funny because somebody called up Chris and they're like, the Niners should trade up and try to get Brock Bowers. Now, I'm not sure if that's what they're going to end up doing, but I did think to myself last year in the playoffs, you looked at all the teams that went deep into the playoffs, and it was Hawkinson, it was Andrews, although he was hurt, he came back. Likely was the guy that filled in for him, and he did very well. Kelsey, Kittle, and I got to thinking, like, wow, like tight ends are such a huge part of offenses now, and like if the really good teams all have really good tight ends, and I thought that's probably not a coincidence. I know you don't want to pay too much for a tight end, but could Bowers be that guy that like we all look back and go, man, you probably should have traded up to get that guy, even though tight end positional value-wise is not really high up on the charts?
Well, not to steal too much of DJ's material, Daniel Jeremiah, but at the Combine, even though Bowers didn't work out, he described him as a combination if George Kittle and Dallas Clark, the former Colts tight end, had a baby.
Wow.
Yeah, well, congratulations. I don't know what you send, but that's awesome. Listen, we've seen a lot of him, right? George has played on our TVs an awful lot, and he's just special, man. When he was a freshman, we were all like, God, when's he draft eligible? Because that dude's great. But, yeah, I think it's awesome that the tight ends have become so athletic. I mean, that Sam Laporta last year was unreal.
I forgot about him. Yeah.
He totally opened up and changed things in Detroit.
Yep.
And, the tight end class this year is nowhere close to what it was a season ago. Last year, there were I want to say 9 tight ends taken in the first 3 rounds or something like that. And some of them were really, really good. I mean, the Packers took they took Luke Musgrave in round 2, and then they, God, my God, I got a brain fart right now. The kid out of North Dakota State, he went in round 3 for them, number 85, I think. Tucker Kraft.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So that tells you how important they think it is. They took 2 in consecutive rounds. So it's a big deal. I mean, it just, particularly for these guys who are designing plays, I mean, they sniff out mismatches left and right, and 17-yard gains are there to be had.
What do you think? Give me your thoughts on, because I'm curious, with Russell Wilson going to the AFC North. Yeah. I said I think that division's probably the best division in football with Burrow coming back. The Browns are going to be good again next year. Then you got the Ravens, who were, obviously great until they said, you know what, we're not going to run the ball against the Chiefs. Let's try this out and see how it works out for us. Not well. Yeah. And then Pittsburgh. I don't know how much Wilson has left in the tank. I think he's better than Pickett at this point. I mean, that division's going to be. Do you think maybe I think right now anyway the best division in football?
Yeah, I would agree with you. It is. Every week is tough. So Russell is better than Kenny Pickett. The Steelers got 10 wins and to the playoffs with probably bottom 5 quarterback play. And that's saying something. Now, here's what I saw with Russell Wilson. People will look at his stats and be like, hey, wasn't that bad a year? I can only remember really one play he made. It was that Monday night game against Buffalo where you were like, wow, that is vintage Russ.
Corner of the end zone?
Yeah, yep. And that was awesome. I think that was part of their 5-game winning streak where they actually beat a bunch of pretty good teams. But it always felt like Russ was either throwing the ball 60 yards or 6. There was no in-between with him. And I think that could be a little bit of a problem, to be honest with you. So Do I think that they could win 11, maybe sneak to 12 games? Possible, but I think that they're going to be kind of win total pretty much where they were a year ago. They might be 11-6, but they were 10-7 this year.
Yeah. Before we let you go, National Pie Day. What's your favorite pie?
Oh, boy. It's a dangerous question. But
it's not that dangerous.
Really, no.
Unless you want to make it.
Well, no, it is. I mean, I have to take you back to the Rose household. Thanksgiving, my late mother would make pumpkin pie from scratch.
Damn.
And, she crushed it. God, she was so good at making that. So, salute to Mom. Not just pumpkin pie. It's got to be Jackie Rose's Turkey Day pumpkin pie from scratch.
Well, I'm glad no one else could enjoy that except for you. That does nobody any good except for you.
Let me tell you something. If somebody calls in and says that they did, I'm going to have to go see my therapist immediately.
Oh, yeah, I was there. Great pie.
I remember that pie. That was good pie. That was a good slice. I remember that.
For God's sake. Tolbert, that's enough out of you. You're
Okay.
You're going to send to the principal's office, you jerk.
Enjoy the 405.
Yeah, have fun.
Hey, guys, if you want to call back at this time tomorrow, I'm sure I'll be right here.
Oh, there's no doubt you will be. Thanks, Chris.
All right, dude, we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Thanks, boys.
See you, man. Chris Rose.
We actually just did him a favor.
Yeah, I know.
We killed a half an hour while he moved probably a quarter of a mile.
So, no, I got time. We're good.
Do I miss the 405? Not at all.
Chris Rose of the Rose Rotation Podcast, and you see him on the NFL Network. Miss any of that? Check it out on KNBR.com and the KNBR app, where, by the way, we are streaming. So the Dylan Cease thing, it got legs yesterday where people were like, man, the Giants, some people thought the Giants messed up and didn't get him. Then you find out what he went for. And I'm like, I don't know if the Giants would have given up that many prospects to get a guy who is under team control for next year, but the splits on him aren't all that great. Like, would people have crushed Farhan for landing him for what he would have given up, right? Like, it's a lose-lose for Farhan, right? He can't do anything here. But did the Giants really miss out on Dylan Cease? We'll tell you about it next on the Sports Leader. Joey Bosa joining his brother with the 49ers will not be happening as he's restructuring his contract to remain with the LA Chargers. That story and more trending now. KNBR.com and the KNBR app. going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. That's right. Hoop season, NBA season is still going on. It's winding down, but it's still going on, which means plenty of time for you to get involved with Underdog Fantasy and their Pick'em game. It's a fantasy game, but you can win some real money. Head on over to the App Store, download Underdog Fantasy, or you can just go to UnderdogFantasy.com, sign up, make an account. When you do, use the promo code KNBR with your first deposit, because they'll match that deposit from $10 up to $100. Okay, so the Pick'em game, it's where you pick between 2 and 5 players from at least 2 different teams. They'll give you a series of stats, assists, points, rebounds. Maybe it's all of them added together. You select higher or lower than the number that they give you for those stats, and if the picks hit, you can win up to 100 times your money. Again, legal in California, and you could do it today. NBA play is going on right now. You can do it while you watch the Dubs later, this week, I should say, or you can do it just while games are on this evening. Again, easy to use, easier to get started. Underdog Fantasy, UnderdogFantasy.com, promo code KNBR, and they'll match that first deposit. Let's give you a special mystery pick with your first Pick'em entry. Must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Are you concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes back with you on a Thursday. It is Pie Day. We'll get into some pie stuff in just a little bit here. 1 hour left on the show before a little sports phone KNBR this evening. And Dylan Cease got traded yesterday. We talked a little bit about it. He was one of the names that was out there as an available starter that you could acquire via trade. Now, the positive thing about acquiring him is, as Chris Rose just told us, fairly inexpensive. Only $8 million this year. Now he is under team control for next year. Arbitration eligible. So I get that the Padres got cheaper in their rotation. I did think it was odd they gave up a bunch of young talent to go get a guy who's only under team control for 2 years. But if he's their 3 or 4, that's great. What I also thought was intriguing was that both the Giants and the Yankees were in on it. So that to me paints a little bit of a market for who's still at least looking for pitching right now to add to their rotation. Now, the Yankees found out yesterday that Garrett Cole, 2 months. Now, again, I said this yesterday, investing in pitching in the free agent market is traditionally and inherently just not a great idea, but somebody's got to do it.
Yep.
And sometimes it pays off. I mean, Max Scherzer contracts Justin Verlander contracts. They've gotten better as time has gone on.
CC Sabathia.
That
was a good one.
The shorter, big money ones end up turning out better nowadays. But pitchers usually want, like Blake Snell does, like a 7-year deal. He doesn't want to have to do this again at 31 and 32 years old, right? For a pitcher. So did the Giants really miss out on anything with Dylan Cease? I think so, in the fact that in the point that they missed out on some depth.
Mm-hmm.
But for what it costs to get him, I would almost rather spend the money. Now, you were saying you don't want to spend X number of dollars on Snell. You said 30's too much.
Yeah,
it is if it's a locked-in deal to me.
No. If it's like, let's say it's 30. Let's say it's 3 for 30 or
3 for 90. You mean?
Still, 3 for 90. That's still a little rough for me, but has an out after every year. But if it's look, if you're going to give him an out after every year, you got to lower the AAV a little bit. You got to make him want to get like $30 million. He's not going to want to go. Like, even if he pitches good, he'll still be here, and that'll be great. Maybe I don't know. There's just something that I'm not the ace money and not going past 6. I can't.
It rubs me the wrong way.
It's just hard for me to get over that.
I don't view him in the same class as a Garrett Cole.
No, I don't view him.
That's what I mean. Is when you start classing.
I don't know if I view him in the same class as the Logan Webb.
He's not in my mind.
I mean, look how many times Logan Webb went into the 7th, 8th. How many complete games did he have last year? 2?
Maybe 2, but he threw 218 or 15 innings or something,
That's
right?
an ace to me.
He led the league in innings pitched.
That's an ace. And I understand. Like, people go, Tom, baseball. I know baseball's changed. Not like I woke up yesterday. I'm like...
You didn't wake up yesterday?
Like Mike Myers sleeping for like 30 years. Like I woke up. What happened in baseball, baby? Oh, man, 6 innings.
You're Austin Powers in a baseball version of it, dude.
What's going on, baby? 6 innings? That's rubbish, baby. You kidding me?
Tampa Bay, baby. Yeah. Where's this team? You got a team in Colorado, baby. Yeah.
So that's just my own thing. I need to get over that.
Dude, that's so funny.
But yes. But if you're going to ask me, Tom, would they be better with him? Yeah, they'd be better with him. Absolutely. I mean, I can only imagine what they'd look like. Can you imagine a rotation if Robbie Ray comes back and they're in the playoff hunt and you have Webb, Snell, Ray, let's say Harrison's pitching
Cobb.
and Cobb. I mean,
where's Hicks?
That's as good as it gets. Hicks is 8th.
By the way, people who are hitting on Hicks, you see Hicks last Saturday. We were watching it. It was the game that was on at FanFest on Saturday. I think he went 3 innings, struck out 6. And it was throwing hard.
Solid.
A lot of swings and misses.
Walks?
Looked really good. No.
Ooh,
I don't believe so. If he did, it was low.
Very good.
If he did, it was after I stopped watching. But he looked sharp. He looked really good. So
I'm not even counting him. I mean, if he's like in there, that's
money.
a bonus.
Right?
Yeah,
Well,
absolutely.
They may have to count on him early because you're not going to have Alex Cobb for at least a month, it sounds like. But again, they're saying early May potentially. If he's going to start throwing on Saturday in a game, day after tomorrow, if all goes well, I mean, then it's just about building him up and strengthening his arm and see how far you can stretch him out. But I'd imagine once he can get you 5, then he's there.
Yeah.
Once they're comfortable that he can get you 5. And don't forget, he's not a big strikeout, swing and miss guy. It's about touch. It's about the sinker. And so he may be able. He's a vet. He could get ready a little bit quicker than some of the young guys that they'd be more delicate and careful with. So in terms of Logan Webb, though, last year, his innings pitched led the league and threw 216 even. 216, 192 the year before, and they shut him down. Don't forget. So to your point, where do you allocate? Oh my God! Thank you. Where do you allocate that money? Is that a good place to allocate it? I think maybe they've missed out on more proven. It's kind of like we talked about with the Niners D line. It's not proven until you've seen it's not depth until you've seen them prove that they can perform. Otherwise, it's a lotto ticket. If Keaton Wynn and Wisenhut and all these other guys end up being pieces that the Giants can use either out of the bullpen or in their rotation, then you go, good problem to have. Where do you find spots for some of these guys? But they were relying, I think, on a more proven arm in Tristan Beck from what they saw last year. Now you're relying on a little bit more unproven.
Yeah. And look, I don't know if they're going to go get him just because we don't know when Beck's coming back. When's Wynn supposed to come back? I'm not sure when he's supposed. I mean, these are guys they are all counting on to, pitch some innings this year.
Last year.
Yeah. So I don't know if they want to spend that kind of money on a free agent pitcher.
I never like when I see shut down. That's still the last headline. 3 weeks ago, Keaton Wynn shut down.
Yeah, shut down's not good when it comes to pitching.
And you're like, when was that? 3 weeks ago. Nothing new? Not good.
They're like the Warriors. We'll report back to you in about a month.
Yeah, dude. We'll give you an update.
But it is interesting that him and Montgomery are both still out there. And free agency is wild in baseball now because you get guys that sign immediately. And then they're each year there's 2 or 3 guys seemingly that like last until the very end. And they just don't get signed for whatever reason. I'm not sure what that is, but somebody's going to get it. And we asked about Montgomery. I forget who it was, Morosi or whoever we asked, that his wife is.
Slusser told us this too, that she's on the
Boston,
East Coast. Yeah,
in Boston, like doing doing med school or something.
So I think the Red Sox are like, well, that's nice, but we weren't.
Yeah.
It's like, he wants to play for the Sox. I'm like, do the Sox want him to play for them? Because it doesn't sound like it.
Red Sox spent all their money on Giolito. Oops.
Uh-oh. He's out.
He's out for the year. 19 mil, gone. See ya. So I still wonder how the offense is going to perform this year. That's really kind of, and I'm excited to see Lee because I haven't watched any of the spring training games. I'm excited to see him and see what new dimensions he brings. And I like Melvin too. Like I trust Melvin's going to get the most out of the squad. I just don't know if they have enough. But you've made this point a number of times. It really doesn't take that much. Just get to 85.
5 wins away.
That's it. Just get to 85.
And this was part of the players' opposition to. Remember a few years ago when we had the lockout. This was part of the players' opposition to playoff expansion. It's only taken 88-ish wins to get into the playoffs now. Right, so if you go 88 wins and teams can get in, how much urgency or desperation is there for a team or a general manager to spend money in the free agent market? When, to the point that I was making, that the Marlins had 84, the D-backs had 84, does anybody look at those teams and go, man, they're really crushing the free agent market every year? Those teams, yeah, they're making moves that are adding to the talent that they've begun to develop, and they've traded some guys in some odd places, I think. Pablo Lopez, I thought the D-backs, the Marlins would hold on to. And lean into the pitching, and maybe they've made a bad gamble there. Maybe Alcantara's not all they thought he was. Maybe he becomes available, by the way. I'm just saying that this was the opposition to the expanding of the playoffs, is now you don't need as many wins to get in. And the Giants were 5 away last year and the year before, and none of us think that they were quality playoff teams, but look at who went to the series. So it's there.
Well, and then that was part of it was too long of a conversation to have with Chris Rose, but I think it's an interesting conversation in that basketball is 82 games. They have 16 teams make the playoffs, 8 in each conference. And I know I screwed this up many times last year. Is it 14 teams now that makes baseball's playoff or 6?
Screw me up here.
7 each league or 6 each league? I think it's 6.
It's 6. It's 3 wild cards.
Yes, that's what I thought. It's 6.
3 divisions, 3 wild cards.
So the problem is now you're adding more playoff teams, and it's easier, I would say. Maybe some would disagree. It's easier for a lower seed to win a baseball series than it is a lower seed to win a basketball series.
Totally.
Like, you're just not going to see it as much. Like, you have 5 guys out there. There's just not as much variance, I don't believe, in basketball.
It doesn't exist in any other game like a starting pitcher does, where every game's different because of the pitcher.
So is that good for the sport? I hate to use the term fair because really who cares about fair? It has nothing to do with fair. It's all about money. But is that good for the sport? We know we're going to watch. If you're a baseball fan, you know you're going to watch playoff games. They're going to be fun to watch. You're still going to get to see the top 6 teams in the league, which is, the upper echelon. But I just went through 162 games to prove myself. And now I got to face this team coming off a 6-day layoff where my bats are probably going to take a little while to wake up. And what do I get out of it? I mean, literally, what am I getting out of finishing with the best record in my league? Football, I get a bye, and then I get 2 home playoff games. That's obvious what you're getting. Basketball, everyone plays to start the playoffs. So one team doesn't take a week off, and you get home court advantage, and the 8 seed's probably not going to be that strong anyway, so you're good to go. Baseball is different in that I got to face a team who may be a really good team, but maybe they had some injuries throughout the year, so they finished as a wild card. And now they're rolling heading into the playoffs possibly. And now they got to be playing some decent ball because they've advanced. And I'm sitting around doing nothing. And now I got to face you guys when you're already in midseason, kind of. You get you're all lubed up, ready to go. You haven't taken a week off. So I like it because they're playoff games. I'll watch them, and I love baseball. But man, if I'm a number 1 seed, I'm thinking, what did I get out of this? I feel like I've been punished rather than giving a gift.
It's why I thought that. I mean, there is a bye. The top two seeds do get the buys. But yeah, I'm with you. It's why I thought even the wild card playoff was okay for 2 wild card teams, because I thought you didn't win your division. That was a true reward for the team that won the division. So yeah, I'm with you. I don't know if there's as much of a reward because of the variance that we talk about. Whereas in basketball, it's like you're going to get 2 home games or whatever. It's a 1-game playoff for the play-in, but you're going to get the majority of games at home. The longer a series goes, the higher seed has a better chance of coming out on top just because of the talent and the duration of it. So without the 5-game series in the first round of the NBA playoffs, that doesn't seem that it'll happen nearly as much, though we have seen it in the last couple of years. Tolbert and Copes with you. 808 KNBR is the number to call and to text, streaming twitch.tv/thesportsleader, KNBR.com, and the app, as well as on YouTube. AJ Przinsky is like, what in the hell are the Padres doing, dude? What are these moves that they're making? A little bit more reaction to what's gone on there from AJ Przinsky, and there's a good reason why the Giants will be better than 4th place in the NL West this year. We'll tell you next on the Sports Leader.
Alameda, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Alameda's Sports Leader.
According to reports, the San Francisco Giants were in on Dylan Cease before he was traded to the San Diego Padres. There's more on that story. It's trending now. KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Everybody, Adam Copeland here, reminding you that once again, Westside Promotions is bringing you a historic night of boxing this St. Patrick's Day weekend, Saturday, March 16th, showcasing 2 really big fights with an action-packed undercard. First time in history that the Irish Celtic title will be fought for in the United States. Again, this Saturday, March 16th, where the current Irish champion, Craig McCarthy, will be facing up-and-coming Irish sensation Tommy Hyde for the Celtic super middleweight title. 2016 Russian Olympian Peter Kamikov, who's 11-0, will be fighting for the vacant National Boxing Association middleweight title against a very tough opponent in Vaughn Alexander out of St. Louis. Westside Promotions is doing a great job bringing professional boxing back to the Bay Area. They recently just had 2 big WBC title fights here back in 2023. They've got a bunch more signed up, and a lot of top talent is going to be showcased throughout 2024. Tickets for this event are still available. You can find them at westside-promotions.com.
I went to the doctor, and the doctor looked at him and said, well, I got horrible news for you. You're not going to make it. You're going to die. And the guy said, well, that's pretty cold-blooded. Ain't there something I can do? He said, yeah, you might think about taking 3 or 4 mud baths every day. He said, will that help me? He said, well, it'll get you used to the dirt.
your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes is sponsored by Xfinity. Go to KNBR.com/contest to register today to play against me for the $1 million, that's the KNBR $1 Million Bracket Challenge, presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices.
Tolbert and Copes back with you Thursday afternoon pie day. We do have a soup du jour coming your way in just a bit, and a little sports phone KNBR this evening. Quick check of the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line. 831 says MLB Division Series should be 7 games, not 5. No, it shouldn't. How about this? NBA first round should be 5 and not 7. How about that? NBA grab bag.
I actually think I would rather have baseball be 7 and basketball be 5.
The pitching is just so chewed by the World Series anyway. I'm like, can you imagine another 3 potential?
Yeah.
I mean, we've already added games to the postseason by making an extra round and making it a best of 3.
I like best of 9.
like 1919.
Exactly.
I always forget how
Do we
many
got
games.
more?
Yeah, dude. How many games did I think the 1919 Black Sox lost to the Cincinnati Reds in 7 games, but it was nice.
Thank you.
Nice, but it was 5-2.
5-2.
Yeah, it was a best of 9. First to 5. It's pretty funny. Somebody else checks in here. 925 says Dylan Cease overrated. One good year coming off a down year, which is probably those are more of his baseline stats. I mean, I don't know about that. I do think he's a guy with a track record. He'd be a depth arm for you as you try to make sure your rotation is both valid with the youth of the Giants and healthy. I wonder, too, and this is what we were getting into here, is the Giants people think they're the 4th best team or the second worst team in the division. Haven't heard as much about that in the last couple of weeks since the Matt Chapman acquisition. But on paper, I still don't think the Giants are a far worse team than the Padres. I think the Padres pitching does look good, but I think you're gambling a little bit. Now, their lineup does look pretty legit if healthy and hits in the way it has in the past. Here's what A.J. Pierzynski, though, had to say about the Padres situation. I just don't ever trust the Padres. Part of it is I don't know that they have a distinct direction. Seemed like they were all in. They were going to be big players. They spent money, hundreds of millions of dollars, traded for Soto, and then traded him away.
Yep.
It was sort of weird. Let Snell walk. They were all in on these guys. Here's what A.J. Pierzynski on his Foul Territory show says about the Dylan Cease trade.
What are the Padres doing? I don't get it. They give up Soto. They cut payroll. They're not bringing back Snell. And they go out and trade some of their best prospects and some of their best relievers for Dylan Cease. I'm happy for the White Sox. I'm happy they made a move. I hope it was the best move for Chris Getz and the White Sox gang. But, man, what are the Padres doing? I just don't understand why they would make this move. Again, I'm happy for the White Sox. Does Dylan Cease join the Padres in Korea and pitch one of those 2 games? Probably not. So they lose 2 games. Man, it's going to be awkward for him. His team's in Korea. He's going to be in Arizona working out by himself while the rest of his team fights against the Dodgers in Korea. Well, congratulations, Dylan Cease, on going to the Padres. But Padres fans, thoughts? Because I am super confused by this move.
What's he doing, by the way?
And then he went and kneed someone in the nuts.
Yeah, right. He's like, sorry, I'm going to finish my poker game. Stan.
Come over here. Bring your nuts over here. I'm going to knee you.
Yeah, come over and bring him with you. Grab them both.
I mean, come look at my nut. I was kind of thinking the same thing. Like they're going like both ways here. Let's add. Let's subtract. Let's spend money. Let's save money. Let's get him. Let's trade him away. Let's do that. I don't know. It just seems like, again,
an NFL team? They operate like it's a salary cap?
The Padres are just, I don't know. The Padres are always goofy to me. Now, on paper, the rotation looks really good. Darvish, Cease, Musgrove,
yeah.
Musgrove, I'm sorry. Who's the other one? There's one more that's pretty good. God, why am I forgetting his name? Am I blanking or not?
Blanking.
Wasn't there one more?
I thought so. Joe Musgrove.
Musgrove, Darvish, Cease. That's it?
Robert Suarez is there.
Okay, maybe there wasn't one more then. All right. Screw him.
I mean, that's the thing is, I don't think their rotation looks insane. I mean, I think they've got some good
Top
arms.
3 is pretty damn good.
They got Wandy now, by the way. Wandy Peralta, former Giant, forever Giant.
Forever Giant.
Got you, Mike Tauchman.
Good
Mike
Giant.
Tauchman in return. But I look at that and I go, sure, they've got 3 horses there. Or 3, not horses. I think Cease is a fine 3 or 4. But I do think the Giants are as good, if not better. I think the Giants ace, I'll take Logan Webb going head-to-head with you, Darvish.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yep.
If we're going with the number 2 of when healthy, and he's getting there, so this is not crazy optimism, Alex Cobb. Alex Cobb against Joe Musgrove. I think Musgrove is probably a better or more electric 2, but I'll take my shot with Alex Cobb also. Then you're talking Hicks. Kyle Harrison has looked really good this spring, man. I really do think that he's going to surprise a lot of people.
He could be a difference maker.
You know, if guys like that don't show up, teams generally don't make runs. Brandon Pfaadt had an ERA of 7 throughout last season. And he wasn't here for all year, but throughout most of the regular season. Giants teed off on him a little bit, and then he figured it out by the back half of the season. Bumgarner debuted in 2009 in August and got a taste. We saw a little bit of the same last year from Kyle Harrison. Again, it's not that the results of the career or the season will be the same, but that already being here and getting a little bit of a taste, I think, is valuable for what he's going to be able to do. He went into the offseason knowing what he had to do to his body, knowing what guys were swinging at. You get a little bit of a book on you. And, Michael King is the other guy for them. Somebody says Michael King is going to be nasty, says 415. That is true. But, yeah, they're 408 goes, the Padres are like the same direction as the Tennessee Titans. It's kind of true. It's like, what are they doing?
What, Holler text us?
No, dude, he doesn't listen.
Oh, okay.
Or doesn't listen to
Why
us.
would he?
No. He's probably listening to...
Well, he works there.
Probably listen to...
part of his job.
Who's that guy who's got all the shows at the Garden?
At the Garden?
Yeah, Madison Square Garden.
Oh, Billy Joel.
There you go. That's Holler's guy.
Oh, he's a big Billy Joel guy?
Yeah, it slipped my mind. They did also add Kyle Higashioka. The Padres did. Ha-Seong Kim is the guy who really has emerged for them. Is
he a home run stroker?
Higashioka, the home run stroker. Maybe one of the all-time best. Xander Bogaerts a big ad, but people think he could fall off. Their infield is pretty stacked. Ha-Seong Kim, Manny Machado, Jake Cronenworth, and then Xander Bogaerts. And you've got Tatis in the outfield.
Cronenworth was brutal last year, though.
He's playing first base, I think, for him.
He didn't hit much last year, did he?
No, he struggled a lot. But I always thought of him as more of like a utility guy. As like he shouldn't be an everyday guy. But Ha-Seong Kim came along slowly. Last year, he's playing more first now.
Yeah, he was good last year.
Jake Cronenworth did have a tough 2023, 690 OPS.
Yeah.
229.
That's a rough year.
That's a rough year. So you look at that, and you look at where the Giants stack up. Again, it's going to come down to pitching for both of these teams.
Yep.
Probably what the deciding factor is there. Now, how much onus do you put on what happened in the clubhouse and the ownership in the locker room or the front office last year on the Padres versus the talent? Because they were not as good as their talent on the field last year.
No. It's kind of the Padres, kind of their MO. It just sounded like things were weird down there. And some of the stories you read, Preller and Melvin not being on the same page, and Preller letting the guys do what they want, and Melvin wanted to be not a disciplinarian, but hell, you got to have some rules. And it sounded like Preller just kind of let them do what they wanted to do, and that's the thing. When you're the coach, you got to be able to coach your team, right? It's got to be like, this is my team on the field. Like, I got to be able to do what I want and handle situations how I want to handle them. I can't have you interfering. It's like all the old stories about the Raiders. Like, if you were tight with Al Davis and you just kind of circumvented the coach and chopped his knees out. Like, he couldn't do anything because Al was the guy calling the shots, and some of the players knew that.
You're damn right.
But if you're the coach, you got to have the authority to do do what you see fit. You're the GM or the president of baseball, GM or president of baseball ops. Do those things. Don't come down here on the field and do those things. You're killing me. So, yeah, I don't know. The Padres just have always seemed like, you're right though. You look at the talent, you're like, that's a pretty good team. You watch them and go, that's not as good a team as I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, it's just like,
it's not. Some teams can elevate, and some teams shrink, and the Padres were the ones with shrinkage.
Dude, thank you. You got to account for shrinkage.
No problem.
Now, would it shock anybody if the D-backs took a step back, even though they made all those moves?
No.
No, I feel like that's sometimes.
Pitching staff's pretty good, though.
It is. They might have gotten, I mean, again, sometimes teams get hot, but the additions they made are pretty solid for the run that they made last year.
Yeah. I love the Rodriguez one.
That's the biggest one.
Yep.
Eduardo Rodriguez signs the 4-year, $80 million. Lourdes Gurriel Jr., Jock Peterson, Eugenio Suarez. They think with a couple of minor league guys who are like vets. Elvis Andrus signed a minor league contract. It's pretty good.
Okay,
There's a vet. Randall Grichuk, former Angel.
Okay.
One of your guys. Albert Almora, Kyle Garlick. So they've got some pieces. I do think the Giants are at worst, they're the 4th place team. I really do think they're the third best team in the division. I think
2, 3, and 4 are up for grabs.
That's what I mean.
I think one solid last is solid.
Two's on the table. If the Padres won 81 last year,
yep,
right, and the Giants were 79, and then the D-backs went 84. Padres weren't that far off. They jumped the Giants at the end of the year, but I'm with you. If the Giants pitching, there are going to be surprises. There were additions, big time additions. Again, there's going to be a jump up from Corbin Carroll, and the D-back staff is pretty solid. But if the Giants can pitch it, man, I really do think this lineup, it's going to be tough to hit in this division. I think in general.
Well, I think for the Giants, a couple of things got to break right for him. Harrison has to be what we think Harrison's going to be. Lee's going to have to be what Giant fans hope Lee is going to be. When Ray comes back, hit the ground running. Doesn't take him like a month to round into form. And you much like when they had 107 wins, maybe not just like that, because that was like everyone's just magic carpet ride. They're going to need a couple guys where you're like, oh, I didn't see that coming from him, or I didn't see that coming from him. Like just a couple of those guys, that would be totally fine to have. I mean, let's say, I don't know, Yaz hit for 260 this year instead of like 220 and have like a 850 OPS and be really well, do really well in right. Maybe Luciano assumes the starting shortstop position at some point during the year, or maybe Ahmed. I still can't believe Ahmed's going to be the starting shortstop. It's
going to win the job, yeah.
I know. It's kind of wild because I saw him last year for Arizona. I'm like, this dude's toast. He's toast, and apparently he's not toast. Although I every time I say that, I do have to tell myself, Tom, do not believe what you see during spring training. Let him get a month into the season before you start. So, like, to me, Ahmed's been playing really well in spring training. He may be batting $190 after a month. It just the regular season's totally different, and I'm not falling for it. I'm not falling for the banana in the tailpipe, the okie doke. I'm not. Hey, look at that guy's spring. He's been really good. He's going to be really good now. So we'll see, because I think his OPS last year was like 590. Last couple of years, he hasn't hit at all. So. Well, everybody's like, well, yeah, but he had 19 and 16 home runs a couple of years. Yeah, like 4 or 5 years ago. That ain't today. So we'll see. I still think if the Giants want to be one of those teams, they're going to have to hope that Luciano's is what they hoped he would be. When we're talking a top 50, top 20, top 10 prospect, he's going to have to be that guy.
They got to figure out if it's a shortstop or not.
Yeah, I mean, whatever.
Because it might not be a shortstop.
You might be right. Maybe too big for the position, and
they
may
said
not
that
feel
years
well
ago.
enough.
A lot of guys said that evaluators he's going to be too big to play short.
Yeah, so that's a possibility too. I mean, obviously you can't strike out 9 times every 14 at bats. That ain't working either. But we'll see. We talked about the young guys needing to step up. That's one of them. Harrison, those are the two biggest ones for me. Harrison and him. Because those were your two highest rated prospects. And if Harrison and him hit, I mean, your margin for error has grown now. And I think Harrison's the bigger one, but Luciano's big too. I mean, they need him to be maybe not an all-star, but a guy that you can play 140 games a year and okay, we're good there. He's fine. At least one of those guys, if not an all-star. That'd be better, obviously.
You know, something like Chris Collinsworth would say, now there's a guy. That's what we're looking for. There's a guy right there.
That's not like John Gruden. You're the guy. There's a guy.
Tell you what, man.
That's all you're going to do with him is go.
Tell you what, man.
Let me tell you what, man.
Let me
tell you what. You like playing quarterback? I like watching quarterback, man. I love watching quarterback, man.
It was John Bon Jovi. I said, man, that's one hell of a time, man. I was like, it's my life, man. Yeah. It's one hell of a time. All right. Tolbert goes with you Thursday afternoon. Derek's all mad about my Sean. He said my Al Davis is as bad as my Sean McVay.
You shit, Derek.
I said, or as good as my Sean McVay. I'll tell you guys what. So stupid. Soup du jour is next on the Sports Leader.
Terrible. everybody, Mr. T here for the good people over at Kugelman Law, which also includes Alex Kugelman. I mean, you can kind of get the whole thing. Kugelman Law, Alex Kugelman, yeah, it kind of goes together. It's stressful. It's tax time. It's always tax time. When isn't it tax time? And you have enough stress in your life. You don't need to pile taxes on top of it. Alex Kugelman and his team over at Kugelman Law are here to help. That's right. They take on the taxes. They do it for you. They've been doing this for years. Know what they're doing. Like, you're not supposed to understand taxes, tax law, all that kind of stuff. And like, you can cheap out and get that kind of stuff if you want to, but generally speaking, you get what you pay for. So, tax season, you don't want Uncle Sammy coming around, sniffing around, going, hey, you owe me anymore? Beat it, Sammy. I got other problems. I don't need you calling me, dropping me letters, or knocking at the door. So, to avoid that, go see Alex Kugelman and his team over at Kugelman Law. All you have to do is visit sftaxteam.com today and discover how Kugelman Law can help you regain your peace of mind. That's sftaxteam.com. Kugelman Law, your tax, crypto, and estate planning attorneys. Alex Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction.
Flo? It's that time of day.
What is the soup du jour?
It's the soup of the day.
Tolbert and Cope's Soup du Jour.
That sounds good. I'll have that.
Hey guys, come on, get off those wallets, a little cherry pie. Let's go. Come on, guys. Those dollars aren't going to spend themselves. Justin, he's on main stage. He's working hard to keep you hard. Let's go, guys. What is your favorite pie? Well, it's cherry pie tonight.
It's not. It's not cherry pie.
Great video. Great video.
Bad pie.
Do you remember the name of the girl in the video? Bobby Brown. The other Bobby Brown. The better Bobby Brown, I used to say.
Excuse me?
She was,
what the hell did you say?
She's, yes. Yes.
You take that back.
Yep, no, I will not.
You take that back.
You haven't seen the video.
Damn you.
As soon as you saw the video,
I've
you'd
seen
be
the
like,
video.
oh, yeah.
I've seen the video.
Easy.
You ever heard, you ever heard my prerogative, huh?
Well, that wasn't New Edition. That was Bobby Brown,
that's
right?
what I said, yeah.
Okay. Telephone Man?
That's New Edition.
Yeah, that is New Edition.
Cool it now.
Cool it now.
Can you stand the rain?
Cool it now. Cool it now.
Sunny
Anyway.
days, dude. Everybody loves them.
Yep.
Tim, can you stand the rain? Tell me.
And if you can't, blame it on the rain.
Yeah. Or the alcohol, Tim.
I love the dance. Oh, man. Nude beaches are never what you think they'd be, never what you'd hope they'd be. They're just not. You're not walking into the grotto. It ain't happening. Your dreams are going to be dashed as soon as you head down to the beach. One thing you must know, though, is if it's a nude beach or not.
Listen.
If it isn't a nude beach and you walk into a nude beach, that's on you.
Startling.
That's on you.
Whoa.
Yeah, if you walk into it and you just walked into it, you might want to read the signage before you go rolling on a nude beach. This man, 60-year-old, I love the 60-year-old sound engineer. Throw that in there.
What do you do? What do you do, sir?
Like it enhances the story.
Is that Tim? Isn't Tim a sound engineer?
He might be. You know what? This kind of looks like Tim a little bit.
You're around 60, right?
Tim may be on the beach. Just
63?
Yep.
Lame as hell.
Flying the flag. So this guy going to the nude beach, 60-year-old, what was his name?
It's like Jim Webb.
No, it's Newman. No, it's Paul Nauman. Paul Nauman. Wonder if he has a salad dressing.
Nauman's
Why don't you come over here? I'll show you my salad dressing.
He doesn't donate any of the money, though. No proceeds to charity for Nauman.
That's not good.
Nauman keeps it.
Yeah, I make lemonade, too. Yeah. Hey. So Paul Nauman on the beach, nude, sitting in his chair, just a hat on. Just a hat and a chair, just chilling on the nude beach. And, you don't have to be on the prowl on the nude beach. You could just, I want to be nude. The beach, nude beach. This guy was, though. How do I know that? Because he had a sign on his chair that said, please, this is so creepy.
Oh, dude.
Please feel free to investigate.
Oh,
nothing wrong with that groin.
Gently.
That was what they said after they investigated. There's nothing wrong with it.
Nothing wrong with that
Please feel free to investigate gently.
I want to know if the gently was originally written or if he had to add that later. You know what I mean? Like, they originally say, please feel free to investigate, and too many people did. And they got they roughhouse.
Like flicking him. Pop.
He's like, whoa, gently.
Cup
Careful.
check. Yeah. I'll give you a Mitch.
I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho.
He was arrested. The arrest report offers an explicit account of the genital presentation observed by the cop.
You got to lotion up your wang.
Wait, why did somebody get arrested? What happened?
Well, he was.
It was not a nude beach?
It was. Well, no, it said it was a nude beach. It said while the beach allows nudity, police reports state the pathways are accidentally frequented by parents with children. That's on them. That's not on him. This guy wants to sun his wang.
Why are parents frequenting with their kids the nude beach is walking path? Is my question.
Don't know. Tim sent the sign. I guess. Nothing wrong with the sign. If he wouldn't have added the gently, would have been okay. Please feel free to investigate.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. I think the problem was he was sitting in the metal chair, and between the bottom of the metal chair and his sack had a Jolly Rancher sitting there.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, that was probably the issue.
What was that?
I don't know what it was.
Why would he do that?
I don't know. I don't know.
That doesn't say that on the
I don't know what that was.
They didn't write that, did they?
No, but I'm assuming that's what it was. Yeah, I just kind of threw that in there. Yeah. You know, a little extra for you.
Let's see what flavor.
Thank you, Tim. We don't need that. It said Nauman. Hello, Nauman. Was busted for indecent exposure. Booked into county jail. Was released later that day. Upon posting a $500 bond. Who cares about that?
Anything about a GoFundMe? Because I donate to his. I don't think he should have been arrested.
No, the one thing I wonder, though, is, like, did you see the picture of him? Go look at this guy. It looks like he was born, and below his nose, someone just took a razor blade, went across, because he has no lips. Like, he didn't have any mouth, and they had to open his mouth up with a razor blade.
Okay, what's
He's like Doug Llewellyn at People's Court. He has no lips.
What's more open, Tom, his mouth or the line on his forehead? I can't tell which one is his.
No doubt.
The forehead line is...
his forehead looks like Terry Funk.
Might be more prominent.
He's busted wide open.
This was the guy who had the sign that said gently?
Yes.
There's nothing wrong with that.
No? I think he got railroaded. Personally.
By the way,
I mean, not literally, but figuratively.
Says he was arrested for an indecent, quote, scenario. I didn't even have any curse words on it. Like, what are we? I don't know. That's not cool. Shout out Florida.
No, we don't have the video. It's hard to have a video on paper. It doesn't really work that way. Maybe Tim can fill me in if this a woman so she was stopped. It was a viral traffic stop. She got stopped, and she got ticketed for having. I know what you want to play. I know. Here we go. Let's just get ready for it. 3, 2, 1. She got booked for having fake diplomatic plates.
Diplomatic community.
We're gonna read this story just so we can play that sound.
Diplomatic community.
She got arrested, and then she was picked up for a car, or she was picked up in a car with diplomatic plates. Fake.
Diplomatic community.
She got arrested for having diplomatic plates.
And then when they grabbed her.
And then they picked up, she got out on bail or whatever.
Yeah.
And then the car that picked her up also had fake diplomatic plates.
Did they stop that one too?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Did it twice.
It's just been revoked.
Cecilia Selena Mercado. She's a Latin singer. Do you know Mercado?
Selena? Yeah, I've seen the movie.
A 32-year-old Latin singer also known as Ceci. Anybody know Ceci? Sessi? No? I don't know her either. No. I don't know Latin music. I don't.
Where are we going with this?
I mean, nowhere. This story sucks.
Okay.
No, well, you know we're
all
going
just
with
for the diplomatic community.
Yes, that was it. That was the whole story, just so Tim could play diplomatic community.
Diplomatic
That was
community.
it. That's the story. The story blows, but we got the sound in, so I'm glad for that.
Okay, real quick, though, our guy CHP Joe, who checks in all the time, listens all day, every day. CHP Joe, shout him out, dude. He checked in just a minute ago, said, I once pulled over and stopped a guy one day on 280. He was wearing absolutely nothing, had nothing on. Said his friends had played a prank on him at the gym, and they took his clothes. Pretty good. He's going to run to the car. They just left his keys for him. It's pretty good. CHP Joe, did you arrest him for an indecent... did you treat him gently, I guess would be the question. CHP Joe.
Was his car automatic?
I was totally nude.
Yeah, so now it's a stick shift.
Yeah.
Thank you. But all right, how about this? We played this bit of sound earlier in the sound soiree. Keith Hernandez lying about his age. He says, makes a joke. And we had to shorten down the pause and the gap of time.
Oh, we get the pause now.
He makes a joke. We're going to play the full pause. Here you go. It's Keith Hernandez lying about his age.
62. I told him, well, Daryl, you know, I'm going to. And he laughed. And I said, what's so funny?
You don't look a day above 69.
That's a nice number.
It's 10 seconds. 15.
The 2-1 to Narvaez.
He's dying right now.
Dude, they're howling. He's dying. You hear him like snickering behind their mics.
Dying. Although I would say, dude, get back on the mic. You're the one that set him up. You're the one that dropped the 69 to begin with.
Yeah.
You don't look a day older than 69. Like he knew what he was doing there. It wasn't random, like a random number. Yeah, like a random number he just threw out there. So get your ass back on the mic.
The 2-1 to Narvaez.
2-1 to Narvaez.
Dude, 69 might be the most bulletproof joke anybody can make. Like any setting, these guys are what? These guys are pro broadcasters. Keith Hernandez like snickering about it on his ads. It's hysterical.
I got Tirico and George Karl on that one time, and I had to keep speaking because we were talking about, it was a Blazer game, and we were talking about Bonzi Wells. Bonzi Wells was just named the new captain of the Trailblazers. And for those who know, Bonzi Wells is like, really? That dude's a captain of a team? Like they voted him captain of a team? So when Mike Tirico said he'd been voted captain of the Blazers this week, I remember saying, really? Bonzi Wells captain of the Blazers?
Yeah.
I go, that makes about as much sense as making Michael Jackson your director of daycare. Silence.
Yeah, dude, they just did
silence for like
nothing for
15 seconds. Nothing.
Were they laughing or no?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they were howling.
Yeah, they had their mute button on, and they were just, like, dying. So as the ball was coming up court, I'm like, all right, Rod Strickland to the right side, pass over to Wells, back to so-and-so. I took over play-by-play
to Narvaez.
for about 10 seconds, and then Mike jumped back in. But, yeah, I've been a part of those boos where, like, somebody cracks somebody else up, and you're just like, oh, my gosh. I can't speak right now. We can't do it.
That's a nice number.
Yeah, that's a nice number. That had a little creepiness to it.
Not as creepy as the gently. The comma
Gently's definitely creepy.
Gently's a weird one.
I just want to know where he put the sign.
How to creep out any sentence? Just add gently to the end. Just comment gently. Just any adjective there.
I was totally nude.
Thank you.
You can expect Mike Honcho. That name cracks me up.
Soup du jour for Thursday. Pie Day. March 14, 2024. We'll get into some pie next with John Dickinson, who's going to take you up until 9 o'clock with your sports phone. JD is next on the Sports Leader.
You probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho.
Sound right, boys.
Peavy joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss his thoughts on the Giants' upcoming season. Check out the podcast. It's trending, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, we've been talking about what you do if you can't pay your taxes. But what happens if you're filing your taxes and you realize you have some unfiled returns? Then what do you do?
That happens to an awful lot of people. Somebody didn't file last year, or maybe it was 2 years, or 5 or 10. And the most common reason people don't file is just because they didn't have the money to pay. So they made a mistake. They didn't file the return. Then year 2 rolls around and they say, well, how can they file year 2 when they didn't file year 1? And by the way, they still don't have the money. And that becomes a lifestyle, a bad lifestyle. There's so many good options to get out of this problem. We have a free attorney-client privilege consultation. We'll explain all of your options. We'll explain all of your rights. And then if you want us to, we'll go ahead and we'll talk to the IRS for you. We don't want you to have to talk to them, deal with them, have anything to do with them. We'll do the whole job. And here's what we asked you. We asked you to give us your tax problem. And what we want to do is give you back a normal life.
If you have unfiled returns or any issues in tax season, Steve Moskowitz is your guy. 1-888-TAX-STEAL, or find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
I was going to say, thank goodness the Laker game isn't tomorrow with him having his birthday, but he's not in L.A. anyway, I don't think, is he? Or maybe he is. Maybe.
I bet he's flying today to practice tomorrow. I guess he could fly tomorrow.
Probably, because I'm thinking today they had an off day.
Yeah, they probably, because they flew in last night from Dallas. So flew in late, probably off day today, practice tomorrow, and then practice with the team tomorrow. And if all goes well, hope he'll play on Saturday. But Marcus Thompson did say, still something to monitor with Draymond. He said it has been a thing, and they have tempered his minutes a little bit.
Yeah.
So,
I would expect them both to play, but we'll see. We will see.
Are you in on that conspiracy theory with me?
I didn't even know about it until earlier this year.
It was when he got ejected. I think it was in the Clay.
Yep.
It was the game where Clay got tossed, and he went after. I can't remember who he went after. He hits Rudy Gobert, right? That was that one. And they both get ejected right at the start of the game. That was when people were pointing out that Draymond had been ejected or hadn't played in a bunch of games that Steph had missed. Went on to miss time, and so it was flaring up this morning. I thought it was a funny conspiracy.
Yeah, I did. Earlier this year, I read something about it. I go, really? That's a thing? I didn't even keep track of those things.
Yeah, we ran through a bunch. But.
Yeah, there were a bunch of games, like more than I remember. I don't know if there's anything to it. I doubt it, but no, I'm looking forward to that game Saturday night. That'll be a fun one, and I think the Lakers are relatively healthy. And although Anthony Davis and LeBron James are questionable every game, for whatever reason,
I'm questionable every day. I wake up and I'm like, again, I don't know.
Aren't we all? Aren't we all questionable every day? So no, that'll be a fun one to watch. Again, we don't know, but I don't want to say surprised, but I expect both of them to be in the lineup and ready to rock and roll. So we will see.
You gonna eat any pie today? Is that on the? Is there any chance you actually
pie today? Probably not.
I don't know how many